Introduction. House of the Dragon. A prequel to Game of Thrones chronicles the journey of Rhaegar Targaryen, a prince destined for an untimely demise, who resiliently perseveres against all odds. A frail constitution cannot vanquish him, nor can the loss of his claim to the throne lead him to despair. He embarks on a quest to uncover lost treasures, charting a legendary path to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. In his exploration of the skull of the Black Death, he gains the legacy of dragons, acquiring a 50 resistance to fire. By seeking the auspicious white stag, he receives the blessing of the mythical beast, granting him a wish for longevity. His journey also leads him to the Blackfyre and the Dark Sisters, where he earns the king's gaze and the knight's oath. Rhaegar. Chapter 1. The Onedi Prince. On the continent of Westeros. Since Aegon the Conqueror rode his dragons alongside his sister and wife, Visenya, and Queen Rhaenys to defeat the Seven Kingdoms, this land witnessed unification. From the ascension of Aegon, the year is marked as Aegon I, or 1 AC. Before this pivotal year, the time is denoted as BC, and following it as AC. In the year 111 AC, in early summer, during the morning, the capital of Westeros, King's Landing, on the eastern side of the Red Keep, walls stand adjacent to the coastline. Within these walls lies a secluded garden, difficult for outsiders to access. White stag, dirty handkerchief, bare in the sea. A small boy around 5 or 6 years old, with silvery gold hair and violet eyes, reclines beneath a sturdy fish beam, murmuring in boredom. Another nightmare, never-ending. His name is Rhaegar Targaryen, a genuine scion of the dragon bloodline. His father is Viserys Targaryen, the 5th king of Westeros, the Lord of the Iron Throne. Your Highness, Prince Rhaegar, your birthday celebration is about to commence. The queen is calling for you. A young maiden serving girl approaches, gently reminding the young prince. Rhaegar lifts his head, his face gaunt, pale as parchment, with deep-set melancholic eyes shadowed by dark circles. He gazes at the attendant, his voice low. I've expressed my dislike for birthday celebrations. The attendant clasps her hands together, striving to muster a smile. I apologize, Your Highness, but the queen truly wishes for your presence. Understood, I shall attend. Rhaegar nods, not wishing to trouble the intermediary, and following her lead, rises to enter the Red Keep. He is the firstborn son of King Viserys. His mother, Queen Aemma Arryn, passed away during childbirth. His birthday coincides with the anniversary of his mother's death. Thus, to have my birthday celebrated year after year is a blessing I owe to the current queen, Lady Alicent Hightower. The interior of the Red Keep is vast, grand, and solemn. Upon reaching a higher chamber, the sound of a child's cries emanates from an ajar door. Rhaegar gestures for the attendant to leave and approaches the entrance. Inside, a young, elegantly dressed woman cradles a wailing boy, while at her feet, a little girl gazes longingly at a cake, drooling. Out of the corner of her eye, Alicent caught sight of the diminutive figure of Rhaegar. She promptly turned around and apologized. Aegon is eyeing your cake if you do not come soon. I fear I shall struggle to keep him entertained. Note, in Western culture, it is customary to name descendants after their ancestors. Rhaegar entered the room and replied nonchalantly, It's of no concern if he wishes to eat. Let him. How much could he possibly consume? You truly embody the essence of an older brother, Rhaegar, she remarked. Alicent entrusted Aegon to a nearby attendant, taking his small hand in hers and guiding him to sit beside a low table. Gently, she added, Your father is preoccupied with state affairs, and Rhaenyra seems to have vanished in pursuit of her own amusements. This year, I shall be the one to celebrate your birthday. Let us first blow out the candles and make a wish. Rhaegar remained silent. Together, they extinguished the birthday candles, clasping their hands and closing their eyes. Due to his frail condition, he possessed a quiet demeanor, often speaking little. The complications during his birth led to his mother, Aemma, being forced into a cesarean section, yet it did nothing to bestow him with a robust constitution. Before the age of 3, he had only cried once at birth, spending the remainder of his time in a state of unconsciousness, sustained solely by maternal milk. At one point, the Grand Maester deemed him unlikely to survive beyond the next day. Thus, he earned the title of the Onedi Heir. Fortunately, he did not perish. At the age of 3, under the care of a witch from a distant land, he awakened from his stupor. However, his health remained poor, accompanied by a troubling side effect, frequent nightmares. He was often plagued by bizarre and fragmented visions in his sleep, dragons, flames, wars, all of which were quite terrifying. He frequently awoke in fright, further exacerbating his already weakened state and leaving him in a prolonged state of mental fatigue. "I want to eat. Give it to me now." Suddenly, Aegon's voice rang out, prompting Rhaegar to instinctively lift his gaze. With a splat, a chubby little hand plunged into the cake, sending crumbs flying in all directions. A dollop of cream landed squarely on Rhaegar's face. "Heavens! Quickly, keep an eye on Aegon." Alicent hastily reprimanded the inattentive attendant, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe Rhaegar's face, explaining, "I sincerely apologize. Aegon is quite the mischievous little monkey. If you find the cake unsatisfactory, I can have the kitchen prepare another." Rhaegar, enjoying the queen's attention, replied calmly, "It's quite all right. If my brother loves it, we can share a piece." As Alicent observed Rhaegar's composed demeanor and then glanced at Aegon, who was happily devouring the cake, she felt a fleeting moment of strain within her heart. Fortunately, a voice shattered the tense atmosphere. "Your Majesty, the king requests your presence regarding your hunting arrangements." A knight clad in silver armor, draped in a white cloak, approached the doorway and solemnly informed her. This was one of the White Knights, the king's sworn protectors. There are 7 of these elite guards, wholly devoted to the king and obedient to his every command. Due to their white cloaks, they are referred to as the White Knights. "Very well, I shall go." Alicent cast an apologetic glance at Rhaegar and gently remarked, "Your father has summoned me. I must attend to him immediately. If there is any gift you desire, now is the time to express it." "None," Rhaegar replied succinctly. As though struck by sudden thought, he added, "If there were, I would wish for less medicine. It is quite bitter." Alicent managed a faint smile. "You must inquire with your father about that." With that, she rose and followed the White Knight out, reminding her attendants to take good care of the prince and the princesses, ensuring they did not overindulge. As Alicent departed, the little princess, seated nearby and nibbling on cake crumbs, turned her gaze toward the window. In a disjointed manner, she uttered, "Do not disturb the slumbering beast." Rhaegar looked at her with curiosity. The little princess was named Helena, the daughter of Queen Alicent, and she was 2 years old this year. Their encounters had been few. Rumors among the attendants suggested that Helena was unlike ordinary children, often lost in her own world. She would sporadically voice peculiar thoughts, exhibiting an air of whimsicality. It seemed the attendants had not spoken in vain. Once Alicent had distanced herself, Rhaegar directed his attention to the ravenous Aegon. "Do you take pleasure in eating?" Rhaegar approached Aegon and inquired softly. Aegon did not even glance his way, casually handing a piece of cream to Helena while continuing to consume his food. Observing this, Rhaegar smirked. "How considerate of you to share a piece of cake with your sister, a commendable brother indeed. You deserve a reward." "What?" Only upon hearing the word reward did Aegon turn to him, his eyes reflecting a naive clarity. "Enjoy your food, eat. As much as you like, it is all yours." Rhaegar reached towards Aegon's head, pressing him down forcefully onto the cake on the table. Bang! Little Aegon's entire face plunged into the greasy cake, eliciting gasps from the nearby attendants. Helena regarded the scene with curiosity, her tiny tongue licking the cream. Rhaegar released Aegon and approached her, gently stroking Helena's silvery hair. "Your Highness, please do not do this. The queen will be displeased," one attendant exclaimed, alarm evident as they wiped Aegon's face and pleaded for the little princess. Rhaegar paid no heed to her. Instead, he ruffled Helena's hair affectionately. "When eating, one must take food independently. Do not consume what falls to the ground or what others offer." "Brother," Helena giggled, clapping her small hands in mockery of the cream-covered Aegon. "Such a silly boy." Rhaegar withdrew his now clean hand and sidestepped the wailing Aegon as he exited the room. Chapter 2. The Skull of Balerion. Upon leaving the chamber, Rhaegar shed the following attendants and descended the staircase alone. He appeared somewhat agitated, having struck the queen's son, who would not feel anxious. Of course, he was unafraid. Just as he extinguished the candles, he had heard a voice. "The Explorer system has been successfully loaded. Please seek the lost treasure." Rhaegar believed this to be a remnant of a nightmare. However, upon opening his eyes, he was met not only with Aegon's creamy assault, but also with a peculiar panel. Rhaegar Targaryen. Talent: Dreamer Gold. Bloodline: Goresian Dragon King 5. Skills: Literature Basic, History Basic. Relics: None. Evaluation: a frail and puny human offspring, destined to perish before the age of 10. A pity for such a precious talent. A simple and clean panel laid bare Rhaegar's personal circumstances. Rhaegar was astonished, perplexed, and eventually accepting. In the brief moment when Alicent wiped the cream from his face, he gathered his thoughts and rejoiced at the emergence of the system. Throughout 3 years of nightmares, he had dreamt of many things, including fragmented glimpses of an unknown continent. Green-skinned serpents, iron dragons, towering concrete edifices. He had a vague recollection of the term system, as if it were a tool designed to aid the helpless in their quest for resurgence, perfectly suited for a pitiful, weak, and vulnerable human child like himself. In his elation, he couldn't resist rewarding his dear brother Aegon, hoping he would appreciate it. Explorer, relic. Combined with the system's prompt, it seems I am to seek ancient and valuable items. Rhaegar analyzed rationally, his youthful visage oddly earnest. Before stepping out of the room, he had already conceived of something sufficiently ancient and valuable. Passing through the bustling halls of the Red Keep, Rhaegar found himself in a vast chamber adorned with a statue of the Virgin Mary. At the very center of the hall, a circular platform constructed of stone displayed an enormous dragon skull. This was the skull of Balerion, the dragon known as the Black Dread, companion to the Conqueror Aegon. Balerion was a legendary dragon, having accompanied the Targaryen family from Gorizia, escorting their fleet. Upon Aegon's coming of age, Balerion aided him in his conquests, subduing the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. After Aegon's passing, he was tamed by his descendants and continued to serve faithfully. It was only when Balerion had surpassed 2 centuries of age that Rhaegar's father, Viserys, tamed him. The dragon, who had swept across the continent of Westeros, once soared 3 circles above King's Landing, carrying the youthful Viserys. That was the last time he graced the eyes of the public. Shortly thereafter, Balerion passed away, having exceeded the natural lifespan of dragons at over 200 years. To honor this magnificent creature, the Targaryen family displayed his skull in the Great Hall of the Red Keep, where it continues to be revered by future generations. Gazing upon the colossal skull before him, Rhaegar could conceive of nothing more ancient or valuable. Balerion, thank you for your contributions to the Targaryen family. I ask for your assistance once more. Rhaegar gazed with anticipation, silently praying before the altar. Standing atop a round stool, he climbed onto the altar, which was over a meter high. He touched the menacing, interlaced dragon teeth on the skull, each one larger and thicker than himself. Cautiously, Rhaegar entered the skull from the unobstructed rear, his small hands gliding over the pale bones. The exploration task has commenced. The target is the skull of the Black Death God, Balerion. The system's notification startled Rhaegar, causing him to glance nervously around. Children who climbed and frolicked would surely face reprimand. Being a child himself, he feared the discovery of his secret. Fortunately, the Grand Hall was seldom visited. Rhaegar sighed in relief as a prompt panel materialized before him. Balerion's skull. Exploration progress, 0.2. What does this mean? Rhaegar withdrew his hand, and the panel changed. Balerion's skull. Exploration progress, 0.2 paused. Does exploring the relic require physical contact? Realization washed over him as he touched the skull once more. Indeed, the exploration progress continued to rise. So it is now I must patiently await. Rhaegar plopped down, leaning against the skull to rest, occasionally attempting to touch it with his face and toes. His frail body left him breathless after just a few steps. Today, he managed to endure the exploration of Balerion's skull, thanks to the adrenaline rush of excitement. As dusk fell, the sun gradually descended. A voice rang out, rousing the slumbering Rhaegar. The exploration is complete. Please collect the lost treasure. With bleary eyes, Rhaegar beheld the system panel. Balerion's skull. Exploration progress, 100. It's done. What treasure awaits? Rhaegar immediately perked up. He examined the panel, which displayed only a couple of lines. Tilting his head in confusion, he recalled the word collect from the earlier notification. Rising to his feet, he scanned the surroundings. A red halo, the size of a watermelon, floated above the closed dragon teeth of the colossal skull. Curiosity piqued. Rhaegar approached and gently reached out to touch it. Pop! It felt as though he had poked a bubble. The red halo burst, transforming into a small cluster of red specks that, like fireworks, danced into his hand. Relic collection successful scanning. Scan complete. Classified as a legendary relic, the dragon's legacy. Legendary level. I seem to have struck gold. Rhaegar whispered softly, a vision of a dragon scale, named the dragon's legacy, appearing in his mind. With a mere thought, the scale manifested in his hand. This scale was pitch black, marred with scars, and only as large as an adult's palm. A dragon scale. How do I utilize this? As Rhaegar examined the scale, the text on the system panel shifted. Blood and fire share source to wield the dragon's legacy. You must be a true dragon. Blood and fire share source. A spark of inspiration ignited within Rhaegar. It is well known that dragons are synonymous with flames. Thus, the method of activation must be blood, specifically the blood of a true dragon. Rhaegar smiled faintly. Although he was not a dragon, he was a pure Targaryen. Grasping a dragon scale in one hand and bringing the other perilously close to its sharp edge, he steeled himself and murmured, "Here goes." With a sharp slice, the dragon scale pierced his thumb, and blood began to flow. The scale, now stained with crimson, radiated a brilliant red light. Congratulations! The legacy of the great dragon has been activated. You have acquired Blackfyre origin. Level, Legendary Red. Effect, 50 fire resistance. Evaluation, a true dragon knows no fear of flames. A Targaryen is no different. The dragon scale shattered, disintegrating into dust and drifting away with the wind. Before Rhaegar could react, a flush appeared on his pale visage, and his skin began to warm. This sensation was not unpleasant. It resembled curling up in bed on a winter's day next to a cozy fire. His body was suffused with warmth. The feeling surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. As the heat receded, Rhaegar's skin grew smoother, and the pallor of his face improved. At the very least, he was no longer in the frail state that threatened sudden semblance of recovery from a grave illness. What does it mean to increase fire resistance? Rhaegar approached the edge of the altar, where numerous candles formed a tight circle. Lighting one, he placed his hand above the flame. Instead of overthinking, he decided to experiment. Upon contact, the initial sensation was one of warmth. As time passed, the heat intensified, and he began to feel a burning sensation. A drop of wax fell onto his hand, prompting Rhaegar to furrow his brow at the sharp sting. Extinguishing the candle, he understood the essence of fire resistance. When burned, the pain is still present, yet the damage is remarkably limited. Chapter 3. The Light of the Kingdom. Rhaegar Targaryen Talent. Dreamer, Gold, Bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King. 8. Skills. Literature, Beginner. History, Beginner, Artifact, Blood and Fire Convergence. Fire Resistance 50. Evaluation. The ancient bloodline shows signs of revival. Should a miracle occur, perhaps liberation from adversity is attainable. Rhaegar gazed at the panel, pondering softly. The bloodline, artifact, and evaluation on the display had all undergone transformation. The ancient bloodline, he murmured. Has the blood and fire convergence awakened the true dragon blood within me? However, he decided that dwelling on the incomprehensible was a futile endeavor. Instead, he would continue his quest for the lost treasures. Feeling remarkably lighter, Rhaegar attempted to leap from the altar and succeeded. An explorer surely would cure my frailty. With a heart brimming with excitement, Rhaegar raised his eyebrows, secretly reveling in his serendipitous encounter. His exhilaration, however, did not cloud his judgment. The young prince knew he must return to rest. As he exited the grand hall, twilight was approaching. Servants lit the oil lamps affixed to the walls, illuminating the scarlet fortress beneath the night sky. Unnoticed by anyone, Rhaegar swiftly made his way back to his quarters. Creaking open the door, he found his room shrouded in dimness, the moonlight filtering through the glass panes, casting a hazy glow. Who is there? He called out sternly, his gaze fixed intently on the silhouette by the window. Was someone lying in wait to harm him in the dead of night? It is I, Rhaegar. The figure turned, and in the moonlight, he could discern a young woman clad in a fitted leather dress, her hair a shimmering silver gold. As she faced him, she shrugged nonchalantly. What is the matter? Have I not visited you on your birthday that you fail to recognize your own sister? Rhaenys, how did you come to be in my chamber? Upon seeing her familiar visage, Rhaegar exhaled in relief, his eyes brightening. She was his beloved sister, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Princess Rhaenys of the Light of the Kingdom. Leaning against the window, Rhaenys gazed at his pale countenance, a flicker of concern crossing her features. Do not turn away. She hesitated. Today is your birthday. As your sister, I felt compelled to check on you. Rhaegar smiled with genuine delight. Sister, I am overjoyed that you came to see me, but you know I do not favor celebrating my birthday. Rhaenys sighed. I understand. I visited Mother earlier today, and then came to find you, waiting until now. Have you not eaten? Rhaegar inquired absent-mindedly. Rhaenys, momentarily taken aback, replied, I had a piece of bread this morning, but the rest of the day, well, I have not eaten. Interrupting her, Rhaegar rose and approached the bedside table to rummage through it. What are you searching for? Rhaenys asked, puzzled. Do not fret. I have provisions, he assured her, retrieving a packet of biscuits from the drawer. He then placed a jug of cold tea atop the hearth and ignited the coals within. The Red Keep, nestled near the coast, remains perpetually damp and chilly. regardless of the season. Rhaegar casually settled by the hearth, gesturing for Rhaenyra to take a seat across from him. How have you been lately? Still plagued by nightmares? Accepting her brother's kindness, Rhaenyra generously broke a piece of biscuit and shared the warmth of the fire with him. Give me a piece. I haven't eaten yet. Rhaegar snatched the second biscuit she had produced, responding, nightmares are a constant shadow. I have long since grown accustomed to them. Where have you been wandering until now? Have you not even dined? Rhaenyra inquired, curiosity mingling with concern in her gaze. The Grand Maester mentioned that you have been refusing your medicine, and both father and I are quite worried about you. I've merely been wandering. My body knows itself well. Medication does not resolve the issues at hand. Yet I trust that improvement shall come soon, Rhaegar countered, swiftly changing the subject. Now, do share. What news do you bring for me? Rhaenyra replied with displeasure. We are discussing your matters. Yet, every time you visit, you come laden with grievances to share. Rhaegar munched on his biscuit. Dear sister, I have grown accustomed to being your sounding board. Scoundrel, Rhaenyra scoffed. It is not merely a filthy game of power. Those lords believe a woman should not ascend the Iron Throne, seeking to drag me down and persuade father to replace me with Aegon. Father loves you dearly, sister. Rhaegar reassured, unconvinced that King Viserys would harm his daughter based on the lord's opinions. Absolutely not. Rhaenyra retorted vehemently, startling Rhaegar, who looked at her sheepishly. Forgive me. I did not mean to raise my voice. The whispers are driving me to madness. Realizing her outburst, Rhaenyra gently stroked her brother's head, her tone softening significantly. Father wishes to marry me off to powerful figures who can solidify his reign. I feel as though I am being sold like mere cargo. Rhaegar articulated her unspoken thoughts. Rhaenyra, my sister. The unmasking of her feelings brought tears to Rhaenyra's eyes as she helplessly grasped her brother's hand. Ever since their mother passed, and father was her closest friend while Uncle Demon was banished from King's Landing, she felt utterly alone. Aside from soaring through the skies on Dragonback, she perceived herself as a wandering, lost spirit within the vast confines of the Red Keep. No one listened to her, and no one genuinely cared to help. Rhaenyra tightly held her brother's slender hand. Thank goodness the stranger did not claim you. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss for who would still care for me. Rhaegar shook his head. Do not think that way, sister. Father's retention of your status as heir signifies his enduring love for you. The external gossip not only assails you, but also strikes at the father who shelters you. Rhaenyra bowed her head. Yet I do not wish to marry those vultures with malicious intent. They merely seek to feast upon my flesh. If you are unwilling, perhaps I could speak to father about it. Who knows, he may momentarily forget this matter. Seeing the bond we siblings share, Rhaegar suggested, an idea sparking in his mind. His expression softening as he endeavored to comfort his sister. However, Rhaenyra hesitated, her words lingering unspoken on her lips. Viserys bitterly remarked, I know that every time my father sees me, his frail son, he is reminded of my mother, engulfed in guilt and remorse. He is reluctant to draw near, fearing that the day he loses me will be a blow he cannot withstand. Yet, I am Rhaegar Targaryen. I belong to the sky and the sea, and cannot remain confined within the Red Keep. Aegon's small face was resolute as he gazed expectantly at his sister, listening to her brother's hopeful words. Rhaenyra felt a deep resonance. Was she not also kept close by their father, shackled by the weight of power? Without further contemplation, she readily agreed. Very well. I shall take you to see father tomorrow. He must fulfill his duties as a parent. Aegon's youthful visage lit up with a smile as he affectionately nestled into Rhaenyra's not-so-opulent embrace, murmuring, Sister, this is the birthday gift I truly desire. Forget the wretched cake and celebrations. All I seek is the affection of family. This was not a greedy request. Rhaenyra held her brother closely, resting her chin on his bony shoulder, her eyes clouded with confusion and despair. After a prolonged silence, she lamented, How I wish you possessed a healthy body. Then all expectations could be fulfilled, and you would be protected. Before the stranger takes me away, I will stay with you. Sister, Aegon replied quietly, sensing the warmth of her embrace. In his young heart, the world contained only his father, Viserys, and his sister, Rhaenyra. He wished for no harm to come to either of them. Chapter 4. The plea from the stone steps aisles the following day. The first rays of sunlight illuminated the Red Keep as servants commenced their bustling day. After enjoying a hearty breakfast of milk and bread, Aegon and Rhaenyra made their way directly to the council hall. Along their path, servants and knights dared not impede their passage, allowing them to proceed unimpeded. Upon entering the Grand Council Hall, they were met with a lively atmosphere. King Viserys, in his 30s, wore a beaming smile as he engaged warmly with several ministers. It was well known that Viserys was a king of tolerance and benevolence, always greeting others with a cheerful countenance. Rhaenyra, We were just discussing the royal hunt. Your arrival is most fortuitous, he remarked as Rhaegar, composed, stepped into the hall, instantly capturing Viserys' attention and inviting her into the discussion. Father, do you remember me? Aegon, holding his sister's hand, gazed at their father with a melancholic expression. Ah, Aegon, why has your sister brought you here? Viserys exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the small figure at the door, rising immediately from his seat. Your Highness, the king addressed Aegon, prompting the other ministers to hastily stand and greet him. After all, Aegon was the king's eldest son, naturally enjoying the respect and privileges accorded to him. Had it not been for the frail condition of this young prince, who had been ensnared in a slumber since birth, the position of heir would not have fallen to Rhaegar. Casting a glance around the gathered ministers, Rhaegar raised his hand, signaling for them to dispense with formalities, revealing a gentle smile. This scene momentarily left the ministers spellbound. It must be said that, in terms of appearance, Prince Rhaegar seemed to have been carved from the same mold as King Viserys, composed and benevolent. Rhaenyra, holding her brother's hand, spoke as they walked. Yesterday was Rhaegar's birthday, and we were not present. He wishes to see his father. Upon hearing this, Viserys was visibly moved and hurried to kneel before the siblings, saying, I apologize, my son. As king, there are always endless duties to attend to. I hope you will not hold it against me. Rhaegar met Viserys' gaze with a smile still gracing his face. Casting a furtive glance at Rhaenyra, who feigned indignation, and softly replied, It is of no consequence. How could I blame my king? I merely wish to see my father as a son. Since you absolve yourself with your title, I too can strike at your conscience as a son. Indeed. Viserys appeared momentarily taken aback, a look of guilt crossing his features. Lowering his head slightly, he reached out to caress Rhaegar's pale cheek. His expression a tapestry of emotions. You have grown, resembling your mother so much. Perhaps, but I only hope that in my lifetime, father, you do not forget me or cast me aside. Rhaegar's voice carried a note of despondency, further probing into the vulnerable heart of Viserys. He was no longer a mere child of 3. A few kind words could not easily sway him. At 6 years old, he was well aware of the words to choose and the effects they would yield. Viserys felt a tremor in his hand, especially as he noted his eldest son's gaunt, pallid visage, as though his heart were being struck by a hammer. Taking a deep breath, Viserys rose and lifted Rhaegar into his arms, returning to the throne. Ruffling his silver hair, he inquired, You have never sought me out, as a negligent father. Is there anything I might do to atone? As he spoke, Viserys discreetly cast a glance at Rhaenyra, curious about the siblings' dynamic. Rhaegar gently shook his head, leaning against his father's embrace. No. The more one speaks, the more one errs. The hunter who acts hastily becomes the prey. Viserys broke into a smile, turning to Rhaenyra and asking, How is it that I was unaware of the closeness between you two? He is my brother, closer than Aegon, Rhaenyra retorted without hesitation. Viserys' smile faltered, prompting him to disregard his prickly daughter. Redirecting his attention to the assembled ministers, he regained his royal composure and stated, Rhaegar has been granted permission to hear state matters today. Where did we leave off in our discussions? Some trivialities. It would do no harm for the prince to listen. Agreed Linman Bisberry, the Minister of Finance and Treasurer. Rhaegar turned to regard the elder, whose hair was a mix of black and white, and whose demeanor was kind. Noticing Rhaegar's gaze, Linman kindly nodded, appearing quite amiable. Rhaegar returned the smile. Their brief exchange was soon overshadowed as Ser Leonor, the hand of the king, deftly steered the discussion back on course. Your Majesty, the royal hunt is scheduled for 2 days hence. Despite his unassuming appearance, the portly hand of the king exhibited a remarkably serious demeanor as he meticulously outlined the requirements for the upcoming event. Upon concluding his report, Viserys pondered briefly and found himself in agreement with his advisor's plan. Since the resignation of the late king's hand, Otto Hightower, Lord Laenor has become the most trusted aide of King Viserys. His rigorous self-discipline and impartiality in affairs have earned him the king's esteem. Rhaegar listened quietly to their discussion, then gently tugged at Viserys' arm, whispering, The royal hunt sounds fascinating. May I attend? He had never ventured beyond the Red Keep since his birth and yearned to explore the world outside. Viserys recognized this desire, yet his expression betrayed concern. The frail constitution of his eldest son made the arduous journey to the royal grounds potentially perilous. He glanced at Rhaenyra, his eyes pleading for support. I find Lord Laenor's proposal commendable and raise no objections, Rhaenyra stated, feigning ignorance to her father's silent plea as she engaged with the ministers. As the heir to the Iron Throne, she was expected to offer her endorsement, even if her father granted her no decision-making power. Viserys felt a twinge of embarrassment at his daughter's lack of assistance and remarked, I wish to take you to the royal hunt, but Aegon will also be attending. Why should you be excluded? Rhaegar feigned confusion. Because of your health. I do not wish for any misfortune to befall you. No, I wish to go. My health is gradually improving, and I foresee no mishaps. Rhaegar's determination was resolute. Even if there is danger, I must see the world beyond. Not remain like a caged bird. That is for your protection, Viserys replied sternly, unwilling to relent. At that moment, Rhaenyra interjected, our family should all attend the royal hunt. We cannot leave Rhaegar alone in the Red Keep. Viserys cast an irritated glance at Rhaenyra. She met his gaze defiantly, standing her ground. As father and daughter squared off, Rhaegar tugged at Viserys' sleeve, his eyes wide with pleading. Please, father, I truly wish to go. Oh, heavens, you constantly present me with dilemmas. Viserys exclaimed in frustration, striking the table, yet ultimately capitulated to the desires of his children. He warned, you may accompany us to the royal hunt. But you must promise to behave and not wander off with Rhaenyra. No problem, I promise, Rhaegar replied without hesitation. Just then, a figure hurried into the hall. Urgency in their voice. Your Majesty, we have received a plea for aid from the Stepstones. You may wish to review it. Chapter 5. The second exploration. The newcomer, visibly anxious, approached Viserys with quick strides, presenting a letter. Rhaegar openly scrutinized the individual before him. With hair slicked back and a neatly groomed beard, he appeared quite respectable. Viserys took the letter and examined it, perplexed. A plea for assistance? It does not seem like something Daemon would do, he remarked. Tywin Lannister nodded slightly, sighing. The letter was sent by Ser Vaemond Balerion, the sea snake's brother. I knew that prideful scoundrel would never willingly write to me, his brother. A knowing smile crossed Viserys' lips. Soon, he finished reading the contents of the letter, and his expression shifted as he surveyed the assembled lords. The Stepstones have fallen into a stalemate. Those fools feeding crabs avoid battle, and Daemon and his men are bogged down. The lords exchanged glances, proposing various suggestions. The options were simple. Either send troops to provide support or wait for Daemon and the Sea Snake's forces to falter. Viserys pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. He despised war. This conflict over the Stepstones was entirely instigated by the Sea Snake, who had incited Daemon to take matters into his own hands. Now, in dire straits, he sought his assistance. Should he really clean up after these audacious men who disregard their king? Rhaenyra, take your brother downstairs. A discussion will not resolve itself quickly. And do not tire him out, Viserys instructed, kissing Rhaegar's forehead before entrusting him to his daughter's care. Aware of the complexity of the situation, Rhaenyra did not object and took her brother's hand as they left the hall. Exiting the council chamber, the siblings approached a large window in the corridor. Rhaenyra gazed through the stained glass, asking, do you think Uncle Daemon can defeat the crab feeder? Dear sister, your younger brother has just turned 6, Rhaegar replied, casting a glance at his sister's taller stature, furrowing his little brow in dismay. After a moment of silence, Rhaenyra slapped her forehead, chastising herself for her foolishness. How silly of me, always treating you as a little adult, forgetting that you might not even know who the crab feeder is, Rhaegar remarked. If I had not heard Uncle Daemon say I am the heir apparent, I would not even know I had an uncle. Rhaenyra tilted her head as Rhaegar whispered. I noticed father is missing 2 fingers. Is he ill? He is unwell. The Grand Maester has been attending to him, Rhaenyra replied, stroking his head in a comforting manner. She believed her brother was frightened by their father's injury. Rhaegar simply watched her, grasping her small hand that was ruffling his hair, pinching a tender spot with 2 fingernails. Suddenly, he pulled hard. Ah, what are you doing? That hurts, you know. Rhaenyra yanked her hand back, a red mark seeping blood appearing on her skin. Under her sister's furious gaze, Rhaegar said earnestly, a small cut makes you scream, yet father has lost 2 fingers and possibly bears other wounds. He paused before continuing. He is the king. He cannot weep or show any sign of weakness. As his children, we should not concern ourselves with a war instigated by personal grievances, but rather focus on strengthening ourselves to support our father. Rhaenyra was momentarily taken aback. Her finger pointed at her younger brother, stammering, you just claimed to be 6, and now you dare to lecture me? Rhaegar responded with an air of certainty. While age may limit my experiences, books shall illuminate my intellect. Sister, you ought to immerse yourself more in literature, rather than being perpetually ensnared by dragon riding or gossip. Pretending to pat Rhaenyra on the shoulder, he sadly discovered that even on tiptoes, he could not reach her. He settled for a light tap on her slender waist before turning away with an air of nonchalance. Rhaenyra stood frozen in place for a considerable time. It was not until a cool breeze swept through that she was jolted back to reality. In the next moment, the entire corridor echoed with the young lady's furious roar. Rhaegar, you dare to show disrespect to your sister? Prepare to face the wrath of the sleeping dragon. 2 days later, A lavish carriage made its way towards the royal forest, flanked by a retinue of guards and attendants. Inside the spacious carriage sat the royal family. Viserys occupied the center, with Queen Alicent and Rhaenyra seated on either side. Beside Alicent were Aegon and Helena, the latter cradling a small infant. Naturally, Rhaegar sat beside his sister, idly gazing at the little one. The tiny creature, when crying, sounded as if it were in dire distress, truly a fearsome sound. Softly muttering, Rhaegar made a face at the infant. Alicent, ever the epitome of kindness, smiled gently. Aemond has yet to acclimate to the carriage and cries excessively. Viserys chuckled heartily. His cries are indeed remarkable. He shall grow into a valiant warrior. Alicent smiled sweetly and handed the infant to Rhaegar, softly saying, "Would you like to hold him? You may give it a try." Rhaegar grasped the infant under the arms, allowing the little one to flail and kick about for a while. Truth be told, he thought to himself, should this small creature dare to prick him in the future, he would not let it go unpunished. Rhaegar smirked, already envisioning the scenes of retribution. Before long, Aemond, having endured enough, returned to his mother's embrace, wailing. Observing this scene, Viserys' previously furrowed brow relaxed. With his wife by his side, riding in a grand carriage, and surrounded by his children, what could be more delightful than this? Noticing Viserys' contentment, Rhaegar seized the moment to inquire, "Father, is that the Blackfyre, the sword of the Conqueror Aegon?" Viserys, with a proud smile, picked up the sheathed sword beside him, declaring, "Indeed, the Blackfyre, a symbol of royal authority, once wielded by the Conqueror to unify the Seven Kingdoms. May I have a closer look?" Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he gazed at Blackfyre. However, Viserys extended the sword only to retract it midway. Observing Rhaegar's frail form, he regretfully remarked, "Not just yet. Blackfyre is a weapon steeped in bloodshed. You must wait until you are a bit older to wield it." "I wish to try," Rhaegar insisted, unwilling to forego the opportunity to grasp a sword whose legacy rivaled that of the skull of Balerion. Viserys shook his head, returning Blackfyre to its place, resolutely denying his request. Rhaegar's face was etched with disappointment as he lowered his head. If one wishes to witness the sharpness of a blade, this would indeed be an excellent choice. Sensing his eldest son's discontent, Viserys unfastened a dragonbone dagger from his waist and, with an air of mystery, tossed it to Rhaegar. The latter clumsily caught it, gazing at his father in bewilderment. Viserys smiled and remarked, "This dagger once belonged to the Conqueror Aegon, prior to him. It was in the possession of Heir." "Wow, how ancient!" Rhaegar exclaimed, drawing forth the dragonbone dagger. With a swift motion, the dagger was unsheathed, emanating a chilling glint. Rhaegar squinted slightly, observing the intricate patterns adorning the blade, the material and craftsmanship undeniably exquisite. "Is this Valyrian steel?" Rhaenyra, captivated by the dagger, expressed her astonishment. Viserys nodded. "The heirlooms passed down from our ancestors possess their own remarkable qualities." At that moment, a system notification echoed in Rhaegar's ears. "Lost treasure detected, containing trace magical elements. Automatic analysis in progress." Magic? Rhaegar's spirit soared. The system notification chimed again. "Analysis successful. Dagger inscribed with the Song of Ice and Fire detected. Would you like to initiate exploration?" Chapter 6. Ancient Valyrian Language. Initiate exploration. Faced with another exploration quest, Rhaegar would not let this opportunity slip by. He silently urged the initiation, and a progress panel concerning the dragonbone dagger materialized before him. Valyrian Steel Dagger. Exploration progress. 25. Hooray! Rhaegar silently cheered, his face adorned with a broad smile. He declined Rhaenyra's request to inspect the dagger, feigning fatigue and lamenting his weariness. "Very well, then you may slumber holding the dagger." "You miser," Rhaenyra huffed. Rhaegar rubbed his dark circles, leaning against his sister's embrace. Yawning as he requested, "I shall return the dagger to you before we disembark." "Casual. Just refrain from having nightmares and wildly brandishing it," Viserys jested, watching him with a contented gaze. Heaven knows if it was merely that he had not seen his eldest son in a while, but Rhaegar seemed more spirited these past days, no longer gasping for breath after a few words. As a father, Viserys felt immense joy. The carriage rolled on. From the early morning until the sun was high in the sky. Exploration complete. Please retrieve the lost treasure. The carriage halted as the driver reined in the gentle white horses. Rhaegar was roused from his reverie by the system notification, feeling an itch at the tip of his nose. Upon opening his eyes, he found Rhaenyra teasing his nose with a strand of her silver hair. "Sister, you are so dull," Rhaegar remarked as he propped himself up, realizing he had unknowingly reclined on the seat with his head resting on Rhaenyra's lap. "We have arrived at the camp. Outside await the ministers ready to greet us." Rhaenyra's lips curved into a smile as she urged her brother to awaken. Regaining his senses, Rhaegar immediately checked the system panel. Valyrian steel dagger exploration progress. 100 gazing at the dragonhorn dagger in his hand, a cerulean orb clung to the hilt. Rhaegar discreetly cast a sidelong glance at the group of people nearby, only to find that none seemed to notice the peculiar blue orb. It appeared that only he could perceive it. For reasons he could not articulate, Rhaegar felt a sense of relief and a quiet joy swell within him. He relished this singular sensation. Touching the blue orb, it effervesced into tiny motes of light that penetrated his hand, just as before. "Father, I return this dagger to you." Viserys, while being attended to by Alicent, was adjusting his attire when Rhaegar placed the dagger in his hand. "Ask your sister to smooth out the creases in your clothing. One must not appear disrespectful before the lords." Viserys deftly secured it at his waist, reminding him to be mindful of his appearance. Rhaenyra, not particularly gentle, tugged him over and smiled as she combed through his tousled silver hair, which had become disheveled from sleep. Seizing the moment, Rhaegar checked the system panel. Artifact retrieval successful. Undergoing analysis. Analysis successful. Classified as an excellent level artifact. The warnings of the ancestors. Would you like to activate this artifact? Excellent level. Noticing the different grading on the panel, Rhaegar pondered. The last exploration's dragon relic had been classified as legendary. Its artifact aura was red. This time, the classification was excellent, with a blue aura. It seemed that artifacts were indeed ranked, with legendary level invoking the bloodline of the ancient Valyrian dragon kings, suggesting its immense value. Acknowledging the transformation brought on by the shared essence of blood and fire, Rhaegar silently expressed his gratitude to Balerion. Activate the artifact. With a silent incantation, the system panel displayed a line of text. Congratulations, the warnings of the ancestors activated successfully. You have acquired proficiency in ancient Valyrian level, excellent, blue, function, mastery of the ancient Valyrian language evaluation. Learning a language is never a disadvantage. At that moment, upon comprehending the panel, an electric jolt surged from his tailbone, ascending rapidly to the crown of his head. Rhaegar shivered, as knowledge of ancient Valyrian filled his mind, encompassing both the elevated and the common tongue. This language seemed to take root in his consciousness, as if he had been innately endowed with it. "Rhaegar, do you feel cold?" Rhaenyra noticed his unusual demeanor, expressing concern. Rhaegar shook his head vigorously. "No, I am well." With that, he patted his chest to signify that he was indeed fine. Gathering his spirits, he remarked, "We have kept the lords waiting long enough. Let us present ourselves with poise." Viserys, adorned with Blackfyre, boldly parted the curtain and stepped out of the carriage. The crowd outside erupted in cheers, greeting their king. "Come along, children," Alicent spoke softly. Following closely behind, Rhaenyra frowned slightly, displeased by her words. After all, they had been inseparable friends in their youth, sharing everything. Following the tragic death of her mother during childbirth, Alicent had swiftly married her father. Now, communicating with oneself in a tone reserved for children is truly repugnant. Rhaenyra, with a solemn expression, took Rhaegar by the hand and disembarked from the carriage. In stark contrast to the cheers that greeted the king, the reception for Rhaenyra, the heir apparent, was evidently far less enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Alicent, accompanied by 3 princes and a princess, graciously accepted the greetings from several noble women. More foolishly, a misguided individual boldly proclaimed "Long live Prince Aegon," inciting a throng to follow suit and cheer for him, thereby overshadowing the rightful heir, Rhaenyra, and the king's firstborn. Rhaenyra struggled to maintain her smile, feigning indifference as she trailed behind Viserys. Rhaegar, with a wavering hand, offered her a sweet smile, though his pale complexion and dark circles rendered it less charming. "I am fine, Rhaegar," Rhaenyra's voice betrayed her melancholy. "I know, Targaryens never concede defeat," Rhaegar softly echoed, his gaze turning towards the direction from whence the inappropriate remarks had originated. Within a heartbeat, he identified the source, a golden-haired, big-nosed fool standing beside an elderly noblewoman, seemingly a seasoned knight. "Big-nosed simpleton, I shall remember you," Rhaegar noted, committing the visage to memory, not for any other reason than the sheer annoyance of his appearance. After an exuberant welcome, the festivities commenced at the camp. Tables laden with an array of wines, fruits, and pastries awaited the nobles and their families who partook in the hunt. Viserys entered the main tent, taking his seat upon the throne, receiving the salutations of his ministers. Rhaenyra and Rhaegar followed suit. A cluster of noble women gathered, discussing the rumors surrounding the stepstones, one of which suggested that a noble lady had been abducted by pirates who fed her crabs. As Rhaenyra approached, she was halted by a lavishly dressed, white-haired matron who sought her opinion. With someone engaging her, Rhaenyra smiled, and moved closer, only to discover that the woman bore ill intent. Within moments, she seized upon the point of Demon's unauthorized war, questioning Rhaegar's right to usurp the position of heir from Daemon. Lady Jaela, Daemon brought this upon himself. The princess is far more suited to the role of heir, Alicent interjected, seating herself beside the elderly woman to defend Rhaegar. The current king is Viserys, her husband. Whether the heir is entrusted to Rhaegar or her children, it is a familial matter. Daemon has long been disqualified from the line of succession. Alicent would not permit the unfounded rumors of Daemon's usurpation of the heirship to circulate. Lady Jaela, momentarily silenced, redirected her attack towards Daemon's war. For this unnecessary conflict, your uncle has plunged the kingdom into chaos, dispatching fleets and soldiers to thoroughly eradicate the Triarchy. This endeavor demands countless resources and the sacrifice of many soldiers' lives. Chapter 7. Larys the Crooked. The kingdom had yet to engage in war. As my father remained in deliberation, Rhaegar had lost her smile, countering the harsh reproaches of the elder woman. Another matron interjected, asserting that despite the king's denial, the war had indeed commenced, instigated by your uncle and the sea snake. How have you served the realm of late, Lady Redwine? Rhaegar, utterly devoid of patience, cast a disdainful glance at the pug nestled in the woman's arms, retorting, by consuming biscuits, perhaps? The blatant mockery hung in the air, rendering the atmosphere abruptly silent. Suddenly, an uncontrollable laugh erupted, piercing the quietude with jarring intensity. Lady Redwine's countenance darkened as she directed her gaze towards the silver-haired boy struggling to suppress his mirth. And in a hushed tone, she queried, Your Highness, is this the prince in question? Rhaegar, disinterested, turned on her heel and departed, leaving the elder woman with a cool silhouette. Regaining composure, Rhaegar stepped forward, unable to stifle his amusement, and graciously introduced himself. I am Rhaegar Targaryen. Viserys I is my father, and I am his eldest son. He then turned his attention to Lady Redwine, inquiring, Forgive my frail constitution that kept me from public view in my youth. Might this lady of biscuits recall my name? Another stifled laugh echoed through the group. Rhaegar then noticed a slender man with curly brown hair seated oddly among the women, clutching a cane. As he observed the peculiar footwear of the man, he discerned a deformity, a disability that rendered one foot misshapen. Aware of Rhaegar's gaze, the man inclined his head politely, introducing himself. Larys Strong, at your service, your highness. Rhaegar returned the courtesy, intrigued. And what is your relation to Lord Lionel? He is my father. I am his youngest son, Larys replied, retracting his deformed foot as he answered the prince's inquiry. Your father is well regarded as an honorable man. After exchanging pleasantries, Rhaegar shifted his focus back to Lady Redwine. The realm of the three daughters has invaded our territories, pillaged passing vessels, and enslaved those loyal to my father. My uncle Daemon has indeed taken up arms, but he does so to safeguard his brother's kingdom, fulfilling the responsibilities of a Targaryen prince. Rhaegar paused briefly, surveying Lady Gillian, the initial speaker, and declared with righteous conviction, We have not instigated this war. Rather, it is the three daughters who have overstepped their bounds, challenging the authority of Targaryen rule. I believe it will not be long before my father makes a resolute decision, enduring the scrutiny of war, and dispatches forces to vanquish those foreign invaders who dare to besiege us. Moreover, the kingdom's governance is diligently managed by the king and his council, rendering any concerns from this biscuit-loving woman unnecessary. As Rhaegar concluded his impassioned address, he reiterated the presence of Lady Redwine, further entrenching her association with biscuits. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the noble women surrounding Rhaegar shifted dramatically, as though they had been soundly slapped in public. Alicent gazed at him in astonishment, as if encountering him for the first time. No one could have anticipated that a mere 6-year-old child could articulate such profound sentiments, particularly Lady Redwine, who felt an acute sense of humiliation, yet found herself at a loss for a defense. Alicent, you ought to discipline the king's children properly, she declared, casting aside her lapdog and storming off, her skirts dusted with crumbs, muttering curses under her breath. It seems my words were too juvenile to resonate with you all. Rhaegar maintained a smile, gently caressing his slightly heaving chest before bowing and taking his leave. He had no time to engage with a gaggle of narrow-minded gossips. He needed to seek out his sister. The insecure adolescent girl was prone to melancholy and required his comfort. Not long after exiting the tent, he heard an incongruous sound of footsteps behind him. Turning, he beheld Ser Harwin leaning on his cane. Ser Harwin, do you also find the noble women's gossip tiresome? Rhaegar inquired. Perplexed, Harwin replied subtly, No, I relish gathering all kinds of tidings. What tidings? Rhaegar questioned, intrigued. Harwin bent down to lower his gaze to Rhaegar's level, wearing a somewhat ingratiating smile. I specifically came to see you, Your Highness. Rhaegar nodded, indicating for him to continue. Harwin spoke. I have heard that the king's eldest son, that is to say, you, has been sequestered in the palace due to health concerns. Indeed, my mother endured a difficult labor, and until the age of 6, I was at constant risk of untimely death, Rhaegar replied candidly, curious about Harwin's intentions. Thank the 7. Even though you are frail, your remarkable intellect remains undiminished. Truly a blessing for the realm, Harwin exaggeratedly praised. Rhaegar's patience waned, and he replied coolly, in the absence of frolicking and play, I have simply immersed myself in literature. Oh, what genres do you enjoy, Your Highness? Harwin inquired. I favor historical texts. Studying history imparts wisdom and allows one to learn from the experiences of our forebears. Rhaegar, having lost interest in the conversation, curtly remarked, history serves to awaken future generations, to safeguard their honor, and to steer clear of those with nefarious intentions. Before turning to leave, Harwin, leaning on his cane, watched Rhaegar's retreating figure with a faint smile, his gaze imbued with meaning. An intriguing young prince, with waves of challenges yet to come, still far from reaching the shore. Without bidding farewell to the dubious figures, Rhaegar continued his search for his sister. After searching for quite some time, he found no trace of her, leading him to wonder if the weight of her troubles had driven Rhaenyra to a secluded corner to shed tears alone. Your Highness, a steady voice called out to him as he navigated between the bonfire and the fruit platters. Rhaegar looked around to see a knight clad in silver armor, draped in a white cloak. Beneath the helm, a long braid hung down, framed by thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes, accompanied by a bushy beard. The visage of the white knight was familiar to him, and on occasion, he could behold 2 faces at once. Among the king's sworn protectors, there existed a pair of twin brothers, Sir Alec Cagle, the elder, and his younger sibling, Alec Cagle. Both brothers were exceptionally skilled and possessed a strong sense of justice, which led to their joint selection as members of the royal guard. Sir Alec, do you seek my counsel? Rhaegar inquired, holding a bunch of red grapes, curiosity evident in his gaze. Upon being addressed by name, Alec paused, momentarily taken aback, as it was rare for anyone to distinguish between him and his brother Alec. Given their striking resemblance, it was not uncommon for individuals to mistake one for the other. Alec stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The king is in search of you. Very well, lead the way, Rhaegar replied amiably. Alec hesitated briefly before cautioning, Your Highness, the king has just had a quarrel with the princess and is not in the best of spirits. A quarrel? What was the cause? Rhaegar inquired, dismissing thoughts of Rhaenyra's return to the tent and his own circling concerns. Alec was reticent to speak further on the matter of the royal family, stating, I would not dare to comment on the princess's marriage affairs. Yet, he did mention a certain individual, Jason Lannister, the Duke of the Westerlands and the Lord of Casterly Rock, known by an array of dubious titles. Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback, but with Alec's prompt, he grasped the situation. This man was the elder brother of Tywin Lannister, the current head of House Lannister. The quarrel had arisen from Jason Lannister's audacious courtship of Rhaenyra, marked by an arrogant demeanor and unabashed avarice for beauty and power. Rhaenyra, unimpressed by such a peacock, had firmly rebuffed his advances. Upon returning to the tent, she had protested against Viserys' interference in her matrimonial affairs. Thus ensued a scene of familial discord, culminating in Viserys' fury and Rhaenyra's sorrowful tears. Chapter 8. The White Stag. What is my sister's condition now? Rhaegar sighed, a tinge of worry for Rhaenyra evident in his voice. Alec did not conceal the truth. The princess left the tent before I could reach her. The guards reported that she has entered the royal stables. Alone? Sir Criston Cole is in hot pursuit behind her. Rhaegar nodded, then abruptly inquired, Sir Alec, what were the exact words with which my father sent you to find me? Alec, puzzled, replied honestly, His Majesty instructed me to bring the prince back for your safety. Excellent. A smile graced Rhaegar's lips. Then I shall require your protection henceforth. Under Alec's bemused gaze, Rhaegar hastened toward the nearest horse tethering post, crouching to slip inside. Prince, I do not comprehend your intent. Alec followed closely, still in confusion. Rhaegar selected a tall, majestic black horse and inquired, What do you think of this steed? It appears quite robust. Your Highness, do not tell me you intend to venture into the Imperial Forest? Alec, ever astute, quickly grasped the situation and sought to dissuade him. Rhaegar caressed the horse's foreleg and replied earnestly, No, we shall go to the Imperial Forest together. The king would never permit you to gallivant about. With a white knight in attendance, it hardly qualifies as gallivanting. Rhaegar, unyielding, did not afford Alec the opportunity to refuse. He gently tugged at a tuft of the horse's mane and softly stated, Sir, I believe you would not wish for me to come to harm, would you? As he spoke, his small hand gradually applied pressure. The black horse, sensing discomfort, began to fidget and whinny. Rhaegar stood steadfastly by the horse's leg, gazing intently at Illic. What shall your choice be, sir? Illic, struggling to accept the threat posed by Prince Rhaegar, mourned for the king in that moment. With such unruly offspring, his heart must surely be in turmoil. Simultaneously, he lamented for himself, for he understood that one who wished to inflict harm upon themselves was beyond his control. Illic swallowed hard and bowed his head. I shall take you to find the princess, but you must heed my commands throughout the journey. No problem, sir. Rhaegar's pale visage broke into a faint smile as he released his grip and opened his arms. Illic stepped forward, lifting Rhaegar's slender frame and placing him upon the horse's back. He untied the reins and led the horse out of the enclosure. The White Knight mounted, cradling the young prince with one arm while grasping the reins with the other. He pressed his legs against the horse's sides, issuing a command, "Giddy up." Before long, the black horse galloped out of the camp along the path to the imperial forest. Sir, do you know where my sister has gone? Rhaegar inquired, his tousled hair dancing in the breeze. Illic's expression turned grave as he responded, Khal is a cunning fellow. He has left markers along the way. At this, Rhaegar felt a sense of relief. None who qualified as the Iron Guards of the imperial forest were simpletons. Leaving traces was a task easily accomplished. Time passed swiftly. When they departed the camp, the sun hung high in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, dusk approached, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Illic led the black horse slowly along the densely wooded path of the imperial forest. Sir, I have reason to doubt my luck. I am certainly ill-suited for this search. Reclining on the horse's back, Rhaegar's lips were pale, a light sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, and his voice was weak. Illic sighed, perhaps so. Khal's markers may have vanished midway, leaving us like headless flies. It must surely be Rhaenyra's doing. She does not wish to be found. Rhaegar shook his head with a wry smile. Illic remained silent, straining to discern their surroundings and seek a route back to the camp. The imperial forest was vast, and under Rhaegar's erratic guidance, they had ventured too far. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from behind them, the subtle crunch of grass underfoot. Illic, a member of the kingdom's elite guard, instantly sensed something amiss and cast a vigilant glance around. Rhaegar, inherently frail, was now utterly exhausted and oblivious to the unfolding events. Illic slowly backed away, leading his horse, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and murmured, Your Highness, something approaches from that direction, and it is quite large. Is there danger? Rhaegar immediately adjusted his posture. I cannot say. It depends on the temperament of the newcomer. Is it a poacher or a wild boar? Rhaegar whispered. Should we mount our horses and flee to avoid conflict? Illic's voice brimmed with pride as he replied, Fear not, Your Highness, I shall shield you. As they spoke, the cacophony drew ever closer. An immense, snow-white stag emerged from the thicket, standing before them. A white stag, Rhaegar exclaimed in astonishment, captivated by the creature's graceful gait. His fondness for history had imparted knowledge about many customs and traditions. Before the Conqueror Aegon unified the continent of Westeros, during the era devoid of dragons, monarchs regarded the white stag as an omen of good fortune and a symbol of sovereignty. Over a century had passed since these magnificent creatures vanished from the eyes of men, and he had not anticipated encountering one in the royal woods. Illic, now is not the time for curiosity. The stag is colossal, and its charge would be formidable. Illic's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on the white stag, his sword slightly unsheathed. Hearing his words, Rhaegar finally took note of the stag's size, excluding its enormous antlers. The white stag stood an impressive 2 meters at the shoulder and measured no less than 5 meters in length. Beneath its satin-smooth, white coat lay sinewy muscles, hinting at the tremendous power this auspicious creature could unleash. Could we even prevail? Rhaegar's concern was palpable. Illic replied, in a one-on-one encounter, I possess a 50% chance of success. What if I join you? Rhaegar mused, let us pray it does not choose to attack us. Illic's tone was laced with resignation. Rhaegar, resting his hand on his forehead, felt a sense of helplessness regarding his own frail limbs. Perhaps fortune still favored him. The white stag made no aggressive move, instead calling softly towards them, its amber eyes filled with curiosity and innocence. It seemed devoid of the ferocity typical of wild beasts. Upon realizing this, Rhaegar's racing heart began to steady, a thrill of survival coursing through him. Noticing their stillness, the white stag cautiously approached, its nostrils flaring as it took in their scent. Sir, lower me down, Rhaegar implored. The more he gazed into the stag's eyes, the more he sensed its uniqueness, urging Illic for assistance. My prince, it is perilous. The white stag is an omen. I believe it is not a beast of prey. Interrupting Illic's caution, Rhaegar beamed at the white stag and beckoned. Come here, my friend. The stag bent slightly, adopting a defensive posture, curiously assessing the human child atop the horse. Quickly, lower me down, sir. Be cautious, this is no jest. With Rhaegar's repeated urgings, Alec reluctantly dismounted him, his expression one of exasperation. Upon landing, Rhaegar unfastened the small pouch at his waist and retrieved several preserved red grapes, softly calling out, My friend, would you care to taste? Upon seeing the crimson fruit in the hands of the human child, the white deer's eyes sparkled with intrigue, compelling it to inch forward. As the two approached within 3 meters, Alec, sharp-eyed as an eagle, slowly drew his sword. Rhaegar immediately interjected, Sheath your weapon, do not frighten my friend. Prince, this is an order, sir. In the watchful gaze of the white deer, Alec reluctantly returned his sword to its sheath, closely following Rhaegar. Should danger arise, he would be the first to shield him. Chapter 9. The astonishment brought to the White Knight. Fortunately, calamity did not ensue. The white deer drew nearer, while Rhaegar's hands trembled slightly, cautiously advancing with his hands raised above his head. Under the setting sun, the shadows of man and deer intertwined. The white deer halted before Rhaegar, lowering its head to gently sniff the red grapes cradled in his small hands, extending its tongue to curl around one and savor it. The sweet, succulent flesh burst within its mouth, flooding it with a refreshing experience. One grape consumed, it quickly devoured the remainder. Rhaegar, exhilarated, observed the white deer. Noticing that his pallor was gradually turning ashen, a sheen of cold sweat soaking through his delicate garments. Good fellow, having consumed my provisions, may I now have the pleasure of touching you? He gasped, his breaths coming in heavy sighs, extending his small hand towards the clear-eyed creature. He gently stroked the long, silky fur along its neck. The white deer did not shy away, allowing the human child to caress it, nudging at his pouch with its muzzle. Rhaegar beamed with delight. You little glutton, have you caught the scent of my remaining provisions? With one arm draped around the white deer's neck, he pressed his cheek against its pristine coat, nuzzling softly. With his other hand, he unfastened the small pouch and poured its scant contents onto the ground. A handful of red grapes, a slice of apple, and half an orange. The white deer accepted the offerings without hesitation, lowering its head to feast eagerly. Witnessing this scene, Alec was filled with astonishment, his lips moving silently. Prince. Rhaegar turned to see Alec's bewildered expression, a faint blush gracing his pale cheeks as he shyly replied, It is merely fruit that I couldn't finish. Discarding it would be wasteful. No, I do not refer to that. I mean, at that moment, the term indescribable perfectly encapsulated Alec's sentiment. Even in the face of an assassin's ambush, he would remain unblinking, yet now he was profoundly shaken. A white deer had approached him voluntarily. In all recorded history of the continent of Vislot, nothing so extraordinary had ever occurred. If entrusted to poets and singers, this would become a tale celebrated for generations. Regardless of the thoughts swirling in the White Knight's mind, Rhaegar was lost in the moment. His heartbeat grew heavier, accompanied by a ringing in his ears, leaving him dizzy, with heavy eyelids threatening to close. Jazz. Do not harm my friend, he weakly uttered his final words. Rhaegar loosened his embrace around the neck of the white deer, collapsing weakly to the ground. With a thud, after a day of turmoil, Rhaegar could no longer withstand the surge of emotions and fainted. Prince. Just before losing consciousness, it seemed Rhaegar heard Alec desperately calling out, shaking his body. Discovery of a rare creature, containing trace amounts of magical elements, initiated self-detection. Detection successful, a pure-hearted white deer. Shall exploration commence? Given that the explorer has succumbed to unconsciousness, the system automatically initiates exploration. Please stay tuned. It seemed Rhaegar heard the system's notification sound. Yet he was beyond the realm of thought, completely unaware of his surroundings. Meanwhile, in a clearing within the royal forest, Rhaenyra, having sorrowfully fled the camp, transformed her sadness into tranquility as she sat upon a withered tree. Before her stood a handsome knight clad in silver armor and a white cloak, who deftly set down his long sword and quickly kindled a campfire. Cole, I did not expect your skills to extend beyond combat, Rhaenyra teased, resting her chin on her hands. Cole, with his black curls and a smile upon his face, skillfully prepared a wild rabbit he had hunted, responding, I come from humble beginnings. Before becoming a knight, I had to manage all menial tasks myself. One cannot deny the excellence of Criston Cole. Not only is he a knight of honor, but his appearance is also sufficient to win the hearts of maidens. His gentle words and pure eyes serve as an irresistible charm. Rhaenyra, starved for affection, found herself utterly captivated by him, gazing dreamily at her very own white knight as he diligently prepared their dinner. If Rhaegar were present, He would dare to swear to the 7 gods that even if Cole were to serve a piece of charred meat, Rhaenyra would unthinkingly swallow it whole. Rustling sounds emerged not far from them, causing both to remain vigilant. Cole drew his longsword, ready to confront the unseen enemy. Time ticked away, and from the darkened woods emerged a wild boar, charging frantically. Upon facing the impact of the adult boar, Cole's eyes widened, and he swiftly dodged. As he adjusted his stance, his sword grazed the boar's body, leaving a mark. The boar, with its tough hide and thick flesh, rebounded from its initial failure and charged again, this time targeting the startled Rhaenyra. "Watch out!" Cole shouted loudly, warning Rhaenyra to evade. In the blink of an eye, the boar leaped over the blazing campfire, heading straight for the seemingly more vulnerable girl. The fire scattered as it was struck, burning kindling erupting into the night sky, resembling a fiery display of fireworks. In the midst of the flames, the boar advanced upon the girl, its sharp tusks a mere fist's width from her soft abdomen. The threat of death loomed ever closer. "Don't!" Under the moonlit night, a piercing scream echoed, a voice filled with anguish. Rhaegar abruptly opened his eyes, sitting upright with a face full of terror. "You are awake, my prince." The joyous voice of Illic rang in his ears. Rhaegar instinctively turned his head, his gaze falling upon a crackling campfire. The fire had not been extinguished. With the flames dancing before him, Rhaegar swallowed hard, still feeling parched. Footsteps approached from behind, and upon turning, he saw Illic striding towards him, his face alight with excitement. In his hand, he held a wild chicken ensnared by a grass rope. "My lord, where are we? What of my sister?" Rhaegar asked, momentarily disoriented, his youthful countenance etched with anxiety. Illic discarded his catch and approached the startled young prince. Placing both hands firmly on his shoulders, his expression grave. "Fear not, it was merely a nightmare." "A nightmare?" Rhaegar wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still shaken. Illic gently stroked his back and patiently recounted the events of their day. Gradually, the memories began to resurface for Rhaegar. He let out a heavy sigh, relief washing over him as the fear faded from his visage. It had indeed been a nightmare, though the dream had felt strikingly real. Rhaegar had long grown accustomed to the torment of such visions. "My lord, I was truly frightened by that dream," he admitted, his racing heart now calmed, a faint smile emerging to mask his earlier discomposure. Illic shook his head. "Everyone experiences unpleasant dreams. Simply forget them." Rhaegar murmured his thanks. Then, as if recalling something, glanced around. Not seeing the familiar figure, he inquired, "Where's the white deer? Where has it gone?" Illic replied candidly, "After you fainted, the white deer remained by your side, even bringing you a red fruit. Before I went to check the traps, it had laid you on its belly to rest. It likely sensed your impending awakening and departed on its own." Rhaegar's expression fell. "It left? I wish to take it back to show my father." Illic encouraged him. "The white deer does not belong to the human realm. It hails from the forest and has returned there. You should rejoice for your newfound friend." "Yes, I considered it a friend," Rhaegar whispered, his heart still heavy with longing. Chapter 10. The generous friend and newly acquainted friend had departed without a word, leaving Rhaegar with an indescribable feeling. There had been little time for further conversation. "I had hoped to ride it a few more times," he jested to Illic. "Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again," Illic replied with a light chuckle. Having ensured that the young prince's spirits had lifted, he rose to tend to the carcass of the wild chicken. Watching Illic in his white cloak, Rhaegar pursed his lips and took a hearty drink from the nearby water skin. "Huh, I have returned to life." With his throat moistened, Rhaegar suddenly recalled the system prompt he had heard before losing consciousness. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? With a thought, the system interface materialized before him. Rhaegar Targaryen talent, Dreamer, gold. Longevity, green. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon Lord, 10. Skill, Mastery of Valyrian Tongue Artifact. Bloodfyre connection, 50 fire resistance. Evaluation, Fortunate lad, you have formed a bond with a generous friend. Gazing at a line of small text on the system panel, Rhaegar's eyes widened in disbelief. A new talent, Longevity? He blinked, repeatedly confirming his vision. Indeed, a new talent had emerged. His heart raced as he clutched his chest, overwhelmed with excitement. What does longevity mean? Can I truly live to be 100? Rhaegar was acutely aware of his frail condition. He was not merely battered, but essentially half a wreck. His heart pounded faster, his hands and feet cold. Yet his spirits soared. His weakness stemmed from organ failure, which caused him to wheeze after mere steps and experience insufficient blood flow during moments of agitation. Now, he felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, accompanied only by a mild discomfort. His hands and feet were steady. I can live to be 100. This wretched frailty shall no longer claim my life. After enduring illness for so long, Rhaegar could not contain his exuberance and suddenly burst into laughter. Illic, who had just finished plucking a chicken, was startled by the unexpected outburst. Turning around, he beheld the young prince, sprawled on the ground in unrestrained mirth, arms flailing, scattering dirt in joyous abandon. The elation overwhelmed Rhaegar's youthful spirit, driving him to express his exuberance without restraint. Otherwise, he might have gone mad. To Illic, however, Rhaegar appeared quite the little lunatic. "Seven hells, cease tormenting me." Illic sighed, momentarily forgetting the chicken roasting, as he rushed to check on the young prince. Having just regained consciousness, he hoped Rhaegar had not succumbed to madness. The king would surely pass judgment upon him for sneaking the prince out. If he returned with a deranged young royal, his head would surely be forfeit. "Dear brother, I hope you are not implicated in my fate," Illic silently prayed, wishing that his execution would not extend to his brother, Alec. Yet, it soon became clear that Illic's worries were unfounded. After allowing Rhaegar to revel for several minutes, the young prince exhausted himself and lay still upon the ground, unwilling to move. When asked the reason for his laughter, the only response was, "A cripple freed from his crutch. Surely that is cause for joy." Illic was perplexed, but recognized that the young prince was recovering well. He should not be in danger of fainting or losing his mind. His head was safe. Shaking his head, Illic conceded that he could not comprehend Targaryen reasoning. It was best to focus on preparing the roasted chicken to address the pressing matter of dinner. Meanwhile, Rhaegar lay quietly upon the white robe Illic had spread, lost in reverie, contemplating many thoughts. The generous companion of the system evaluation, Illic, recounted how a white deer fed him a crimson fruit, a testament to the ever-increasing lineage of the Valyria Dragon King. He perused the system panel, which indicated that the white deer was a rare species, meeting the criteria for exploration. While Rhaegar lay unconscious in its embrace, the exploration was automatically completed. That crimson fruit was the reward for the venture. Magical creature, white deer exploration progress, 100 artifact auto pickup, in progress detection successful, classified as an epic artifact, blessing of auspiciousness. Would you like to activate the artifact? Artifact auto activation. Congratulations, the activation of the blessing of auspiciousness was successful. You have obtained longevity level, good, green, effect, a blessing from a mythical beast for a new friend, capable of fulfilling the most sincere wishes. Evaluation. The red grape is too sweet. The slightly tart orange aligns better with my taste. Upon reading the evaluation filled with personal sentiment, Rhaegar smiled genuinely, his disappointment over the white deer's abrupt departure dissipating entirely. "Thank you, dear friend." He silently expressed gratitude to the white deer. Simultaneously, he uncovered a blind spot. The blessing from the mythical beast was classified as epic, yet the longevity received was merely of good caliber, compared to the legendary quality of Blackfyre, or even the excellent proficiency in Valyria. It seemed lacking. After a moment of contemplation, Rhaegar attributed this to the nature of the blessing. Subconsciously, he yearned for a robust physique. The blessing catered precisely to this desire, granting him a healthy body and extended life. Gazing at the crescent moon in the night sky, Rhaegar felt an unprecedented lightness, as if the dark circles under his eyes had faded considerably. From this night onward, from this moment forth, I shall no longer be a frail figure. A Rhaegar Targaryen free from the threat of premature demise shall bring forth a legend that will echo through the ages. With a fist raised above his head, Rhaegar resolved silently. Let the world know his name. Nearby, Elise, busy cooking, sniffed the golden-brown roasted chicken, her brow furrowing in confusion. It's not burnt. The following day, early in the morning, a groggy Rhaegar found himself hoisted onto a horse, mumbling about dragon flames. As they traversed the path back to the camp, Illic smirked, no doubt a Targaryen child, dreaming of riding dragons. The morning dew gradually evaporated as the sun climbed higher. Around 8 in the morning, Elise, riding a black horse, appeared at the entrance of the camp. "Illic, you're finally back." Before entering the camp, a figure darted from the shadows, excitement lacing their voice. Rhaegar, having already awakened, cast his gaze toward the newcomer, spotting another face akin to Illic's. Without needing to ponder, he recognized this as Illic's twin brother, Alec Kegel. Illic's expression was one of urgency as he seized the reins and, without awaiting his brother's response, demanded, "Where were you yesterday?" Faced with his brother's indignation, Illic dismounted while cradling Rhaegar, replying with resignation, "What do you think?" Illic's anger intensified. "The king commanded you to escort Prince Rhaegar for an audience, yet you sneaked him out of the camp. This alone is sufficient for the king to order your execution." Illic's gaze was fraught with complexity. His lips moved, yet ultimately, he exhaled a sigh. The events of the previous day had been too bizarre for him to fully comprehend. let alone disclose to his obstinate brother. Sensing his unease, Rhaegar interjected, Sir Alec, it was I who requested your brother to take me out of the camp. Not his own volition. Alec looked down at Rhaegar, who was shorter than his own legs, and replied, Your Highness, it is not my intention to cast blame. The king awaited both you and the princess for quite some time yesterday, and was exceedingly furious. Do you understand my meaning? Perceiving the underlying significance in Alec's words, Rhaegar earnestly responded, Rest assured, I comprehend your concerns for my brother's state of mind. I shall do my utmost to defend Sir Alec. The matter arose due to my actions, and I shall bear the consequences. Chapter 11. The first confrontation with the king. Thank you, Your Highness. With the young prince's assurance, Alec expressed his sincere gratitude and led the two back into the camp. The absence of his children throughout the night filled Viserys with both anger and disappointment, not only towards them, but also towards himself. As a king, the insubordination of his subjects reflected his own inadequacy. As a father, his failure to properly discipline his children underscored his helplessness. After a night of counsel from Queen Alicent, Viserys, unusually open about his feelings, resolved to take action. Upon entering the royal tent, Rhaegar immediately spotted Viserys seated at the head of the table. A glance around revealed that none of the noblemen who had celebrated the previous day were present, not even the trusted advisors. Father, I have returned. Rhaegar greeted his visibly displeased father. Viserys ignored him, his cold gaze fixating on the accompanying Alec. White Knight, tell your king what crime it is to lead the prince outside the camp without permission. Alec knelt, his heart racing with unease. Your Majesty, it would be treason. Very well, you remember the laws of the realm. I thought you had long since disregarded them. Viserys' anger twisted into a bitter smile. Guards, take this traitor away and behead him. His fury was palpable. Demon and the sea snake had conspired against him. The lords did not recognize his chosen heir, and his beloved daughter failed to grasp her father's intentions. Now, even the sworn White Knight dared to defy his wishes by secretly escorting his frail eldest son deep into the woods. What was his aim? What else would he dare to do? If he did not impose a severe punishment, would not the lords and nobles follow suit, undermining the king's authority? As Viserys issued his command, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the tent. Alec closed his eyes in resignation, aware that the guards at the entrance were coming to pass judgment upon him. Alec, who stood beside the king, visibly shifted in demeanor and discreetly signaled to Rhaegar. Despite the dishonor it would bring to his white robe, the young prince was indeed his brother's only lifeline at this moment. Rhaegar had not betrayed his promise. As soon as Viserys issued his command, he immediately positioned himself in front of Alec, feigning confusion. Father, why must Sir Alec be punished? There must be some misunderstanding. Viserys cast him a disapproving glare, reprimanding him sharply. Silence. Do not think that by omitting your name, you can distance yourself from this matter. I have already learned the details from the stable boy. Alec's fate rests heavily upon your shoulders. Rhaegar's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated that his little ruse would be so easily uncovered. The guards entered the tent, swiftly stripping Alec of his white robe and disarming him. Stop. You cannot treat him this way. Rhaegar interjected, unable to restrain himself, as he spread his arms protectively in front of the kneeling Alec, blocking the guards' attempts to detain him. How audacious. Do you dare defy the king's will? Viserys thundered, ordering the guards to take Rhaegar away. Release me. There is no need to detain me in front of father, Rhaegar protested vehemently, breaking free, while the guards, unwilling to harm the royal heir, could only hold down the unresisting Alec. Prince, please do not further provoke the king, Alec advised in a low voice, keenly aware that the situation was escalating. He did not wish to incite the king's wrath for his own sake. He was not naive enough to expect that a young prince would come to his rescue. On his way back, he had foreseen this outcome. I have stated before that I shall bear all consequences. The Targaryens are as good as their word. Rhaegar forcefully pushed past the obstructing guards, advancing swiftly to confront his father, whose face was a mask of fury. Father, I have recovered from my illness, and Sir Alec is to thank for it. Viserys scoffed derisively. I know Alec to be a knight, but I was unaware that he was also a healer. Trust me. There is a white stag in the royal forest that gifted me a fruit imbued with blessings, restoring my health, Rhaegar declared, the tension reaching its zenith as he unveiled a significant revelation in an attempt to sway Alec's fate. Upon hearing of the white stag, a flicker of doubt crossed Viserys' eyes. A white stag cured your illness with a single fruit? Just yesterday, Prime Minister Lionel had reported to him the discovery of a white stag in the royal woods. Jaime Lannister had even presented a golden spear, hoping to hunt the white stag with the weapon he had gifted. Indeed, he had entered the royal forest under heavy guard, but had encountered only a common buck. His eldest son had left the camp prior to this, so he would not be aware of the situation. Thus, it was entirely possible that his claims of encountering the white stag were, in fact, true. Rhaegar was unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling through his father's mind. He confidently declared, "Indeed, a snow-white stag. I offered it fruit, and in return, it bestowed upon me a fruit capable of healing my affliction." Finally, he reminded, "We are friends." This prompted a hearty laugh from Viserys, who shook his head in disbelief, finding his eldest son's increasingly absurd tale hard to accept. With resolute determination, Rhaegar asserted, "Sir Illic can attest to my words. You may also summon the accompanying scholars for a diagnosis. I assure you, my health is on the mend." His confident declaration struck a chord with Viserys, who turned his gaze toward the silent Illic, uncertainly asking, "Illic, while you still wear your armor, will you not divulge the truth to your king?" Illic replied, "Every word of the prince is true." Viserys nodded slightly, bowing his head into contemplative silence. No one could discern his thoughts at that moment. The tent descended into a brief stillness, the breaths of those present audible in the quiet. After a while, Viserys looked at Alec and inquired, "Do you believe Rhaegar's claims align with your brother's words?" Alec responded without hesitation, "I trust my brother as you trust your own children." "Your Majesty." Viserys chose not to elaborate further and commanded, "Summon the accompanying scholars, along with the physicians brought by the other nobles and knights, without exception." "As you wish." Alec's voice resonated as he swept aside the tent flap and exited briskly. This unexpected turn of events alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. The guards exchanged glances, instinctively aligning themselves on either side. Rhaegar turned to Viserys and asked, "Father, do you believe me?" Viserys replied, "If it can restore your health, I sincerely hope your words ring true." Until a resolution was reached, Viserys maintained a composed demeanor, scrutinizing his young eldest son. In truth, he was beginning to entertain a flicker of belief in Rhaegar's assertions. 2 months prior, after a routine examination, the Grand Maester had informed him that the prince's heart was gravely failing, and if it continued to deteriorate, it was unlikely he would survive past the age of 10. He inquired about potential remedies, but was met with the unfortunate truth. Organ failure was an incurable affliction in this era. Not only was healing impossible, but even alleviation was beyond reach. He had initially assumed his eldest son would not live long, thus purposefully avoiding encounters with him. As the father of this child, even as a king, he lacked the courage to face the reality. However, just moments ago, Rhaegar's spirited defense had astonished him. Though his familiar young visage remained pale, his voice was full of vigor. The aura he exuded and the conviction in his words were testament to his noble Balerion heritage. Chapter 12. A Song of Ice and Fire. Eager to save his brother, Alec did not keep the king waiting for long. Within mere minutes, he returned with a considerable entourage to the main tent. Viserys spoke words of reassurance to the anxious scholars and physicians, instructing them to examine Rhaegar from head to toe. Not a single hair is to be overlooked during this thorough physical examination. The scholars familiar with Rhaegar are no strangers to this process. Some among them occasionally assist the Grand Maester in examining the frail prince's health. Equipped with the necessary instruments, the scholars take the lead in commencing their task. The examination is straightforward, yet rudimentary. Initially, bloodletting is performed to observe the color and viscosity of the blood. They even employ a leech to taste the blood for any toxins. The remaining procedures are executed with various peculiar methods. Strong hands knead the body, scrutinizing the skin, teeth, and hair roots. There is nothing that this group of medical practitioners cannot accomplish. One particularly gaunt old man even suggested removing Rhaegar's trousers to inspect his anus. As a father, Viserys tacitly endorsed this behavior. Rhaegar, filled with horror, regretted his reckless decision to allow such an examination. Fortunately, in response to Rhaegar's vehement resistance, Ellyric intervened, delivering a punch that shattered the old man's nose, pleading with the king to spare the prince's dignity. "Even if I were to be hanged, the prince should not be subjected to such humiliation." Rhaegar was nearly paralyzed with fear, trembling behind Ellyric. Viserys refrained from reprimanding Ellyric for taking matters into his own hands. Gesturing for the less competent healers to withdraw, he retained only a few capable scholars to provide a unified report on Rhaegar's condition. The royal physician spoke first, expressing unabashed astonishment. "Your Majesty, the prince's health has indeed improved significantly. The vitality of his blood far exceeds the norm." The other scholars echoed this sentiment. The prince, who had been suffering from respiratory difficulties, displayed exemplary results during the deep breathing test, with no abnormal sounds detected in his lungs. The color of his urine was normal, a pale yellow and clear, with only a slight odor, indicating rapid recovery of his kidneys. This favorable report left Viserys momentarily stunned. He commanded the guards to escort the scholars away, bestowing upon them gold coins as rewards. In an instant, Only Viserys and his sons remained with the Cargill brothers. Rhaegar spoke first. As the scholars have stated, my illness has been cured, thanks to Sir Illyric's assistance. He has aided you, so I shall show leniency, Viserys replied. Genuinely delighted for his eldest son, reflecting, I am overjoyed that you have regained your health. When you meet your mother in the heavens, I shall have no words of silence for her. Father, I cannot speak on behalf of mother to offer you any comforting words. I only hope you can look forward. Mentioning the mother who perished during childbirth stirred discomfort within Rhaegar. Gossip and slander are akin to the cold winds of midwinter. They not only wound like knives, but also infiltrate seamlessly. They always find their way into the ears of those they target. Viserys harbored guilt for having compelled his wife to bear children for so many years, ultimately resulting in her demise. As a newborn delivered through such a harrowing experience, how could Rhaegar not be a contributing factor to his mother's death? Even as a child, he concealed a sense of guilt within himself upon hearing those embellished rumors. Seeing the despondent expression on his eldest son's face, Viserys felt a pang of sorrow, realizing he had inadvertently stirred his melancholy. Alec, I wish to have a private conversation with my son. Please take your brother and step outside, ensuring no one approaches the tent. Viserys commanded the Cargill brothers to leave. Rest assured, Alec replied solemnly, pulling his brother to guard the entrance of the tent. With the absence of prying eyes, Viserys rose and approached Rhaegar, gently caressing the top of his head. Were you frightened just now? He inquired. Rhaegar looked bewildered. Viserys smirked. That old man, Maester Boros, who threatened to strip you of your trousers. Rhaegar's face turned pale. I shall remember that name. Ah, a ruler must possess a broad heart, especially towards those who administer remedies on your behalf, Viserys imparted, half seriously, half teasingly. That is merely the intrigue of adults. I simply wish to crush his head, Rhaegar retorted, dismissing notions of magnanimity. It is not yet the king's turn to be restrained and undressed. As for the tale of the white stag, could it truly be that you regained your health due to a miraculous fruit? The conversation shifted as Viserys recalled the fruit mentioned by his eldest. He had been wounded by the Iron Throne, and no method had healed the wound. For nearly a decade, he had borne many scars, some festering and rotting. The pain incessantly gnawed at his nerves. If the white stag indeed bore such a wondrous fruit, perhaps it could cure his ailments. Rhaegar understood his father's inquiry well. I did not speak falsely. The white stag willingly approached me, offering the fruit that restored my health. Viserys' expression brightened. Can you still find the white stag? Rhaegar replied bluntly, that miraculous fruit is extraordinary. It is unlikely to be found again. Even if one encounters the stag, it would be of no use. How can we know without attempting? Viserys refused to relinquish hope for healing. Rhaegar, unwilling to betray a friend, asserted, the white stag is an omen of good fortune. Those who befriend it will receive blessings. Conversely, those who dare to harm it will suffer a curse. Viserys scrutinized Rhaegar, attempting to glean insight from his demeanor. Rhaegar's expression remained composed, maintaining a tranquil gaze. After a lengthy silence, Viserys conceded. Sighing, he remarked, you are correct. I hunted the white stag yesterday and saw not even a trace. Rhaegar was taken aback, surprised by this revelation. Viserys stroked his head. You are indeed fortunate to have gained the friendship of the white stag. Rhaegar remained silent, at a loss for words. The white stag was his friend, and he could not betray it. Furthermore, the fruit was a reward bestowed by the explorer, not the stag's possession. Even if he assisted his father in capturing the white stag, there would be no second fruit to heal him. Viserys' eyes glimmered with gratitude. Yet another thought lingered in his heart. The white stag symbolizes sovereignty, yet as the king, he is destined to remain unseen. For Rhaegar to encounter it is not merely a stroke of luck. Although a torrent of words swells within him, Viserys reminds himself that it is a rare blessing for his son to experience such an extraordinary event. Contemplating this, a thought ignites within Viserys. He takes Rhaegar's hand and leads him to the fire pit within the tent. In Rhaegar's puzzled gaze, he draws forth the dragonbone dagger from his waist and places its blade into the flames. Once the Balerion steel blade glows a fiery red, he grasps the dragonbone hilt and retrieves it, presenting it before Rhaegar. Observe closely, what do you see? Viserys encourages him, gazing at the crimson dagger. Rhaegar perceives numerous minute inscriptions emerging under the searing flames. Is it ancient Balerion? Proficient in the language, he swiftly discerns their meaning. Aware that he has yet to learn ancient Balerion, Rhaegar hesitates to reveal too much. Stumbling over the words, he reads aloud, the prophecy of bloodlines, the song of ice and fire. Subsequently, Rhaegar feigns a loss for words, helplessly looking to Viserys. To Viserys' surprise, he is delighted that Rhaegar can recognize parts of the ancient Balerion. It seems the information he received was accurate. Rhaegar is indeed a child fond of reading. Chapter 13. The ambiguous answer. This refers to the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire. Viserys patiently explains that before Aegon's death, the last fire mage of Valyria concealed his song within the dagger. To be aware of this is both a responsibility and a heavy burden, far more significant than the throne or kingship. As he speaks, he observes Rhaegar's every move. In the vibrant glow of the fire, the shadows of father and son stretch and magnify. As the wind stirs the flames, they twist and contort. Rhaegar blinks, feeling bewildered. The Song of Ice and Fire? I thought it was mere superstition fabricated in books. He is indeed familiar with the Song of Ice and Fire. Previously, while exploring the Dragonbone dagger, the system notification had mentioned that the dagger contained the tale of ice and fire, and the relic discovered was referred to as the Warning of the Ancients. In retrospect, it carries profound significance. Viserys solemnly states, "The prophecy is real. I hope you will keep it in your heart, ever vigilant against the unknown darkness and the coming winter." "I will, Father," Rhaegar replies, sensing the gravity of the matter despite his confusion. Viserys paces around the fire pit, hesitating. "I once posed a question to Rhaenyra. Do you wish to know what it was?" "What was it?" Rhaegar instinctively inquires, unable to grasp the depth of his father's words. "It was about dragons. Regarding our perceptions of them." At this juncture, Viserys sees no reason to halt. He continues, "Dragons have accompanied the Targaryen family since ancient Valyria, magnificent yet flawed. What are your thoughts on this?" Rhaegar shook his head. "My dragon egg has yet to hatch, and my sister refuses to allow me to ride a dragon. The closest I have come to one is the skull of Balerion. As a Targaryen, he possesses his own dragon egg, one that belongs to a colossal dragon known as Dreamfire. Rhaenyra personally selected it from the dragon's lair before its birth. Years have passed, and that egg has shown no signs of hatching." Viserys, however, remains unconcerned, emphasizing that it is of no matter, as long as you can articulate your thoughts on dragons. Observing his father's serious demeanor, Rhaegar understood the significance of this moment. He recalled the enormous skull of Balerion, even in its loss of scales and flesh. The oppressive presence of the skull was still formidable, and there was his dragon egg, placed in a specially designed furnace, impervious to high temperatures and of steadfast texture, unlike any bird or chicken egg he had ever seen. Then there was Rhaenyra. By the age of 7, she could soar upon a dragon's back, becoming a dragon rider. Each time he encountered her and shared a moment of intimacy, Rhaegar could detect a faint scent of sulfur. He knew it to be the essence of dragons. After a brief contemplation, Rhaegar gathered his thoughts and replied, "Dragons are the most formidable, controllable weapons in the current world. Even the Conqueror Aegon, despite his astonishing wisdom and courage, unified the 7 kingdoms from the back of a dragon. Dragons are perilous. Yet only by mastering them can a Targaryen rise above the common man. Otherwise, one is destined to fall from the Iron Throne." This was his heartfelt conviction, as well as the most objective view he could express at present. Viserys listened intently, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features, before inquiring again, "If one day you were to command a mighty dragon in the face of insurrection from the disrespectful, how would you respond?" "Burn them alive," Rhaegar replied without a moment's hesitation. "You mentioned that dragons are dangerous?" Viserys furrowed his brow. Rhaegar saw no contradiction. Without dragons, the Targaryen majesty could not intimidate the treacherous. When necessary, Dragonfire would obliterate those who defy, ensuring that Westeros echoed with a single voice. Upon hearing his eldest son's convictions, Viserys fell into silence. Subjectively, Rhaegar was not wrong. The Targaryen family's ascendance to kingship over the 7 kingdoms was undeniably aided by dragons. Yet, the prophecy of ice and fire loomed in his mind, causing him to hesitate in placing excessive reliance upon them. Valyria had succumbed to an apocalyptic catastrophe due to its arrogance in wielding dragons, a greed and desire that could never be satiated. He recalled a few years prior. Just before designating Rhaenyra as his heir, he posed the same question. Rhaenyra's response bore a striking resemblance to Rhaegar's initial answer. Yet she possessed a deeper understanding of the relationship between dragons and the Targaryens. She did not believe that mastery of dragons could secure everything. Her temperament mirrored that of her father, Viserys, both disliking warfare and holding themselves to a strict standard. In contrast, Rhaegar's response echoed that of another individual entirely. Daemon Targaryen, his younger brother. To be frank, there was a time when he contemplated naming Daemon as his heir, disregarding the treachery and disloyalty Daemon had exhibited towards him. Daemon's perspective on dragons is exceedingly radical. They are the sword in his hand. With such a formidable weapon at his disposal, the inclination to unleash violence is inevitable. Sooner or later, the insatiable desire will compel him to instigate war. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Viserys felt a pang of jealousy. In the face of Rhaegar's bewildered expression, he calmly remarked, "I comprehend your meaning, but do not forget the prophecy of a song of ice and fire. You should retire now." Rhaegar refrained from probing further, displaying understanding as he replied, "Very well, do limit your wine consumption, father." With a benevolent smile, Viserys watched him depart from the tent. The dim firelight rendered their features indistinct. Upon exiting the tent, the midday sun struck Rhaegar's face, causing him to squint painfully. A shadow loomed over him, shielding him from the blinding glare. It was Ser Alice. Rhaegar tilted his head, recognizing the figure blocking the light. Alice held a white cloak over the young prince's head and sincerely expressed, "Thank you for advocating on behalf of my brother, your highness." Rhaegar gently shook his head. "Do not mention it. I compelled Illic to escort me from the camp. He should not bear the burden of my actions. The king's guard obeys the king's commands. My brother's failure is indeed a grave mistake." Alice, a man of considerable wit, discerned the prince's esteemed position in the king's regard and held him in high respect. "And Illic?" Rhaegar shifted the conversation. Alice responded, "There was commotion at the camp entrance. He went to investigate." "If there is excitement, I shall join you," Rhaegar said, intrigued. While also cautioning, "My father remains inside. Do keep a vigilant eye, Ser duty-bound," Alice saluted. As he distanced himself from the royal tent, Rhaegar did not immediately seek the source of the commotion. Instead, he sauntered to the tables laden with various delicacies and roasted meats, sampling enough to quell his hunger. Having traveled since dawn, he had only sipped a few drops of water, a pitiful plight for a motherless child. Rhaegar, just as he was gathered around a roasting spit, he heard Rhaenys' voice from behind. Turning, he was taken aback. At that moment, Rhaenys was drenched in blood, her silver hair matted dark with dried blood, as if she had just emerged from a brutal skirmish. "Rhaenys, what has happened to you?" Rhaegar exclaimed, abandoning his meal and rushing forward with his short legs. "I sought you out yesterday, but was unable to find you," she replied, tapping his forehead in warning. "You ought to call me sister. Rhaenys is not what you should be addressing me as, and you should not be wandering about aimlessly. What does it matter now with those pretenses? Are you injured? Is it serious?" Rhaegar anxiously examined her wounds. Rhaenys pushed him away, replying flatly, "This is not my blood. I am uninjured." Chapter 14. The bone crusher Harwin Strong, a wild boar, attacked me, and I dispatched it with ease. Rhaenyra affectionately ruffled Rhaegar's hair, her tone tinged with pride. "Wow! The valiant boar huntress," Rhaegar inexplicably exclaimed. Rhaenyra's expression darkened instantaneously. Just as Rhaegar was enduring the wrath of his sister, a voice interrupted their tender moment. "Princess, I have heard that you single-handedly dealt with a wild boar." The voice emerged from the vicinity of the barbecue pit. The siblings turned simultaneously to see a robust man with curly brown hair and a bushy beard. Rhaegar felt a flicker of familiarity in the man's features, though they had never met. Rhaenyra, however, recognized him and smiled politely. It was merely luck, Sir Harwin Strong. Upon hearing the surname Strong, Rhaegar's realization dawned. He understood the source of his familiarity. It was that unsettling Larry Strong. Noticing Rhaegar's expression, Rhaenyra whispered, "He is the eldest son of Prime Minister Lionel, a renowned knight known as the Bone Crusher." "The Bone Crusher? Does he shatter his enemies' bones?" Rhaegar inquired half-jokingly. Harwin, while skinning a pigeon, chuckled and replied, "Indeed. During one battle, I crushed a poor fellow's skull with my warhammer, and those who survived dubbed me the Bone Crusher." "Impressive. It seems you truly are a formidable warrior," Rhaegar responded nonchalantly, the pride evident in Harwin's tone not lost on him. A knight with such an intimidating title indeed has ample reason for pride. Efficiently cleaning the pigeon, Harwin casually took a cloth to wipe his hands and stepped forward with a jovial demeanor. "My roasting skills are quite good. I just saw the prince enjoy quite a bit. Would you care to sample my fare, princess?" Despite his imposing stature, his light-hearted banter and amiable nature made it hard to imagine him smashing skulls on the battlefield. Faced with the handsome knight's invitation, Rhaenyra smiled apologetically and declined. "No. My father is still waiting for me. No one can refuse the king. Not to worry, I will be serving in King's Landing for quite some time. Should you wish to taste my skills, you are always welcome to visit," Harwin responded, skillfully balancing approachability without being overly eager. From him, Rhaegar perceived a certain quality, respect. The slightly older Rhaenyra recognized it as well. Feeling somewhat out of her depth, she clasped her hands behind her back, her smile becoming more genuine. "I will, sir." Harwin smiled and bowed, choosing not to intrude further. This gesture elevated Rhaenyra's fondness for him. Observing his sister's buoyant demeanor, Rhaegar felt bewildered and shrugged. "I'm off to see father. You can wander about." Rhaenyra had to meet Viserys and, with no time for further conversation, hurried away. At this moment, numerous nobles gathered in the camp took notice of the blood-soaked princess. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence, as if a collective understanding compelled them to remain quiet. Rhaenyra, feeling a surge of disdain for their scrutinizing gazes, strode past with a frozen expression, occasionally locking eyes with certain individuals. More often than not, her commanding presence overshadowed those around her, forcing the guilty to lower their heads, too timid to meet her gaze. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Rhaenyra's lips, a silent derision for the cowardly souls. Observing the attention she commanded, Rhaegar pressed his lips together, seemingly grappling with a sense of solitude. The royal hunt concluded, and Viserys promptly boarded the carriage to return to King's Landing with his family. In light of the siblings' reckless departure from the camp, their father imposed separate punishments. Although the princess had reached the age of marriage, she remained unimpressed by the suitors chosen by the king. To this end, Viserys invested significantly in organizing a grand tour across the continent for Rhaenyra. Ostensibly, it was an opportunity for the heir to visit various lords, thereby strengthening their ties and showcasing the majesty of the Targaryen dynasty. In truth, this was indeed the case. Since becoming the heir, Rhaenyra had merely observed the affairs of state without wielding any real power, remaining unfamiliar with the lords who had sworn fealty to her. Viserys aimed to elevate Rhaenyra's presence, fostering acceptance of her as the rightful heir among the vassals. Concurrently, tournaments and feasts would be held in various regions, providing a chance for Rhaenyra to scrutinize potential suitors. In Viserys' view, if Rhaenyra disdained his selections, then she should choose for herself. Countless eligible young men from across the realm would be at her disposal. His concern for his daughter's matrimonial prospects was evidently profound. With the dilemma of his eldest daughter addressed, the situation with his eldest son, Rhaegar, became more manageable. Under the pretense of recuperation, Viserys ordered Rhaegar to remain confined within the Red Keep, forbidding him from crossing its threshold. To ensure compliance, he dispatched several scholars to routinely assess his health, confirming whether his frail condition had fully recuperated. Naturally, Rhaegar was discontent with this restriction of personal freedom. After a vigorous debate, Viserys determined that his eldest son had reached an age of enlightenment and assigned 2 elder scholars to instruct him in reading and writing. This was an arduous endeavor. Each day, he was forcibly awakened at 6 o'clock to endure 8 consecutive hours of academic lessons, followed by the torment of homework assessments the next day. Rhaegar felt utterly overwhelmed. Viserys showed no regard for him as a child recovering from illness, adhering instead to a philosophy of relentless study. Under such an aggressive educational regimen, Rhaegar's previously pallid complexion began to improve. However, his dark circles under his eyes grew increasingly pronounced, even worse than before. Cursed scholars, cursed old town of Old Town. One day I shall reclaim what I have lost. Faced with the stern tutelage of 2 elderly scholars, Rhaegar practiced his calligraphy while secretly resolving to endure. He had inquired of Viserys when he might regain his freedom, only to receive the answer, "You shall leave the Red Keep when your sister returns to King's Landing." Thus, Rhaegar's longing for Rhaenyra grew profoundly intense. How he yearned for his sister. Come back soon. Time swiftly passed, and half a year elapsed. King's Landing welcomed the deep autumn, with leaves turning a golden hue. As a coastal city, the climate remained relatively stable, though the farmers worked relentlessly in the fields. Within the confines of the Red Keep, Rhaegar received splendid news. The sister he had longed for was returning. Rhaenyra had cut her travels short and was sailing back from the Stormlands, and it would not be long before she reached King's Landing. Regardless of others' opinions, Rhaegar was filled with immense joy. Each day, upon the conclusion of his lessons, he perched by the stained glass window of the attic, gazing out at the sea, eagerly anticipating the sight of Rhaenyra's ship returning. How wonderful it was! His sister was finally coming home, and his days of suffering were nearing an end. Rhaegar felt a tinge of sorrow for the experiences he had endured over the past 6 months. He loved to read, but that was merely a pastime forced upon him by his frail condition, a way to pass the time when no other activities were feasible. It was not a matter of studying behind closed doors like a prisoner. "My prince, perhaps you should refrain from such remarks. The king would be quite displeased to hear of the princess's unapproved return," came another voice from within the attic. Rhaegar did not need to look to know who it was. Ser Elric, clad in silver armor and a white cloak, stood by another window. His figure as straight as a spear. "Sire, you are well aware of my daily tribulations. Do you not mourn for me?" Rhaegar retorted with frustration. Elric could not suppress a laugh. "Indeed, the king hopes you shall acquire knowledge. However, 8 hours of lessons along with assignments is rather inhumane." Chapter 15. The Egg of Dreamfire. Those 2 old fools were effectively assassinating a young prince. The mere thought of it made Rhaegar's head throb with anger. He wished nothing more than to smash their withered heads. What knowledge could they possibly contain, aside from a heap of rebuttals? Elric remained silent, uninterested in commenting on the king's educational arrangements for the prince. Since the royal hunt 6 months prior, the two had had little contact. Until a few days ago when Viserys learned of Rhaegar's completed travels, he dispatched Elric to Rhaegar's side, swearing to ensure the safety of the king's eldest son and to fulfill all entrusted tasks. Rhaegar was unaware of his father's intentions. Yet, having a reliable white knight by his side was certainly a welcome development. Given their previous shared tribulations, the two had formed a commendable rapport. Even such a stern knight as Elric would occasionally engage in light-hearted banter with Rhaegar. "I am weary, sire," Rhaegar declared after a while. Losing patience and returning to his chambers under Elric's escort, the king's guard was solely responsible for safeguarding the king and those designated by him. Nothing can enter the prince's chamber, one merely needs to stand guard outside. Upon returning to his small abode, Rhaegar first approached the fireplace. There lay a vessel resembling a stove. Lifting the lid, a wave of warm air enveloped him. Unfazed by the heat, Rhaegar leaned in to gaze into the stove, where rested a dragon egg, entirely obsidian and adorned with diamond patterns. This was his dragon egg, touching its scalding surface. A flicker of disappointment crossed Rhaegar's eyes as he sighed. Still no sign of movement. When will it hatch? Perhaps it was merely misfortune. His dragon egg had shown no signs of hatching, resembling a stone within the vessel for 6 long years. Habitually, he caressed the egg and spoke to it, believing this would aid in its hatching. When thirst overcame him, Rhaegar closed the lid of the vessel, concluding today's conversation with the egg. Pouring himself a cup of hot water, he murmured to himself, "At least that fool Aegon's egg hasn't hatched either. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing." The thought of his foolish brother's egg remaining unhatched lifted Rhaegar's spirits considerably. While it was undoubtedly regrettable that his own egg had not hatched, the prospect of his brother's egg hatching would only bring further anxiety. Days turned into weeks, and finally, Rhaegar returned to King's Landing. The image-conscious Viserys refrained from appearing in public, while Queen Alicent led the lords and ministers out of the city to greet her. The two women, as if long-lost friends, embraced each other intimately, sharing laughter and conversation under the watchful eyes of the populace. Such a harmonious scene naturally elicited cheers and applause from the crowd. Rhaegar's house arrest was automatically lifted, and he joined the welcoming procession. Following closely behind the two women, he observed their amiable exchange, feeling an inexplicable unease stir within him. Tugging at Ser Ilic's white cloak, Rhaegar discreetly inquired, "Is this how women interact?" Ilic glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping and lowered his voice. "For the most part, yes. The queen and princess are the matriarchs among women, which makes them a bit more formidable. Is it because of power? But my sister is already the heir." Rhaegar expressed his confusion. Ilic shook his head. "It is a grave offense to speak ill of royal members. All I can say is, you must tread carefully. Will I be harmed as well?" "I have no intention of contesting the throne," Rhaegar questioned. "I do not know, but as the old adage goes, one must always be wary of others," Ilic replied meaningfully. Rhaegar chuckled. "Then I shall rely on you to safeguard my well-being, good sir." "It is my duty," Ilic affirmed. With many eyes watching, they refrained from further discussion as they accompanied the two ladies throughout the event. It was not until evening that they finally stepped through the gates of the Red Keep. Despite his anger towards Rhaenyra for her impulsive return, Viserys did not embarrass his daughter. Instead, he hosted a grand banquet to celebrate her return. Rhaegar abhorred chaotic environments. After hastily consuming a few pastries and dishes, he departed with the gift that Rhaenyra had prepared for him. Upon returning home, Rhaenyra's greatest beneficiary was none other than Rhaegar. He was not only able to step outside the Red Keep for a leisurely stroll, but his daily lessons were also significantly reduced. No longer was he required to endure 8 hours of instruction. Instead, he only needed to study for 3 hours in the morning, leaving the remainder of the day free for personal pursuits. Even homework had been abolished. In response to this delightful turn of events, Rhaegar jubilantly proclaimed his elation and showered Rhaenyra with affectionate kisses during her visits. This blissful existence continued for a time, until the Red Keep once again buzzed with excitement. It was the 5th anniversary of the King and Queen Alicent's marriage. In gratitude for Alicent's 5 years of companionship, Viserys decided to host a grand tournament, inviting all the nobles and knights from across the realm to participate. He promised lavish rewards for the champions to inspire the impassioned youth to sign up, bringing forth a thrilling spectacle of blood and iron. Regardless of Alicent's feelings, Viserys reveled in the prospect of the tournament. Thanks to a benevolent grandfather, the late King Jaehaerys had amassed a substantial fortune for the royal treasury. enabling Viserys to host both feasts and tournaments. The servants of the Red Keep had long since grown accustomed to such festivities, and under Alicent's meticulous planning, the tournament was executed splendidly. Before long, the anniversary arrived, and the tournament unfolded as anticipated, with accommodations in King's Landing filled to capacity. Rumors circulated that the business of certain brothels had also surged, with courtesans overwhelmed by an influx of patrons, while many noblemen eagerly anticipated the chance to engage in battle for the thrill of it. On that day, Alicent prepared a sumptuous feast. Guests joined Viserys to witness the brutal tournament, and when they grew weary of the spectacle, they indulged in merriment at the nearby banquet hall. Rhaegar and Rhaenyra sat at the lower end of Viserys' stable, watching the tournament unfold before them. The arena showcased knights charging forth. 2 armored knights, wielding sharp lances, galloped towards each other in a fierce clash. At the moment of impact, a knight clad in black armor thrust his lance upward, striking the opposing knight squarely in the shoulder. With a thunderous crash, the opposing knight was sent flying, his body tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily into the muddy ground. As he landed, a pained scream escaped from beneath his armor, for one of his legs lay twisted beneath him. Amidst the chaos, Rhaegar noted that the knight was only able to flail one arm, the other hanging limply. Likely shattered at the shoulder, without prompt medical attention, he would be left with a lifelong disability. Alec, standing behind him, quietly provided explanations. Rhaegar, having never witnessed such brutality, felt a pang of compassion. Had he been in the knight's position, he too could have faced a similar fate. Such is the nature of tournaments. The paramount objective is to determine a victor. Alec urged Rhaegar to accept the harshness of reality. It is difficult to fathom that a group of skilled young warriors would willingly participate in a tournament where few could return unscathed. Rhaegar, in a foul mood, struggled to comprehend the purpose of such contests. Alec patiently explained that in a time of peace, young men, filled with fervor, often lacked an outlet for their passions, and many sought the king's attention. "You are correct, my lord," Rhaegar conceded, albeit reluctantly, yet it did not diminish his disdain for the bloody tournament. Informing Rhaenyra of his hunger, he rose and made his way towards the banquet area, seeking a refreshing fruit to cleanse his palate from the senseless carnage. Alec shrugged and followed closely behind. With the charge phase concluded, the competition proceeded to equestrian archery, melee combat, and finally, duels. After a series of spectacular and gory displays, they entered the duel phase. The rules were straightforward. 2 armored combatants wielded weapons without restriction until one conceded or perished, commonly referred to as a one-on-one duel. The first 2 duels were exhilarating. Knights wielded swords and flails, creating a thrilling spectacle. Due to the excellent protection of their armor, injuries were the worst outcome, with fatalities being a rare occurrence. The duelists were no fools. They fought for honor and gold, having already showcased their prowess before the majority of the noble class. There was no need for a fight to the death. As long as the combat was sufficiently fierce, the nobles would cheer and wager. They could not discern whether the skirmishes were genuine or mere performances. The third duel commenced swiftly. One combatant was the Knight of the Iron Oak from the Vale, a towering figure clad in silver-gray armor, brandishing a war hammer in one hand and a shield in the other. Opposite him stood a young man of brown skin, donning light armor and wielding a spear, evidently hailing from Dorne. It is worth noting that although Aegon had unified the 7 kingdoms, the Dornish had never acknowledged their allegiance to the Targaryen dynasty and had long been in rebellion. It was not until a few years before Aegon I's passing that Prince Martell of Dorne sent representatives to negotiate a truce, thus concluding the war between the Targaryens and the Dornish. Of course, while the grand conflicts had abated, minor skirmishes had never ceased. The fierce Dornish frequently raided nearby regions, causing disturbances throughout the realm. Observing the Dornish countenance below, Rhaenyra's previously mundane interest ignited with curiosity. To her surprise, a Dornish warrior had indeed come to partake in the tournament. She turned to her guardian, Cole, and inquired with intrigue, "Who do you believe will emerge victorious?" Cole chuckled. "The fight has yet to begin. How can one discern the outcome?" It was said that the Dornish were fierce and adept in battle. Savages who feasted on raw flesh. Whether this was true remained to be seen. Rhaenyra awaited the spectacle with keen anticipation. The judge sounded the horn, and the duel commenced. Bate concealed his face beneath the helmet, brandishing his war hammer with relentless determination, his mind refusing to relent. He had heard the rumors surrounding the Dornish, fierce and ruthless. He dared not underestimate them. Who could say whether they would strike with lethal intent? In stark contrast, the Dornish youth moved about with a natural ease, twirling his spear and taunting, "You lumbering brute, why aren't you at the blacksmith's hammering away? Don't squander your useless hammer." As he spoke, he danced nimbly, exerting psychological pressure on his opponent. Having never set foot on a battlefield, Bates' mental fortitude paled in comparison. After enduring the insult, he could no longer contain his fury. "You brown-skinned monkey, may your head be as hard as your tongue, lest my hammer crush it." Seizing an opportunity while the youth leaped, Bate lunged forward, swinging his war hammer in a sweeping arc, exuding a fierce momentum. The spectators outside the arena were transfixed, their eyes wide with anticipation for a spectacle of bloodshed. "Fool, you're too slow." The Dornish youth rolled to evade the hammer's descent. With legs spread to halt his roll, he thrust his spear into the vulnerable joint of Bates' leg armor, blood gushing forth immediately. "Ah, damn Dornish." The pain ignited Bates' fury, and he roared, raising his war hammer to strike again, intent on shattering the youth's skull. Alas, the Dornish youth proved too agile. Like a nimble creature, he shifted positions, yanked out his spear, and thrust it once more at the weak point of Bates' lower back. The spear pierced through, and Bates staggered to his knees, blood seeping from his armor. Rather than pressing the advantage, the Dornish youth circled around the fallen Bate, scrutinizing him with disdain. "It appears, noble knight from the Vale, that you harbor little friendliness towards us Dornish folk." He withdrew his spear from Bates' wound, continuing with a mocking tone, "You call me a brown-skinned monkey. Yet what are your kind from the Vale? Hairless goats?" Bates struggled to rise, only to be kicked down by the youth, humiliation flooding his spirit. He shouted, "Cowardly Dornish, if you have the guts, let us face each other head-on instead of hopping about like a monkey." The youth laughed heartily. What a clever remark. Challenging others' strengths with your own weaknesses. On the battlefield, do you expect your enemies to stand still, Vale goat? Damn you, perish. Bate, having lost all reason, seized the moment while the youth spoke, gripping his war hammer and swinging it low, aiming to shatter the youth's ankle. However, the Dornish youth was prepared. With a nimble leap, he evaded the anticipated ambush, thrusting the spear downward into Bate's right hand gripping the hammer. With a swift flick, Bate's hand was severed, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. As the scream escaped his lips, the Dornish youth kneed Bate sharply in the jaw, forcing him to stifle his cries. Following this, he yanked off Bate's helmet, exposing the vulnerable head beneath. With a cruel smile, the Dornish youth, under the gaze of Bate's terrified eyes, delivered a brutal kick to his mouth. Blood streamed from his teeth, mingling with despairing whimpers. The brain injury rendered Bart utterly incapacitated, his body twitching faintly. The Dornish youth pressed his gun against Bart's throat, surveying the onlookers outside the ring, and bellowed, "Behold, what a valiant knight of the Vale, swearing never to surrender." With that, his hefty boot, shod in thick leather, ground down on Bart's face, mercilessly stomping. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was visibly shaken. This was no mere duel. It was a one-sided slaughter. The act of shattering teeth to prevent surrender was nothing short of a brutal violation of his opponent. King Viserys' face darkened, and he turned to his chancellor, Leonor, in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "What manner of Dornish savage is this, devoid of honor and decorum? Is he attempting to demonstrate his prowess to all present?" Leonor dabbed at his forehead, which bore no beads of sweat, and explained, "Your Majesty, the Dornishman is named Degeo Orlance. He expressed his utmost respect for you upon entering the tournament, aspiring to deliver an enthralling performance." "Is this what you deem an enthralling performance?" Viserys seethed. "The Dornish have never known gratitude. He ought to be arrested for theft and confined in a water dungeon until death." "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty," Leonor replied, lowering his head in remorse. "We can only hope he ends the life of Knight Bart swiftly, lest the repercussions be too grave. Do I need to remind you?" Viserys scoffed, dismissing him. Within the arena, the Dornish youth continued to prance about, spouting absurdities. "I've heard the warriors of the Vale are formidable, yet this knight appears feeble. Surely, someone must have bribed their way in." Chapter 17. Provoking fury, he pointed mockingly at the dazed Bart, ridiculing, "This knight seems quite unfriendly towards me, harboring disdain for our Dornish people. Such behavior is unacceptable." With his lance, he severed one of Bart's ears, continuing, "I've heard it said that the women of the Vale are less fair than goats. Is that true? To be honest, I've yet to experience the company of a woman from the Vale. I cannot say whether they truly pale in comparison to goats." He kicked Bart's head, taunting, "Hey, Knight of the Vale, share your thoughts with me. I seek your perspective." Bart, bleeding profusely from multiple wounds and feeling dizzy, mustered his strength, his lips quivering as if to utter something. The Dornish youth crouched down, yanking Bart's hair to lift his head, grinning maliciously, "Speak louder if you wish to say something." "Cough, you bastard Dornish monkey." Bart managed to cough up blood, spitting it all over his adversary's face, a feeble yet grimace-filled curse. "Huh, damned old man of the Vale." The filth enraged the Dornish youth, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. A swift death was a mercy he did not wish to grant this old man of the Vale so easily. The long spear pierced Bart's limbs in succession, each thrust twisting and churning within his flesh, inflicting excruciating agony. This torment persisted for a full 10 minutes. Only when Bart could endure no more did the spear's tip penetrate his throat, mercifully ending his suffering. Cursed Dornish, you shall face retribution. Suddenly, a curse erupted from the stands, followed by the hurled projectile of an empty wine goblet. It landed with a splash in the muddy arena. This outburst seemed to herald a wave of pent-up frustration. An increasing number of spectators rose to vociferously condemn the Dornish youth, throwing various items, goblets, apples, plates, and even several ladies' high-heeled shoes, into the fray. Among the crowd, Rhaenyra stood impassively, her gaze fixed on the Dornish youth, who danced and mocked with derision. As a princess of the realm, her disdain for the Dornish was already profound. Moreover, her mother, Aemma Arryn, hailed from a noble family of the Vale. The Dornish youth not only savagely slaughtered her loyal knights of the Vale, but also brazenly mocked the women of her homeland. Undoubtedly, this fueled Rhaenyra's murderous intent. Cole, you shall duel him next. Avenge Sir Bart for me. Rhaenyra commanded Cole, turning her head decisively. Cole, however, wore a conflicted expression. I am most willing to serve the princess, and that Dornish is indeed despicable. But as a Kingsguard, I cannot engage in combat without the king's command. Then I shall seek someone with authority, Rhaenyra retorted, dismissing Cole as she approached Viserys, lowering her voice. Father, that man is far too arrogant. He is insulting our kingdom. I can call upon Cole. He would surely avenge Sir Bart. Viserys was already seething with anger. Though he recognized his daughter's proposal, he remained rational in his counsel. Wait, my dear. The kingdom possesses many valiant knights. The Kingsguard must not act impulsively. We must allow the youth an opportunity to demonstrate their mettle. This reasoning held merit, and Rhaenyra nearly countered, yet she restrained the words that threatened to spill forth. The tournament must continue. And Laenor intervened to quell the audience's vitriol directed at the Dornish youth. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Dornish youth brazenly declared, the Knights of the Vale are but weaklings. Is there no one stronger? I crave a true opponent, not these cowards and softlings. He laughed heartily, reveling in his arrogance. I shall step forth. Such a loathsome figure attracted the ire of many contenders, and a middle-aged knight clad in silver-gray armor emerged. He strode purposefully to the arena, brandishing a long sword, and spoke in a deep voice. I am Salbaroth, hailing from the Stormlands. Allow me to teach you the virtue of respect. The Dornish youth smirked. Is that so? I hope you can maintain your bravado, Knight of the Stormlands. Meanwhile, in the banquet area, a lavish spread of delicacies adorned rows of tables, where numerous noblewomen and young ladies gathered around a single table, engaged in lively conversation, akin to a tea party. Rhaegar, however, occupied a table all to himself, clearing a substantial space in front of him for a single dish. Pray tell, what is the name of this delightful creation? It bears resemblance to a chocolate biscuit, yet is fashioned in the shape of a tart, offering a sweet and chewy texture that is simply exquisite. Who could have possibly crafted such a delectable treat? As Rhaegar indulged in the culinary delight, his eyes sparkled with joy, a broad smile adorning his face. Upon returning home, I must inquire with Alicent about the talented chef behind this masterpiece, he mused. Just as he savored a few bites, an unexpected figure settled beside him, seizing a plate of chocolate pastries and savoring them with evident delight. Where did this person come from, and why are they consuming my pastries? Rhaegar silently pondered, yet chose to remain silent, for there were still several plates remaining. However, reality imparted a lesson to Rhaegar. When something displeases you, failing to address it only amplifies your discontent. Having consumed only a few morsels, the stranger began to devour the pastries with abandon, swiftly clearing one plate. The flavor is truly delightful, a commendable chef indeed, the individual murmured, not pausing for Rhaegar's reaction before snatching away another plate. Then came the third and the fourth. And finally, when only a single plate remained, Rhaegar could endure no longer. He sprang from his chair, shielding the last plate of pastries with fervor, and exclaimed, Do you realize who I am? How dare you seize my pastries? Are you always this audacious? His commanding tone was diminished by his youth. Not only was his voice still tender, but his round, cherubic face lacked any semblance of intimidation, resembling a child engaged in playful banter. The stranger, exasperated, raked a hand through their curly hair and chuckled awkwardly. You are a prince, but the pastries on the table are meant for the guests, are they not? Rhaegar's ire flared further. Knowing I am a prince yet still stealing my pastries? You would not spare the last plate, engaging in such childish theft. Do you have no sense of shame? Ah, in the presence of delectable food, age is irrelevant. Moreover, dear prince, you are but a child. Too many sweets may lead to cavities. If you cannot resist, perhaps you should relinquish the pastries to me. I fear no cavities, the individual retorted shamelessly. You scoundrel! Do you think to deceive me? Do I appear to be a mere 3-year-old? Rhaegar pointed accusingly at the stranger and commanded, Sir Alec, teach him a lesson, so he remembers not to act so brazenly in the future. At once, Your Highness, Alec replied, though reluctant to resort to violence at the banquet. He felt compelled to uphold the prince's dignity against this bully. Alec refrained from drawing his sword, instead striding to the stranger's side and attempting to grasp their shoulder. Oh, no, dear White Knight, I believe we have a misunderstanding, the individual protested. I cannot concern myself with the consequences of provoking those one should not. Alec had no time for further discussion. He seized the shoulder, intending to throw the stranger down. In an instant, a swift shadow struck Alec's hand with precision, a sharp pain blooming across his back as he instinctively released his grip, a bruise blossoming on his skin. Chapter 18. The wandering swordsman Alec was taken aback by the sudden and swift onslaught. Upon raising his gaze, he found the recently subdued individual comfortably seated, a silver chopstick delicately held between his fingers. White Knight, I bear no ill will. I am merely a wretched soul plagued by hunger, seeking a morsel that pleases my palate. Observing this, Rhaegar silently set down his plate and took refuge behind Alec. The speed of the assailant's actions revealed a masterful prowess. His slight stature was not suited for confrontation. You are indeed generous, Your Highness, the stranger exclaimed, his face brightening at the sight of pastries. As he bowed courteously to Rhaegar, it seemed he truly harbored no malice. In this moment, Rhaegar took note of the stranger's appearance, a head of chestnut curls, hazel eyes, and a visage etched with the marks of time, perpetually adorned with a cheerful smile. He stood at a modest height, scarcely reaching 160 centimeters. Among common folk, he appeared unremarkable, yet when juxtaposed with the skilled knights, he appeared diminutive. Noticing Rhaegar's scrutiny, the stranger chuckled, I am aware of your identity. But it seems you are yet to discover who I am. And who might you be? Rhaegar inquired. A nameless pawn, came the reply. Rhaegar's expression hardened, his fists clenched. He sensed that he was being toyed with. Just as he was on the verge of losing his temper, the stranger extended the plate towards him, speaking softly. I am Frail, a wandering swordsman from Bravos, wishing to share a meal with the prince. Rhaegar gazed into his eyes, the black pupils as tranquil as still water, concealing the depths of his thoughts. He glanced back at Alec, seeking unspoken approval. Alec nodded slightly, indicating that all was well. Within the Red Keep, no one would dare to commit such an audacious act as to assassinate the king's eldest son in public. Rhaegar took a piece of pastry, a smile gracing his lips. I would be delighted to share with you, Frail. Frail, ever wearing a smile, responded, You may call me Shilif, though I am no noble. I have temporarily lost my station. Oh, what was your previous occupation that endowed you with such remarkable swordsmanship? Rhaegar asked, intrigued by the stranger's evident skill and exotic origins. Let us converse while we dine, Frail suggested. With this intent, the two resumed their seats, the earlier tension dissipating as they enjoyed pastries and exchanged pleasantries. Through their dialogue, Rhaegar learned that Shilif had once served as a squire to a knight in his youth, honing his swordplay with great finesse. However, he had always aspired to be an elegant dancer, to which he devoted considerable effort. Upon reaching adulthood, he caught the eye of a prince from Bravos, who employed him as a court dancer, leading him to believe he was destined for a life of prosperity. Alas, within a few short years, that very prince was assassinated. At the time, Shilif had been performing for the prince and, inevitably, became a suspect. To evade capture, he clandestinely crossed into Westeros, eventually gaining entry to the Red Keep to attend a banquet, thanks to the patronage of a noblewoman. Rhaegar was utterly captivated, seemingly immersed in the tale of Heir. Occasionally, he would express indignation at the injustices the latter faced. Heir, while indulging in food and drink, lamented the unfairness of fate. In that moment, the two formed a deep bond, recognizing each other as kindred spirits. Of course, this perspective belonged solely to Alec. In reality, while Rhaegar appeared to listen attentively, his mind was rife with sarcasm. What a dancer from Bravos, possessing remarkable swordsmanship by mere talent, such a rarity. A glance at Heir's appearance revealed much height and skill in swordplay. Coupled with looks, what sort of blind prince from Bravos would hire such a diminutive figure to dance for him? Was it an unusual taste? Perhaps he had spun a grand tale to deceive some noble, gaining entry to the Red Keep for free meals and drink. Rhaegar smiled silently, observing Heir's fabrications with amusement. After a while, The chocolate pastries from a nearby table had all been consumed, and Shire reluctantly paused. Suddenly, he mentioned the upcoming tournament outside. Prince, the duels outside are quite thrilling. Do you not wish to witness them? Rhaegar shook his head, replying no. I am still too young and unaccustomed to the sight of blood. Shire laughed. That is true. However, the dueling grounds are quite chaotic. Even the king is furious. What is the cause? Rhaegar furrowed his brow, sensing the hidden implications in Shire's words. A Dornishman had brutally slain his opponent and boasted arrogantly. Shire sipped his drink. The Dornishman will continue to challenge. The second duel is likely just beginning. Come, let us go take a look. Rhaegar immediately rose, leading Illic swiftly toward the tournament grounds. Shire chuckled and followed suit. Upon their arrival, they found the audience fervently cheering for a single combatant. Rhaegar secured a spot near the railing, observing intently. Within the arena, a knight clad in silver-gray armor wielded a sword with formidable grace, driving a young man of brown complexion to retreat step by step. Each time the great sword grazed the opponent, the crowd erupted in cheers, urging for the opponent's demise. After a while, Illic whispered, "The favored combatant is Sir Salon of Storm's End. His opponent is a Dornishman, a shameless scoundrel." Rhaegar nodded, focusing intently on the duel. Sir Salon launched a fierce offensive, employing a classic charge and attack strategy. His strikes were swift and precise, relentlessly suppressing his opponent's movements without leaving room for counterattacks. The Dornish youth clearly recognized this, utilizing the advantages of his lighter armor to dart left and right, evading each assault. His spear served as a shield against the longsword, the clanging resonating throughout the duel arena. Just when the excitement reached its peak, Shire suddenly remarked, "The outcome is already decided. The shift in offense and defense is imminent." Rhaegar cast a skeptical glance at him and inquired, "Why do you say that? Sir Salon is formidable. Indeed, on the battlefield, he fought valiantly against 10, yet the Dornish lad merely needed to delay until Salon's stamina waned to claim victory." Rhaegar gazed upon the duel arena. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Shilong was beginning to pant slightly under the relentless assaults, his longsword struggling to draw near his opponent. In stark contrast, the young Dornishman appeared to possess ample stamina, retreating while simultaneously mocking, "My lord knight, if you were mounted on a steed, I would surely abstain from engaging you. Alas, you are confined to the mire." A derisive chuckle escaped him. "Even without a horse, beheading you poses no challenge." Shilong's voice was raspy, laced with disdain. Yet the beads of sweat on his brow betrayed his condition. Rhaegar tugged at Illic's sleeve, inquiring, "Sir, is it true that Knight Shilong is on the verge of defeat?" Illic's expression grew grave. "It is uncertain. The cunning Dornishman denies him the opportunity for close combat." The weight of Shilong's armor worked against him as time dragged on. It became increasingly detrimental. Shilio interjected at an opportune moment. "Armor may preserve a master's life in critical moments, yet it also restricts the body's agility. Much like the Dothraki across the sea, who don no armor, believing that nimbleness is the key to victory on the battlefield. Let us observe. I have faith in Knight Shilong." Rhaegar maintained a serious countenance, silently cheering for Shilong. Chapter 19, The Ranger Prince Demon. Anticipation hung in the air. Shilio, indifferent, clasped his hands behind his back. It became evident that the keen eye of a master swordsman was indeed formidable. Within 5 minutes, Shilong had significantly reduced the frequency of his strikes, ceasing futile pursuits. The Dornish youth grinned, aware that the moment for retaliation had arrived. Employing a strategy reminiscent of his earlier bout against Bart, he circled around Shilong, maintaining distance while thrusting with his spear. Shilong raised his sword in defense. Yet even the most meticulous can falter. The young Dornishman cunningly feigned an attack, luring Shilong to strike. In the instant of impending success, he executed a swift maneuver, blinding Shilong in one eye with a brutal jab. "Ah, I concede, halt the duel." Realizing the tide had turned, Shilong, gritting through excruciating pain, shouted in humiliation, surrendering his resolve to continue the fight. The grim fate of Bart weighed heavily on his mind. He had no desire to follow in those footsteps. With Shilong's capitulation, the Dornish youth's arrogance surged, brazenly flaunting his triumph and disregarding the remaining knights. He had come to this place to humiliate the noble lords. As for the consequences, he chuckled, for he had the audacity to come. Surely he had his reasons. Above, Viserys glared ominously at the Dornish youth, who pounded his chest in exultation, his knuckles turning white as they gripped the armrests of his chair. "Damn those Dornishmen. Send a formidable knight to slay him," he commanded Leonor. "As you wish, your majesty," Leonor replied, careful not to speak further, as he made his way backstage in search of a knight capable of vanquishing the Dornishman. Many competitors had signed up for the tournament. The Dornishman would not bask in victory for long. In a corner, Rhaegar turned away, her expression sour, unwilling to witness the spectacle unfolding below. Do not be angry. That Dornish lad possesses remarkable skills and a sharp intellect, making him a formidable opponent for most. Shilio spoke with eloquence. I am aware that the kingdom's warriors are numerous, and that fellow will inevitably meet his downfall. Rhaegar asserted with conviction. Indeed, every powerful warrior has a unique style of combat. Shilio shifted the conversation. If I were to face that Dornish lad, the most effective strategy would be to feign weakness, presenting an opening for him to strike first, thus seizing the opportunity for a defensive counterattack. Rhaegar regarded him with a peculiar expression. What? Do you wish to take the field? The wandering swordsman would not draw his blade lightly, unless he found a compelling reason to do so. Shilio's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he cast a meaningful glance at Rhaegar. What is it you desire? A position as a dance instructor at the Red Keep? The other revealed his true intentions, and Rhaegar was not surprised. Shilio knelt on one knee, sincerely stating, if the prince would permit it, I would gladly remain at the Red Keep as a dance instructor. Why? There is no reason. I simply wish to do so. Rhaegar raised an eyebrow. That rationale is insufficient. I cannot harbor a dangerous individual within my home. Upon hearing this, Shilio pondered for a moment before replying. You are the firstborn of King Viserys I, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Your status and potential merit my loyalty. That reasoning is commendable, yet it still lacks sincerity. Rhaegar remained distrustful, warning, one more thing. The heir to the Iron Throne is my sister. I have no intention of contesting that position, and no one should attempt to sow discord between us siblings. With that, Rhaegar turned and walked away, not sparing Shilio a glance. This individual had appeared too abruptly, deliberately approaching him from the outset. The display of skill in seizing pastries and the keen eye for evaluating duels were all designed to showcase his worth. Unfortunately, he had revealed his intentions too early. Did he truly believe Rhaegar was an ignorant child? Assuming superiority and thinking that a display of royal demeanor would compel others to bow and follow him? Such base tactics and sinister motives. The next time Shilio is encountered, he shall be cast directly into the dungeon. As he strode toward Rhaenyra's location, Rhaegar expressed his frustrations to Illic. Yes, my prince. Illic nodded in agreement, though his expression betrayed some hesitation. Noticing his reticence, Rhaegar inquired, what troubles you, sire? As you say, the methods employed by Shilio are far too simplistic, unbefitting a master swordsman's intellect. Illic voiced his doubts. Rhaegar's gaze sharpened. A skilled swordsman is not necessarily a wise scholar. Nevertheless, he would remain vigilant. Ever since the news of his recovery spread, when exactly that occurred, he could not say. The winds of King's Landing had shifted. From urging Princess Rhaenyra to marry, to discussing Rhaegar being favored by the white stag, a symbol of kingship, suggesting he possessed the qualities of a ruler. It is believed that it will not be long before a minister, unable to contain his impatience, suggests to the king the abolition of Rhaenyra's claim to the throne, proposing instead the ascension of the firstborn, Aegon. From Illyrio's lips, it was revealed that Viserys had confined Aegon for half a year out of concern that excessive scrutiny might sway his resolve and lead him astray. To this, Aegon raised no objections, graciously accepting his father's intentions. Perhaps due to his tender age, Aegon did not place much weight on the legitimacy of his claim to the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra had been the heir for several years. Why should he interfere and seize something he did not hold dear? Suddenly, an eerie roar echoed from afar. Aegon looked up, his expression shifting in an instant. A colossal crimson figure emerged in the sky, drawing nearer to the tournament grounds. With its sharp horns, serpentine neck, and powerful crimson wings, it was a dragon. Aegon instinctively gasped, his gaze transfixed on the soaring beast. The arrival of the dragon did not escape the notice of the entire audience. A fierce gust of wind, stirred by the dragon's wings, swept through the crowd, tousling hair and blinding many. Several ladies' skirts were inadvertently lifted, much to the delight of the gentlemen nearby. The atmosphere quickly spiraled into chaos as the crowd gasped and shouted, seeking to escape the shadow cast by the dragon. Silence. This is a Targaryen dragon. The king is with you. Do not panic. Do not flee. At that moment, a powerful voice rose above the tumult, quelling the crowd's fears. It belonged to a robust elder with a white beard and hair, the captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Harold Westerling. Beside him sat the king, his demeanor calm and composed as he regarded the dragon, exuding the poise of a true monarch. Upon seeing the king, the crowd felt as though they had swallowed a calming tonic, and the clamor began to subside. As the momentary panic faded, reason gradually returned. Many began to discern the dragon's form, gasping in astonishment. This dragon was Carax's, Prince Demon's dragon. Indeed, it was Carax's, with whom I had fought side by side. I could never be mistaken. Look, there is someone on the dragon's back. It is Prince Demon. As Carax's, named by those who recognized him, let out a triumphant roar. Flames of deep crimson, laced with thick black smoke, erupted from his maw. In full view of the multitude, Carax's circled the tournament grounds 3 times. Only upon receiving a command from the figure upon his back did the great dragon gradually descend onto the dueling field. As Carax's touched down, he greedily surveyed the once arrogant Dornish youth, extending his serpent-like neck and exhaling a hot breath. The esteemed Prince Demon faced a dragon that could devour him, nearly paralyzing the Dornish youth with terror. Trembling, he retreated in a panic, awkwardly bowing to the figure upon the dragon's back. Chapter 20. The King of the Stone Steps aisles in the distance. Rhaegar gazed upon the arena, catching sight of the dragon rider's visage. The characteristic silver-gold locks of House Targaryen framed a countenance adorned with violet eyes. Upon closer inspection, the man's features were austere, with a prominent nose and a rebellious spark in his gaze, mirroring the formidable presence of the dragon he commanded. Rhaegar, having heard the whispers among the crowd, recognized him instantly. It was his uncle, Daemon Targaryen. From a young age, Daemon had dared to ride dragons across the continent, leading his followers to vanquish brigands as the Rogue Prince. His exploits were widely recounted, with some even penning tomes in his honor. Behold, a colossal dragon, a living dragon, so immense. The heart of a child stirred within Rhaegar, causing him to care little for his uncle's identity. His eyes solely captivated by the terrifying beast with its crimson scales. Gripping Elyric's large hand, Rhaegar bubbled with excitement. One day, I shall command a dragon as magnificent as this. No, it must be even more magnificent and grand. This dragon is too slender. The youthful boy unabashedly revealed his aspirations. Meanwhile, Elyric, preoccupied with vigilance, tightened his grip on his sword hilt, scanning the surroundings in apprehension that someone might inadvertently collide with the prince. Within the dueling arena, a young Dornishman found himself cornered by Corlys Balerion, pressed against the wall in sheer terror, drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by fear of the dragon. Just as his mental defenses were on the verge of collapse, a steady voice resonated within him, akin to a divine melody. Corlys Balerion, be still. With a hiss, Corlys roared in response to his master, then gradually lifted his head, disregarding the cornered Dornishman, obediently lowering himself to the ground. As the threat dissipated, the Dornishman's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees, cold sweat cascading down his cheeks. Daemon dismounted from his dragon's back and strode towards the viewing platform, dismissing the spectators as though they were mere phantoms. None dared impede his advance as he approached the throne of Viserys, step by step. Stop! No one may offend the dignity of the king, commanded Harold, captain of the Kingsguard, drawing his sword and pointing its tip at Daemon's chest. Daemon cast a fleeting glance at him, unperturbed, his demeanor icy. Viserys remained motionless, his eyes deep as the ocean, scrutinizing his former brother. Daemon, too, held his gaze, and neither spoke, thickening the tension in the air. Nearby lords and ministers exchanged anxious glances, uncertain how the two brothers would confront one another. After a moment of silence, Daemon took a step back, easing Harold's wariness. He then drew a double-headed axe from his waist and flung it before Viserys. Holding his head high, add this to the Iron Throne. Viserys remained unfazed, looking above Daemon's head, his voice resonating with gravity. You wear a crown. Do you then proclaim yourself a king? After the fall of 3 daughters, they called me the King of the Narrow Sea. Daemon recounted his triumphs, pausing before adding, but I know, your majesty, there is but one king in all the realm. As he spoke, Daemon knelt on one knee, removing the vine crown from his head and lowering his noble brow. My crown and the stepstones are yours. This act exceeded the expectations of all present. Who could have anticipated that the typically proud Prince Daemon would willingly submit, bestowing upon his elder brother, the king, the respect and dignity he deserved? Gazing down at his contrite brother, Viserys, unhurried, inquired, Where's Lord Corlys? He has set sail back to Driftmark, Daemon replied candidly. Viserys continued his questioning. Who now guards the stepstones? The tides, crabs, and the 2,000 souls who met their demise. Nailed to the shore as a cautionary example, those pirate daughters of the Stormlands. Daemon answered his brother's inquiry in a low voice, fully aware of the significance of the response. Receiving an answer less than ideal, Viserys pondered for a moment before seemingly coming to terms, nodding lightly. Viserys rose and approached, first accepting the vine crown that Daemon had presented. After a casual glance, he handed it to Captain Harold. It was evident that he held little regard for this crown, a symbol of the king of the narrow sea. Noticing the expressions of the lords and ministers around him, Viserys' eyes glimmered as he said softly, "Rise." Daemon, filled with hope, looked at his brother, and upon hearing the signal of forgiveness, slowly stood tall. The indifferent expression on Viserys' face melted like ice, revealing a smile. "Welcome home, brother." Without hesitation, Daemon embraced Viserys. Before the eyes of all, the bloodline of Prince Balerion was reconciled once more. Those with insight understood this as the king issuing a subtle warning. He welcomed his brother Daemon back, yet this did not imply that certain individuals could exploit the situation for their own gain. Daemon was equally aware of this nuance. Thus, his demeanor remained respectful, devoid of his previous impulsiveness. Rhaenyra stood among the crowd, closely observing this intricate power struggle, her eyes betraying an unmistakable joy. Her clear, naive purple gaze failed to discern reality from illusion, simply filled with genuine delight at her uncle's return. Her sister, Rhaegar, had squeezed through the throng and approached Rhaenyra, taking her small hand. Hearing his call, Rhaenyra finally acknowledged Rhaegar's presence, smiling softly. "Uncle Daemon is back. He has always been kind to me since childhood." "Indeed. He appears quite handsome," she added. In response to her sister's exuberance, Rhaegar managed a strained smile, attempting to compliment Daemon's striking features. Little did he know which admirable quality could align him with this uncle he had never met. Despite his scant knowledge of the world beyond, he was aware that the title of heir apparent had been uttered from this uncle's lips. He secretly hoped for Rhaegar's demise to claim the Iron Throne from Viserys. How, then, could Rhaegar possibly hold affection for him? With Daemon's arrival on Dragonback and the subsequent reconciliation of the brothers, the stage was set for unfolding events. The martial arts competition of the day concluded rather abruptly, prompting the organization of a banquet for the esteemed Daemon to welcome him warmly. Meanwhile, a certain young Dornish lad, whose trousers were thoroughly soaked, was gently escorted by Prime Minister Laenor to a high-end inn within the city. Not only was his accommodation fee covered, but a dedicated attendant was also assigned to ensure his comfort, fearing he might feel out of place. Such a display of grandeur piqued the curiosity of many, and the consensus among those in the know was clear. The king held deep admiration for this valiant Dornish warrior who had traveled great distances, thus prioritizing the reception of his triumphant brother, Daemon. The tournament would resume the following day, with an invitation extended for him to continue participating in the duels. A refusal was out of the question. The feast was already prepared, with Viserys walking alongside Daemon. Behind them trailed a plethora of ministers and invited nobles, lords alike. It must be said, Queen Alicent was remarkably perceptive. Upon receiving the news of Daemon's return, she promptly ordered the servants to clear the used dishes and replace them with the delicacies that had been prepared in advance. By the time Viserys and his entourage arrived at the banquet area, everything was impeccably arranged, devoid of any semblance of a hasty setup. Viserys, profoundly moved, publicly praised Alicent as his wise helpmate, always ready to share the burdens of his responsibilities. Alicent, unfazed by the accolades, gently linked her arm with Viserys, saying softly, "You have been tirelessly consumed by state affairs. You should not be troubled by trivial matters." Taking hold of the queen's delicate hand, Viserys expressed with gratitude, "Thanks to you, my life is not so solitary." He chuckled, "Any more affection displayed, and we might become the subject of jest among the ministers. Let us proceed to the banquet." Alicent's cheeks flushed with a charming blush, her demeanor exuding grace. Chapter 21. The Mysterious Bracelet. She indeed plays the role of a virtuous wife and mother quite well. Amidst the ministers, Rhaenyra observed everything with a sardonic smile, her resentment causing her companion, Rhaegar, to shudder. "Sister, your grip is quite painful," Rhaegar voiced his grievance, attempting to withdraw his small hand from Rhaenyra's grasp. Rhaenyra quickly released him. "My apologies, I momentarily forgot you were here." "It's fine, just be mindful of your image. Many eyes are upon us in such a setting," Rhaegar gently reminded his sister. As he scanned the surroundings, Rhaegar's attention was suddenly captivated by a familiar face. There stood Daemon beside Viserys, observing the tender exchange between the king and queen with a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, tilting his head for a clearer view. Suddenly, Daemon turned his gaze, locking eyes with Rhaegar precisely. Startled, Rhaegar instinctively stepped back. "What am I afraid of? Can he truly harm me?" The thought of his own stature instilled a sense of defiance within him, and he widened his eyes to meet Daemon's stare. The anticipated confrontation did not materialize. Daemon appraised Rhaegar with mild interest, offering a polite nod before shifting his focus elsewhere. The unremarkable acknowledgement left Rhaegar feeling a mix of disappointment and relief. The gaze was utterly terrifying, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Rhaegar quietly exhaled, his mind lingering on the mocking smile exhibited by Demon moments earlier. What could it possibly mean? Why did he display such disdain upon witnessing the affection between his father and Rhaenyra? Rhaegar questioned his own perception. Yet the image of Daemon's subtly curved lips remained indelible in his thoughts, affirming that smile was far from feigned. Perhaps it was best to remain unnoticed. He decided to discreetly step back behind Rhaenyra. As the banquet commenced, the crowd began to settle into their seats. Viserys summoned Rhaenyra and Rhaegar closer, exchanging pleasantries with Daemon. Rhaenyra had admired her uncle since childhood, a sentiment that required no elaboration. Viserys took Rhaegar's hand and introduced him to his brother. Rhaegar, my eldest son, a fact you are undoubtedly aware of. Daemon nodded, his austere countenance straining to produce a semblance of a cordial smile, which appeared somewhat awkward. Viserys did not press his brother, instead chuckling. By the 7, Rhaegar recently encountered a fortuitous turn of events, his ailment now cured, alleviating my greatest concern. Daemon remarked. I have heard of this miraculous event, the wondrous fruit gifted by the white stag. It sounds like a tale from a storybook. He laughed, recalling his initial disbelief, yet acknowledged the profound significance often inherent in divine will, asserting Rhaegar as a favored Targaryen. Viserys fixed Daemon with a peculiar gaze, the words spoken sending a ripple of shock through those present. The king's eldest son, favored by the white stag, and now uttered by the king himself as a child of divine favor. What did this imply? Was there indeed a whisper of a succession change, as rumors suggested? The mere utterance felt like a hammer striking the hearts of the assembly. Rhaenyra's complexion slightly altered as she cast a quick glance at her increasingly vibrant brother. Daemon, seemingly unfazed, tousled Rhaegar's hair and offered a blessing. May you always remain in good health, free from suffering. The most conspicuous reaction came from Alicent. Her gentle features momentarily froze, her nails digging into the flesh of her thumb as she forced a smile. She had anticipated this day would eventually arrive. Rhaegar, once gravely ill, had seemed to have little time left. With the death of the king's eldest son, she could elevate her own son, Aegon, to the throne. Even if the king opposed it, the counselors would likely covertly support her, advocating for a change in the heir. However, Rhaegar's miraculous recovery dealt her a grievous blow. From this point forward, even if some disapproved of Rhaenyra's position as a female heir, they would rally behind her elder brother, Rhaegar, rather than favoring her younger son, Aegon. Had all her efforts over the years been in vain? Alicent felt despair wash over her, blood seeping from her thumb. To avoid drawing attention to her discomposure, she quietly lowered her head, diminishing her presence. In response to her uncle's well wishes, Rhaegar felt a sense of discomfort and politely replied, Thank you, uncle. In the past, I may have spoken thoughtlessly, and I hope you will not take it to heart. Our first meeting heralds a promising future ahead. How could Daemon's subtle thoughts escape detection? They were immediately discerned. Daemon rolled up his sleeves and removed a silver metal bracelet, speaking with gravity. After the war on the Stepstones, soldiers scavenged numerous treasures, countless gold pieces, gems of various hues, and exquisite ornaments. Rhaegar listened intently, intrigued by the war. Daemon handed him the bracelet. This piece was discovered in the depths of a treasure chest belonging to a crab feeder. It is forged from Balerion steel. A gift for our first encounter. Balerion steel? That is indeed precious. Rhaegar's eyes sparkled, but his pride restrained him from reaching out immediately. He looked expectantly at his father. Viserys nodded, saying, It is a gift from your uncle. You need not refuse. Oh, thank you, uncle. With his father's approval. Rhaegar swiftly cast aside any lingering resentment towards Daemon and seized the bracelet with enthusiasm. Regardless of past grievances, in this moment, Daemon was simply a good uncle. The beautiful bracelet was adorned with intricate engravings. Rhaegar beamed as he held the bracelet, placing it on his slender wrist. Rhaenys couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps you should put the bracelet away. It could easily slip off your wrist. Umph. I have always known how to cherish what is hard-earned. Rhaegar huffed, lifting his wrist to admire the Valyrian steel bracelet in the sunlight. This was truly a treasure worthy of being passed down through generations. As the exploration mission commenced, the objective was the mysterious Valyrian steel bracelet. Suddenly, a system notification chimed, further elevating Rhaegar's joy, causing his smile to widen. With a mere thought, the system panel appeared. Mysterious Valyrian steel bracelet exploration progress. 05 After half a year, the opportunity for exploration had returned, and Rhaegar could hardly contain his excitement. He looked sincerely at Daemon, expressing his gratitude. Thank you so much, Uncle Daemon. The abruptness of his gesture left Daemon somewhat perplexed. Yet seeing his nephew's evident delight, he accepted it with pleasure. Viserys patted Rhaegar on the back of his head, instructing, Words of thanks need not be repeated, especially towards family. Indeed, Uncle Demon is my family. Rhaegar nodded vigorously, his charmingly youthful face exuding joy. The notion of family was irrelevant at this moment. Now, if Demon were to slap Alicent, Rhaegar would applaud the sound of it. Enough of this naive display. Show some princely demeanor, Rhaenyra admonished, delivering a sharp tap to her brother's head, squeezing a warning through her teeth. Rhaegar clutched his head, protesting. If you two keep hitting me, who will be responsible for my becoming a fool? If you truly become a fool, I shall confine you to the little black room in the Red Keep. Rhaenyra replied with a benevolent smile. Chapter 22. A disturbing dream. The banquet extended deep into the night. As the fervor concealed within their veins urged the nobles to indulge in uninhibited revelry amidst the dimly lit surroundings. Prior to the social dance, Rhaegar took his leave, feeling drowsy as he retreated to his chamber for rest. At the stroke of midnight, the silvery moonlight streamed through the glass panes, casting a gentle glow upon Rhaegar's bedside. In the depths of his slumber, Rhaegar furrowed his brow, murmuring incoherently. At that moment, he found himself ensnared in a nightmare. As a child, he drifted upon an endless expanse of ocean, the sky shrouded in gloom and fog, obscuring any sense of direction. He stood upon a small island, shouting for help yet producing no sound, the stillness around him terrifying. Before long, the tranquil waters transformed into tumultuous waves, gradually rising and lapping at the shore. The frigid sea enveloped Rhaegar's ankles, compelling him to retreat to higher ground. The island was but a speck of land, and even the highest slope could not withstand the encroaching ocean. Rhaegar desperately ascended a coconut tree, but the waters below surged upward, reaching the trunk's midpoint with relentless force. The dread of submersion filled his heart, rendering him powerless as he watched the water level rise. Suddenly, a shadow swept overhead, casting darkness over a vast area beneath. Rhaegar yearned to look up, yet his body refused to obey. Just as panic gripped him, a familiar yet foreign roar echoed from all directions. The piercing sound shattered his eardrums, inducing a suffocating agony. So much water, so cold. The sudden turmoil rocked Rhaegar's mind, causing the small figure in the outside world to shake his head, beads of sweat forming on his brow. No, please no. The waters in his dream engulfed his ankles, and the sheer terror jolted him awake, his eyes flying open as he emitted a frantic cry. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, accompanied by Alic's voice from outside. Are you well, my prince? I have no water. I am still in my room, Rhaegar replied, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings, familiar furnishings and a soft feather bed. After a moment's pause, as Alec contemplated whether to enter and check on him, Rhaegar responded, I am fine, my lord. Just a nightmare. Upon hearing this, Alec felt a wave of relief and softly said, If you have any commands, you may call out. Having spent time together, he had long since grown accustomed to Rhaegar's frequent nightmares, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the young prince's restless slumber. Rhaegar chose not to engage in further conversation with Alec. Curling up beneath the covers, he clutched his pillow, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. This nightmare felt all too vivid, far more terrifying than any he had previously experienced. The rapid beating of his heart was a testament to the distress he had endured. Once again, a nightmare. If this is the gift of the dreamer, I would rather forego it. A shadow settled over his heart as he recalled the description of the golden talents on the system panel, whispering to himself in despair. In recent times, he had not experienced any dreams, and had almost returned to a state of normalcy in his sleep. Yet, tonight's nightmare struck him unexpectedly, leaving him utterly unprepared. Rhaegar felt utterly disheveled, akin to a stray kitten or puppy braving the cold winds. The exploration had concluded, and he was to retrieve the lost treasures. Just as he wallowed in disappointment, the system's notification sound shattered the gloom. Rhaegar extended his arm, glancing at the silver bracelet adorning his wrist, reminding him that the exploration task was yet unfulfilled. The mysterious Balerion steel bracelet showed an exploration progress of 100. As the system panel materialized, Rhaegar suddenly recalled the duration required for the retrieval of such relics. This exploration task had commenced around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. A glance at the feeble flames of the barrier indicated that it was approximately 10 o'clock in the evening, having extinguished as per the usual time in the early hours. It appeared to have been 8 hours. Rhaegar silently calculated, while gathering the blue halo scattered on the bed. The relic had been successfully retrieved and was undergoing detection. Upon successful assessment, it was determined to be an exceptional artifact, a sorcerer's magical tool. What treasures might belong to this sorcerer? His curiosity regarding magic overcame his fear, prompting Rhaegar to activate the relic without hesitation. Congratulations, the sorcerer's magical tool has been activated. You have obtained a space bracelet. Level, excellent, blue. Function, the bracelet contains a 3 cubic meter space, unable to store living entities. Evaluation, a magical product traceable to the ancient Balerion era. Its spatial attributes render it invaluable, coveted even by the noble dragon kings. With a soft click, the Balerion steel bracelet on his wrist gently swayed, and a layer of patterns on its surface cracked and fell away like dust. When Rhaegar looked at the bracelet again, all traces of wear from the passage of time had vanished. Its overall hue transformed into a subdued silver gray, and the patterns became even more exquisite, as if meticulously recarved by a master craftsman. A magical bracelet, a treasure sought after by the ancient Balerion dragon kings? Removing the mysteriously adorned bracelet, Rhaegar was filled with astonishment. He had never anticipated acquiring such a remarkable artifact by mere chance. He couldn't help but express gratitude towards Uncle Demon for presenting such a generous gift upon their meeting. Rhaegar perused the instructions accompanying the space bracelet meticulously. So it was. The Balerion steel harbored magic, and by inscribing spatial runes upon this enchanted metal, one could craft a spatial artifact. He was profoundly shaken, deeply admiring the wisdom of his ancestors. Balerion steel was exceedingly rare, and wizards capable of mastering spatial runes were even more scarce. A single spatial artifact, emerging once every few centuries, was already considered prolific. During the ancient Balerion era, only the most powerful dragon families possessed spatial artifacts, which were regarded as heirlooms of immense worth. Among the 40 dragon families, the Targaryens were not particularly prominent, ranking only in the mid-lower tier. Hence, there were no records of spatial artifacts within their lineage. The Dragon King families, once in possession of spatial artifacts, have long been obliterated by cataclysmic disasters, their remnants interred within the ancient ruins of Valeria. Clutching the spatial bracelet, Rhaegar felt his breath quicken, his gaze becoming increasingly dazed. This object must remain a secret. Revealing it would undoubtedly incite conflict. Without hesitation, Rhaegar seized a fruit knife from the bedside table, slicing his fingertip to smear his blood upon the bracelet's surface. A hum resonated as the bracelet emanated a faint, ethereal glow before vanishing entirely. In that moment, Rhaegar sensed an inexplicable connection forming between himself and the bracelet. Forged by the most formidable fire sorcerer, the bracelet possessed the ability for bloodline recognition. My Targaryen lineage is sufficient to bind this bracelet to me. As Rhaegar willed it, the bracelet gradually diminished in size, adapting to fit comfortably upon his wrist. Upon donning the bracelet, he touched the fruit knife, intoning a silent command for it to be stored. With a swift whoosh, the knife disappeared into thin air. Rhaegar felt within the hollow of the bracelet the presence of the fruit knife. This novel experience ignited his curiosity, prompting him to repeatedly summon and dismiss the knife, as well as various objects scattered throughout the room. After some time, he discovered an abundance of treasures nestled within the bracelet. Piles of gold, several tomes inscribed in ancient Valerian script, and a badge adorned with a dragon motif, accompanied by an assortment of unfamiliar garments and trinkets, the latter categorized as mere refuse. The sight of gold dazzled Rhaegar's eyes. Though a prince, the treasury did not belong to him. His previous existence had been confined within the Red Keep, devoid of any need for currency. Now liberated, he found the gold a perfect means to replenish his pockets, alleviating any concerns about insufficient pocket money. Chapter 23. The Dragon Training Manual. Rhaegar poured out all the gold, covering his bed with its gleaming luster. He reclined upon the radiant pile, discomfort notwithstanding, savoring the moment. Taking a moment to peruse the books he had retrieved, Rhaegar, fluent in ancient Valerian, began to read. The text chronicled a brief history of the Targaryen Dragon King family. The dragon emblazoned badge was the family crest, depicting two colossal dragons entwined in a dynamic embrace, teeming with vitality. The Targaryen family was a prominent lineage with a long-standing heritage in ancient Valeria. The records detailed over 300 dragons within their lineage. At the zenith of their power, the family boasted an astonishing 67 dragons, regardless of age. Such a legacy placed them among the foremost of the 40 Dragon King families, surpassed only by a select few. The spatial bracelet in Rhaegar's possession was one of the treasured heirlooms of the Targaryen family, once held by a particular heir who had inexplicably lost it. As Rhaegar continued to read, his heart raced with apprehension, prompting him to sit upright and scrutinize each line with utmost seriousness. The text briefly introduced several allied Dragon King families, offering a rudimentary analysis of their strengths. Once he finished the first book, Rhaegar eagerly reached for the second. The contents recorded in this tome are not of paramount importance. They merely detail the vassals of House Targaryen. Once again, Rhaegar delves into the pages. relentlessly absorbing the knowledge contained within. After perusing an indeterminate number of volumes, he finally uncovers something of value within the historical discourse. The habits of dragons invigorate Rhaegar's spirit, and he silently prays for unique revelations regarding these magnificent creatures. What indeed are dragons? How do they come into existence? The connection between dragon lords and their colossal dragons is elucidated at the outset, detailing how dragons were discovered and tamed by the ancient Balerion civilization. These are all well-trodden topics, reminiscent of the analyses presented by certain learned scholars. Rhaegar is indifferent to the origins of dragons. His sole desire is to learn how dragon eggs are hatched. Regrettably, this particular detail eludes the text. Instead, records of dragon lords taming dragons appear with frequency. Those possessing the blood of dragons can forge a bond with the great beasts, ascending to dragonback as dragon lords. The sorcerers have theorized that the intelligence of dragons surpasses that of mere beasts, trailing only behind that of humans. Dragons possess longevity, their size increasing with the passage of time. Many giants find themselves unable to take flight in their later years due to their immense bulk. As Rhaegar meticulously peruses the text, he suddenly stumbles upon a crucial annotation. Dragons belong to the skies and the wilderness. The dragon lords allow them to soar freely to build nests and leisure, summoning distant allies in times of war with magical horns. A magical horn? Another enchanted artifact capable of summoning dragons. Rhaegar has never heard of such a wondrous horn. The Targaryens command their dragons in the ancient Valyrian tongue, without the aid of any special taming implements. He continues to read in silence. Dragons are not slaves. They are the kin of dragon lords. And should they be shackled and forced to return to the sky, dire curses will ensue. Reading this, Rhaegar furrows his brow. One cannot treat dragons as slaves, lest they incur a curse. His thoughts immediately turn to the dragon pit in King's Landing, a grand edifice established during the reign of Aegon I to house the dragons of House Targaryen. The formidable dragons such as Balerion, Rhaegar, and Vermithrax once resided within those walls. At this very moment, at least 3 dragons inhabit the pit: Dreamfire, Caraxes, and Syrax. They are the permanent residents of the dragon pit, with Syrax reigning supreme. Syrax, a dragon of Rhaenyra, is adorned with golden scales and has made the dragon pit its home since hatching from its egg. Rhaegar has yet to encounter a dragon and remains unaware of the distinctions between the dragons residing within the pit and those living beyond its confines. However, he is acutely aware that all dragons entering the pit are bound by chains. Dragons are fierce creatures, with a profound sense of territory. The cohabitation of multi-headed dragons within a singular space inevitably leads to conflict. To safeguard the younger dragons, the scholars of the Citadel propose the use of shackles to confine the dragons within the pit, to prevent them from engaging in mutual slaughter. With unwavering focus, Rhaegar's eyes were riveted upon the pages of the tome, fully convinced of the warnings it contained. These volumes hailed from the freehold of Valyria, bearing the annotations of the formidable dragon lords, whose legacy far eclipsed that of the Targaryen family. They were not the nonsensical ramblings of some pretentious scholar from a citadel. He contemplated the moment when he might present this book to his father for judgment. Rhaegar mused silently. The book was soon perused, and he carefully stowed it away in his bracelet, fearful of its potential damage. Such invaluable knowledge was irreplaceable. Each word inscribed held the essence of the Targaryen lineage. Numerous texts remained, and Rhaegar turned their pages with diligence. Time, when engrossed in concentration, slipped away swiftly, like a fleeting shadow. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Dawn broke, the morning sun dispelling the darkness and bestowing warmth upon the earth. Rhaegar, who had endured a sleepless night, was startled to find sunlight streaming into his chamber, emerging from the ocean of knowledge. Cautiously, he cast a glance at the door, deftly gathering the books and the gold strewn across the bed, and concealing them in the small bracelet upon his wrist. He harbored no desire for his secrets to be uncovered, at least not at this moment. Oh, the depths of despair. When will my dark circles vanish? He lamented, pointing at his panda-like eyes in the glass mirror atop the nightstand. Fortunately, the tomes did not betray those who cherished them. Throughout his nocturnal reading, Rhaegar unearthed many subtle details about the Targaryen family that had not been passed down. For instance, taming a dragon required more than mere commands. It necessitated an unwavering belief in one's ability to master the beast. If the dragon rider's resolve wavered, and their subconscious doubted their capacity to tame a dragon, the creature would sense their timidity and would never accept a lack of confidence. The most effective method of dragon taming involved boldly mounting the dragon's back and issuing commanding orders with conviction, allowing the dragon to feel the rider's intense desire for conquest, soaring together through the skies and across the seas. Thus, the dragon would synchronize its essence with that of the rider. With a heart brimming with excitement, Rhaegar hastily washed up and, before stepping out, passionately kissed his dragon egg, proclaiming aloud his fervent wish, "Hatch swiftly, for the sky awaits us." He was steadfast in his belief that he would undoubtedly become a dragon rider. Any doubt cast upon himself was a betrayal of the ancient Balerion blood coursing through his veins. Upon opening the door, Rhaegar immediately caught the gaze of Elric, whose brown eyes shimmered with encouragement. "My lord, could you refrain from looking at me with such ambiguous intent? It is rather unsettling," he remarked. After breakfast, Rhaegar broached a suggestion to Elric. Elric paused momentarily, responding, "Very well, though I share your aspirations." Rhaegar's cheeks flushed slightly, feigning indifference. "Let us not dwell on trivial matters. There is a tournament to witness today." The previous day's festivities had concluded prematurely in anticipation of Daemon's arrival. Nevertheless, the tournament spanned a total of 7 days, with events held daily. The arrogant Dornishman remains confined within the walls of King's Landing. Today, a formidable knight will undoubtedly vanquish him, thereby earning the king's favor. Chapter 24. The swordsmanship of Ser Harwin. The tournament has always stood as a symbol of the kingdom's prosperity, drawing the enthusiasm of numerous nobles. When Rhaegar arrived at the venue, the stands were already a cacophony of voices. He quickly spotted his father on the dais and approached with a buoyant stride. As he drew near, he realized that the area surrounding his father was also filled with people. Viserys sat in the principal seat, flanked on the right by the Prime Minister, Lionel, and on the left by his uncle, Daemon. Rhaenyra occupied the chief position beneath Lionel, a fitting honor for an heir. Perhaps the previous night's banquet had been particularly successful, for Viserys wore a perpetual smile. Upon seeing Rhaegar, he waved cheerfully, beckoning him closer. "Come here. You retired early last night. Today you must keep your father company. The maesters say that children should go to bed early to grow strong." Rhaegar, justifying himself, approached Viserys sincerely. Nestled in his father's embrace, he settled onto his lap, reveling in paternal affection while casually reaching for a platter of fruits on the table. Below, Rhaenyra noticed his bare wrist and inquired with a smile, "Where's that bracelet? I thought you cherished it." "It was too large. It was cumbersome to wear." Rhaegar replied nonchalantly. The bracelet was impractical in its normal state, and its smaller size would raise suspicions. He had concealed it within the hatching container of dragon eggs, intending to retrieve it later under some pretext. No one paid heed to this minor detail, as they eagerly awaited the tournament. To release the pent-up frustrations from the previous day, the events of archery and mixed combat were omitted, leading directly to the main event, the duel. 2 contestants entered the arena, one of whom was undoubtedly the Dornish youth, the rightful star of the day. The other, however, left the audience sorely disappointed, a short, curly-haired swordsman who wore no armor, only a lightweight leather outfit. It was Ser Harwin Frey. With a clear view, Rhaegar immediately identified the curly-haired swordsman. Viserys cast him a curious glance. "Rhaegar, do you recognize that swordsman?" Rhaegar nodded. "We shared tea yesterday. He is a skilled wandering swordsman who sought my fealty." At this, Rhaegar couldn't help but chuckle. Viserys, with a barely perceptible frown, stroked his chin. "Let me guess, you did not acquiesce to his request?" "Indeed. I have no intention of trusting a dangerous stranger of unknown origins," Rhaegar casually replied, popping a red grape into his mouth. "You acted wisely. I learned some news this morning that I can share with you," Viserys said, ruffling Rhaegar's hair and exchanging a knowing glance with Lionel. Leonor rose to his feet and unfurled a small note to read. Frail, hailing from a minor noble family in Bravos, joined a certain sect upon reaching adulthood and frequently undertook perilous missions. 2 months prior, this individual assassinated a prominent figure in Bravos and is now wanted throughout the realm. He clandestinely smuggled himself to the continent of Westeros. Half a month ago, he masqueraded as a wandering performer, gaining the trust of a lord's daughter, and traveled by cart to King's Landing. Yesterday afternoon, during the banquet following Prince Daemon's return, he entered the tournament, calling out for a duel with Digga Orlean. After recounting Frail's background, Leonor sipped his red wine to soothe his throat and discreetly glanced at Daemon across from him. Daemon's expression remained impassive, betraying an attitude of indifference. Rhaegar listened intently, genuinely admiring Lord Leonor's intelligence-gathering prowess. Viserys, noticing his eldest son's astonishment, smiled with delight. "Let me impart a lesson upon you. There are no secrets that remain concealed forever. Honor and faith are the true sanctuary of the strong." "I shall remember, father." Rhaegar obediently absorbed his father's teachings. Witnessing his son's compliance, Viserys felt a gratifying sense of vanity, deciding to frequently guide his eldest in the ways of conduct and duty. The duel commenced. Rhaegar's melodious voice interrupted the exchange between father and son. Within the arena, the two contenders took their positions. As the judge sounded the horn, the Dornish youth circled Frail, weapon drawn, searching for an opening. Compared to yesterday, the Dornish youth was notably more silent, perhaps intimidated by Corlys. Frail stood sideways, a one-handed sword firmly in hand, remaining still. Little dwarf, who sent you here to meet your demise? The Dornish youth taunted, attempting to provoke Frail. With a hand casually resting behind him, Frail replied nonchalantly, "Everyone shall meet their end, but I believe my time has not yet come. Is that so? Yet I foresee your demise." The Dornish youth slowly advanced, spear in hand. "To speak of death invites it. Perhaps it is you who shall fall." Frail maintained his stance, sword poised. "Short swordsman, I shall sever your legs, rendering you a true half-man." The Dornish youth struck first, tentatively thrusting his spear. His movements were swift, the weapon undulating like a serpentine creature. However, Frail was swifter. Before the spear could near him, he deflected it with a swift strike to the shaft, causing it to veer off course. Immediately following this, he stepped forward and struck the Dornish youth's elbow with his sword. Having landed a hit, Frail refrained from pursuing, returning to his original stance. In the face of the Dornish youth's furious glare, he remarked lightly, "Short? Once your head rolls upon the ground, you shall comprehend my true stature." Stung by the words, the Dornish youth seethed with rage, yet caution urged him to restrain himself, avoiding rash actions. Thus, the duel reached a stalemate, with Frail standing firm while the Dornish youth circled warily around him. The lackluster duel failed to capture the audience's approval and, as expected, drew scornful jeers. The onlookers urged the combatants to take action. Either the curly-haired swordsman would sever the head of the Dornishman, or the Dornishman would swiftly eliminate the curly-haired swordsman, paving the way for a more formidable knight to claim victory. Listening to the raucous noise from the crowd, Shiloh sighed. Having intended to allow his opponent a few more moments of life, the decay of existence is as relentless as flowing water. Enough of the trivialities. I shall not fear a diminutive figure lacking the height of a saddle. Despite the insults hurled at him, the young Dornishman remained passive. Shiloh scoffed softly, "You are mistaken. My stature exceeds that of a horse's back. I have measured." No sooner had the words left his lips than Shiloh sprang into action. His legs moved with the swiftness of the wind, closing in on the young Dornishman. Alarmed, the Dornishman thrust his spear in a wide arc, pushing Shiloh back. With a clang, Shiloh retreated just beyond the reach of the spear, striking the shaft with the back of his sword, driving the spear's tip into the ground. Planting his foot upon the spear's point, Shiloh seized the fleeting moment of disarmament to thrust his sword into the young Dornishman's chest. Blood gushed forth, and the Dornishman instantly succumbed to incapacity. Releasing his grip on the spear, he gazed at Shiloh with disbelief, unable to comprehend the suddenness of his demise. "You attacked me by surprise." The young Dornishman glared at Shiloh in frustration, only to be met with a forceful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Grasping the young Dornishman's hair, Shiloh exposed his neck, lamenting, "Your mentor taught you techniques but failed to impart the wisdom of cherishing your own life." With that, he raised his iron sword high and severed the young Dornishman's head. Chapter 25. The King's Machinations. Well done, short swordsman. A fitting end for the Dornish scum. Shiloh emerged victorious from the dueling arena, immediately met with a chorus of cheers and applause. The referee inquired if he wished to continue competing. With his iron sword slung across his back, Shiloh bowed graciously to the king and the spectators, smiling broadly. "Of course, I aim to secure the championship of this event." The king, Vasilus, held a modicum of fondness for the foreign swordsman, observing the spectacle with an air of entertainment. Shiloh was an exceptional swordsman, carving his way through the arena and vanquishing numerous opponents. The tournament persisted until noon, with the sun reigning high in the sky. Vasilus, having indulged in ample wine, reveled in Shiloh's graceful swordplay, his spirits soaring. Sensing the sun's growing intensity, he called for a halt to the tournament. Rising from his seat and stretching his weary back, Vasilus remarked with satisfaction, "What a thrilling contest it has been." As he moved, the audience's gaze converged upon him. He summoned the foreign swordsman forward, wishing to converse. Vasilus instructed the attendant at his side. The attendant nodded, swiftly descending from the stands to whisper to the referee. Soon, Shiloh approached the edge of the dueling ground. Kneeling on one knee as he looked up at the dais, Viserys gazed down from his elevated position, perplexed, and inquired, "Swordsman, why do you not ascend the stage?" With his sword resting upon his knee, Syrax proclaimed loudly, "I fight for honor. Once I secure the championship of the tournament, I shall duly offer my loyalty to your majesty." "Honor?" Viserys mused, intrigued yet non-committal. The tournament is but 5 days hence. Should you emerge victorious, I shall grant you one wish. I am grateful for your generosity, your majesty, Syrax humbly replied. Viserys made no further gesture for him to withdraw, but, taking Rhaegar's hand, turned to exit the venue. Once the king departed, the other guests naturally followed suit. Upon returning to the study at the Red Keep, Viserys retained his 2 children and posed a question. Are you not curious why I made such a promise to that swordsman? Rhaegar wore a puzzled expression, while Rhaenyra shrugged and disinterestedly remarked, You once said that the best way to understand a person or situation is through prolonged observation. Indeed, it appears you remember my words. Viserys smiled faintly. A competent ruler extinguishes risks in their infancy. In doing so, we can thoroughly investigate the origins of such risks. Rhaegar, still somewhat bewildered, asked, What if action is not taken in time? Would that not invite retaliation? Precisely, Viserys affirmed. Thus I seek to teach you to remain ever vigilant against potential dangers and not to underestimate them. He cited the War of the Stepstones as an example, stating, The Stepstones lie strategically between 2 shores, a veritable stronghold. During the invasion by the Triarchy, do you know why I refrained from deploying our forces? Rhaenyra paused, gazing at her father for a considerable time before responding, because you did not wish to incite war and face scrutiny from the realm. Incorrect, Viserys countered. The War of the Stepstones was, in strict terms, a matter of homeland defense. Future generations will only remember the king's wisdom and valor in vanquishing the vile pirates of the Triarchy. He then turned to Rhaegar, asking, What is your perspective? Rhaegar furrowed his brow, uncertain, and replied, Because someone would confront the Triarchy. Correct, succinctly articulated. Rhaegar, you possess a remarkable talent, Viserys exclaimed, clapping his hands in hearty laughter, unabashedly praising him. The Triarchy's occupation of the Stepstones primarily impacted House Balerion, the Sea Snake's family, who would undoubtedly not remain idle. Rhaenyra, visibly perplexed, interjected, So, you would allow pirates to plunder your subjects while the Sea Snake sounds the call to arms, winning the war and glory in your stead? To her, the king's duty should be to decisively defeat the Triarchy, rather than permitting his vassals to take up arms, thus undermining royal authority. In response to his daughter's challenge, Viserys remained unperturbed and patiently elucidated. When the Triarchy invaded, it coincided with the death of your mother during childbirth. Rhaegar, you were born in a state of lethargy, unfit to assume the role of heir. According to tradition, my brother Daemon naturally garnered the support of the lords, harboring ambitions for the Iron Throne. Yet, I steadfastly chose my daughter, specifically you, as my heir. Later, an intense argument erupted with Daemon, and in a fit of anger, he was expelled from King's Landing. With a stoic expression, Viserys gazed at Rhaenyra and inquired, Do you believe that the royal family could bear the reckless risk of war at that moment? Rhaenyra fervently countered, But we possess dragons and lords across the realm who have sworn their fealty. Dragons? Viserys retorted, How many dragons could truly take to the battlefield? Even if we dispatched troops, who would command them upon the tumultuous seas? Rhaenyra faltered, realizing the crux of the matter. Viserys continued with a stern demeanor. At that time, the royal family had no dragons fit for battle, and the only suitable naval commander was the Sea Snake, Corlys Balerion. Rhaenyra sought to argue, Daemon has Caraxes, and I too can join the fight. But Viserys interrupted her. I personally cast Daemon aside. He has just lost his chance at the throne. Would he set aside his grievances to serve me or the heir? Absolutely not. I will not debase myself by begging for his aid. Syrax is but a young dragon that has never seen battle. I am not foolish enough to send my newly chosen heir into combat, awaiting the grim news of your assassination. His incisive words struck Rhaenyra's fragile heart like a dagger, leaving her speechless, for she recognized the truth in them. Viserys ceased his reprimand and remarked, In contrast, the royal family has dispatched only 3,000 soldiers, while the Sea Snake, Corlys, and Daemon bear the stigma of waging war without authorization, striving to secure victory for the realm against the 3 queens. What have they gained in return? Years of arduous conflict, countless resources expended, all to seize a barren cluster of islands? He raised his goblet, sipping slowly, his gaze unwavering. They shall receive nothing. Corlys' family has been gravely weakened, returning home from the Stepstones with their tails between their legs. Your uncle Daemon has squandered a significant number of his followers, relinquished his crown and the Stepstones, and returned to King's Landing, bowing before me to seek peace. Meanwhile, the heir I have chosen has grown steadily, and the kingdom enjoys a time of tranquility and prosperity. Approaching Rhaenyra, Viserys articulated each word with care. My daughter, do you comprehend? Rhaenyra was profoundly shaken by her father's foresight. Her innocent heart had never contemplated such intricate machinations. For a moment, the image of her father before her intertwined with the memory of the man who had always worn a congenial smile, both familiar and foreign. She pursed her lips and lowered her gaze, saying, "Father, the seven have granted you unparalleled wisdom, and I have doubted you. For this, I am deeply ashamed." Chapter 26. The Dreamwalker Viserys gently patted his daughter's shoulder, speaking softly, "There is no rush. You have a long journey ahead, and in time, you shall learn how to be a ruler. I am truly sorry, father." Feeling the profound affection of her father, Rhaenyra's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she willingly embraced him. It is a father's duty to smooth the path for his children, clearing away obstacles and paving a road of ease. Viserys gently stroked her hair, offering soft words of comfort. Yet, upon hearing her father's words, Rhaenyra felt a deeper turmoil within her, nestling closer into his embrace. All right, don't let Rhaegar witness your embarrassment," Viserys jested. He wouldn't he dare?" Rhaenyra responded with a discontented huff, obediently extricating herself from her father's hold. "What do you think?" she added, casting a warning glance at Rhaegar. Rhaegar, feeling excluded, remarked, "I truly find this baffling. We were having a pleasant family conversation, and then you two suddenly become sentimental. I'm left here all alone, feeling quite awkward. What more do you expect of me?" Viserys scooped Rhaegar into his arms, admonishing gently, "Do not bully your brother. In certain aspects, he possesses far more talent than you." Rhaenyra remained noncommittal, defiantly turning her head away. Viserys chuckled and turned to Rhaegar, asking, "Why don't you share with your sister what insights you've gleaned from this experience?" "Do I really have to?" Rhaegar hesitated, glancing at his sister. "Of course. Exceptional qualities should not be overlooked," Viserys affirmed. Rhaegar nodded slowly and said, "I once dreamt of a concise phrase. Killing with a borrowed knife." "Killing with a borrowed knife?" Viserys paused, taken aback by this unfamiliar phrase, pondering its meaning. After a prolonged silence, he chuckled. "Indeed, it is killing with a borrowed knife." Such a phrase bears profound significance, encapsulating much wisdom. Turning to Rhaenyra, Viserys inquired, "Do you see your brother's sagacity now?" "Everyone dreams. Rhaegar's dreams are merely more peculiar," Rhaenyra replied, her pride preventing her from admitting inferiority to Rhaegar. "No, Rhaegar's dreams are indeed extraordinary. Do you recall the Dreamwalker Daenerys?" Viserys stated with a serious tone. Daenerys Targaryen, known as the Dreamwalker, had saved the Targaryen lineage through prophetic dreams. Rhaenyra casually recounted her lineage. Viserys stroked Rhaegar's forehead and spoke softly. "I seldom paid attention to you until recently when Illyrio reported that you often suffer from nightmares. I believe that may signify a Dreamwalker-esque mark." Rhaegar did not deny it, murmuring, "Perhaps, but I do not relish this gift. The nightmares torment me." "Rhaegar, listen to me," Viserys said earnestly. "Our family has produced many dragon riders, but few dreamwalkers. Compared to the ability to dream prophecies, what is the threat of dragons? All your dreams, including both pleasant and nightmarish ones, may contain some form of warning. You should embrace them with gratitude and approach each dream rationally." Rhaegar leaned against Viserys, feeling his father's body tremble slightly, an unmistakable sign of suppressed excitement. Raising his head, he beheld his father, eyes brimming with tears. "When your sister was but a child, I had a dream that has been indelibly etched in my mind, never to be forgotten. I have relentlessly pursued that dream, paying a grievous price, yet I remain empty-handed." At this, Viserys took a deep breath. "Now, you possess a robust physique and the extraordinary talents I have longed for. I should be utterly content. Rhaegar, remember my words. Do not squander your gifts. Do not perceive them as burdens." Gazing at his father, who could not contain his emotions, Rhaegar fell into silence, raising his hand to wipe away the tears. "I will, father," Rhaegar silently vowed. Having addressed the matter concerning his eldest son, Viserys, aware of his emotional turmoil, chose not to continue the conversation. He instructed the siblings to return to their chambers, wishing to be alone in quiet contemplation. Exiting the study, the two siblings meandered aimlessly along the lengthy corridor. Suddenly, Rhaenys inquired, "Can your dreams truly foretell the future?" "Most often. They consist of bizarre fragments that I find difficult to comprehend," Rhaegar replied candidly. "Indeed, what have you dreamt of?" Rhaenys halted, crouching down to meet Rhaegar's gaze. Uncomfortable with the proximity, Rhaegar instinctively drew back, a sudden recollection of the previous night flashing through his mind. Affecting an air of mystery, he stated, "I had a dream last night, so terrifying it woke me." "Do share," Rhaenys urged eagerly. Rhaegar's eyes darted, and he pondered. "I dreamt of an invisible dragon that wished for me to become its dragon rider." "If it is invisible and intangible, how do you know it is a dragon?" Rhaenys interrupted, perplexed. "I heard its roar, resounding and powerful, Rhaegar retorted, visibly annoyed. And please do not interrupt me while I speak. All right, continue, Rhaenys replied, too weary to argue. Rhaegar continued, but the dragon said it could not meet me yet, for there exists a presence in King's Landing that it finds detestable. What is it? Rhaenys could not restrain her curiosity. Rhaegar responded earnestly, the dragon's lair. Why? The lair has existed for many years. Many dragons have nested within it, including my Syrax. Confounded by the mention of the lair, Rhaenys sought clarity. Rhaegar fabricated further. The dragon claimed it belongs to the skies and the wilds. The lair is confining and would stifle its growth. It also expressed a reluctance to bear shackles and chains, like a slave. Did the dragon truly convey this to you? Or are you merely fabricating tales? Rhaenys regarded Rhaegar with deep skepticism, her trust wavering. Believe it or not, that is precisely how it was in the dream, Rhaegar retorted, shaking off Rhaenys' scrutiny with a dismissive huff. I shall inform father of this matter. I trust he will not doubt the veracity of my dream. Very well. But since the establishment of the lair, the scholars have tended to it diligently, and errors have never occurred, Rhaenys countered with an objective observation. How do you know there are no nefarious individuals among the scholars? Rhaegar speculated maliciously about the scholars of Old Town. From the very beginning, he harbored a disdain for those scholars adorned with collars around their necks. Perhaps you are right. His father had advised him to trust in his dreams. Rhaenyra did not dispute this, encouraging her brother to value his own aspirations. The Dreamwalker is an ancient gift, one that no Targaryen possessing it can be reasonably judged. She had no desire to dampen her brother's enthusiasm. After a brief conversation, the siblings parted ways, each retreating to their respective chambers. Rhaegar walked with his head bowed. The door to his room, just ahead. He continued to ponder the notion of the Dreamwalker. On the system panel, it was expressed, Rhaegar Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold. Long-lived, green, bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 12, skills, Valyrian language, proficient, relic, Bloodfyre convergence, flame resistance 50, evaluation, a rich lineage of Dragon Kings. Remarkable even by the standards of ancient Valyria. Chapter 27. Helena. Rhaegar summoned the system panel, fixating on the talent section. There was little elaboration. Merely a designation of the Dreamer's golden quality. The highest quality relic he had encountered was still the skull of Balerion, classified as a red legendary item. The hierarchy of quality seemed to be legendary, red, epic, purple, excellent, blue, good, green, with the potential for lower tiers beneath good yet to be discovered. Above legendary was definitively categorized as gold. Thus, the significance of the Dreamer-esque quality was evident. Indeed, he had experienced countless dreams, visions of future dragons, flames, and warfare, bizarre products from unknown worlds, and even highly targeted prophetic dreams. He had once dreamt of a white stag, which truly appeared in the royal forest, forming a bond with him and aiding in his health. After hearing his father's tales, he had greatly revised his view of his nightmares, beginning to appreciate the capabilities of the Dreamer talent. Suddenly, a rolling sound of an object from behind jolted Rhaegar from his thoughts. Turning cautiously, he scanned the surroundings. Having been summoned by his father for a conversation, Elric was absent this evening and did not accompany him. The unexpected noise left him feeling somewhat insecure. The corridor behind him was empty, save for a solitary, exquisite ball rolling on the floor. Now night had fallen, and the dim corridor lay deserted. With only the errant ball in motion, Rhaegar's face paled, and a chill crept over him. Whose ball could this be, playing at such an hour? Despite his trepidation, Rhaegar steeled his resolve and shouted down the corridor. Regardless of the presence of any lurking entities, he felt it prudent to call out. Even if only to attract the attention of the Night Watch servants, it was worth a try. His voice echoed through the silent corridor, met with no response. Glancing back, he saw the door mere steps away. Rhaegar swallowed hard, stealthily inching backward, as the delicate sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. It seemed as though finely crafted leather shoes were tapping upon the wooden floor. Just then, Rhaegar turned around and caught a fleeting glimpse of a white figure darting past. "Brother, do you want to play with the ball?" A petite girl, resembling a delicate sculpture, stood there, clutching a ball and gazing at him with eager eyes. Dressed in a white gown, with silver hair and alabaster skin, upon recognizing her, Rhaegar's expression darkened, as he struggled to suppress his irritation. "Helena, why are you out playing with a ball at this hour?" The girl was none other than Rhaegar's half-sister, the little princess Helena. Leaning against the corridor wall with her ball, she explained softly, "Ing plays with the ball during the day, so I come out to play at night." Observing her fragile figure, Rhaegar hastened toward her. "What is there to play at night? Children must sleep early and rise early." Startled by the sudden approach of her seldom-seen brother, Helena lowered her gaze. "Ing won't let me play with the ball." so I can only sneak out while he is asleep. Rhaegar was taken aback by her words. He doesn't play with you? Doesn't your mother care? Helena shook her head gently. When mother is here, Ing plays with me, but when she is gone, he refuses. Rhaegar's frustration grew at this revelation. Grasping Helena's small hand, he said, I will take you back to your room to rest. Tomorrow, I will have a craftsman make you a special ball, so you won't have to rely on anyone else. Helena remained unresponsive, leaning against the wall in silence. What is the matter? Why are you not happy? Rhaegar inquired again, unable to draw her out of her shell. Helena merely shook her head, clutching the ball tightly. Rhaegar recalled Ying's past behavior and cautiously probed. Are you afraid that Ing will take your ball? Helena glanced up at him, biting her lip, but remained silent. After a moment's hesitation, Rhaegar suggested, why not leave the ball with me? You can take it out to play whenever you wish, without Ing seeing it. Helena's violet eyes sparkled with interest as she nodded eagerly. All right, I will give you the ball. Ing wouldn't dare take it. She extended her arms to hand over the ball she had been cradling. Despite her usual clumsiness, the little girl displayed a shrewdness. Knowing well that Ing would not dare to cross Rhaegar, Rhaegar chuckled softly, shaking his head. Not that. Tomorrow I will gift you a new ball, and the old one can be given to Ing. With a radiant smile blooming on Helena's rosy cheeks, she ceased to resist as Rhaegar took her hand and led her away. Helena's room was located on the same floor as Rhaegar's. Previously, she had lived with Ing and their mother, Alicent. However, with the arrival of baby Ymond, Alicent found it increasingly difficult to endure the infant's cries. Consequently, she arranged for 3 separate rooms to accommodate her 3 children. Helena mentioned that her attendants had often been summoned for chores in recent days, leaving her and Ing to spend their days together. This had resulted in frequent bullying from Ing, compelling her to sneak out to play during the nighttime. Rhaegar harbored no suspicions. During this time, the Red Keep was busy welcoming Rhaenyra's return and hosting a tournament. It was only natural for there to be a shortage of hands. After escorting Helena back to her chamber, Rhaegar leaned against the doorframe and cautioned her. Do not wander about. The Red Keep may harbor fearsome dragons at night. Be wary lest you be devoured. He feigned a menacing demeanor to frighten the little sister. Helena, however, was unperturbed, stifling a giggle behind her hand. Ah, the little girl possesses quite a bold spirit. Observing her endearing expression, Rhaegar raised his hand to pinch her cheek. Yet, before he could do so, he noticed Helena suddenly shiver, her smile vanishing in an instant. What is the matter, Helena? Sensing her abrupt change, Rhaegar felt a flicker of concern. Helena stared intently at him, her demeanor tense as she whispered, The hungry wolf has set its sights on the lamb. What do you mean? Have you seen or heard something, Helena? Rhaegar immediately recalled the rumors surrounding her and, combining that with his own prophetic abilities, surmised that Helena might possess similar foresight, sensing something ominous. However, she abruptly withdrew from her earlier familiarity, silently shutting the door in his face. Trapped outside, Rhaegar contemplated knocking but hesitated, recognizing that Helena's current state was clearly not right. It was likely a form of self-preservation following her ominous premonition. To rouse her from this state abruptly might not yield favorable results. Helena, rest well. I shall remember to procure a ball for you, he softly called, placing his hand against the door before departing to his own quarters. There remained many ancient tomes within his spatial bracelet that he had yet to peruse. To understand his prophetic gifts, he might need to delve into these texts. He paid special attention to the bloodline section on his system panel. Rhaegar Targaryen bloodline. Ancient Balerion Dragon King, 12. Ever since awakening as an explorer, the bloodline section had frequently fluctuated. Initially, the bracket contained only a 5. After acquiring the Blackfyre resonance, it surged to 8 and continued to rise gradually. Rhaegar speculated that the percentage represented the purity of his bloodline, as mentioned in the evaluation section. A robust Dragon King lineage was undoubtedly remarkable even during the era of ancient Valyria. After 6 months, the purity of his bloodline reached 12, more than double its initial value. The disappearance of the percentage preceding it likely indicated that the effects of the Blackfyre resonance had peaked, ceasing further increase. He resolved to revisit the texts. The numerous Dragon Lord families of ancient Valyria. What purpose did bloodline purity serve? Following Viserys' reminders about the prophetic abilities, Rhaegar placed great value on all his advantages, unwilling to squander even the slightest potential. Chapter 28. Rumors. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds. The sea surged with tumultuous waves. The fierce wind howled incessantly. Rhaegar's slender figure ascended a coconut tree, anxiously gazing at the rising tide. The frigid sea water enveloped his ankles, gradually consuming his calves as well. He yearned to cry out for help, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him incapable of uttering even the faintest sound. Thunder rumbled ominously as a bolt of lightning split the darkened sky, resembling the shattering of a silver vessel, its deafening roar echoing all around. The turbulent clouds surged and rolled, suddenly unleashing a torrential downpour that washed over the forlorn Rhaegar. How cold? Where am I? The chilling rain soaked Rhaegar's skin, stirring a chaotic tempest within his mind. Accompanied by a crack of thunder, a colossal roar resonated from the horizon, its echoes relentless. Bewildered, Rhaegar raised his gaze, and through the flashes of lightning, he beheld a gigantic creature piercing through the heavy clouds, soaring into the distance with its vast wings. Desperate to discern the beast's form, he was drowned out by the cacophony of rain. Water streamed down his cheeks, and he wiped his face with a trembling hand. When he opened his eyes again, the creature had returned, its massive wings descending upon the island where he stood. Don't come any closer. A vague, enormous shadow loomed overhead, and Rhaegar could not suppress a scream, darkness enveloping his vision. In the next moment, Rhaegar jolted awake, springing up from his bed. What was that? His chest heaved violently as he surveyed his surroundings, his nerves taut with fear. Before him lay the familiar layout of his room. After a moment of stunned silence, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and collapsed back onto the bed, his voice laced with dread. Damn it, another nightmare. And it's the same as last time. Typically, my nightmares refresh every few days. Yet this one has invaded my dreams 2 nights in a row, proving unbearable. Rhaegar sighed. Perhaps this is what they mean by what one thinks by day, one dreams by night. Last night, I had been poring over ancient texts until dawn, my mind fixated on the dreamer. And now, the nightmare has returned. It is said that unusual occurrences herald the presence of the supernatural. Consecutive dreams are rare and undoubtedly carry some prophetic significance. Rhaegar tugged at his hair in frustration, muttering to himself. After finishing his ablutions, a servant arrived as usual with bread, milk, and fried eggs. Are you going to watch the tournament today, Your Highness? Just as he took the last sip of milk, Illic entered, timing his arrival perfectly. Rhaegar gently wiped the milk stains from his lips and replied nonchalantly. Nothing worth seeing. I plan to visit the dragoness lair instead, as I have yet to go there. Very well, Illic responded solemnly. Before departing, Rhaegar picked up a piece of drawing paper from the table, carefully rolling it up. The Dragon South lair was not close to the Red Castle, so the servants had prepared a carriage in advance for their journey. Once they exited the confines of the Red Castle, they entered the city of King's Landing. Illic occasionally stole glances at Rhaegar, a look of hesitance on his face. Growing irritated by the scrutiny, Rhaegar inquired, Sir, is there something wrong with my attire? Why do you keep staring at me? No, it's just that you seem a bit down today, Illic voiced his concern. They had traveled a considerable distance, and the normally cheerful prince had remained silent throughout, causing Illic to worry. Rhaegar, with eyes heavy with fatigue, sighed. I had another nightmare. Upon hearing this, Illic noticed the deepening dark circles under the prince's fair complexion, resembling those of a panda. Your Highness, perhaps you should seek guidance from a scholar regarding your dreams, for insomnia and vivid nightmares are not auspicious signs, Illic suggested. Rhaegar smiled enigmatically. No need for that. My father advised me to embrace my dreams, whether they be sweet or bitter. Forgive my candor. But you seem to prefer the sweeter experiences, Illic remarked, slightly furrowing his brow. Worry not for me. Life inherently encompasses a spectrum of flavors. Bittersweet experiences are not necessarily a misfortune, Rhaegar interjected, steering the conversation toward a different topic. Where might I find a reputable blacksmith? Illic replied, There is a commendable blacksmith on Silk Street, renowned for old Oren's craftsmanship. Then let us proceed there and purchase a few items, Rhaegar decided. With that, Illic instructed the coachman to drive towards their destination. The royal carriage, both splendid and swift, glided through the streets, ultimately coming to a halt before an unassuming blacksmith shop. Rhaegar lifted the curtain to gaze outside, spotting a robust young apprentice hammering away at the forge, sparks flying. That is old Oren's grandson, a blacksmith apprentice, Illic mentioned, guiding Rhaegar down from the carriage. Go summon your grandfather and inform him that a distinguished guest wishes to see him. Tossing a gold coin to the apprentice, Illic commanded without hesitation. Yes, esteemed white knight, the apprentice responded, quickly setting aside his work to rush inside. Before long, a stout, bearded old man emerged from the shop. It was the proprietor of the establishment, old Oren, who approached the two with hearty strides and a booming voice, declaring, Honored guests, blacksmith Oren welcomes your arrival. With that, he bowed laboriously towards Rhaegar. The prince observed the portly old man with quiet amusement. Standing face to face, old Oren was only slightly shorter than Rhaegar, yet his girth could envelop him several times over. Rhaegar produced a rolled-up design sketch and instructed, This is a design for a bracelet. I require you to forge an identical piece with utmost haste. No problem. Is it to be made according to your wrist size? Old Oren inquired. Indeed. This bracelet is meant to replace a gift that does not fit. After clarifying the client's needs, Old Oren patted his chest confidently, assuring, rest assured. You may collect the bracelet before sunset, with precision guaranteed. I trust Illich's recommendation. The payment shall be given to him. Sir, Rhaegar concluded the transaction decisively. However, Old Oren declined the purse of coins Illich offered, insisting, I do not seek payment. To have a prince adorn my creation is the most precious reward. Oh, how did you ascertain I am a prince? Care to guess which prince I am? Rhaegar asked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded the jovial old man. Old Oren, with a serious demeanor, remarked, I have witnessed the king hosting events alongside his second son, Aegon. Given your age, you must surely be the firstborn of the late king and queen, the slumbering dragon, Aegon. Slumbering dragon? What sort of moniker is that? Is he referring to me? Aegon appreciated Old Oren's wisdom, but was displeased with the prefix he used. Realizing his blunder, Old Oren promptly ceased speaking. Noticing Oren's reluctance to continue, Aegon directed his gaze towards Illich, expressing his displeasure. Sir, when did I acquire this nickname? Illich shot a warning glance at Old Oren and quietly replied. Since the last royal hunt, rumors regarding your frailty and the blessing of the white stag have circulated widely among the populace. The king has issued a decree forbidding any gossip concerning you, yet the chatter persists. It was only after your recent reception of Princess Rhaenyra, your first appearance before the public, that this nickname emerged. Aegon furrowed his brow and questioned. So my father's restrictions on my leaving the Red Keep are related to this matter? To some extent, yes, but the king has his reasons. It is not solely connected. Chapter 29. The bastard Aegon interrupted Illich's justification, exasperated. Is it not excessive for my father to confine me, due to mere hearsay? Rumors can be hurtful. The tales that circulated encompassed all sorts of maliciousness. His Majesty merely wishes to shield you from trouble, Illich endeavored to clarify. Aegon retorted with a cold smile. He fears that ill-intentioned individuals might instill harmful thoughts within me. Just listen to the current prefix, the slumbering dragon. Slumbering signifies my past frailty, while dragonlings carry the dual connotation of youth and potential demise. Pray tell, what should a dragonling do upon awakening from slumber? Naturally, it should voraciously consume in order to grow into a true dragon. At that point, what prefix would befit me? The awakened true dragon or the roaring wrathful dragon? This is a deliberate act by those with ulterior motives, disseminating my identity as the king's firstborn among the common folk to incite unrest. Let them call me the slumbering dragon. It is certainly preferable to being labeled the perished dragon. Aegon reassured himself, fixing his gaze upon Illich, instructing. Ensure he receives his wages in full, and from now on, inform me immediately of any rumors concerning me. Understood. Illich responded with a stern expression, accepting the command. Let us go. Take me to purchase some toys for children, and then to the dragon's lair. Aegon turned to board the carriage, his already troubled mood further dampened. The carriage halted momentarily on Silk Street, as Illich hurried about, acquiring a plethora of toys. Once they were all stored within the carriage, they proceeded towards the dragon's lair. The lair, nestled against the hillside, was far more tranquil than the bustling city. As this visit was impromptu, no one awaited them at the entrance of the lair, save for 2 armored guards. Upon sighting the royal carriage, one of the guards jogged forward and inquired, May I ask which noble is visiting? Rhaegar Targaryen, firstborn of Viserys I. Illich reported the identity of Rhaegar, descending from the carriage alone. Although the visage of the prince remained unseen, the sight of the white cloak of the White Knight prompted the guards to bow respectfully and open the gates. The dragon's lair sprawled over a vast expanse, featuring numerous entrances and exits. Beyond the main gate, there were caves nestled against the mountains and open spaces along the cliffs, all accommodating the passage of dragons. The carriage halted outside, attended by vigilant guards. Rhaegar opted to proceed on foot, entering a large open area reminiscent of a grand training ground. At the far end of this expanse stood a towering, magnificent domed structure. Before long, scholars managing the dragon's lair and dragon keepers hurried towards him. The dragon keepers, primarily descendants of Valyria, had long pledged their allegiance to House Targaryen. They were proficient in High Valyrian, capable of soothing the dragon's restlessness, and tasked with their care. We have the honor of meeting His Highness. The newcomers bowed deeply. Please rise. I apologize for the intrusion. I merely wish to see what the dragon's lair is like. Rhaegar, in no mood for idle chatter, got straight to the point. Very well, Master Basses is not present today, so I shall serve as your guide. A young scholar with black hair and eyes, his complexion pale, stepped forward. What is your name? Rhaegar inquired politely, extending a basic courtesy. Minas Visar, Your Highness. The youth replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he uttered his name softly. Visar. Rhaegar paused, recalling that this was a surname associated with bastards. In Westeros, each region had its own surname for illegitimate children. In the north, it was Snow, while in the Vale, it was Visar. Rhaegar scrutinized Minas, noting his modest attire, which bore signs of wear and patching. It seemed life had not treated him well. Indeed, bastards often faced disdain. Even an educated bastard would struggle for acceptance among scholars. Sensing Rhaegar's gaze, Minas's expression shifted, a wave of inferiority washing over him, and he bit his lip in silence. As a bastard, he had endured countless scornful looks throughout his life. Endure, and it shall pass, he reminded himself. Lifting his gaze, he recalled that his parents had bestowed upon him a face not unpleasing. He should not shy away from using it. You should not hesitate to present yourself, Rhaegar suddenly remarked. Minas obediently raised his head, skillfully controlling his features to reveal a humble smile. I cannot advise you to disregard your origins, for the world will remind you of them. However, you possess your own talents. Not everyone can be a scholar, so do not underestimate yourself. Recognizing Minas's struggle with his lineage, Rhaegar offered a few words of encouragement, refraining from further commentary. The circumstances of one's birth should not dictate the entirety of one's life. This was a deep wound, one Rhaegar could not heal. Thankfully, his mother had fought fiercely to bring him into this world, granting him a legacy of honor. Thank you, Mother. Silently praying for his deceased mother, Rhaegar gestured for Minas to lead the way. In moments of sorrow, one may find solace beneath the covers, shedding tears in the stillness of night. Yet now, he must assume the role of his own guide, ensuring that personal emotions do not intertwine with his duties. As they journeyed, Rhaegar inquired, how many dragons currently reside in the dragon's lair? 3 in total, came the reply, namely Dreamfire, Caraxio, and Silrax. Minas swiftly adjusted his demeanor, exhibiting none of the melancholy that had briefly clouded his spirit, and responded dutifully. Take me to see them. I have yet to encounter a dragon up close. I fear that may not be possible, Your Highness, Minas replied. Rhaegar, intrigued, asked, why is that? Do dragons also shun outsiders? That is not the reason. Before you arrived, Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon came ahead of you with intentions of riding out with the dragons, Minas stated candidly. Rhaenyra is here as well? Take me to her. I must meet the dragons. Upon hearing that his sister was present, Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping to persuade her to take him for a ride on a dragon. Very well, the princess has only just arrived. We should hurry and catch up. Minas calculated the time and did not refuse. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Rhaegar urged Minas to lead the way, as the group entered the dragon's lair, ascending towards the elevated platform within. In a hurried yet excited manner, Rhaegar breathlessly climbed to the platform, just in time to witness several dragon handlers soothing Silrax and unshackling its feet. On the other side, the Crimson Caraxio was prepared and ready. Daemon and Rhaenyra, clad in dragon-riding attire, engaged in conversation between the 2 dragons. Sister, Rhaegar called out loudly, disregarding Alyric's cautions, and eagerly rushed towards Rhaenyra. Upon hearing his voice, Rhaenyra turned in surprise, puzzled. Rhaegar, how did you come to be in the dragon's lair? Rhaegar stepped closer, adeptly taking his sister's hand, and proudly declared, Didn't I mention last night that the dragon in my dream said the lair was in distress? I came to investigate. I hadn't expected to hear you were here. I thought you were at the tournament. Rhaenyra chuckled at his enthusiasm and playfully remarked, So, dear brother, are you here to seek me out, or are you more interested in the dragons? Of course, I came to find you. The dragons are secondary, he replied. Seeing the 2 dragons up close filled Rhaegar with exhilaration, his gaze darting between them. This yellow dragon must be Silrax, as beautiful as you are, he complimented, favoring Silrax's well-proportioned figure over the slender, horned Caraxio. Silrax is named after the goddess of harvest, so indeed, she is lovely. Rhaenyra, having discerned her brother's intentions early on, crossed her arms with an amused smile, feigning ignorance as she asked, So, my dear brother, having seen them, is there anything else you wish? Ride the dragon. I wish for you to take me for a ride. Rhaegar eagerly expressed his request. Rhaenyra could hardly contain her laughter. Ruffling his hair, I knew you sought me out for a reason, otherwise, you would not have approached me. Then, my beloved sister, might you grant your brother's request? Rhaegar allowed his sister to play with him, gazing at her with hopeful eyes. I regret to inform you, but I have made arrangements with Uncle Daemon to fly to Dragonstone, and then return, and it will be quite late by then, Rhaenyra gently declined. I can accompany you to Dragonstone. After all, I have yet to visit our ancestral lands, and the late hour is of no concern, he insisted. His yearning to ride a dragon overpowering his reason as he shook her hand. Seeing the plea in her brother's eyes, Rhaegar hesitated, glancing towards Daemon with a look that sought his counsel. Noticing her expression, Rhaegar also turned to Daemon, eager to discern the response of this generous uncle. Unexpectedly, Daemon adopted a nonchalant demeanor and calmly stated, "If he wishes to go, then he may accompany us. However, your father may not take kindly to me taking his heir and eldest son on an outing." The implication was clear. I can take him along. But if anything were to happen, who would bear the responsibility? A rather cliché form of refusal. Rhaegar felt helpless upon hearing this, tightening her grip on Rhaegar's hand and apologizing. "I am sorry, Rhaegar. The distance today is truly too great. How about I take you for a dragon ride over King's Landing next time?" Rhaegar, turned down, felt an indescribable disappointment. Upholding his dignity, he could not throw a tantrum like Aegon, as it would tarnish the noble image of a prince. Withdrawing his small hand from Rhaegar's grasp, Rhaegar took a step back and forced a smile. "All right, then I shall await your promise." His words were mature, yet the melancholy in his eyes was undeniable. "Be a good boy, return to the Red Keep early after visiting the dragon, and do not wander off," Rhaegar advised. Fully aware of his despondency, but resolute in overlooking it, thinking to herself, "I shall make it up to you later, Rhaegar." Just then, the dragon handler unshackled Syrax and reported to Rhaegar and High Balerion, "Princess, you may now mount Syrax and take flight." Rhaegar responded in kind, "I am aware." She then took Rhaegar's hand once more, leading him to a safe distance away from the dragon, where she entrusted him to Alec. "Look after my brother, and do not let him roam around the dragon's lair," she instructed. Alec nodded, "Yes, princess." After ruffling Rhaegar's hair and offering a few comforting words, Rhaegar made her way to Syrax. Daemon remained silent, observing the interaction between the siblings. "Uncle, let us depart," Rhaegar called out as she mounted the dragon's back, securing herself with a safety chain, addressing Daemon. "I thought you would take him along," Daemon remarked as he mounted Caraxes, engaging in casual conversation. "Rhaegar is still young. Riding on a dragon all day might prove too much for him," Rhaegar explained with a smile. "You were able to ride dragons at 7. Rhaegar is a boy. And early exposure to dragons is beneficial rather than detrimental." Daemon's words were fair. Members of House Targaryen were all dragon riders. After all, there will be future opportunities. Rhaegar despised the notion of gender distinctions and interjected, "Let us not discuss Rhaegar. Instead, let us compete to see who can reach Dragonstone first." Daemon shrugged nonchalantly and closed his mouth. In the background, Rhaegar stood before the crowd, witnessing the majestic ascent of 2 dragons as they gradually vanished into the clouds. Alec remained vigilant, observing Rhaegar's calm visage, and, seeing no significant emotional turbulence beneath the surface, he finally felt at ease. He was not the only one fixated on Rhaegar. Minas, amidst the throng, fixed his gaze on the young prince and noted the tightly clenched fists behind him. What a splendid opportunity. Though Minas maintained a facade of composure, internally he was fervently exclaiming, his hands and feet trembling slightly. He had grown weary of being scorned. Those of noble birth, the scholars, looked down upon him, despite his possessing knowledge surpassing that of most scholars he had encountered. After being assigned to the Dragon Pit, he had initially hoped that diligent work would earn him recognition, perhaps even the attention of royal members. The Targaryens were all dragon riders. Who knew when he might encounter a benefactor that would elevate him to great heights? Alas, such scenarios belonged solely to the realm of dreams. Dragon riders required mere dragon lords to guide the great beasts, with no need for scholars to report on their feeding and other mundane matters. He had never had the opportunity to engage with members of the royal family. Now, however, a remarkable chance lay before him. The young prince, neglected by his sister, was in dire need of someone to console and accompany him, provided the endeavor was sufficiently captivating and accurately attuned to the young prince's psychological needs. With thoughts swirling, Minas mustered his courage and spoke with a quivering voice. "Your Highness, do you not wish to see a dragon? There is another dragon in the pit named Dreamfire, larger and older than the 2 you just witnessed." Rhaegar turned at the mention, noticing the pale complexion of the young scholar, his voice trembling and swallowing nervously. He paid little heed to this minor detail. A bastard, initiating conversation with a prince of such lofty stature, naturally bore immense pressure. Nonetheless, the proposal was indeed enticing. "Take me to see it." Rhaegar's voice was flat, yet exuded an undeniable air of authority. Alec sought to dissuade him, but Rhaegar shot him a cold glance, compelling Alec to lower his head, unwilling to provoke the already irritable prince. He was acutely aware that Rhaegar's mood had been foul since the morning. "Let us proceed. There is much ground to cover today." Rhaegar led the way, pushing past the dragon keepers who did not comprehend the common tone, descending the stairs under Minas' guidance. The dragon pit housed numerous nests constructed by the dragons, most situated underground to prevent collisions with the ceiling that might lead to collapse. Upon receiving Rhaegar's directive, Minas felt a surge of joy within. Throughout the journey, he employed every morsel of vocabulary at his disposal to extol the beauty and might of the dragon Dreamfyre. Dreamfyre was a temperamental female dragon, known to have laid several dragon eggs. The dragon egg in Rhaegar's possession originates from Dreamfyre. Dragons lay eggs to hatch their offspring. Yet peculiarly, they are devoid of gender distinctions. Humanity's attempts to classify dragons as male or female are fundamentally flawed. Minas, ever eager, passionately expounds on the lore of dragons to showcase his erudition. Thus, do dragons reproduce asexually? Rhaegar interjected with palpable boredom. Minas chuckled, stating, I cannot say for certain. However, the renowned steed of King Aegon, Rhaegar, shares a well-known companionship with Silverwing, unlike solitary dragons. Enough of this scholarly discourse, Minas. When shall we arrive at the lair of Dreamfyre? Rhaegar interrupted impatiently, weary of circling around inconclusive topics. I apologize, Your Highness, Minas replied repeatedly, humility etched into his demeanor. But we have already reached the entrance of Dreamfyre's lair and shall no longer waste your time. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar realized they had traversed a considerable distance through the tunnel. Before him loomed an immense cavern, shrouded in darkness so profound that one could not see their hand in front of their face. Chapter 31. Dreamfyre gazing at the inky abyss. Rhaegar momentarily lost himself in thought, whispering, Sir, do you believe I could tame a great dragon? Illich's expression shifted, panic overtaking him as he responded, Absolutely not. Inside lies an irascible adult dragon, and the king would never permit you to take such a perilous risk. Why not? Rhaegar fixed his gaze on the White Knight, challenging him. Do you think me incapable of taming a dragon? No, that is not my intention, Illich struggled to articulate, earnestly advising. Gaining the trust of a great dragon is no trivial matter. You should contemplate this wisely. But I wish to try, sir. Rhaegar stepped forward, inhaling deeply. My sister was able to ride a dragon at the age of 7. This winter will pass, and I too shall turn 7. If she can, there is no reason I cannot. There remained an unspoken truth in Rhaegar's heart. He bore the blood of fire and possessed a remarkable resistance to flames. His Balerion lineage was sufficiently potent, making it easier to gain the dragon's acceptance. I cannot permit this, Your Highness, Illich asserted, positioning himself before Rhaegar with a grave countenance. I swore an oath to the king to protect his eldest son. I cannot stand by and watch you take such risks. But you also vowed to me to fulfill my commands with utmost dedication, regardless of life or death, honor or disgrace. Rhaegar's voice rose in indignation. His gaze locked onto the White Knight. The weight of a nightmare bore down upon him, intensifying the sting of Rhaenys' neglect at that moment. A surge of chaotic, negative emotions flooded Rhaegar's mind. Fear of nightmares, dissatisfaction with the past, and even jealousy toward his sister. He was Rhaegar Targaryen. The Targaryens were never to be underestimated. Behind him lay the lair of Dreamfyre, and Rhaegar was determined to tame this dragon, to earn honor and respect through its might. Illich could not deter him, for he was a White Knight, bound by his own oath. Rhaegar's expression turned solemn as he issued a command to Illich for the first time. Now, as the firstborn of Aegon I command you to remain on standby, and you shall not disobey. The prince, concerned, attempted to dissuade Illich, but Rhaegar interjected loudly, Silence. Sir, bound by his oath, Illich found himself unable to betray the white cloak draped over his shoulders. With a pained expression, he stood at attention, gripping the hilt of his sword. Very well, the sworn White Knight, Rhaegar remarked as he walked past Illich, casting a glance at the stunned Minas beside him. Illich, you shall remain outside the lair to assist. If you have no further business, you may return. Hearing the prince's words, Minas shivered with excitement and exclaimed, No, I wish to stay by your side. I am well acquainted with the nature of dragons and can be of assistance to you. He hoped to gain the prince's favor and escape the injustices of fate. There was no way he would retreat at such a critical moment. Rhaegar regarded him curiously, noting his resolute demeanor, and nodded, Very well, should I succeed in taming Dreamfyre, I shall remember your contribution. Yes, your grace. Minas responded, emboldened, stepping forward to lead the way into the cave. Rhaegar did not refuse and turned back to Illich, remarking coolly, He is braver than you, sir. With that, Rhaegar hastened to follow Minas, their figures vanishing into the inky darkness of the cave. Illich shut his eyes in anguish, his heart a tumult of emotions. His duty was to safeguard the prince's safety, yet it was evident that the prince preferred the thrill of adventure. Upon entering the lair, Minas skillfully ignited a torch, illuminating the pitch-black space. As the sudden light pierced the darkness, Rhaegar instinctively shielded his eyes from the brightness. Within the cave, Minas's excitement diminished, and he nervously cautioned, "Your Grace, Dreamfire has dwelled in the dragon's den for many years and possesses a highly volatile temperament. It would be wise to observe from a distance." "I shall," Rhaegar acknowledged with a nod. He tilted his head and inquired, "You are quite familiar with this environment?" Minas smiled shyly. "Indeed. Master Balthasar mandates regular inspections of the dragon's lair. Most other scholars cannot endure the stench of dragon excrement, so I have taken on this task." "Ah, I see. It seems you take your responsibilities seriously." Noticing Minas's adept navigation of the cave, Rhaegar felt that this individual had potential. "Your Grace, I usually bring 1 or 2 dragon keepers with me when entering the lair. They are fluent in High Valyrian and can hum soothing songs to calm the dragons." Minas's face flushed with pride at the compliment as he divulged this crucial information. At this point, he no longer contemplated whether the prince genuinely intended to tame the colossal dragon or if it were even feasible. His sole desire was to showcase his worth and gain the prince's attention. Rhaegar observed Minas's back, silently reflecting. A young man, long suppressed, now excessively eager. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Urgency was inconsequential as long as he proved useful. Rhaegar spoke softly. "High Valyrian is my mother tongue. I can give it a try." Since mastering the ancient language of Valyria, he began to recall vivid images from the recesses of his memory, remnants of his early childhood, perhaps before the age of 3. During that time, he spent years in a state of profound unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of life itself. Unknown to others, there were fleeting moments of lucidity, albeit too frail to open his eyes, indistinguishable from a deep slumber. Nevertheless, his senses of hearing, touch, and smell remained intact. In numerous half-dreaming interludes, Rhaegar could hear gentle humming by his side. He was oblivious to the source of the sound, yet at times, the owner of that voice would tenderly caress his cheek and kiss his forehead. Though deprived of sight and speech, he could recall the melody's owner, and the faint, acrid scent lingered in his nostrils. Upon awakening, the content of the song eluded him, yet he recognized that subtle fragrance, akin to the noxious odor of sulfur emanating from dragons. Now, he could partially recollect the lyrics of the lullaby, which was sung in the ancient Valyria tongue. Clearing his throat, Rhaegar imitated the gentle cadence from his memory, slowly humming the melody titled The Shepherd's Twilight. His youthful voice unexpectedly pierced through the darkness, dispelling the turmoil within. As he sang, a colossal creature deep within the lair opened its eyes, lifting its head in confusion. The underground den was not particularly spacious, far less profound than the tunnels. Rhaegar quickly ventured into a more expansive, subterranean chamber. Illuminated by the flickering light, he noticed scattered remains of large livestock and the foul stench of dragon excrement. Suddenly, the flames flickered violently, and the stifling air grew oppressively warm, accompanied by the clanking sound of chains dragging from the shadows. "Give me the torch. You can wait for me here," Rhaegar instructed. Through the dim light, he spotted a massive figure crouched in the corner, and he knew it to be the dragon, Dreamfire. Minas obediently handed over the torch, pressing himself against the wall, uneasily advising, "Your Highness, please be cautious. If things go awry, flee immediately." "I will. Pray for me," Rhaegar replied, disliking the foreboding tone of such farewells, and continued to hum the lullaby as he approached the colossal silhouette. Chapter 32. A Failed Taming Crunch. As he stepped over a mound of foul dragon excrement, Rhaegar inadvertently snapped a bone riddled with bite marks, the sound starkly jarring in the tranquil darkness. The unexpected noise sent a chill down his spine, his heart racing wildly. He kept his gaze fixed on the shadowy figure, fearful that any misstep might provoke its ire. His heart pounded violently, and Rhaegar was certain that had his physical condition been as it was 6 months prior, he would have been on the verge of cardiac failure. A single misstep potentially leading to his demise. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his frayed nerves and resumed humming the somewhat unfamiliar lullaby. After a while, the clanking of chains echoed once more. At this moment, Rhaegar had significantly closed the distance, and he could vaguely discern the appearance of Dreamfire. The dragon's slender form was adorned with pale blue scales interspersed with silvery lines, complemented by delicate azure wings and shimmering silver dorsal scales. The dragon's head, shrouded in shadows, was not entirely visible, yet a pair of gracefully curved silver horns protruded into the open air. Upon encountering this pale blue behemoth, Rhaegar instinctively halted in his tracks. Dreamfire's elongated neck coiled against its side, its wings folded neatly against its ribs, seemingly at rest. However, Rhaegar was acutely aware that Dreamfyre had already been roused by the song and was now covertly observing this intruder. To confront a solitary, unclaimed adult dragon was a daunting prospect, and Rhaegar would be lying if he claimed he felt no fear. His arm, holding a torch, trembled, and his legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge even the slightest. Even his lips, which had once sung the melody, felt numb. Move. He urged himself desperately. The grip of terror seized control of his body, and he fought to summon the remnants of his rationality, striking his legs in an effort to advance. He had come here with the intent to tame the dragon. He could not abandon his quest midway. After a lengthy pause, it seemed that Dreamfyre had not made any move to drive him away, allowing Rhaegar's taut nerves to ease ever so slightly. Driven by an indomitable will, he took another step forward. 30 feet, 20 feet, 15 feet. As he drew nearer, he could clearly see Dreamfyre. Just as he had anticipated, the dragon was indeed awake. Its formidable head rested upon its slender tail, and a pair of amber eyes regarded him with an indifferent gaze. Within the confined space, the overwhelming presence of the adult dragon was palpable, akin to a sword of Damocles suspended above, threatening to descend at any moment. Rhaegar found himself unable to continue the melody. His breathing grew increasingly labored, each breath resonating in his ears. He had encountered the dragon. He could not let his efforts go to waste. Adrenaline coursed through his veins, rendering him rigid, yet he rallied within, urging himself to muster the courage as his gaze met Dreamfyre's. Dreamfyre, become my companion. Together, we shall soar back to the azure skies. Blood trickled from his bitten lips as he forced out a shout, one hand raised high with the torch, the other extended in supplication. No matter the cost, he was determined to attempt to tame Dreamfyre. In response to his gesture, Dreamfyre's throat rippled, emitting a deep, resonant growl. Having just awakened, the dragon's temperament was relatively placid, showing no overt signs of hostility. It sniffed the air, seemingly sensing an inexplicable connection with Rhaegar. Dreamfyre, with its extensive and intricate history, recognized that bond. Its first and previous master, Rhaegar, had possessed a similar bloodline connection. The dragon's piercing gaze locked onto Rhaegar's, revealing a scrutinizing expression. Rhaegar shouted once more, Dreamfyre, acknowledge me. You do not belong in this dark lair, hidden from the light. Upon hearing his call, Dreamfyre responded with a resounding roar. In this moment, the youthful prince locked eyes with the colossal dragon, imprisoned for decades, and an inexplicable connection drew them together. Their reflections danced within each other's pupils. Amidst this tenuous bond, Rhaegar sensed the true emotions of Dreamfyre: restlessness, fury, resentment, and an overwhelming yearning for freedom. The immense negativity loomed like an unfathomable abyss, startling Rhaegar. He pondered. A creature that rightfully belonged to the skies and wilderness had been confined for so long after losing its master. It was only natural for such feelings to arise after transitioning from youth to adulthood in a place devoid of daylight. Gathering his courage, Rhaegar stepped forward and earnestly implored. Dreamfyre, allow me to take you away from here. Dreamfyre gazed at Rhaegar, unable to comprehend his words, but sensing the empathy behind them. It had been imprisoned for far too long, and indeed yearned for escape. Dreamfyre stirred, its powerful wings bracing against the ground, and lifted its head high, eager to showcase its majestic form. However, the sturdy shackles tightened around its neck and limbs, and before it could rise fully, the chains forcefully yanked it back. The reciprocal nature of force was stark. The anticipation of standing was met with painful resistance. With a thud, Dreamfyre collapsed, its long neck nearly snapping as it crashed against the cavern wall. Witnessing this, Rhaegar's heart raced with worry as he exclaimed, Dreamfyre, are you all right? Unbeknownst to him, the bond they had just forged severed in that very instant. Dreamfyre struggled on the ground for a moment before lifting its head again, a torrent of flames erupting from its maw. Dreamfyre, are you okay? Rhaegar cautiously advanced a step. As they locked eyes once more, the warmth of familiarity had vanished, replaced by sheer rage and ferocity. With a thunderous roar, Dreamfyre opened its jaws wide, unleashing a conflagration of orange and azure flames. No, calm down, Dreamfyre. We can be allies. Rhaegar's expression shifted, disbelief coursing through him as he attempted to restore Dreamfyre's reason. Yet, the flames surged forth, driven by the instinct to survive. He swiftly turned and crouched among the jagged bones. The dragon's fire missed him, but the sparks inevitably rained down upon his unprotected back. The dragon's flames, far more potent than ordinary fire, swiftly consumed his clothing and seared his pale skin. The searing pain felt as if it were tearing at Rhaegar's very nerves, eliciting a piercing scream. His head jerked back uncontrollably, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. For a fleeting moment, he believed he might perish from the agony. It became evident that the connection of blood and fire was no mere saying. Despite the excruciating pain, Rhaegar remained alive. How could this be? Why had Dreamfire spiraled out of control? In this perilous moment, reason triumphed over fear, and Rhaegar issued the most prudent command. Seizing the brief respite during the dragon's fiery onslaught, Rhaegar struggled to rise, heedless of the danger, and sprinted into the distance. Having lost his torch moments earlier, he was compelled to navigate the darkness, his already unsteady steps stumbling over the scattered bones, a clumsy gait becoming his new norm. The ominous screech of the dragon intensified its fury, thrashing against its chains, roaring and haphazardly unleashing torrents of flame. The brilliant blaze illuminated the lair, wantonly incinerating stone walls and skeletal remains, occasionally grazing dangerously close to Rhaegar. Cursed fate. Success had felt within reach. As he fled from the searing flames in terror, Rhaegar could not suppress the haunting thoughts of his impending failure. "Prince, watch your back." A familiar voice rang out, and before Rhaegar could react, a white figure tackled him to the ground. In the next instant, the very spot he had occupied was engulfed by dragon fire, creating a charred crater half a foot deep. Chapter 33. Escape from peril. Rolling on the ground, Rhaegar's head spun as he surveyed his surroundings in confusion. Turning to look behind him, he saw Illic, clad in silver armor and a white cloak, shielding him beneath his body. "Illic, you were supposed to guard the entrance. How did you end up here?" Rhaegar questioned, his mind struggling to comprehend the situation. "My foremost duty is to ensure your safety," Illic replied gravely, swiftly rising and cradling Rhaegar in his arms as he bolted away. Rhaegar barely registered Illic's words, his head instinctively turning back to catch a glimpse of the dragon. He had been on the verge of taming it. How could the situation have turned so swiftly, transforming from potential success to utter failure? Illic moved with remarkable speed, swiftly exiting the lair and racing through the tunnel. Rhaegar's gaze remained fixed on the dragon, observing the pale blue beast venting its fury. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the chains around the dragon's neck. The creature writhed, its powerful jaws gnawing at the thick chains, sparks flying from the friction. It was the chains, the very chains that had disrupted the bonding ritual, inciting its wrath. A flash of realization struck Rhaegar, and he exclaimed in dismay, glaring furiously at the chains that had thwarted his attempts to tame the dragon. Understanding the cause of his failure ignited a fire within him. His frustration mirrored that of the rampaging dragon, wishing he could obliterate the wretched soul responsible for ensnaring it. Before he could utter another word, Illic rounded a corner, completely severing their view of the dragon. Moments later, they burst forth from the lair, returning to the initial entrance. Minas rushed over, anxiety etched across his face. "Your Highness, are you all right?" Illic forcefully shoved him aside, coldly retorting, "Silence. You had better pray the prince is unharmed." With that, he set Rhaegar down and crouched to inspect him. Lost in a sea of regret, Rhaegar allowed Illic to examine him at will. Damn it. He had been so close to taming the dragon. The weight of his remorse was overwhelming. Illic first turned Rhaegar's head to check for injuries before scrutinizing his limbs. "The arms and legs are perfectly fine, and the fingers are intact." As he muttered, Illic cast a glance at Rhaegar's back, his expression immediately darkening. The clothing on his back had long been reduced to ashes, revealing a back that was supposed to be pristine but was now covered in a multitude of blisters. This was a severe burn. Minas gasped, as though the blisters had erupted on his own skin. "Be quiet, I am not blind." Illic shot him a resentful glare, wishing he could strike down this beguiling prince's bastard scholar. After a brief separation, Minas had regained his composure. He was fully aware of the consequences that would follow if the prince were harmed. The thought of the gallows looming ahead made Minas feel faint. "Wait, I am knowledgeable in herbalism and medicine. I can treat his highness." Despite his fear, Minas managed to maintain his rationality, contemplating a way to assist. Fearing that Illic would ignore his advice, he pulled a collar from his clothing, adorned with rings of black iron, silver, and gold. "Get away, I do not trust you." Illic had no intention of heeding his words, hoisting Rhaegar up and preparing to depart. In the face of imminent peril, Rhaegar had scarcely felt it. Now that he was out of danger, however, with Illic's movement, Rhaegar gasped in pain, nearly losing consciousness. "Jazz, wait, it hurts too much." His entire back and neck were severely burned, the searing pain incessantly stimulating his nerves, already beginning to numb. "Allow me to provide temporary treatment for his highness. His injuries cannot withstand jostling and must be treated swiftly." Minas spread his arms, blocking Illic's path. Illic recognized the gravity of the situation, hesitating as he looked at Rhaegar. Rhaegar grimaced and said, "Go ahead. I can barely take it." Illic nodded, casting a wary gaze at Minas, warning, "If I discover you attempting any tricks, you will regret it." Minas retorted, I value my life more than you think. He then instructed Illic to carry Rhaegar and steadily exit the tunnel. My dwelling is near the dragon's lair. There are herbs and instruments there. Upon emerging from the tunnel, Minas led the way up the staircase and into a narrow wooden cabin at the edge of the dragon's lair. You live here? Illic surveyed the dilapidated furniture and musty odor within the cabin, surprised that a scholar had fallen to such depths. Minas hurried to the bedside and crouched down, pulling out a square wooden box from beneath the bed. Upon opening it, he revealed an array of jars and vials containing medicinal powders and pills. Lay the prince flat on the bed. I will first perform a simple surface cleaning. Minas spoke in haste, lacking the mood for banter with Illic. Be a little patient. My movements might be a bit rough. Illic warned Rhaegar as he turned him over and laid him on the bed. Isn't your warning a tad late? Rhaegar grimaced in pain, visibly aggrieved. Do not speak. Conserve your strength, your highness. Minas discovered 2 ceramic jars and gently sprinkled a layer of medicinal powder on Rhaegar's back. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Rhaegar gritted his teeth, his limbs uncontrollably convulsing. Turning his head towards Illic, he lamented, Why am I not unconscious? Normally, with this kind of injury, I would have fainted by now. Illic was momentarily speechless, replying, A person typically loses consciousness when enduring unbearable pain. Your continued awareness suggests it is not yet severe enough. But I certainly feel it is. Rhaegar protested with a hoarse voice. He was not prone to excessive chatter, but without someone to divert his attention, he might truly succumb to the agony. What in the 7 hells? Such extensive burns, inflicted by dragon flames. How on earth did his highness survive? Minas mused aloud while applying medicinal treatment and bandaging. Based on his knowledge, the breath of an adult dragon could melt steel. Direct contact with dragon fire would reduce a human to ashes in an instant. It was hard to fathom how Rhaegar remained conscious after being scorched by dragon flames. Upon hearing Minas's astonishment, Rhaegar inquired, Weren't you waiting by the lair? Why did Sir Illic come to rescue me? Minas hesitated, feeling shame, and confessed. In a moment of confusion, I led you into the lair of Dreamfire. The instant you entered, I regretted it. I rushed out to seek assistance from this noble white knight, fearing for your safety. I never anticipated that Dreamfire would go mad so quickly, resulting in you sustaining such severe injuries. Rhaegar ignored him and turned to Illic. Illic did not deny it. He knelt down on one knee and proclaimed, The duty bestowed upon me by the king is to ensure your safety. Allowing you to venture into danger alone is a grave dereliction of my responsibilities. I apologize for failing to uphold the honor of the white cloak I bear. After speaking, Illic lowered his head and tore away the charred remnants of his once white cloak. Observing the ruined fabric, Rhaegar looked at Illic's back with concern and asked, Are you injured, sir? Illic paused slightly, responding, No, my prince. Rhaegar sighed in relief, feeling bittersweet as he said, No injuries are best. It would be unbearable for me to think that my recklessness led to your harm. It is my duty. Illic replied calmly, No, your task was to remain on standby. Rhaegar buried his face in his arm, feeling despondent. Sir, thank you for setting aside past grievances to rescue me. I am truly sorry. Chapter 34. Leonor's proposal. You need not apologize. Every Targaryen harbors an obsession with dragons, and it is not uncommon to make erroneous judgments in moments of impulse. Gazing at Rhaegar, who lay in bed enduring pain, Illic felt he had no right to be angry. The mention of dragons ignited fury in Rhaegar's eyes as he gritted his teeth, saying, I was on the verge of taming Dreamfire. What went wrong? Illic sensed the situation was more complex than it appeared and frowned as he inquired. Rhaegar, filled with rage, replied, Dreamfire was about to accept me, but a chain bound it, preventing it from even standing. My ritual of bonding with Dreamfire was abruptly interrupted by that accursed chain. In his final words, Rhaegar nearly roared from his throat. Bloodshot eyes, tinged with crimson, connected with his violet irises, creating a bizarre contrast. Failure is not to be feared. It is the thwarted success that is truly heinous. Illic had not anticipated such a turn of events and, with malevolent intent, seized Minas, threatening, You are responsible for the dragon's regular inspections. What is the meaning of this chain? Even without extensive experience with dragons, he understood that chains meant to restrain them were typically long enough to allow for freedom of movement. As Rhaegar had noted, Dreamfire's situation was anything but ordinary. Illic had ample reason to suspect that this illegitimate scholar was plotting the prince's demise. Lifted by the collar, Minas was terrified and stammered, It wasn't me. I only handle the cleaning of bones and dragon dung, menial tasks that no one else dares to undertake. How could I possibly approach a mighty dragon? If not you. Then who, you deceiver? The bastard scholar you speak of, B.S.? Illic clearly had no intention of letting him off lightly, delivering 2 sharp punches that sent blood streaming from Minas's nose. As Minas screamed in agony, He desperately pleaded. It truly wasn't me. Only the dragon keepers can change the chains. Those fellows are the only ones capable of calming a dragon. He vociferously defended his innocence. Rhaegar, irritated by the commotion, felt the agony of his wounds intensify and mused. First, bind him. We must return to the Red Keep at once. This matter must be reported to my father. His pain rendered him unable to concentrate, and his thoughts narrowed to two desires: to return home to seek parental guidance, and to uncover who had clandestinely altered Dreamfire's chains, subsequently feeding that traitor to the dragon. Alec acquiesced. Yes, my prince. And with a forceful throw, he cast Minas to the ground, stripping him of his belt and binding his hands behind his back. Having subdued this powerless, illegitimate scholar, Alec carefully lifted Rhaegar and exited. The carriage awaited just outside the dragoness lair, and Alec moved with purpose and speed, disregarding the coachman's look of horror as he laid Rhaegar upon the spacious seat. He promptly kicked Minas into the coachman's arms, instructing, "Bind him to the back of the carriage and let him run alongside." Finally, he cautioned, "The prince is injured. The carriage may travel swiftly, but do not jolt." "Yes, my lord." The coachman, bewildered by the scene, obediently secured Minas to the rear of the carriage and even stuffed a rag into his mouth. Completing his task, he drove the carriage back to the Red Keep. At the Red Keep, in the king's chamber, Viserys, weary from watching the tournament all morning, returned to his quarters. Lamenting his fatigue, he summoned the prime minister, stating that the king had matters to discuss. Rubbing his lower back, Viserys shouted towards the door. A servant outside responded promptly. Within 10 minutes, Prime Minister Leonor entered the room. "Your Majesty, what business do you wish to discuss?" Leonor inquired respectfully, standing beside the table with his corpulent form. Viserys poured a glass of wine for each of the two attendants, signaling them to leave the room. Once they were alone, he swirled his goblet, reflecting wistfully. "Recently, the proposals for Rhaenyra have piled up like a mountain. I find myself hesitating over what kind of suitor to choose for her." Laenor, with a look of uncertainty, pondered aloud. "Your Majesty, I believe there is something even more pressing than selecting a consort for the princess that requires your attention." "Oh, is there anything more significant than Rhaenyra's marriage at this moment?" Viserys inquired, a hint of amusement in his voice. Laenor could not muster a smile. His gaze had not wavered from the king's face since entering. His rich life experience had fostered a taciturn disposition, coupled with keen insight into the hearts of others. Laenor recognized that the king was feigning ignorance, habitually evading difficult issues. With determination, he downed the red wine in his glass and boldly stated, "Your Majesty, Prince Aegon is your eldest son. According to the primogeniture system of Westeros, he should rightfully be the heir to the Iron Throne." Viserys' expression darkened instantly, as he replied grimly, "But the current heir is Rhaenyra. I have personally chosen her, and she is older than Aegon." Having made his point clear, Laenor saw no reason to retreat. From a rational standpoint, Prince Aegon is male, and a legally recognized male heir would more likely garner the loyalty of the lords. Rhaenyra has been the heir for many years and recently traversed the continent, earning the recognition of those lords. Viserys seethed with indignation. In this regard, he and Rhaenyra were indeed quite alike, willing to listen to others' opinions, yet treating them merely as suggestions, ultimately guided by personal preference. Laenor remarked, "That is because they have no better choice. If Prince Aegon were to stand in the spotlight, they would undoubtedly prefer to support a male heir." After years of companionship, Laenor understood Viserys better than the king understood himself. He knew how to speak and act to persuade the monarch. Unfortunately, when it came to the matter of succession, Viserys was resolute and unwilling to yield. He shook his head, expressing his discontent. "No, Rhaenyra has committed no wrongdoing. No one can strip her of her claim to the throne. What then shall become of Prince Aegon?" Laenor remained unfazed by Rhaenyra's alleged faults and calmly responded, "Prince Aegon was born to be the heir. Previously hindered by illness, he is now in good health. Do you intend to disregard such an exemplary firstborn?" "Of course not." Viserys emphatically denied, laying out his intentions. "Aegon is a good boy. He loves his father and his sister. I shall ensure he receives the finest education, nurturing him into a capable man. In the future, when Rhaenyra ascends the throne, he can serve as hand of the king, regent, or even shoulder the weight of protecting the realm." Laenor was left speechless, incredulous as he asked, "Your Majesty, do you truly believe this?" This was merely a euphemistic expression. Laenor's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts at that moment. Is it not more fitting for Rhaegar, the eldest son as spoken by the king, to assume the mantle of heir? Moreover, would such an exceptional prince truly resign himself to a subordinate role, quietly dedicating his efforts to others? Even brothers from lesser noble families would fiercely contend for their inheritance, engaging in life and death struggles. One can only imagine the allure of an entire kingdom. Not even siblings would be exempt from such rivalry. Viserys, undeterred, insisted, "I trust Rhaegar. He will adeptly assist his elder sister in managing state affairs and safeguarding the realm from harm." Rhaegar opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He poured himself a glass of wine from the jug on the table and downed it in one swift motion. "Very well, I shall trust your judgment." Chapter 35. The water of fertility does not flow to foreign fields. After a considerable pause, Rhaegar ceased to dwell on the matter of succession, expressing his acquiescence. He recognized the potential peril that the king's decision could pose for the kingdom's future. As the prime minister, he needed to devise a strategy to address this subtle issue. He had long contemplated various approaches regarding the heir. This was not a challenge for him. Rhaegar remarked, returning to the subject of the princess's marriage prospects. "I have a thoroughly considered candidate." "Who?" Viserys inquired. "I recall you mentioned last time that it was Rhaegar Balerion, the son of the sea snake." As long as the topic of changing the heir was avoided, Viserys remained amiable, a smile gracing his face. Sir Rhaegar was indeed a commendable choice for an alliance. But that suggestion had been made 6 months prior. Rhaegar, disinterested in prolonging the suspense, stated plainly, "Your Majesty, I believe that from the kingdom's various perspectives, the most suitable match for the princess is Prince Rhaegar." "Rhaegar?" Viserys' smile faltered, confusion etching his features. "Rhaegar is merely 6 years old, while Rhaenyra is already 14. By the time Rhaegar reaches marriageable age, Rhaenyra will be approaching spinsterhood." Rhaegar, with assuredness, responded, "This is not a dilemma. In reality, the princess and the prince are only 8 years apart. At most, they could wed within 10 years. Before that, they could become engaged to dispel any external ambitions regarding the princess." His candid insights revealed Rhaegar's formidable wisdom and unwavering loyalty to the kingdom. Indeed, these words stirred something profound within Viserys. During the past 6 months, while Rhaegar recovered his health, he had not voiced his thoughts but had repeatedly pondered this matter internally. He was reluctant to strip Rhaenyra of her claim to the throne for the sake of his eldest son, fearing such an act would breed resentment in his daughter. He felt a deep sense of guilt towards Rhaenyra, the young girl who had lost her mother. Simultaneously, he recognized Rhaegar as a more suitable heir than Rhaenyra. Privately, ministers had hinted at the need to change the heir, yet he had deflected their suggestions. To that end, he ordered Rhaegar to remain confined, restricting his movements within the Red Keep, ensuring he would hear no whispers regarding the qualifications of the heir. He was deceiving himself. Perhaps, as long as Rhaegar was shielded from such information, he would not develop discontent over the loss of his claim. This way, his guilt regarding both of his children might lessen. Yet he understood that no secret could remain hidden forever. He could not indefinitely restrict Rhaegar's freedom or block his ears to the whispers of ambition. Thus, he became increasingly invested in Rhaenyra's marriage. If Rhaenyra were to align herself with a family of considerable power, her ascension to the Iron Throne would be assured. At that juncture, even if her siblings harbored dissenting thoughts, they would lack the means to oppose her. Leonor offered him a valuable suggestion, urging him to consider an alternative path. Promoting the union of Rhaenyra and her brother would not only quell the ambitions of those eyeing the throne, but also foster unity between the siblings, preventing any rifts over the matter of succession. Embracing this notion, Viserys remarked subtly, "Yet, a marriage between siblings may provoke some discontent between Rhaenyra and Rhaegar?" "Not at all," Leonor reassured him. "The Targaryen lineage has long embraced the custom of consanguinity, a tradition that has persisted since the days of old Valyria." Perceiving the king's cautious inclinations, Leonor further assured him, "The prince is still quite young and unaware of the complexities of love. As long as we can soothe the princess, everything will unfold naturally." Receiving the desired affirmation, Viserys smiled. "Leonor, you are truly my invaluable aid. Sometimes I ponder how I would manage without you." Leonor adjusted his crooked collar and replied earnestly, "As the hand of the king, it is my honor to serve you, and I seek no credit for it. I shall adopt your proposal and later discuss it with Rhaenyra." Viserys, accustomed to the humility of his chancellor, offered a nod of approval. Compared to Leonor's unwavering dedication to the realm, former Hand Otto Hightower appeared rather diminished. Just consider Otto's overreaches, marrying his daughter to curry favor with the crown, secretly rallying support among ministers for his grandson Aegon, and even attempting to persuade Viserys to name a different heir. Were it not for these transgressions, Viserys, with his aversion to conflict, would never have dismissed him, sending him back to Old Town for reflection. As the two of them reached a consensus over goblets of fine wine, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the chamber. Viserys frowned, displeased. "What is it?" "I am in consultation with the Hand of the King regarding matters of state." From beyond the door came the voice of Harold, the captain of the Kingsguard. Your Majesty, Prince Rhaegar has just returned from the dragon's lair, and the attendants report he has sustained grave injuries. Rhaegar injured? What transpired? Upon hearing of his eldest son's plight, Viserys could no longer remain seated. He hurriedly rose and opened the door. Harold's expression was grave. The attendants claimed that Prince Rhaegar has suffered burns, apparently from a failed attempt at dragon taming. Damn those in charge of the dragon lair. How dare they allow Rhaegar to attempt such a perilous endeavor? Viserys erupted in fury. Leonor interjected calmly, Your Majesty. This is not the time to assign blame. We must first assess the prince's injuries. Being scorched by dragon fire could be a matter of luck. He may live to tell the tale. Yet, any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. The young prince holds immense significance for the kingdom and is an invaluable asset to the Targaryen lineage. He must not perish at such a critical moment. Viserys, realizing the gravity of the situation, exclaimed in a state of panic, Yes, take me to Rhaegar, summon the maester at once. As he spoke, Viserys found himself moving uncontrollably towards the exit. Your Majesty, the prince's chambers are downstairs. Allow me to escort you, Harold interjected, halting Viserys' frantic actions and guiding him down the staircase. The group swiftly arrived at Rhaegar's room. Standing in the corridor, Viserys' gaze fell upon the open door, where he saw Rhaegar lying unconscious on the bed, his back marred by unmistakable burns. In that fleeting moment, Viserys' eyes widened, experiencing a heart-wrenching anguish. Rhaegar, he whispered, hastening to the bedside, his heart heavy with sorrow as he gazed at his eldest son. Beside him, Maester Mellos was unwrapping bandages and cautioned, Your Majesty, it is advisable not to disturb the prince in his rest. His injuries are grave. Viserys turned to him, urgency etched on his face. What is Rhaegar's condition? Mellos shook his head somberly, replying, The prognosis is not optimistic. He suffers from extensive burns over his body, inflicted by dragon fire. Recovery will be arduous. Whatever medicines are required, do not hesitate to ask. Rhaegar must be saved, Viserys insisted. The thought of losing his son, who had previously shown resilience despite his frailties, was unbearable. The idea of explaining to Rhaenyra or to his late wife, Aemma Arryn, was inconceivable. Fortunately, the prince's wounds had been attended to promptly by a skilled hand. Mellos deftly wrapped the bandages around Rhaegar to prevent dehydration and infection. His efforts stirred the sleeping prince. Before opening his eyes, Rhaegar heard Viserys' sorrowful plea, Maester, I implore you to do everything in your power. I cannot bear to lose another loved one. Chapter 36. The Curse of Chaine's Father. I am well. Rhaegar spoke, his back feeling numb as he mustered his strength. Rhaegar, my child, have I disturbed you? Viserys sat helplessly at the bedside, reaching out to touch his son, but hesitating. No, I was not deeply asleep, Rhaegar replied with a faint smile, grasping his father's large hand for comfort. I have the blessing of the white stag. I could live to 100. Viserys tightened his grip, nodding fervently. You are right. You are a child favored by the seven. Pain cannot subdue you. Struggling to maintain a smile, Viserys ventured. Tell me, there are whispers that your injuries stemmed from an attempt to tame a dragon. Is that true? Rhaegar lamented. Yes. I came perilously close to taming Dreamfire. By the seven hells. How dare you attempt to tame a dragon behind your father's back, especially one as temperamental as Dreamfire? Viserys nearly broke down, unable to fathom his eldest son's audacity. Rhaegar explained, but I truly was on the brink of earning Dreamfire's acceptance. I did not witness what you spoke of. My eyes were solely on my beloved child, lying upon the sickbed, his back riddled with blistering sores. Viserys, with a heart full of anguish, imparted a quiet reprimand, expressing both his fury and his concern that a raised voice might frighten his gravely injured eldest son. Once again, salt was rubbed into the wound, and Rhaegar's complexion reddened. I did not lie. I can feel the fury within Dreamfire, filled with resentment over its confinement. It acknowledges me. Yet, Dreamfire nearly unleashed its fiery breath upon you. Viserys roared, his eyes brimming with trepidation. Rhaegar blurted out, someone tampered with Dreamfire's chains. During the final rite of recognition, Dreamfire was provoked by the chains, and thus went berserk against me. Chains. Viserys was momentarily taken aback, his brow knitted tightly. The chains that bound Dreamfire were irregular, forcing it to remain prone on the ground. Rhaegar promptly revealed the truth. Viserys fell into contemplation, pondering who had altered the chains and their intentions. A voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Your Majesty, Ser Harlech is at the door. Shall I summon him? Returning to the present, Viserys, filled with ire, commanded, Let him in. I wish to inquire how he is safeguarding my child. Harlech entered the chamber, instinctively kneeling before the bed. Viserys' gaze bore into him, coldly instructing, thoroughly recount today's events, particularly how Rhaegar sustained his injuries. Leave no detail omitted. Yes, your majesty. Under the scrutiny of those present, Harlech candidly recounted the day's itinerary. From departing the Red Keep to the blacksmith, from entering the dragon's lair to encountering Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon, to Rhaegar's solitary attempt at dragon taming and his narrow escape from the dragon's jaws. In just a few minutes, Harlech laid bare every minute detail. The more Viserys listened, the darker his expression became, glaring reproachfully at Harlech for not adhering closely to Rhaegar. Leonor timely interjected, "Your Majesty, the scholar named Minas is quite suspicious. We should commence a thorough investigation with him as our starting point. Where is that bastard?" Viserys nodded in agreement, irritably questioning Harlech. In a hushed tone, Harlech replied, "Minas is locked in the dungeon. Sir Herald, you shall personally oversee this matter." Viserys assented, dispatching the seasoned herald to take charge. With the suspect now in custody, Viserys' fury subsided slightly, his focus shifting back to Rhaegar. Rhaegar, with a hesitant expression, said, "Father, Minas would not dare conspire against me. Might we spare his life?" Viserys snorted coldly. "To think of others at such a time. I cannot discern if you are kind or foolish." Yet, he did not deny his eldest son's plea, instructing Harold to grant the man a breath of mercy. Rhaegar turned to Harlech, softly stating, "Sir Harlech, your loyalty is commendable. It is I who have been overly arrogant." "Enough, I know what you wish to convey," Viserys interrupted, pressing down on his hand, impatiently stating, "I shall not punish him. Is that satisfactory?" "Thank you, father." Rhaegar felt warmth within, obediently lying upon the bed. In a moment, the father and son fell into silence. Observing this, Laenor gestured to Ellic and Melos, discreetly exiting the room. After a while, Viserys gazed out at the evening glow, hesitantly inquired, "Did you truly come close to taming Dreamfire?" "Indeed, had it not been for that damned chain, I would have succeeded," Rhaegar replied, his voice tinged with disappointment. Viserys fell silent once more, a shadow of intensity crossing his lowered gaze. Dreamfire was a full-grown dragon, although its size did not rival that of Vhagar, which had hatched around the same time. Its ferocity surpassed that of the inexperienced Syrax and Sea Smoke. In fact, it was even more formidable than the Red Queen, Melisandre, or the Bloodworm, Caraxes. The eldest son had the potential to tame such a powerful ally, yet he was ensnared by a ridiculous chain, nearly losing his life in the process. This loss and emotional disparity were insufferable for Viserys. Gently stroking Rhaegar's disheveled short hair, he solemnly declared, "My dear child, your father will take charge." Rhaegar then spoke. "I recently had a dream concerning the dragon's lair. You advised me to trust in my dreams, and I wish to share it with you." "Speak," Viserys encouraged. "You possess the gift of a dreamwalker. Whatever you say, I shall listen intently." Upon hearing it was a prophetic dream, Viserys' anticipation grew. Rhaegar recounted the conversation he had with Rhaenyra, emphasizing the dangers of a dragon's lair. A dragon cannot be bound by chains, lest it suffer a curse. Viserys pondered. "Are you suggesting that Dreamfire's outburst was the so-called curse?" "No. The majority of Dreamfire's rampage was due to human error and cannot be considered a true curse." Rhaegar cautioned ominously. "This may merely be a warning. Should we continue to restrict a dragon's freedom with chains, we will surely invite far graver consequences." He was convinced that the ancient texts were not mere folly. Had Dreamfire not been shackled, he would not have sustained injury. Viserys' expression shifted, ultimately concluding, "Dreams do not deceive. I shall initiate a thorough investigation of the dragon's lair, purging any lurking vermin. However, our family's dragons in King's Landing cannot be without their lairs. The lair shall remain, and the chains may be suitably removed." Rhaegar agreed with his father's decision, stating, "As long as we no longer confine the dragons with chains, the curse shall find no place to manifest." As darkness enveloped the sky, Viserys looked at his eldest son with affection, bidding farewell, "Rest well. I shall return to see you tomorrow." "Yes, see you tomorrow," Rhaegar replied obediently, watching his father leave the room. Once the door closed, silence engulfed the chamber. Alone, Rhaegar slumped onto the bed, grimacing. How could such extensive burns have gone unnoticed? It was merely a fade he maintained before his father. The power of dragon fire was no mere boast. A tiny spark nearly incinerated him. As he gasped in pain, Rhaegar couldn't help but feel a wave of dread. Had it not been for the shared essence of bloodfire, his frail body would not have withstood the scorching flames. He might have been burned through from his back to his chest long ago. "Once again, I extend my gratitude to you, Balerion." Rhaegar recalled the skull of Balerion displayed in the center of the sept, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. Chapter 37. A temper tantrum as he pondered. A gentle knock echoed from outside the door. Rhaegar furrowed his brow in confusion, unsure who might visit at this hour. "Brother, I've come to see you." Helena's soft, childlike voice drifted through the door. Recalling the promise made the night prior, Rhaegar replied, "Come in, the door is unlatched." Creaking, the door slowly opened, and Helena, clad in a silk nightgown, cautiously peeked her small head inside. After ensuring there was no one else in the room, she stepped inside, swiftly turning to shut the door behind her. The entire sequence unfolded with the grace of a seasoned thief. Rhaegar chuckled softly, inquiring, "What are you afraid of? Do you believe there are monsters in my chamber?" Helena shook her head, placing her index finger to her lips. "Shoo, I sneaked out. Mother hasn't retired yet." "Is Alysanne in your room?" Rhaegar asked, perplexed. Helena tiptoed to the bedside, responding, "She just went to find father." A smirk graced Rhaegar's lips. Well aware that Alysanne had likely been summoned by their father, this was for the best. At least he would not have to endure her insincere condolences. Casting a glance at the expectant Helena, Rhaegar gestured towards the fireplace. "I purchased a leather ball and some other toys. Do take a look." Helena nodded vigorously, her excitement propelling her towards the pile of toys by the hearth. Illyrio was a stern man, diligently fulfilling the tasks assigned by Rhaegar. The toys he procured were among the most popular items from various shops, sure to delight children. Helena was the first to grasp a colorful leather ball, followed by a plush dragon doll filled with goose feathers. The little girl plopped down on the carpet, engrossed in her newfound treasures. Rhaegar smiled, opting not to disturb her merriment, and laid down on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. He had promised Helena she could play in his room, and thus, there was no reason to refuse her. Additionally, this half-sister of his seemed to possess prophetic abilities. Engaging with her might prove beneficial in deciphering the patterns of his own dreaming gift, though he remained uncertain whether such patterns existed. The siblings remained silent, the room enveloped in tranquility. The handsome young boy lay bedridden, his pallor evident, while the rosy-cheeked girl frolicked by the hearth, creating a scene of warmth and harmony. It was not until Helena picked up a shiny silver bracelet, holding it aloft and asking, "Brother, is this bracelet for me as well?" that Rhaegar turned his gaze toward her. It was a replica crafted by the blacksmith, and he replied casually, "No, that is my accessory." "Oh," Helena responded, a hint of disappointment in her tone, as she quietly set the bracelet down. Observing the little girl's crestfallen expression, Rhaegar could not help but recall the moment when Rhaenys had rejected him, a heaviness settling in his chest. With a hint of hesitation in his heart, Rhaegar smiled with relief. "It is yours now. If you like it, wear it as a gift from me." He did not wish to refuse Helena, just as he did not want his sister to reject him. The conversation took a turn, and Helena beamed. "Thank you, brother. I like it very much. It's nothing. One must strive for what they cherish, and this is rightfully yours," Rhaegar replied softly, though the movement stirred the wounds on his back, causing him to grimace in pain. Helena finally sensed something amiss with Rhaegar and returned to the bed, clutching the bracelet, looking bewildered. "Brother, why are you lying there without moving?" "I've sustained some injuries and must lie down for a while," Rhaegar admitted candidly. "Will it hurt a lot?" "Sometimes Egan pinches me secretly, and it really hurts." Helena innocently assumed that Rhaegar had also been pinched, and she tiptoed onto the bed, puffing up her cheeks. "Let me blow on it for you. It will feel better." Rhaegar was amused by the silly girl, but laughter tugged painfully at his back muscles, intensifying the ache. "Damn these chains, why don't they just kill me?" In his agony, Rhaegar silently cursed the scoundrel who had switched the chains, venting his frustration. Helena was startled by his outburst and shrank into a corner of the bed, afraid to approach. "Don't be scared. I'm cursing the one who hurt me, not you," he reassured her with a wry smile once he regained his composure. It was indeed a struggle for him. His back throbbed, and he had to comfort his foolish sister. Helena could not hear his inner turmoil, yet she possessed her own unique way of thinking. Stealthily, she crawled beside Rhaegar and puffed her breath against the bandaged area of his back, her small lips pursed. Watching this scene, Rhaegar felt an odd sensation in his heart, a sense of inexplicable comfort. He reached out to ruffle Helena's silver hair, smiling. "All right. My wound doesn't hurt anymore." Helena paused her blowing, staring at him blankly, her clear eyes reflecting confusion, as if asking, "Really?" Noticing the bracelet in her hand, Rhaegar suggested, "Would you like me to help you put it on?" Helena tilted her little head, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Taking the bracelet, Rhaegar grasped one of his sister's hands and slid it onto her wrist. Due to Rhaegar's frail constitution, his own slender build made the bracelet fit perfectly on Helena's slightly chubby wrist. Rhaegar admired her, saying, "This plump little girl is just right for this bracelet." Unexpectedly, Helena's previously rosy cheeks turned pale, her smile vanished as she pouted and distanced herself from Rhaegar, curling up with her back to him. Rhaegar's smile faltered, He anticipated that a 2-year-old girl would be concerned about her weight. He called her name several times, but she remained silent, her stillness a form of protest. Seeing this, Rhaegar could only smile wryly and turned his head, preparing to sleep. As for an apology? Targaryen men never apologize. As time passed by, the night deepened. Helena glanced back to steal a look at her sleeping brother, Rhaegar. Seeing him undisturbed, she quietly slipped out of bed and left the room. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra had just returned from Dragonstone. Upon entering the Red Keep, she was halted by a servant who informed her that the king wished to speak with her. Very well. I shall change my attire first. After a day of revelry, Rhaenyra freshened up before meeting her father. Arriving at the threshold of Viserys' chamber, she was about to knock when the door swung open. Out stepped Alicent, resplendent in her lavish gown. In high spirits, Rhaenyra greeted her stepmother and confidant. Alicent offered a strained smile and softly cautioned, Rhaegar has been injured, and your father is quite upset. Do not provoke him. Though Alicent had begun to reveal her disloyalty to their former close friendship, she had not yet severed ties with Rhaenyra. Nor had the whispers of Otto Hightower fully swayed her. She extended a semblance of goodwill to maintain their already strained bond. Upon hearing of Rhaegar's injury, Rhaenyra's mind buzzed with alarm, and she immediately pressed for details. How could Rhaegar be hurt? Isn't he under the protection of Ser Harwin? Alicent glanced back toward the room, eager to divulge more, but was interrupted by Viserys' voice. Rhaenyra, how long do you intend to keep your king waiting? His tone was harsh, suppressing a simmering anger. I apologize. I must return to tend to the children, Alicent replied, casting an apologetic glance before passing by Rhaenyra. Confused, Rhaenyra furrowed her brow as she entered the room. Viserys sat by the stone model of the realm, fiddling with a dragon-shaped sculpture. Chapter 38. Father and daughter quarrel. Rhaenyra strode purposefully toward him, her demeanor fierce. Alicent said Rhaegar was injured. What happened? Viserys, displeased, responded, Rhaenyra, is this how you address your father and king? Momentarily at a loss for words, Rhaenyra sighed. I'm sorry. I am merely concerned for Rhaegar's well-being. Rhaegar is in dire condition, with extensive burns covering his body. The Grand Maester fears he may not survive. Viserys relayed the Grand Maester's grim assessment. Yet, he privately held a different belief. Rhaegar had appeared in good spirits during their last conversation, far from resembling one on the brink of death. Viserys felt it was the 7 gods who had protected his eldest son. Unaware of the full truth, Rhaenyra was left stunned by his words, standing frozen, nearly losing her balance. He was her only brother, the sole kin left to her by their mother's sacrifice. How could Rhaegar be well just this morning? She muttered in bewilderment, struggling to accept the harrowing news. Where's Rhaegar? I must see him. It took Rhaenyra some time to gather her senses, her urgency to see Rhaegar overwhelming her. Viserys sneered. So you still care for your brother? I thought your heart had been completely ensnared by that scoundrel demon. What are you talking about? How can you say my heart is taken by Uncle Demon? Rhaenyra instinctively retorted, pressing on. I must see Rhaegar. My brother needs me. No, he does not require anyone. He merely needs to rest quietly in bed and recover. Viserys coldly dismissed her. He had comprehensively grasped the events of the Dragon's Lair today, including the exchanges between Rhaenyra and Daemon. His keen insight revealed Daemon's seeming desire for Rhaenyra. The notion that his own brother would seduce his daughter for power was utterly intolerable to Viserys. He must extinguish this budding threat before it could manifest into a mistake. Faced with her father's unwavering resolve, Rhaenyra, bewildered, had no choice but to relent. With concern, she implored, Father, I am Rhaegar's sister. You should at least tell me why he is suffering. Viserys did not conceal this matter from her, and candidly explained the circumstances. Rhaenyra gasped. Rhaegar went alone to tame Vhagar. Has he lost his mind? It was well known that dragons were temperamental creatures, and Vhagar, a mother dragon long imprisoned, was a prime example. Rhaenyra had only ever attempted to tame dragons with the assistance of dragon keepers, gradually learning the process. To storm into a dragon's lair and attempt to subdue a solitary adult dragon was akin to courting death. Every year on Dragonstone, there were 1 or 2 reckless youths of Valyrian blood who secretly endeavored to tame wild dragons, only to end up reduced to ashes or devoured by the beasts. Few survived the flames of a dragon. The mere thought of Rhaegar possibly being scorched by dragonfire filled Rhaenyra with an indescribable anguish. Had she not refused Rhaegar's request to ride a dragon, perhaps he would not have faced such peril. Noticing his daughter's self-reproach, Viserys softened, deciding not to frighten her further. With a sigh, he reassured her, Rhaegar is quite fortunate. He has merely sustained burns from dragonfire. With proper care, I believe he will be fine. That is a relief. As long as Rhaegar's life is not in danger. Rhaenyra exclaimed, her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settling back into her chest. Having achieved a degree of compliance, Viserys, feeling emboldened, intended to broach his true purpose. Rhaenyra, do you have someone you hold dear, someone you admire? As a father, Viserys felt a twinge of embarrassment uttering these words, but for the sake of his children's future, he steeled himself to ask. The sudden shift in topic momentarily puzzled Rhaenyra, leading her to question, why do you ask this? Has some lord approached you with a proposal? Cough, cough. Of course not, Viserys replied, masking his discomfort with a cough and continuing. I merely believe you have reached the age of betrothal. If there is someone you genuinely care for, you may confide in me. No, among the men I have encountered, most are simply fools, and the few intelligent ones are far too arrogant. Rhaenyra's expression visibly shifted to one of disdain as she scoffed at the men parading before her like peacocks. Viserys rubbed his brow, hesitating as he proposed. What if I were to select a suitor for you who meets all the requisite criteria? How would you feel about that? Father, we agreed to refrain from discussing this matter until after the tournament, Rhaenyra retorted, her aversion to the prospect of marriage palpable. Viserys quickly added, you ought to listen to the potential candidates. Perhaps one might satisfy you. Suit yourself, but I cannot escape the clutches of those families, Rhaenyra huffed, turning her back on her father, unwilling to face him at that moment. With the absence of his daughter's gaze, Viserys felt a weight lifted from his shoulders and blurted out, what if you were to betroth Rhaegar? How does that sound? Rhaenyra froze, turning back with an incredulous expression. Rhaegar? He is but 6 years old, my own brother. Anger welled up within her, and she exclaimed, you would sacrifice my marriage for the Iron Throne. And now you intend to exploit Rhaegar as well? Viserys, equally incensed, raised his voice. What do you mean by sacrificing your marriage? As a royal princess, forming alliances is your duty. Even I, as king, cannot escape this obligation. Rhaenyra retorted defiantly, if you wish for alliances, then you pursue them yourself. I disdain those vulturous nobility and will not permit you to entertain notions regarding Rhaegar. Rhaenyra, do you comprehend the foolishness of your words? Viserys slammed his hand down, pointing an accusatory finger at her. You are a princess of the realm, the heir to the Iron Throne. You possess the most esteemed honor across the continent, second only to me. Yet now, look at how selfish you are. You revel in the privileges of your status without a thought for the sacrifices it entails. Viserys glared at Rhaenyra, demanding, is this what it means to embody the sense of duty as the heir to the Iron Throne? With clenched teeth, Rhaenyra remained unyielding. Power does not stem from compromise. It is earned through one's own endeavors. What have you truly achieved? Beyond your title as heir, what else do you have to take pride in? Viserys' voice turned sharp as he pressed, what do you mean? Rhaenyra offered a bitter smile, nonchalantly responding, is this the sentiment you have harbored in your heart? Do you believe I should not claim the title of heir? You now have sons, Aegon, Aemond, and especially Rhaegar, who is recovering his health. You no longer need a girl as your successor. Viserys promptly denied her assertion. No, I admit there have been moments of doubt, but I still recognize you as my heir. He continued, a female heir is unconventional. If you do not choose a partner of formidable lineage, it will be difficult for you to secure the Iron Throne in the future. I understand you are reluctant to marry those unworthy lords, but Rhaegar would be an excellent choice. He is your brother, he loves his sister, and he possesses Targaryen blood. His status would aid you in solidifying your power. Chapter 39. Intensifying conflict. Viserys' heartfelt words laid bare his innermost thoughts. As the words fell, a gaze filled with hope lingered on his daughter, yearning for her to be swayed by his sentiments, to find her way back from the path of rebellion. Rhaenyra's eyes were rimmed with red. She returned her father's gaze with nothing but sorrow and resolve. Clearly, she did not heed his words. Tears welled up, and she choked out. I do not wish to marry Aegon. I envision my future partner as a tall, handsome, mature man, rather than my younger brother. It was her first candid revelation of her true feelings, albeit somewhat veiled. Since the loss of her mother, Rhaenyra's heart had been consumed by emptiness and fear. She did not want to wed a man she did not love, becoming merely an instrument of childbirth. Her father had loved her mother deeply, yet he chose to save her brother during her mother's harrowing labor, even going so far as to cut open her womb. She could never forget the day she commanded Syrax to unleash his fiery breath, incinerating her mother's remains. Rhaenyra feared that such a fate would befall her as well. The husband she envisioned should be a tall, handsome, gentle man who cherished her above all. This was why she harbored a vague affection for the consistently gentle Criston. Viserys did not comprehend the depths of his daughter's heart. He merely responded to her superficial words. Believing he understood, you may become engaged to Aegon now and marry once he comes of age. You are both young and have ample time to cultivate love. Absolutely not. Aegon is my brother. We cannot dictate his fate. Rhaenyra shook her head vigorously, speaking of Aegon's destiny while truly mourning her own. Viserys, intent on persuading her further, found her covering her ears, fleeing the bedroom as if escaping. She could bear no more, for her father always found a way to coerce her into submission. Watching Rhaenyra's distressed retreat, Viserys slammed his cup down in frustration, bitterly lamenting her ingratitude. Everything he did was for her future. Time sped by, and 3 days later, amidst the bustling atmosphere of a tournament, Viserys sat at the high table with a smile, listening attentively to the Prime Minister, Leonor. Your Majesty, the dragon pit has been thoroughly investigated. An elderly dragon keeper has testified that the chains of Dreamfire were replaced without authorization by Maester Bass from Old Town. His reasoning was that Dreamfire has a volatile temperament, often displaying aggression when livestock is delivered. To ensure the safety of the dragon keepers, he opted for shorter chains to limit Dreamfire's movement. Viserys turned his head, raising an eyebrow at such a flimsy justification. Do you believe such a cunning excuse? Leonor shook his head. I do not. The explanation is far too strained. Is there any connection between the bastard confined in the dungeon and this matter? Suddenly, Viserys recalled Rhaegar's plea for the life of Rhaegar. At present, it appeared that this individual bore no motive to harm Prince Aegon, and Maester Bass had expressed disdain for his lineage. Leonor spoke plainly. After a moment's contemplation, Viserys waved his hand. If there is no connection, then let him go. Thanks to the timely intervention of that young man, Rhaegar's burns healed more swiftly than one could have hoped. Leonor smiled gently, remarking on the prince's remarkable ability to heal, attributing it to the blessings of the seven upon House Targaryen. After a brief pause, he whispered, Sir Bachelor Baelor is quite suspect. I am uncertain how to proceed. A flicker of coldness passed through Viserys' eyes as he replied sternly, the scholars of Old Town are servants of the people, and when a servant meddles with his master's affairs, what judgment should be rendered? Is it sufficient merely to sever his hands? Leonor promptly responded, let it be so. If he wishes to take the black and serve as a night's watchman, do not hinder him. Viserys nodded in agreement. Leonor, obeying the directive, bowed and took his leave. He had numerous matters of state to attend to and could not linger further. Once the Chancellor departed, only Daemon and Rhaenyra remained beside Viserys. Today marked the final day of the tournament, and most members of the royal family were in attendance. Rhaenyra, eavesdropping from her position, turned back and exclaimed with displeasure, that wretched scholar nearly cost Rhaegar his life. And you intend to forgive him so easily? Viserys furrowed his brow and replied, the scholar belongs to Old Town. No one may pass judgment upon them at will. Severing his hands or sending him to the wall as a night's watchman would not be considered a light punishment. Rhaegar nearly died because of him. He ought to pay with his life, Rhaenyra declared emphatically. That cannot be. Power is not a blade for life and death. True justice is what a king should uphold. Viserys wished to avoid further entanglement in this matter, silencing Rhaenyra's retort with a glance. Humph, Rhaenyra scoffed. Feeling her proposals were consistently disregarded, adjusting her posture to sit properly, Daemon silently observed the exchange between father and daughter, a cynical smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had long recognized his brother's weakness and indecisiveness in his governance. Viserys remained oblivious to his brother's disdain, absorbed in watching the tournament below. He believed his approach was justified. A king must restrain his desires and not allow personal whims to lead him astray from the law. The battles in the arena were fierce, with charges, melee, and mounted archery competitions having already determined their victors. Only the most crucial duel remained to decide the champion. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the two combatants faced off in the final confrontation. One was a towering knight from Casterly Rock, clad in heavy armor and wielding a broadsword. The other was the tournament's dark horse, the water dancer, Syrio Farrell. Syrio's swordsmanship was as exquisite as ever. His body supple as a serpent, his movements as swift as a rabbit. Each strike deftly avoided his opponent's blows, targeting the weak points of the knight's armor, leaving trails of vibrant blood in his wake. Within mere moments, the duel concluded with an unexpected victory for Syrio, who emerged as the champion of the contest. Amidst the cheers of nobles and commoners alike from the stands, the time arrived for the king to bestow the rewards. The earlier victors of the tournament received their rewards, earning the king's commendation. Soon, it was the turn of the last contestant, Shiryu. Looking down at the kneeling Shiryu, Viserys smiled sincerely. I remember you. You claimed you would seize the championship, and it appears you were not boastful. Shiryu replied respectfully, Your Majesty, I would never dare to boast before the realm. Very well. I promised you a request, and now you may speak it. Viserys valued his own words highly. Shiryu did not hesitate and stated plainly, I hail from the distant Bravos, and here I have no kin, no family, no honor. I beseech you to allow me to serve at the Red Keep. even if it is merely as a dancing instructor. Why wish to remain at the Red Keep? I would have thought you sought to become a knight, Viserys replied, puzzled and secretly wary of this man. A skilled assassin and swordsman was not someone he could trust to linger close by. Shiryu responded without hesitation. It is because of your eldest son, Prince Rhaegar. Rhaegar? Viserys was taken aback. Shiryu elaborated. As your firstborn, Prince Rhaegar possesses a character and wisdom I have rarely encountered in my life. A realm is fortunate to have such an exceptional prince. I wish to remain at the Red Keep to teach him swordsmanship in my leisure, ensuring that before he reaches adulthood, he possesses formidable skills and becomes a valiant knight. Chapter 40. Abolishing the chains. Shiryu's voice resonated loudly, echoing throughout the arena, drawing countless curious gazes. This was the first instance where someone had publicly acknowledged the identity of the king's son, openly declaring their allegiance. Faced with such sharp rhetoric, Viserys contemplated, responding candidly, Swordsman, I am aware of your background. If you truly wish to serve my son, you must first pledge your faith, ensuring your heart is pure. Shiryu drew his iron sword, raising it above his head with both hands, and solemnly declared, I am willing to swear. He then proclaimed aloud his oath to support Rhaegar Targaryen, vowing to uphold his authority until he reached maturity. Many observant eyes witnessed this scene, keenly watching the expression of Princess Rhaenyra, the heir. They anticipated her reaction to someone pledging loyalty to her brother. Rhaenyra maintained her smile, sitting gracefully in her chair, seemingly pleased for her brother, unperturbed by the matter, as if it were merely an ordinary knight choosing to follow a lord. Unbeknownst to all, Rhaenyra discreetly pinched her thigh under her sleeve. Viserys also observed Rhaenyra's demeanor and, seeing no unusual reaction, nodded to himself. Taking Shiryu's iron sword, he rested it upon his shoulder and proclaimed loudly, I hereby appoint you as the royal dancer, granting you the title of knight, with hopes that you will not forget your oath. Thank you for your grace, your majesty, Shiryu replied with deep respect. Thus, the tournament, held in celebration of the 5th anniversary of the king and queen, came to a close. The nobles and knights descended from the audience, following the king back to the Red Keep for a grand feast. Rhaenyra strolled through the crowd, her expression meticulously crafted, yet her inner sorrow remained palpable. Daemon trailed behind her, observing his niece's despondent demeanor, a flicker of triumph crossing his eyes. As night fell, the hall of the Red Keep was alive with music and dance. Disinterested in the festivities, Rhaenyra excused herself early, wandering down the staircase until she unwittingly found herself before a familiar door. Gazing at her brother's chamber, she suddenly awakened to her surroundings, realizing where she stood. Ever since Rhaegar's injury, she had come here each night to visit her incapacitated brother. On the other hand, she wavered at her father's proposal. Forming an alliance with her brother seemed far more appealing than marrying an unfamiliar stranger. Just as she hesitated to knock, laughter from within the room caught her attention. Rhaenyra's expression shifted, and without a second thought, she pushed open the door. Before her, Rhaegar and Helena were sprawled on the bed, engrossed in a game of chess. Rhaenyra, you've come. Rhaegar greeted her with a smile and a wave, inviting her to join their game. Slowly closing the door behind her, Rhaenyra sat beside Helena, affectionately stroking her sister's small head, and inquired, when did you two become such good friends? Helena blinked her large eyes at Rhaenyra, slowly calling out sister. Rhaenyra responded with a warm smile, finding her sister delightful, far less burdensome than her brother. Rhaegar grabbed a pillow to support himself and remarked, Helena always gets bullied by Aegon, so I allowed her to come here and play with my toys. He gestured towards a large pile of toys by the fireplace. Rhaenyra nodded in realization. She had noticed the beautifully crafted toys earlier, initially thinking they were for Rhaegar himself, only to discover they were meant for Helena. Not wishing to dwell on this matter, she began guiding Helena in their chess game while inquiring about Rhaegar's condition that day. Rhaegar, in good spirits, replied cheerfully, I'm all right. The wound is starting to scab. The Grand Maester says I'll heal soon. He added, the Grand Maester mentioned your unique constitution. It seems you may become a formidable warrior in the future. Rhaenyra mused to herself with subtle implication, choosing not to mention the name of Aemond, believing it best for her brother to discover it himself. After some casual conversation, Rhaegar suddenly recalled the matter of the dragon lair and asked, have there been any findings regarding the dragon lair? He was quite invested in this issue, having been inquiring about it for days. Rhaenyra brought good news this time. The one who swapped the shackles was Maester Bess, and father has sentenced him to have his hands chopped off or don the black cloak and head to the wall. I knew there had to be some nefarious individuals among the maesters from Old Town, Rhaegar exclaimed, shaking his fist in indignation. Such a person deserves to be publicly executed. It's truly too lenient a punishment. I suggested to father that he should face severe consequences, but he dismissed my proposal. Rhaenyra shrugged in resignation. Rhaegar cast her a sympathetic glance, choosing not to speak further. He was aware that his sister's life was also fraught with difficulties. Despite her esteemed position as the heir, their father had consistently denied her any substantial authority, rendering her suggestions mere whispers in the wind. Rhaegar shifted the topic, recalling the pale blue dragon, and inquired earnestly, "How is Dreamfire? Have the chains been removed?" "Fear not, for father has decreed the abolition of all shackles within the dragon's lair, segregating the nests to provide a more expansive space for movement." When this matter was broached, Rhaenyra wholeheartedly agreed. She too wished for Syrax to be unbound, and it would be most advantageous for the dragons to have designated areas for their activities. Rhaegar felt a wave of relief wash over him and sighed. Dreamfire has suffered greatly, confined to the dragon's lair for decades. I truly hope it soon finds a new master and returns to the skies. After this perilous episode, Viserys had come to recognize the recklessness of his eldest son. Through a council meeting, it was decided that he would lead the family back to Dragonstone for a time. There, he would select young dragons for his sons, Rhaegar and Aegon, to tame. Conveniently, there were 2 young dragons on Dragonstone that were perfectly suited for his sons. Consequently, Rhaegar abandoned the notion of taming Dreamfire, looking forward instead to the impending journey to Dragonstone. Observing her sentimental brother, Rhaenyra smiled knowingly and nonchalantly asked, "What would you do if father decided to arrange a marriage for you?" Rhaegar paused his game, raising an eyebrow, and replied, "If necessary, I would willingly accept the responsibility." Though still young, he derived answers to many questions from books. Throughout the history of House Targaryen, with a few exceptions of reckless fools, both men and women were expected to engage in political marriages. Conqueror Aegon had 2 wives. He married his sister Visenya out of duty and his sister Rhaenys out of desire. Subsequent monarchs either wed daughters of noble families to ensure loyalty or engaged in consanguineous unions. Even their father Viserys and uncle Daemon had entered into marriages with the nobility of the Vale to guarantee the allegiance of their supporters. Under such customs, Rhaegar did not believe he could escape the fate of marriage. He merely wished to marry a wife of beauty and gentle disposition within the confines of what was permissible. Any further desires would be greedy. Upon hearing her brother's response, Rhaenyra lowered her head, descending into silence. She understood that he was correct. Perhaps she should not be so willful and ought to shoulder her responsibilities. After a moment, Rhaenyra brightened, exchanged a few words with Rhaegar, and then took her leave. Gazing at the closed door, Rhaegar remained silent for a long time. He surmised Rhaenyra's purpose for visiting that night. Most likely, she was urged by their father regarding marriage and sought some solace from him. Yet, he could not provide the answer Rhaenyra desired. To utter empty words merely to align with her thoughts could yield consequences beyond measure. Wearing a crown was not a means to elevate oneself above others. Rather, it was to illuminate all beneath its radiance. Chapter 41. A stealthy escape. Departing from Rhaegar's chamber, Rhaenyra's heart grew increasingly heavy with despondency. She longed to return to her own quarters, indulge in a warm bath, and nestle beneath her cozy blankets for a restful slumber. Today had been overwhelmingly oppressive. She hoped that upon awakening, a new day would greet her. Ser Cole stood vigil outside her door, and she greeted him before entering her room. As she began to remove her earrings, she instinctively poured herself a glass of clear wine from the table. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught sight of an incongruously placed parcel on the table. The unexpected package piqued Rhaenyra's curiosity, prompting her to scan the room for any signs of another presence. Satisfied that she was alone, she pinched one corner of the parcel and tilted it downward. Out tumbled a set of humble linen garments and a piece of white paper adorned with a rudimentary map. Upon examining the paper, Rhaenyra was astonished to discover it was a guide to the hidden passages of the Red Keep. The markings indicated a location within her chamber. Proceeding to the spot indicated on the map, she found a wall embellished with carvings. With a firm push, the wall swung open, revealing the enchanting nightscape beyond the Red Keep. Beyond the wall, a staircase enclosed by wrought iron led to an unknown path. A smile crept across Rhaenyra's lips. Her interest piqued. She cherished exploration, relishing the thrill akin to riding dragons through the skies. Returning to her table, she shed her opulent gown and donned the patched linen attire. A gentle sniff revealed no unpleasant odor. Disguised, Rhaenyra ventured forth through the secret passage from her room. Traversing the dimly lit corridor, she passed the shrine housing the skull of Balerion and ultimately arrived at a secluded corner of the Red Keep. There, a figure cloaked in black awaited her arrival. As Rhaenyra's gaze probed the figure, it turned to reveal a familiar visage. "Demon?" She gasped in surprise. Demon smiled warmly and proposed, "Shall we take a stroll and witness sights you have yet to behold?" Casting a glance back, Rhaenyra hesitated. contemplating the impropriety of sneaking out at such an hour with her uncle. Sensing her reluctance, Demon teasingly remarked, "What is this? Afraid to venture forth? Wishing to return to your little princess life?" The insinuation struck a chord within Rhaenyra, igniting her resolve. "I shall not return. If we are to go, then let us go." "Excellent," Demon replied, donning his hood before turning to lead her out of the Red Keep. Rhaenyra followed closely, her heart racing with a blend of anxiety and exhilaration. Demon guided her to the renowned Silk Street, in stark contrast to the daytime's mercantile freedom. The night brought a cacophony of voices, a vibrant amalgamation of people. The pair navigated through the thrumming alleyways, amidst an array of vendors and performers. Some even engaged in intimate encounters in plain sight, heedless of the onlookers. The spectacle was quite shocking to Rhaenyra, a young lady accustomed to royal decorum. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her face, wishing to avert her eyes from the sordid display. Curiosity compelled her to part her fingers slightly, peering through the gap. Such a scene was rarely witnessed by her. The two individuals strolled intermittently until they arrived at a bustling circus stage. The actors were performing a dramatic tale centered around the Targaryen royal family, and the moment was particularly captivating. Two men portrayed children, while a jester depicted a princess clad in a flowing white gown. The lead actor delivered a humorous and eccentric narration. "Now, let us discuss the illustrious Iron Throne. And who shall claim its seat? Our benevolent king has designated his daughter, a girl, as the heir. The former queen bore a son, who languishes in perpetual slumber. The new queen has also given birth to a healthy son. So, which heir will ascend the throne? The king's brother? His daughter? Or his two sons from different wombs?" At this juncture, the two child actors began to shove one another, shouting their names in a playful dispute. "I am Aegon, bearer of the Conqueror's name, the embodiment of manly vigor. I am the slumbering dragon. The king is my father. Tremble before the wrath of the sleeping dragon." As the plot reached its climax, the audience erupted in cheers, applauding the comical performance. However, Rhaenyra gradually lost her smile, regarding the spectacle with confusion. Soon, the actor portraying Rhaegar forcefully toppled his opponent, collapsing upon him and shaking him vigorously while shouting, "I am the king's firstborn. None can rival me." The actor beneath him pleaded for mercy, rolling about in a comical display. The audience grew even more exhilarated, applauding fervently. Rhaenyra could no longer find amusement, glaring discontentedly at Demon, exclaiming, "This is a tedious farce. And you brought me to witness this?" Demon replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is a jest, but many commoners believe that as male heirs, Rhaegar and Aegon ought to be the successors. What they think is inconsequential," Rhaenyra countered, uninterested in the dreary performance. Demon followed closely behind, remarking casually, "If you intend to rule one day, their opinions are of utmost importance. Sometimes, I truly wish to relinquish the burden of being an heir," Rhaenyra said with a self-deprecating tone. "Huh, if you abandon this position, it will merely benefit others," Demon insinuated. Rhaenyra shot him an irritated glare and retorted, "Including you." Demon smirked, not denying her implication. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Rhaenyra seized some preserved fruits from a nearby vendor and hurled them at him before sprinting away. The cacophony of the crowd could not mask the girl's exultant cries of release. Demon, expressionless, pushed past the obstructive vendors and hastily pursued her. At the Red Keep, as night deepened, Helena grew tired and returned to rest, while Rhaegar extinguished the lights and prepared for sleep alone. Lying on his bed, he soon drifted into dreams once more, envisioning himself draped in a white cloak, wielding a magnificent sword. "As I gaze around, remnants of shattered limbs and piles of corpses mar the landscape, a veritable sea of blood." Rhaegar, utterly bewildered, feels nausea rise within him, stimulated by the overwhelming stench of blood. Bowing his head, he retches, his white robe cascading gently to his sides, revealing a patch of bloodstain that seemingly materializes from thin air. Rhaegar's eyes catch this detail just in time. The initially small bloodstain begins to expand outward, multiplying rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it spreads across half of his white robe, droplets of tainted blood falling away. A chilling gust sweeps through, lifting the robe and draping it ominously over Rhaegar's head. At the sight of this, an inexplicable dread grips him. When the wind ceases, the bloodied robe is destined to fall upon him, soiling his hair and face with filth. An impulsive thought flashes through Rhaegar's mind, prompting him to flee, hoping to leave the white robe behind. Thus, when the bloodied garment descends, it would not tarnish him. However, the half-white, half-red robe seems fixated on him. No matter how fast he runs or where he goes, it remains suspended above him, accompanied by a tempest, awaiting the moment the wind dies down. A sense of helplessness overwhelms his spirit, and Rhaegar can run no more. The robe is about to descend. No. A cry echoes throughout the room as Rhaegar jolts awake. Startled from his nightmare, he attempts to sit up, but the movement pulls at the scabs on his back, and a wave of agony snaps him back to reality. Yet again, he has been plagued by a nightmare. Tears well in the corners of his eyes as he pounds his pillow in frustration. The pain is unbearable. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Just as the pain begins to subside, a series of cuckoo calls pierces the night air outside his window. Rhaegar, perplexed by the sound, wonders why a cuckoo is calling when it is usually the cicadas that fill the night. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The bird's calls persist, rhythmically synchronized. Rhaegar senses something amiss. There are no cuckoos in the Red Fortress. The foolish cats have devoured them all. Chapter 42. The Eccentric Informant. Driven by curiosity, Rhaegar cautiously props himself up. He moves slowly toward the window, careful not to disturb his wound. Looking down, he discovers that it is not a cuckoo at all, but rather a short swordsman with curly brown hair. Shiryu cups his hands to his mouth, imitating the call of the cuckoo. Standing in the garden and gazing up at Rhaegar's window, Rhaegar opens the glass window and calls down, "Hey, what are you making noise for in the dead of night?" Upon seeing Rhaegar, Shiryu bows respectfully and silently departs from the spot. What a lunatic! Rhaegar mutters under his breath as he closes the window. Yet, he cannot help but ponder whether his recent nightmare holds prophetic significance. What could it possibly foretell? No. How could Shiryu be in the Red Fortress? Suddenly, recalling Shiryu's background, Rhaegar hastily calls out, "Illic, I need to speak with you." Creak. Illic pushes the door open and enters, bowing respectfully. "What is your command?" Rhaegar informs him of his encounter with Shiryu. Illic responds, "Shiryu has won the championship in the duel of the martial arts tournament and has requested to remain at the Red Fortress as a dance instructor." "Swearing his allegiance to you? Shiryu swore an oath to me?" Rhaegar was momentarily bewildered, still unaware of the tournament's happenings. Illic explained repeatedly before Rhaegar understood that Shiryu wished to be his swordsman mentor, hence his lingering presence. Rhaegar, perplexed, inquired, "If he has achieved his desire, why then disturb my tranquility at such an hour? Does he long to see me?" There was indeed a possibility of that. Yet the late hour rendered a private meeting seemingly unsafe. Illic had been expressly instructed by the king to prevent any direct contact between Rhaegar and Shiryu, necessitating constant vigilance. Rhaegar pondered this reasoning. However, nightmares haunted his mind, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of connection to Shiryu. After a moment's hesitation, Rhaegar resolved to meet him. "Jasper, take me to the garden. Let us see what he desires." Illic rubbed the hilt of his sword and nodded. "Climb onto my back, Prince." Rhaegar did not refuse, allowing Illic to carry him outside. Although his injuries were healing swiftly, 3 days were still too short a time. Venturing outside for fresh air depended entirely on Illic's assistance. Descending the numerous staircases, they avoided the hall where servants were tidying up and entered a small garden. Shiryu awaited beneath the fishleaf tree. As soon as they met, Rhaegar eagerly questioned, "Shiryu, what brings you to seek me at this late hour?" Shiryu replied with a cheerful smile, "I apologize for the disturbance. It is merely an unexpected occurrence that has captured my attention. Pray tell, what have you seen?" Rhaegar's conviction grew that Shiryu was indeed connected to his nightmares. Shiryu continued, "After the banquet concluded, I strolled through the garden and happened to see 2 figures sneaking by. Who were they? Did you recognize their faces?" Rhaegar asked, filled with curiosity. "One was clad in linen, with a tattered cap, but I would never mistake that beautiful visage. It was your sister, Princess Rhaenyra." Shiryu described the 2 figures, adding, "The other was tall, bearing a sense of familiarity. If I recall correctly, Prince Daemon left the banquet prior." With this, Shiryu ceased to elaborate. Yet the implication was abundantly clear. Rhaenyra and Daemon had slipped out of the Red Keep. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Shiryu. The close relationship between Rhaenyra and Daemon was well known throughout the Red Keep. Rhaenyra had admired her uncle from a young age, and Daemon had always showered her with affection and gifts on their outings. Their sneaking away, while curious, did not seem particularly alarming. Shiryu, hands clasped behind his back, kicked at a pebble, appearing to harbor unspoken concerns. Rhaegar discerned the truth, stating directly, "Speak plainly. Is there more?" Shiryu admitted, "I inquired with Prince Daemon's servant. He has reserved a room at the brothel on Silk Street for tonight." Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback, staring at Shiryu in disbelief. The latter part of Hilyu's statement echoed repeatedly in Rhaegar's mind. A brothel, a room, Daemon and Rhaenyra? The young Rhaegar's mind momentarily faltered, grappling with a morally troubling possibility. Though for the Targaryen family, such a possibility was not entirely unprecedented. However, Daemon is not to be trusted. That man is clearly up to no good. Illic interjected at the opportune moment. "Your Highness, this matter is of utmost importance. I believe we must inform His Majesty the King." This situation is exceedingly grave. As the uncle, Prince Daemon has lured his niece, Princess Rhaenyra, to a brothel, which is a treasonous act. Wait, do not alarm my father just yet, Rhaegar immediately countered. Unwilling to escalate this matter to his father at this moment. An enraged father could easily create a significant uproar, regardless of whether the deed was accomplished or not. Rhaenyra's reputation would be tarnished, inevitably causing a scandal. With his mind racing, Rhaegar turned to Ser Harwin, inquiring, "How long have they been gone?" "About half an hour." Harwin pondered before responding. "Are you certain you saw my sister?" Mistaking what you see is one thing, but miscommunicating could be fatal. Rhaegar still found it hard to believe. Harwin solemnly declared, "I swear by the old and new gods, I did not missee." "That is well. We must keep this matter discreet. Do you understand?" Rhaegar hinted ominously. Harwin nodded, bowing as he took his leave. His purpose had been achieved. Remaining here would yield no further benefit. Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the fishbone tree. Its grotesque visage weeping blood, seemingly intertwined with the blood of nightmares. Harwin's sudden appearance was jarring, yet Rhaegar had no time to ponder the motivations behind it. He needed to find Rhaenyra. "Sire, we must depart at once to locate my sister." Rhaegar felt an urgent need to retrieve Rhaenyra before anyone noticed her absence. The Red Keep was not close to Silk Street, and Rhaenyra had only slipped away half an hour ago. There was still time. Alec frowned, stating, "This is a serious matter. Searching for her with just us would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It matters not, for I have heard Rhaenyra mention that the largest brothel on Silk Street has Daemon's stake in it. He will surely go there," Rhaegar asserted. "Daemon has sinister intentions towards my sister. We must act swiftly to thwart him." "Indeed, Your Highness, it seems we must resolve this issue before it escalates," Alec replied, preparing to exit with Rhaegar. Upon hearing this, Rhaegar's mind sparked with realization, sensing that something was amiss. "Wait, sire." Rhaegar immediately halted, organizing his thoughts. Harwin was certainly not a trustworthy individual. His sudden appearance with this information seemed to be a gesture of goodwill, yet he might have ulterior motives. Rhaegar realized he needed to reflect deeply to untangle the web of confusion. The notion of Daemon enticing Rhaenyra did not seem fabricated. Daemon had long coveted the throne. If he could capture Rhaenyra's heart and become the king consort, he could regain his position of power, potentially sidelining Rhaenyra as the heir. Harwin's act of informing Rhaegar was tentatively seen as an attempt to curry favor, aiming to earn Rhaegar's trust. What role, then, was Rhaegar to play in this unfolding drama? Was it the dim-witted child who alerted his father, inciting the wrath of the slumbering dragon of the king, who then ordered the arrest of Daemon? Or was it for the sake of his sister's honor that he stealthily slipped out of the Red Keep to seek Rhaenyra? Perhaps he feigned ignorance, choosing to conceal the matter and await its escalation? Indeed, let it escalate. There are those who wish for this incident to grow ever larger. A sudden realization dawned upon Rhaegar, and he contemplated a sinister intent, whether it was by informing his father or clandestinely searching himself. As long as there were those with malicious intent to spread the word, this affair would surely snowball, tarnishing Rhaenyra's reputation. To turn a blind eye would only serve Daemon's purpose. With this thought, Rhaegar felt enlightened, sensing the lurking conspiracy. Rhaenyra must search, but she cannot make her quest known. A plan must be devised to divert everyone's attention. Chapter 43. The winds rise in King's Landing, my lord. Do you have a confidant you can fully trust? A scheme formed in Rhaegar's mind, and he resolved to enlist assistance. Indeed, my brother Elric, we have mutual trust. Let us summon him. We require his aid. Prince. He currently serves as the guard to Prince Aegon. If the queen discovers this, we must tread carefully not to be caught. Time was of the essence, and Rhaegar wasted no time. My lord, escort me to Rhaenyra's chamber, then seek out Elric. Yes, my prince. Though uncertain of Rhaegar's intentions, Elric chose to lend his support. At the threshold of Rhaenyra's chamber, Ser Cole stood watch. Upon sighting Elric bearing Rhaegar, he inquired, Your Highness, what brings you here at this late hour? I had a nightmare and wished to speak with my sister. Rhaegar feigned trepidation, concocting a false pretense. Cole hesitated. The princess has just retired. I fear, Ser Cole. Rhaenyra is my sister. She would wish to see me. Rhaegar's demeanor shifted abruptly, catching Cole off guard. Open the door, let me enter. This command was not directed at Cole, but at Elric beneath him. Elric stepped forward to unlock the door, while Cole attempted to intercede, only to be pushed aside. Rhaegar's status rendered him unassailable in his determination to see Rhaenyra. As he crossed the threshold, before Cole could scrutinize further, the door slammed shut behind him. Elric gently set Rhaegar down upon the empty soft bed. As he passed the table, he casually picked up an empty bundle and a sheet of paper adorned with a map. Rhaegar scrutinized the scene, casting a glance at the discarded garments strewn carelessly upon the carpet, confirming that Rhaenyra had indeed slipped away. Handing the sheet of paper to Elric, Rhaegar instructed. Act according to my plan. If you find Rhaenyra, return via this secret passage. Would adhering to the plan truly yield significant consequences? Elric felt a twinge of doubt as he listened to Rhaegar's outlined strategy. Jazz, my sister is the heir to the Iron Throne. For the sake of her honor, some losses are of little consequence. Rhaegar placed his hand solemnly upon his chest and declared, as I have said before, regardless of the consequences, I shall bear the burden alone. Reflecting upon their past encounters with the white deer, Elic's gaze gradually grew resolute. I vow to bring the princess back safely. Under Rhaegar's watchful eyes, Elic turned to leave the room. Before closing the door, he obstructed Cole's view and emphasized, do not disturb the prince and princess's nocturnal conversation. Remain dutiful. As the newly appointed White Knight, Cole held Elic in high regard and nodded in understanding. Elic strode away confidently. On Silk Street, beneath the cloak of night, Rhaenyra dashed through the throngs of people, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Occasionally, she would knock over the wares of some unfortunate vendor, laughing as if in jest. Demon trailed closely behind, managing the foolish pursuers who sought to catch her. With a sudden crash, Rhaenyra ran into a dark alley, inadvertently colliding with a figure clad in gold robes. The golden-robed man grasped her arm firmly, his voice low. What mischief have you been up to that you are so eager to flee? Through the visor of his helmet, Rhaenyra recognized the man and exclaimed, Ser Harwin, Your Highness? Ser Harwin was taken aback, discreetly glancing towards the mouth of the alley. There, Demon approached at a leisurely pace. Rhaenyra, spotting her uncle, implored Harwin, please, don't. After a moment's contemplation, Harwin surmised that the two were sneaking out for some mischief. He released Rhaenyra's arm and feigned unfamiliarity. Be cautious, young one. Next time, you might not be so fortunate. With that, he resumed his patrol, brushing past the approaching demon. Demon smirked knowingly, entirely unfazed by a mere golden robe. As long as he remained in command of the capital's garrison, every golden-clad man was but a subordinate, unwaveringly loyal, running about and causing chaos. Do you find joy in it? With the chase concluded, Demon and Rhaenyra walked side by side. Who could tell when they would next savor the taste of freedom? Rhaenyra inhaled deeply, her breaths labored, clearly relieved by the reckless escapade. As the uncle and niece conversed and strolled, Rhaenyra began to sense something amiss. The vendors and street performers had dwindled, replaced by the lascivious sounds of revelry. Demon led her into a stone building she had never visited before. The raucous noises emanated from within. Upon stepping through the threshold, a chaotic blend of drunken revelry assaulted her senses. Men drank and cavorted, their language coarse and unrefined. Half-clad women roamed unabashedly through the hall. Navigating among the men, they were subject to wandering hands and prying eyes, accompanied by enticing laughter. Rhaenyra was taken aback, entranced as she allowed Demon to guide her deeper inside, her gaze flitting over the debauchery unfolding in the hall. This was a scene unlike any she had ever witnessed in her life. What place is this? Rhaenyra surveyed her surroundings with caution. Demon replied in a calm tone. A place where people come to fulfill their desires. Have you lost your mind? How dare you bring me here? Rhaenyra's expression stiffened, the provocative images unsettling her and stirring instinctive resistance. She glanced at her uncle, noting the desire glimmering in his eyes, and a sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Her demeanor shifted slightly as she furtively glanced toward the entrance, contemplating an escape before it was too late. Meanwhile, in a corner of the brothel's wall, two figures clad in identical black cloaks stood side by side, witnessing Demon leading Rhaenyra into the establishment. Go ahead, I'll handle things here, one of the cloaked figures, with a serious countenance beneath his hood, instructed. Remember my words, the bigger the commotion, the better. The princess's reputation is at stake, and we cannot afford to be careless. The other figure, equally indistinguishable, was none other than Illic, hastily summoned to action. Rest assured, the prince will not be disappointed. Alec patted his brother's shoulder and ignited a nearby pile of hay with a torch. The hay caught fire, sending thick smoke swirling with the flames. Illic spoke no further, adjusting his hood as he approached the brothel's entrance. Alec moved swiftly, scaling the wall to enter the kitchen and stables, igniting flames in rapid succession. The brothers executed their plan with remarkable coordination. Entering the brothel's main hall, Illic remained silent, avoiding the surrounding women, and made his way directly to the shadowy alcove. Lifting the sheer curtain that concealed everything, he immediately spotted tonight's target. At that moment, Demon had cornered Rhaenyra against the wall, his gaze predatory as he appraised his prey. Rhaenyra struggled against him, terror etched on her face. Just in time, Illic rushed forward, seizing Demon by the shoulder and yanking him around, delivering a powerful left hook that struck Demon squarely in the face. The sudden assault left Demon defenseless, and he crumpled to the ground with a thud, stars dancing in his vision. The turn of events transpired too swiftly. It was only upon hearing Daemon's anguished cry that Rhaenyra recognized her chance to escape the clutches of danger. "Your Highness, we must leave at once," Illic urged, picking up Daemon's discarded cloak and tossing it to Rhaenyra, forcibly dragging her away. As they departed, Illic cast a disdainful glance at Daemon, delivering a final kick between his legs with a resounding thud, eliciting a pitiful wail from him as he doubled over in agony. Chapter 44. The Blazing Inferno. "Who are you?" Rhaenyra gasped in a hushed tone, hastily distancing herself. Illic grasped her firmly, hastily draping the cloak around her shoulders as he pulled her toward the back exit. "Who are you really, and where are you taking me?" Rhaenyra struggled vigorously, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at the obscured face of Illic. With no choice but to reveal his identity, he warned her. "Someone witnessed you with Prince Daemon at the Red Keep. Prince Rhaegar sent me to escort you back." "Did Rhaegar send you?" Rhaenyra was taken aback by the question, her expression easing. "The situation is dire. It would be prudent for you to remain silent and not reveal your identity," Illic advised. Rhaenyra nodded repeatedly, matching his pace. Upon exiting through the back door, a beggar boy was slumped helplessly against the wall. Illic positioned himself protectively in front of Rhaenyra, grasping the boy's hair and lifting him before forcefully slamming him against the wall. Blood splattered, and the beggar boy collapsed, unconscious. "He is merely a little beggar?" Rhaenyra asked, bewildered. The entire city was aware that beggars near brothels and gambling dens were primarily informants. Illic glanced back and reassured her, "He is not dead, merely fainted." Rhaenyra exhaled in relief, choosing to disregard the boy. "Fire! Quickly extinguish the flames. The back courtyard is ablaze." As they had not ventured far, a great fire erupted, centered around the brothel. The night wind intensified the flames, which rapidly spread to the surrounding streets, igniting residential homes. Amidst the chaotic cries, citizens, roused from their slumber, hastily donned their clothes and joined the effort to douse the fire with buckets of water. The scene grew increasingly chaotic as Illic sighed, leading Rhaenyra away from the panicked crowd and stealthily maneuvering through a narrow alley. Meanwhile, Illic hurled a torch into the second-floor window of the brothel, then vanished into the shadows of the night. Arson was his task for the evening, despite the dishonor it brought to a knight. He felt he could not refuse the orders of his elder brother, who had conveyed Prince Rhaegar's commands. He had his sights set on the young king's eldest son, whose sense of duty and demeanor compelled him to serve willingly. As for Prince Aegon, he was merely a protector assigned by the king, unworthy of his loyalty. The wind shifted. Illic and Rhaenyra raced forward, colliding with a group of golden-robed men rushing to extinguish the fire. "Avoid them," Illic whispered, swiftly diverting into another narrow passage. Upon lifting her head, Rhaenyra spotted a lone golden-robed figure approaching. "Who goes there? What are you scheming?" A familiar voice called out. Rhaenyra's gaze locked onto Harwin's face. Instinctively, Illic shielded Rhaenyra behind him, threatening, "Stand aside. This does not concern you." Harwin drew his sword, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Such bravado, daring to oppose the city guard. As a valiant knight, Harwin was exceptionally skilled and unafraid of any challenge. Illic recognized him, but understood that the mission required discretion. He could not afford to reveal his identity. His hand brushed the hilt of his sword, prepared for any eventuality. "Do not do this. We are friends." In the tense standoff, Rhaenyra, disregarding Illic's attempts to intervene, stepped between the two. As she spoke, Harwin paused, bewildered. "Princess, what brings you here again?" Rhaenyra removed her hood, awkwardly responding, "There is no time to explain. I got separated from Daemon, but fortunately, the Kingsguard found me." She was not entirely foolish, aware enough to conceal the truth. Harwin scrutinized Illic with keen eyes and smiled at Rhaenyra. "In that case, my lady, you should take your leave. I must attend to the fire." "Thank you, Sir Harwin," Rhaenyra replied, her mind preoccupied as she pulled the ashen-faced Illic away. Watching their retreating figures, Harwin furrowed his brow in confusion, glancing at the distant blaze, lost in contemplation. The fire on Silk Street spread rapidly, drawing the attention of the city guard. All the golden-robed officials rushed to the scene to join the firefighting efforts. It was not until midnight that the roaring flames were finally quelled. The brothel, the source of the inferno, had been reduced to charred remnants, leaving nothing but a blackened stone framework. Nearby, dozens of homes were consumed by the flames. Fortunately, due to the area's population density, the fire was quickly detected, resulting in no casualties. Meanwhile, the arsonist Illic had already met with his brother at the Red Keep. They exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding evident as they parted ways. Illic led Rhaenyra back to her chamber through a secret passage. Rhaegar, leaning against the edge of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazed at the flickering lights of King's Landing. He knew the brothers were responsible for the blaze. He was the mastermind behind it. Rhaenyra had fallen into Daemon's trap, and others were covertly observing their every move. Under normal circumstances, no matter how Rhaegar searched for Rhaenyra, he would inevitably fall into a snare, as her location was undoubtedly being monitored, especially at the brothel. Rhaenyra's clandestine escape could not be concealed. Far too many had witnessed her movements. Rhaegar merely needed to sever any link between Rhaenyra and her visits to the brothel. A conflagration that consumed everything would obliterate any trace. Even if someone testified that Rhaenyra had been to the brothel, who could discern truth from the ruins? Rhaegar's duty was to arrive early at Rhaenyra's chamber to provide her with an alibi. By then, who would dare accuse Rhaenyra without evidence? Their father, Viserys, would ensure that such accusers were silenced. With a creak, the wall at the entrance of the secret passage rotated, and Rhaegar quickly turned around. Before him stood the long-awaited figures of Alec and Rhaenyra. "Rhaenyra, you have finally returned," he exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face as the weight that had burdened him lifted. He had feared that Rhaenyra might be swayed by Daemon and refused to return with Alec. It seemed she had not disappointed him. "Rhaegar, how did you know I had sneaked out?" Rhaenyra asked, her brow furrowed in surprise as she pulled off her dark cloak. Rhaegar glanced at Alec, who stood by the now-closed passage. Alec replied in a low voice. There were too many eyes around. "I didn't have the chance to explain to the princess." Rhaegar nodded. "Was the plan successful, sire?" "Relatively so, though we encountered the patrolling Harwin Strong along the way, which revealed the princess's identity." Illich's tone was tinged with self-reproach. Rhaegar lowered his head in silence, contemplating whether Halwyn might speak indiscreetly and if a warning was warranted. That fellow was the eldest son of Prime Minister Leonor and the heir to Herlenberg, regardless of his father's merits and his own status. Rhaegar could not fathom the idea of silencing him. Observing their cryptic exchange, Rhaenyra whispered, "Halwyn is Leonor's son and holds me in high regard. He should not speak out of turn." "That would be most agreeable," Rhaegar replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, Leonor was a man worthy of trust, and his son ought to be a discerning individual. Rhaenyra leaned closer to Rhaegar, her bright eyes sparkling as she feigned the authority of an elder sister. "Who divulged your secret, and was this conflagration your doing?" On the way back, Rhaenyra had been mulling over these matters. Illich's sudden appearance coincided with the fire's outbreak. Now, upon seeing Rhaegar in her chamber, Rhaenyra realized the inextricable link between him and the events that transpired. "I have my own plans regarding the informant. I cannot disclose them to you just yet." Rhaegar withheld information about Shilio, a figure of ambiguous identity. It would be unwise to provoke suspicion prematurely. He then adopted a serious expression, declaring, "I was responsible for the fire. I acted to protect you." Chapter 45. Bonds of Brotherhood. There was a hint of pride in his voice. "Did I not witness the flames affecting many innocent souls?" Rhaenyra hesitated, still grappling with the gravity of the situation. Who was affected, the courtesans or their clients? Rhaegar's expression darkened as he confronted his sister. "Shu, who revealed my whereabouts to you?" Rhaenyra hastily covered her brother's mouth, inquiring about the source of the leak. Rhaegar shook his head, evading her hand, his eyes wide with alarm. "Do not touch me with hands that have been on Daemon, you fool." Rhaegar. This remark struck a nerve, igniting Rhaenyra's fury. "Daemon did not touch me. Our relationship is innocent." She gripped Rhaegar's shoulders, her words laced with suppressed rage. Until tonight, she had held Daemon in high esteem, placing great trust in him. Now, only fear and regret lingered. After having done so much without receiving the anticipated reward, Rhaegar too was infuriated, bluntly stating, "Had I not sent someone to retrieve you? Do you believe by dawn the tale of your escapade with Daemon would not be common knowledge? How could that be? We slipped out unnoticed." Rhaenyra faltered. Her conscience pricked as she attempted to defend herself. Rhaegar spoke plainly. "If no one knew, then who informed me?" "Daemon, those who secretly monitor you. The one who tipped me off." Upon reflection, it was clear that 3 different parties had their eyes on her. Everything that transpired tonight was far from a secret. Rhaenyra fell silent. She was no fool. She had merely placed too much faith in Daemon. She had not anticipated that her once caring uncle would suddenly reveal his predatory nature. Had Rhaegar not intervened tonight, she shuddered to think of the consequences. What version of the tale would circulate by tomorrow? Thus, the inferno was set to obscure my whereabouts. After a prolonged silence, Rhaenyra finally murmured, "Do you think I have nothing better to do than to neglect my recovery in the dead of night, and come here to endure your scorn?" Rhaegar let out a disdainful snort, regarding Rhaenyra with contempt. This sister of his was so foolish, playing the marionette in someone else's puppet show. Truly a source of embarrassment for him. "What is that look in your eyes?" "I am your sister," Rhaenyra retorted, unable to bear the expression of her brother, as if he were gazing upon a fool. Rhaegar observed her in silence as she became increasingly agitated, shaking his head. With a laugh tinged by frustration, Rhaenyra found amusement in his demeanor. Rhaegar turned his gaze to meet hers, and in that fleeting moment, an invisible emotional bond extended, ensnaring them both. In the next heartbeat, Rhaenyra enveloped Rhaegar in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. They are all wretched creatures, treating me as mere prey, eager to devour me whole. You must learn to bear the weight of your burdens and pressures, Rhaegar sighed. I cannot contend with them. No one is genuinely here to assist me, only seeking to extract benefits from me, Rhaenyra sobbed softly. With his cheek resting against the tips of her hair, Rhaegar spoke gently. I promise that until the stranger takes me away, I will remain by your side. Rhaenyra choked on her words, longing to hold her younger brother's frail form tightly, yet fearful of causing him pain. Do not be afraid. If you wish to cry, let it all out. No one will mock you. Rhaegar softly caressed Rhaenyra's back, his voice a tender balm to her soul, reflecting on the reckless escapades of the night. Her Uncle Daemon's ravenous ambition, and the solace of embracing her brother, Rhaenyra was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, recognizing that she was merely a tool in the eyes of others. And tears flowed unabated. She buried her head in the crook of Rhaegar's shoulder, stifling her sobs. The tears quickly soaked his collar, and he offered a helpless smile to Illyrio. Illyrio bowed respectfully and discreetly departed through the secret passageway. It would be impolite to linger in such a moment. Exiting through the main door was also not an option, as Cole was still on guard. The hidden passage was indeed a wise choice. Rhaenyra wept for quite some time, until her strength waned and Rhaegar's collar was thoroughly drenched. Eventually, her sobs began to subside. She rubbed her nose against Rhaegar's shirt, revealing her swollen, tear-streaked eyes. Rhaegar, bemused, remarked, I believe we both ought to change into a fresh set of clothing. Rhaenyra replied, confused, glancing at Rhaegar's tear-and-snot-stained shirt, then down at her own coarse, patched linen dress. Turn around, I will change my clothes. Rhaenyra lifted Rhaegar, compelling him to lie on the bed. She then moved to his blind spot, removing her patched garment and donning a nightgown. Subsequently, she rummaged through the wardrobe and tossed him a small-sized nightgown. I do not have your nightwear. You can wear this for now. Removing the pink nightgown that covered his head, Rhaegar's expression darkened as he instinctively refused without a second thought. I have injuries on my back. I do not need to wear clothes while sleeping. No, you must sleep with me tonight, and you must put on something. Rhaenyra reached out to strip Rhaegar of his clothing, intending to dress him in that nightgown. No. I would rather return and sleep alone than don that garment. Rhaegar protested vehemently. After a bout of playful struggle, the candles in the room extinguished. Rhaenyra, embracing Rhaegar who wore only a pair of shorts, closed her eyes, breathing steadily. Rhaegar, reluctantly acting as a pillow, shifted awkwardly to find a comfortable, soft position against his face. The siblings remained silent, awaiting the arrival of slumber. The following day, early in the morning, a scout entered the Red Keep to relay news to the Prime Minister. Leonor sensed trouble and immediately sought out Viserys, who was having breakfast, to inform him of the previous night's events. With a grave expression, Leonor reported, a scout has revealed that last night the princess and Prince Daemon strolled through Silk Street, and subsequently visited a brothel. Strangely, that establishment caught fire that night. Daemon was seen being assisted from the brothel, yet the princess was nowhere to be found. Viserys' countenance darkened to an extreme degree. He was acutely aware of his brother's character, a complete scoundrel capable of any misdeed. Shaking his head, he forced a smile, stating, This is merely a fabrication. You have been deceived. I wish that were the case, Your Majesty, Leonor replied with a heavy heart. Viserys quickly understood that the situation was likely dire. Leonor was not Otto Hightower. He would not undermine Rhaenyra, the heir, for the sake of his grandson. Every action he took was marked by unwavering integrity, devoid of any selfishness. Daemon, he is nothing but a ravenous wolf. Viserys slammed his hand on the table, akin to a furious beast. The mere thought of Daemon being involved with his daughter made him wish to strangle that scoundrel brother immediately. However, his remaining rationality allowed him to calm his emotions, questioning, this cannot be true. Perhaps Rhaenyra merely slipped away, leaving once Daemon entered the brothel. He could not believe his daughter would venture to a brothel, let alone engage in any indiscretions with Daemon. Leonor continued, This is precisely my concern. The fire's occurrence is suspicious, rumored to have been deliberately set. Daemon left the brothel as the flames ignited, with many attesting to his apparent injuries. In stark contrast, the princess has vanished without a trace. No one has seen her since. Viserys felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, exclaiming with quiet triumph, Indeed, no one has seen Rhaenyra, thus no one can attest to her visit to the brothel. All is well. Yet beneath that smile lay a deep-seated fury. Summon Rhaenyra. Informing her that her father invites her to breakfast, Viserys commanded a servant stationed at the door, intending to test Rhaenyra first, regardless of the truth. Her innocence was of paramount importance. As a father, he had to ascertain this matter. To determine the direction of this matter, there is no need for that. I am indeed inclined in that direction. The door swung open from the outside, and Rhaenyra gracefully entered, her countenance radiant as a blooming flower. Viserys, filled with uncertainty, inquired, "Rhaenyra, what brings you here? Did you not wish to join me for breakfast?" She replied, her question tinged with curiosity. Rhaenyra seated herself confidently on a round stool, displaying no signs of guilt from her recent escapades. Viserys exchanged a glance with Laenor, both perceiving the doubt reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 46. The Ultimatum. Rhaenyra. It has been alleged that you slipped out of the Red Keep last night and accompanied your uncle Daemon to an inappropriate location. What do you have to say about this? Viserys probed, sensing something amiss. Rhaenyra lightly tapped her chin, replying with an air of sincerity, "Indeed. I did sneak out with Daemon to Silk Street to witness a theatrical performance." Viserys pressed, "Is that all?" "That is indeed all," Rhaenyra asserted with unwavering confidence. "Very well. I have no further questions. I believe the Prime Minister has matters to discuss with you." With such a reassuring response from his daughter, Viserys felt a surge of relief. Shifting the conversation towards Laenor, Rhaenyra turned her gaze towards the Prime Minister, asking, "Sir, do you have any insights to share?" The situation grew increasingly convoluted as Laenor carefully chose his words, stating, "Your Highness, it was reported that you and Prince Daemon were seen entering a brothel last night. Admittedly, this is hearsay, but I would appreciate your clarification." Rhaenyra vehemently denied the accusation, asserting, "If you acknowledge that it is unsubstantiated, does that not indicate the falsehood of this claim? Someone is attempting to tarnish my reputation, which is an act of treason." Laenor nodded in understanding, solemnly declaring, "I shall ensure that the source of this slander is identified and justice is served for the princess." At this juncture, the truth became somewhat irrelevant. The information could only confirm Rhaenyra's departure from the Red Keep with Daemon. Other evidence had long been consumed by the flames. As long as Rhaenyra firmly maintained that she had not visited a brothel, her virtue remained beyond reproach. Laenor nodded at Viserys, stating, "I will work to suppress the rumors." With that, he exited the chamber. The father and daughter exchanged glances, and Viserys, unable to contain his impatience, spoke first. "Rhaenyra, there was a great fire on Silk Street last night. Are you aware?" "Thanks to the fire, I evaded prying eyes," she replied. "You are informed?" "Aegon told me that someone tipped him off, and he orchestrated the fire to covertly escort me back to the Red Keep." Rhaenyra did not withhold the truth, recounting the events as they had transpired. Viserys was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief at the wisdom exhibited by his young son. After a moment, he regained his composure, a proud smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Aegon is a good boy and a fine brother. That is beyond question." Rhaenyra beamed with joy, for her early arrival had been to accept Aegon's proposal. The best way to unravel a conspiracy is to take the initiative. Rhaenyra, with her innocence intact, need only possess sufficient confidence to prevent anyone from tarnishing her reputation. As it turns out, this holds true. Gazing at his daughter's joyful smile, Viserys abruptly inquired, "What have you considered?" "Consider what?" Rhaenyra momentarily faltered, caught off guard. "Marry Daemon, and let him assist you as he did last night." "But Daemon is my brother." "And what of it? Marriages among close kin are a tradition in our family. I only see him as my brother," she stammered, struggling to articulate her feelings. Her emotions towards Daemon were too ambiguous, and he was far too young, not aligning with her matrimonial aspirations. Viserys furrowed his brow and stated gravely, "Then whom do you favor? Pray, do not tell me it is that scoundrel Daemon." "No, certainly not," Rhaenyra hastily refuted. "I admit I once harbored feelings for Daemon due to his attentive nature, but last night's events revealed the depths of his ambition. You dismiss the candidates I propose, and you refuse Daemon. What, then, should your father do regarding your marriage?" Viserys' gaze reflected deep disappointment. The thought of Daemon's malicious intentions almost coming to fruition sent a chill down his spine. Resolutely, he issued an ultimatum. "Laenor suggested you marry Ser Harwinstrong's son, Laenor Balerion. I deem him a worthy choice. Such a union would mend the rift between the Targaryens and Valerions, aiding you in consolidating power in the future." Pausing, Viserys fixed his eyes upon his daughter, exuding the authority of a king. "Rhaegar? Laenor? You must choose between the two. May I have some time to ponder?" Faced with her father's formidable demeanor, Rhaenyra's countenance shifted, and she implored softly. Resolute in his decision, Viserys would not entertain refusal. His love and guilt towards his daughter culminated in a heavy sigh, granting her a reprieve. "Rumors will not dissipate overnight. In the meantime, I shall take the entire family back to Dragonstone for a while. There are suitable dragons to tame, one for Rhaegar and one for Aegon. Once they have tamed their dragons, I will journey to Driftmark, either to propose on your behalf to Laenor or to extend an invitation to Demon regarding your betrothal to Rhaegar. Regardless, you must provide me with an answer." With that, he left no room for Rhaenyra to retort, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. "I have matters to attend to. Return and contemplate this well." Seeing her father's resolve, Rhaenyra bit her lip, rising swiftly to leave. The confines of the room felt suffocating, and she yearned to escape. After Rhaenyra departed, a slender figure emerged from the depths of the room, encircling Viserys from behind. "You heard everything? I had no refuge. Rhaenyra should indeed marry Rhaegar. Their union would stabilize the throne splendidly." Yet Rhaenyra held a different perspective. She remained a girl with beautiful fantasies. The heir to the Iron Throne may be female, but she cannot be a naive and ignorant girl. Viserys halted Alicent's further attempts at persuasion and gently kissed her cheek. "Very well, I must attend to my dear brother." Clad in his garments with Alicent's assistance, Viserys mounted Blackfyre and departed with great fervor. In the end, the room was left with only Alicent, draped in a sheer gown. She picked at the remaining half of a loaf of bread on the table, yet her obscure eyes gazed out the window. Morning light filtered through a curtain, casting delicate rays upon Daemon's face. After a night of revelry, Daemon felt dizzy and murmured his thirst. A figure in white, Mysaria, entered and drew back the curtains, allowing the blinding light to awaken Daemon. Disturbed from his slumber, he cursed under his breath, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the sun. Mysaria bent down and poured him a bowl of water. Daemon gulped it down like a beast and said in a low tone, "Any news?" "My informant has been gravely injured. Last night's fire was clearly orchestrated." Mysaria sighed in her husky foreign accent on behalf of her informant. "He is merely a boy, and the cost of his treatment is substantial." Daemon propped himself up, rubbing his face with his hands, his tone tinged with frustration. "Someone has abducted Rhaenyra. It seems my brother has never truly trusted me, watching my every move. Is no one to stop you from seducing your own niece?" Mysaria's voice was flat. "You never know. Power is always an alluring poison." Daemon stretched lazily, pulling Mysaria closer around her slender waist and nipping at her cheek. "At such a time, you still have interest?" "Not at all. I was kicked last night, testing if my vigor remains." The spirited second son instilled confidence in Daemon as he released the beauty from his embrace, donned his attire, and prepared to depart. Mysaria, her expression unchanged, reminded him, "Remember to settle the bill upon your departure." Chapter 47. Alicent's deception. After being pressured by her father, Rhaenyra returned to her chamber in despair. By this hour, Rhaegar had long since departed. The emptiness of the bedroom deepened the solitude of Rhaenyra's wounded heart. She could never comprehend why her father insisted she marry. Did he believe that without marriage she could not inherit the Iron Throne? Would she face universal opposition? Knock, knock, knock. While trying to calm her tumultuous thoughts, a knock echoed from outside the door. Rhaenyra turned to see Ser Criston Cole, clad in silver armor and a white cloak, entering her room. "Cole, do you need something?" Faced with the knight she once held affection for, Rhaenyra hastily wiped away the corners of her eyes, feigning nonchalance. Cole regarded her with concern and softly said, "Princess, the king has just come by. He wishes to speak with you in the gardens." Alicent. Upon receiving an invitation from Alicent, Rhaenyra felt a twinge of skepticism. The timing was rather fortuitous. After adjusting her attire, Rhaenyra stated, "Understood. I shall go now." In the garden, Rhaenyra arrived alone. Alicent had been waiting beneath the fish tree for quite some time. Upon their meeting, Alicent's face was etched with concern as she inquired eagerly, "What transpired last night? What does it mean?" A flicker of suspicion crossed Rhaenyra's eyes as she composed herself and countered with a question. Alicent continued, "I have heard troubling accusations against you. Were you with your uncle?" This statement instantly put Rhaenyra on high alert. With a faint smile, she replied, "I have not seen Daemon in years. He merely took me into the city for an outing. I am your sister. You must speak the truth to me if you wish for my assistance, Rhaenyra." Seeing Rhaenyra's reluctance to divulge the truth, Alicent resorted to emotional appeals, stepping forward to grasp her hand earnestly. Rhaenyra retorted, "What are the accusations against me? Did I drink? Did I leave the castle at night?" Alicent, in a state of urgency, responded, "He claims you were with Daemon in a brothel." Upon uttering this, Alicent appeared deeply troubled, as if she were genuinely concerned for Rhaenyra. "This is nothing but a vile accusation." Rhaenyra vehemently protested, unwilling to concede. Alicent, however, remained unconvinced. "Is that so? The Targaryen family does possess peculiar customs. Daemon is evidently reckless, a man of dubious ambition." "Silence, Alicent," Rhaenyra interjected sharply, halting her words. If she had indeed committed an offense, she would not dare to raise her voice so vehemently. But she was innocent, and would not permit Alicent's slanderous insinuations to pass unchallenged. Releasing Alicent's grasp, Rhaenyra fixed her with a piercing gaze and declared, "To question my integrity is akin to treason." "Who told you this?" Alicent, taken aback by Rhaenyra's sudden outburst, averted her gaze and stammered, I was in your father's chamber this morning." "Ah, splendid. You challenge me on matters that my father and the Prime Minister have already concluded." Rhaenyra seized upon her words, her tone icy. "Alicent, your majesty. We were once sisters bound by unwavering trust, yet now I scarcely recognize you." Alicent, flustered, attempted to rectify the situation. "It is not as it seems. I overheard something, and I am genuinely worried for you." "Thus, you resort to baseless slander to accuse and malign me?" Rhaenyra retorted, her words growing ever more fervent. Alicent found herself at a loss for words, defending herself. "I merely sought to assist you, Rhaenyra." With a sardonic smile, Rhaenyra responded, "We ventured to a tavern to drink. As night fell, I expressed my desire to return home, yet Daemon was not finished and insisted on seeking out a courtesan. We parted ways on the street, each going our separate directions. When I returned to the Red Keep, a fire had erupted in the city. I am unaware of where Daemon chose to linger. I was tending to Rhaena last night." Rhaenyra had meticulously prepared her narrative, deftly deflecting Alicent's probing inquiries. Having spoken, she left no opportunity for Alicent to plead. Her expression icy as she departed alone. She discerned Alicent's ulterior motives, intending to extract information to tarnish her reputation by insinuating a liaison with Daemon. Unfortunately for Alicent, her calculations were flawed. Meanwhile, a disheveled Daemon staggered back to the Red Keep, his steps unsteady, clearly still inebriated. Harold, the captain of the King's Guard, hurriedly approached with two of his men, encountering Daemon head-on. Without uttering a word, the two guards seized Daemon by the arms and apprehended him on the spot. Harold regarded Daemon with indifference, stating coldly, "The king wishes to see you, prince." At his command, the guards lifted Daemon and dragged him forward. "Release your filthy hands." Daemon protested, squirming uncomfortably and cursing, but his words fell on deaf ears. They hastily brought him to the hall of the Iron Throne, unceremoniously casting him onto the cold Blackstone floor. Daemon appeared utterly unconcerned, lying face down, reeking of alcohol. Harold gestured for the two guards to wait outside as he maintained a stern demeanor. Viserys emerged, his face shadowed with suppressed rage, and approached Daemon. "What have you done to my daughter?" he demanded coldly. Though he believed Rhaenyra's account, he felt compelled to seek confirmation. Daemon, still dazed and belching from the effects of drink, remained silent. Viserys' expression shifted slightly as he pressed, "Do you not wish to deny it?" "I need to know the charges to defend myself," Daemon retorted, feigning ignorance despite his awareness. Seething at Daemon's insolence, Viserys kicked him hard in the stomach, exclaiming, "You lured her out, intending to dishonor her." Daemon groaned and curled up in response. Viserys, unable to contain his fury, delivered another kick, demanding, "Did you violate my daughter?" Daemon rolled aside from the impact, defiantly retorting, "What does it matter? By Rhaenyra's age, we had already frequented the brothels of Silk Street." Viserys, enraged, shot back, "We were young men then. She is but a girl, your niece. Rhaenyra has grown up. The first man she has been with is some scoundrel." Daemon continued his defiance. "You wretched scoundrel." Viserys, completely incensed, lunged at him, seizing his collar and landing two solid punches to his face. Daemon turned his head, blood and a tooth spilling from his mouth. Still gripping Daemon's collar, Viserys admonished, "You will ruin her. After such an incident, what noble would wish to marry her? Who cares what those damn nobles think? You are the king. Your word is law." The excruciating pain jolted Daemon into revealing his true feelings. Viserys was profoundly disappointed. "I have devoted my life to your service, yet your heart is even more malevolent than I had imagined." Daemon scoffed nonchalantly, dismissing him entirely. The two brothers exchanged glances in the stillness of the grand hall. Suddenly, Viserys laughed, derisively remarking, "You failed, did you not? My child thwarted your intentions." "What?" Daemon was bewildered. Viserys released his clenched collar, rising to tower over him. "Rhaegar, my firstborn, surpasses you by 100-fold. Not only has he seen through your cunning schemes, but he also cherishes family and protects his kin far better than you do." Daemon's expression faltered, hesitating as he questioned, "Was the black-clad figure last night sent by Rhaegar? Did he set that fire?" "Indeed, a clever child, is he not?" Viserys beamed with pride, mocking his disheveled brother. Daemon shook his head in disbelief, a mere 6-year-old. "If he were that astute, you ought to revoke Rhaenyra's claim to the throne and designate a new heir." Chapter 48. Exile of Daemon. "Do not attempt to incite discord among my children. I have my own plans for them," Viserys warned, pointing a finger at him. Daemon inhaled deeply. "Marry Rhaenyra to me. When I offered you the crown, you said I could have whatever I desired, and I desire her. I shall cherish her as my life and wed her in accordance with our family tradition." Viserys derided him. "You are already wed." Nevertheless, Aegon the Conqueror married a second wife, Daemon insisted. With a swift motion, Viserys drew the dragonbone dagger, pressing it against Daemon's throat, irate. "You are not a conqueror. You are a scourge sent by the heavens to torment me." Daemon stood undaunted, defiantly raising his chin. "Marry Rhaenyra to me, and we shall restore the glory of the dragon lineage. Of course, you covet not my daughter, do you? It is my throne you desire." Viserys, weary of conversing with his loathsome brother, retorted with disdain, "I would sooner wed Rhaenyra to Rhaegar, or even betroth both my daughters to him, than allow you to tarnish them in your quest for my throne." Retracting the dagger, Viserys looked at him with pity, saying, "Return to the Vale, Daemon. Go back to your lawful wife, and do whatever it takes to reclaim your dwindling honor. Or simply abandon all hope. I care not. Just ensure I never lay eyes upon you again." With that, Viserys wiped the dagger on his sleeve and departed in disappointment. The words of his brother shattered Daemon's psychological defenses, leaving him staring vacantly at the ceiling, murmuring, "It is not yet time, brother." As dusk fell, Viserys stood alone by the bedroom window, gazing at the distant coastline. The Targaryens seemed born without fear of heights, preferring to stand aloft and survey the world below. So too was Viserys. Alicent approached lightly, resting a hand on his shoulder, softly saying, "Daemon has gone. Good riddance. I do not wish to see him ever again." When Viserys mentioned Daemon, a sense of indignation washed over him. "I have spoken with Rhaenyra, and she denies any involvement with Daemon. Naturally, Rhaenyra is under the protection of her brother, and Daemon's schemes shall not prevail. Indeed, how fortunate it would be to have such a brother. What do you say?" Viserys turned back, puzzled. It was merely a reflection of envy towards the deep bond shared between Rhaenyra and her brother, wishing that Aegon and the others could share such a connection. Alicent blurted out, her hand clasped behind her back, absently picking at her nails, unaware of any discord. Viserys continued, "The bloodline of House Targaryen is of great significance. They are restless and chaotic, and only with ample wisdom can one navigate through. Our children shall undoubtedly be filled with wisdom and unity." Alicent smiled in agreement. "I wish to wed Rhaenyra to Aegon." Viserys shifted the conversation to this troubling matter. Alicent's gaze flickered, her eyelids lowered. "A commendable decision. Rhaenyra is forthright by nature, and Aegon will surely be the kind of boy she admires as he matures." "Do you believe Rhaenyra does not like Aegon now?" Viserys inquired, his perceptiveness revealing a blind spot. Alicent hesitated for a moment. "I understand Rhaenyra and know the kind of man she favors." "Indeed, you know her well. She also enjoys opposing her father, showing little consideration." Viserys bowed his head, smiling ruefully. "You may attempt to communicate with her. Whomever Rhaenyra chooses will be a worthy selection. Let us hope she does not forget the responsibilities that lie upon her shoulders." Viserys turned, guiding his wife to the table, and personally poured 2 glasses of wine. The two shared a drink as twilight descended. Alicent lay expressionless on the bed, ignoring the sounds of breathing around her, her mind replaying the unsuccessful conversation with Rhaenyra. Half a month later. "Hurry, load the boxes onto the ship. The final batch of supplies is being organized," called out the shipping officer at the riverside gate, directing the sailors to transport the goods. Not far off, Viserys stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calmly fixed upon a grand ship adorned with a black flag featuring 3 red dragons. "Your Majesty, the supplies are ready and we can set sail at any moment," reported Laenor, approaching from the dock with a list in hand. Viserys nodded, understood. In the open area behind him, Alicent accompanied Aegon and Helaena, cradling a small infant. Rhaenyra, meanwhile, paused at a fruit stall with Aegon, smiling as she selected fresh produce. After nearly 20 days of recuperation, Aegon's burns had nearly healed, allowing him to move without hindrance. This often left Viserys in awe, believing that Aegon must be blessed by the Seven, his healing capabilities surpassing that of ordinary folk. "Come everyone, our voyage is about to commence." Viserys called out to his family. Aegon perked up at the sound and hurried over, being the first to arrive. "Father has said that the destination of this voyage is Dragonstone, where 2 young dragons await his taming." Upon the thought of soon possessing his own dragon, Rhaegar felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment. Viserys caressed his eldest son's hair and inquired with a smile, "The ship is stocked with an abundance of fruits, far superior to those sold at roadside stalls. I wish to see how the fruits in the Red Keep differ from those outside." Rhaegar chuckled softly. "Have you discerned the difference?" "Indeed, I have," he replied. "The fruits in the Red Keep are more expensive, although the quality of the roadside fruits is identical. Yet they are significantly cheaper." Viserys' smile faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless. At this juncture, Laenor interjected, "The fruits in the Red Keep are procured from various regions, distinctly different from local produce. The taste may be similar, but the disparity in price stems from the consumers." Rhaegar muttered quietly, to which Laenor remarked, "The prince is indeed astute, though at times, perhaps overly so." As their conversation unfolded, Alicent and Rhaenyra approached hand in hand, following a bout of discord. The two had given each other the cold shoulder until Alicent extended an invitation to Rhaenyra for a tea gathering, thereby mending their relationship. To prolong the estrangement would surely displease their patriarch, Viserys. With a resolution at hand, they decided to move forward. As night fell, a ship adorned with dragon motifs drifted through the Blackwater Bay, propelled by the sea breeze. Within the opulent cabin, Viserys appeared pale, clutching a wooden barrel as he struggled to swallow. Alicent and Rhaegar, his siblings, stood by his side, their expressions laced with concern. It is somewhat ironic that Viserys, who had once tamed the largest and most ferocious dragon in the history of Westeros, Balerion the Black Dread, was now afflicted by seasickness. This very aversion to seafaring made him reluctant to embark on such journeys. Were it not for the dual purpose of witnessing his son's dragon taming and seeking to ease tensions with the Balerion family, he would seldom venture out to sea, preferring the pursuits of royal hunts and tournament contests. "Father, the Grand Maester sent a remedy before his departure. Taking one should alleviate your discomfort," Rhaegar offered, handing over a glass vial, feeling a pang of sympathy for their father. Viserys glanced at the vial, took it, and after uncorking it, swallowed a pill. "I have consumed too many remedies. I hope this one proves effective." "It will be," Rhaegar assured. "I also have a sleep aid. Would you like to try a bit?" He produced another glass vial from his pocket. During his recent illness, he had frequently consulted with Grand Maester Melas, who, aware of Rhaegar's recurring nightmares, had concocted a calming potion for him. Rhaegar discreetly investigated the ingredients, discovering them to be harmless and safe for consumption. Chapter 49. The Green Eyes. At the urging of his family, Viserys took the sleep aid and lay down, enduring his discomfort. As his breathing gradually steadied, Alicent bestowed a gentle smile upon Rhaegar and Laenor. "It is getting late. You should both return to rest," she suggested softly. "Thank you for your kindness, your majesty," Rhaegar replied with a smile as he departed the cabin alongside Rhaenyra. The siblings strolled along the corridor, engaging in casual conversation before retreating to their respective chambers. Under the dim flicker of candlelight, Rhaegar shed his garments and stood before a full-length mirror, examining his back. The old skin had sloughed away, revealing tender, pale flesh, faintly hinting at the extent of his previous burns. The recovery was astonishingly swift, a testament to the blood that coursed through his veins. Rhaegar murmured softly as he accessed the system panel. Name: Rhaegar Targaryen. Abilities: Dreamer, Gold. Longevity: Green. Bloodline: Ancient Valyrian Dragon Lord, 14. Skills: Proficient in Old Valyrian Artifact, Blood and Fire, Flame Resistance 50. Evaluation: Your bloodline has been further refined. It seems you have uncovered an extraordinary secret. Rhaegar's gaze lingered on the bloodline section, where the purity had risen from 12 to 14. This change had become apparent since his skin began to shed. His bloodline purity had increased by 2 points. The only plausible explanation for this transformation was the scorching of Dragonfire. Perhaps the Dragonfire, imbued with the essence of dragons, had awakened my bloodline. Before experiencing the attack of Dreamfire, Rhaegar had rarely encountered dragons. He had perused ancient tomes of House Targaryen, which contained brief mentions of the bond formed between humans and dragons. A dragon rider must not regard the dragon as a mere tool. Rather, the dragon is a companion. The deeper the bond between rider and dragon, the more formidable the unleashed power. Such were the theories posited in the ancient texts. Rhaegar was somewhat skeptical. Yet one thing was certain: frequent contact with dragons could only be beneficial. The ship would reach Dragonstone by tomorrow, and soon he would possess a dragon of his own. Drowsiness enveloped him as Rhaegar collapsed onto the bed, wrapping himself in the covers and succumbing to slumber. He needed to replenish his energy for the forthcoming journey of dragon taming. Before long, he drifted into the realm of dreams. The dim sky, the surging sea, and the thunderous storm reappeared after a fortnight's absence. This time, Rhaegar remained conscious. The icy raindrops pelted his skin, and he felt their chill acutely. Water cascaded from his hair, drenching his bare body. Dark clouds swirled ominously overhead, accompanied by howling winds and torrential rain. A thunderous roar of an enraged dragon echoed from afar, resonating through the heavens. Rhaegar lifted his gaze, disregarding the rain that streamed down his face, and looked skyward. Amid the rolling thunder, a colossal shadow burst through the shroud of clouds, dancing with the lightning. After enduring 2 harrowing nightmares, Rhaegar clenched his fists, fixating intently on that shadow. His unwavering resolve seemed to draw the entity closer. The shadow shifted direction, diving toward Rhaegar's position. He stood tall, unwavering in his gaze. The shadow approached at an alarming speed, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. With a magnificent roar, the shadow surged forth, revealing a pair of claws as dark as coal. Rhaegar was momentarily stunned, his senses overwhelmed as he felt consciousness slipping away from the dreamscape. In the final moment, he beheld an unforgettable scene. What a pair of eyes they were, filled with malevolence, cunning, and arrogance. The eerie green gaze was as profound as an abyss, equally fixed upon Rhaegar at that moment. Ah! Rhaegar suddenly awakened, incessantly murmuring, "Eyes, a pair of green eyes." He glimpsed a fragment of that shadowy figure. It was a colossal dragon, a pitch-black behemoth with emerald eyes. The mere thought of the dream's imagery sent shivers down Rhaegar's spine. He could not discern whether it was fear or exhilaration. His chest heaved violently, breaths coming in gasps, and a fine sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. After a considerable time, he managed to alleviate his state. "Give it to me, quickly." Rhaegar, lost in thought, leaned against the headboard, faintly hearing a commotion in the corridor outside the cabin. Who is out there? Puzzled, Rhaegar donned his garments, intending to step outside for some fresh air and ascertain the situation. Upon pushing open the cabin door, he found the corridor empty. "Fool, can't you comprehend my words?" The voice echoed again in his ears, causing Rhaegar to frown slightly, recognizing it as somewhat familiar. He turned towards the left corner, confirming the direction, and walked over with measured steps. Upon reaching the corner, he found himself in a dead end. Standing at the corridor's edge, he identified the source of the sound. It was two children. The elder, roughly Rhaegar's age, was a sturdy young boy, while the younger was a chubby little girl. These two were none other than his half-brother, Aegon, and half-sister, Helena. At that moment, Helena, with her small head nestled in her hands, curled up in the corner against the wall. The older Aegon was loudly scolding her, tugging at a strand of her silver hair. It was evident that this was a scene of a brother bullying his sister. Rhaegar stepped forward, intending to intervene and stop Aegon's actions. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he retreated. Though Helena was indeed his sister, Aegon was her full brother. They were born of the same womb, and it was not his place to meddle. Rhaegar turned away, planning to speak with Alicent about Aegon's upbringing. "Take it off, or I shall twist your fingers," came Aegon's threatening voice just then. Rhaegar paused, hesitating whether to intervene on Alicent's behalf. Immediately thereafter, he heard Helena's cries from behind. Turning back, he saw Aegon straddling Helena, gripping one of her arms with both hands, mercilessly twisting her fingers. "This is for your disobedience. This is for not giving me the bracelet." Aegon snarled as he inflicted torment upon his little sister, threatening, "Hand over the bracelet, or I shall deal with you every night." Helena refused to relent, shaking her head vigorously, her eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, Rhaegar noticed that Aegon was gripping Helena's arm, adorned with the bracelet he had gifted her. He raised his hand to reveal that he too wore an identical bracelet on his wrist. The distinction lay in the fact that Helena's piece was a mere decoration crafted in a blacksmith shop, while his was a genuine spatial bracelet. A glimmer of menace flickered in Rhaegar's gaze as he regarded Aegon. Without uttering a word, he silently advanced into the depths of the corner. Aegon relinquished his attempt to pry Helena's fingers apart and instead forcefully tugged at the bracelet. "Do you desire it?" Suddenly, Rhaegar's voice resonated from behind. Startled, Aegon turned to find Rhaegar standing behind him, having appeared unnoticed. He confessed to feeling a sense of trepidation towards this elder brother, who had been frail since childhood, yet possessed a particularly dark disposition. Swallowing hard, Aegon feigned an intimidating demeanor and retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Rhaegar remained silent, his steady gaze fixed upon him, calm as still waters, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Noticing his silence emboldened Aegon, his expression gradually became more audacious. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the bracelet on Rhaegar's wrist, and then glanced back at Helena's bracelet, suddenly struck by inspiration. "Why do you both possess identical bracelets while I have none?" he complained. Upon hearing his outcry, Helena, resembling a downtrodden creature, lifted her head and noticed Rhaegar's presence. Chapter 50, Aegon's Whale Brother. Seeing Rhaegar's face, Helena brightened, calling out in a pitiful tone. Rhaegar glanced at her, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. "Have you been bullied again? Aegon wants my bracelet." Seemingly finding a source of support, Helena's tears cascaded down, her youthful voice expressing unutterable grievance. Rhaegar nodded, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his own bracelet. Aegon disregarded this and playfully tapped Helena on the head, warning, "I am your brother. You are not to call him brother." Helena's small head bobbed from the tap as she bit her lip, glaring at Aegon with suppressed anger. "Dare to glare at me? Just wait and see how I will teach you a lesson." Yagan chided, then turned his attention to Rhaegar, reaching out to touch his bracelet, brazenly stating, "Give me your bracelet, and I'll let Helena have one. I won't snatch hers." Observing his chubby little hand, Rhaegar chuckled. Just as that hand reached for the bracelet, he swiftly grasped it. "What are you doing?" Yagan's expression shifted, his voice tinged with anxiety. Rhaegar smiled, "Since you fancy bracelets, I shall gift you one." With that, he yanked his arm back, causing Yagan to stumble and fall from Helena. As he landed on the wooden floor, Yagan gasped lightly, scrambling to rise. Bang! A foot pressed down on his back, forcefully pinning him down. "Ah, what are you doing? Let me go, or I will call Mom." Feeling the pain, Yagan attempted to leverage Alicent as a threat, only to be abruptly interrupted. Rhaegar flipped over and straddled him, wrenching his arm in the opposite direction, inquiring, "You twist your sister's fingers, so I shall twist my brother's arm. Is that not fair?" "No, I was wrong. Please let me go," Yagan cried out in despair. Unable to tolerate Yagan's agonized screams, Rhaegar removed his deerskin shoes, took off his 2 yellowed socks, and stuffed them into his mouth. "Your own socks, don't be picky," Rhaegar said with a tender smile, then seized Yagan's hair, pulling him up and dragging him outside. He had gifted a bracelet meant to conceal to Helena, and afterward, he commissioned a replacement, just in time to present it to Yagan in his cabin. As Rhaegar dragged Yagan away like a beaten dog, Helena rose from the ground, standing dazedly in place. She contemplated pursuing them, but terrifying fragmented images surfaced in her mind. "Fire, beware of the flames." Helena shivered, letting out a cry that brought the patrolling maidservant running. Rhaegar continued to drag Yagan to his quarters, throwing him inside with a look of terror in Yagan's eyes, and shut the cabin door behind him. With a cold smirk, Rhaegar declared, "The bracelet was a gift for Helena. By taking her possessions, you show disrespect towards me. Now, I shall make you understand the consequences of disrespect." He feigned rummaging under the bed, but was actually retrieving the counterfeit bracelet from his spatial wristband. Waving the imitation before Yagan, he taunted, "Do you like it? It will soon belong to you." The sailing ship cut through the cold, damp sea. As a royal vessel, each cabin was outfitted with a heating stove, lined with charcoal at the bottom and separated by a layer of iron for excellent fireproofing. Rhaegar opened the stove and removed the iron plate, exposing the glowing embers. He tossed the counterfeit bracelet into the coals, and the steel bracelet quickly became red-hot. Using a cloth to protect his hands, Rhaegar retrieved the heated steel bracelet and approached Yagan with a smile, beckoning, "Come here, my dear brother." "No, you cannot do this to me. Father would never allow it." Yagan had already spat out the socks and looked in horror at the glowing steel bracelet, collapsing to the ground in retreat. With a swift kick to his chest, Rhaegar pinned him down. Kneeling, he brought the steel bracelet close to Yagan's face. "Didn't you say you liked it? I promised to give it to you, and I shall." Dodging Yagan's flailing hands, Rhaegar held his head high, persistently pressing the bracelet downwards. Meanwhile, the maidservant, carrying the unconscious Helena, hurried to Alicent's cabin. Ignoring Harold's objections, she pounded on the cabin door frantically. Noticing the fainted princess, Harold's expression shifted dramatically. "What happened?" The maid, in her urgency, struggled to articulate her words as she continued to knock. With a series of knocks, the cabin door was soon opened from within. Alicent, clad in a nightgown, appeared at the doorway and immediately beheld the unconscious Helena. In that instant, an unsettling sensation surged within her. She took her daughter from the maid's arms and, with a tremor in her voice, inquired, "What has happened? Why is Helena unconscious?" The princess had fainted while repeatedly uttering the names Aegon and Rhaegar. The maid, trembling with fear, replied, "Aegon. What has happened to Aegon? What does Rhaegar have to do with this?" Upon hearing her son's name, Alicent's anxiety intensified as she fixated on the maid for answers. The maid shuddered and whispered, "The princess mentioned something about fire. I do not understand what she meant." As she gazed at her daughter in a state of unconsciousness, Alicent's eyes widened, and her unease reached a fever pitch. "Take care of Helena," she instructed the maid, then turned to Harold, saying, "Sir, something must have befallen Aegon and Rhaegar. I shall seek out Aegon. You go to Rhaegar's chamber." With that, she dashed outside. After taking only a few steps, Alicent halted, recalling the incident from Rhaegar's last birthday when Aegon had been shoved into the cake. Her pupils dilated as she turned back, saying, "I shall go to Rhaegar's room. You find Aegon." Perhaps sensing her son's peril, Alicent raced to the location that weighed heavily on her heart. The ship's quarters were limited in size, and as she traversed the dimly lit corridor, the chambers prepared for the royal family were in close proximity. Just as she reached another corridor, the chilling sound of Aegon's anguished screams pierced the air. "7 gods, protect my child," Alicent muttered, her face paling as she frantically sprinted toward Rhaegar's chamber. The door was firmly shut, but an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through her. Removing her high-heeled shoes, she delivered a forceful kick that sent the door crashing open. Upon entering, she found Aegon cornered and pleading for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Rhaegar stood over him, one foot pressing down on Aegon's back, menacingly shaking a reddened steel bracelet near his cheek. Witnessing her son being tormented, Alicent's rage erupted as she roared, "Stop! Let him go!" Rhaegar turned to see Alicent charging at him with fierce determination. Before he could react, she forcefully pushed him aside and enveloped the sobbing Aegon in her embrace. The steel bracelet clattered to the ground, leaving dark marks on the wooden floor. Upon witnessing this scene, Alicent's fury intensified. She directed her wrath at Rhaegar, exclaiming, "You madman! Aegon is your brother, and you dare to torment him with a bracelet heated by flames." Rhaegar rose from the floor, rubbing his sore backside, and coldly retorted, "I am not Aegon. He may abuse his sister, but I shall not persecute my brother." He picked up the bracelet from the floor, the searing heat failing to scald him. Pointing at the stunned Aegon, he mocked, "A coward, who only bullies little girls due to his age. His courage is less than that of a mouse." Chapter 51, Display of Talent Nonsense. "I clearly saw you harming him." In a fit of passion, Alicent could hardly absorb the words as she glared contemptuously at Rhaegar. With a mocking smile, Rhaegar retorted, "If I truly wished to harm him, you wouldn't have time to cradle him and nurse him." The front of Alicent's dress was damp, and instinctively, she covered her chest, glancing down to discover her nightgown stained, not only with Aegon's tears and snot, but also with the milk that had leaked out due to her agitation. Rhaegar tossed her a cloak, turning away as he remarked, "If you cannot educate your son properly, as his elder brother, I possess the authority to discipline him. I trust only my own eyes." Alicent glared at him with venomous hatred, forcibly turning Aegon's head to wipe the filth from his face, asking, "Aegon, tell mother, did he harm you?" Aegon sobbed violently, fearfully turning his head towards Rhaegar, his body trembling and unable to speak. Rhaegar shrugged, raising an eyebrow with smug satisfaction. Alicent clenched her teeth, steeling her heart, and struck Aegon across the face, scolding, "Wake up, Aegon. Quickly tell mother, did Rhaegar harm you?" Her voice grew shrill at the end. Aegon, taken aback by the slap, felt his cheek swell with a handprint, dazedly responding, "He hit me. And he burned me with fire." At this, Rhaegar's brow furrowed slightly, glaring at him with disapproval. The audacious boy dared to embellish with Aegon's testimony. Alicent erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? Aegon said you hit him, and I witnessed you searing him with a heated bracelet. What has he done to deserve such cruelty?" Faced with Alicent's accusations, Rhaegar remained speechless, dismissing her as merely throwing a tantrum. As Rhaegar's silence persisted, Alicent's eyes brimmed with resentment, believing him to be dismissive. Just as she was about to unleash another tirade, hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Rhaegar looked up to see the captain of the Kingsguard, Harold, assisting Viserys as he approached. Following closely was Rhaenys, her hair disheveled. Viserys, struggling against a wave of dizziness, scanned the room and weakly inquired, "What is happening? Why this commotion in the dead of night?" Upon seeing her husband, Alicent immediately broke down in tears, lamenting, "Look at Aegon. If I hadn't arrived in time, Rhaegar would have tortured him to death." Aegon, not to be outdone, joined his mother in wailing. In that moment, all eyes turned to the sobbing mother and son. Viserys' gaze flickered with suspicion as he turned to Rhaegar, solemnly asking, "Rhaegar, is what your mother says true?" "She is not my mother. She is merely a stepmother." The two parties had reached a stalemate, and Rhaegar, weary of pretense, expressed his disdain for Alicent with his words. His true mother had perished during childbirth long ago. Alicent was simply a stepmother, coveting the inheritance rights of his sister, a fact he had long resented. Silence. Even if Alicent is a stepmother, she is fulfilling the duties of a mother, caring for your daily life. You must show her respect. Viserys reprimanded his eldest son for his disrespectful behavior. Rhaegar opened his mouth, intending to assert that it was the servants who cared for him. Yet, when one considers that Alicent is the queen, the accolades must inevitably be attributed to her, prompting a wise silence. Rhaenyra, observing her brother's indignation, deftly shifted the topic. "Rhaegar, what is the matter? Why does Her Majesty claim you have bullied Aegon?" Her choice of words was rather intriguing, substituting torment for bullying. In her mind, Rhaegar was a compliant and considerate child, incapable of inflicting torment upon others. Alicent, discerning the implications of her words, promptly retorted, "He is a devil," scorching Aegon with a heated steel bracelet. Upon hearing this, Viserys noticed the crimson bracelet in Rhaegar's grasp, exclaiming in astonishment, "Rhaegar, the bracelet in your hand." He could not be mistaken. That bracelet was indeed forged from red-hot steel. Rhaegar clutched the steel bracelet barehanded, leaving his father utterly astonished. It was only after Viserys pointed it out that others began to notice, including Alicent, who had confronted Rhaegar earlier but was just now coming to terms with the revelation. Faced with the astonished expressions of those around him, Rhaegar casually remarked, "After the burn healed, my tolerance for flames has greatly increased. See, I told you he was a devil, who would not fear flames." Alicent seized upon this notion, clutching Aegon in terror and shouting. However, apart from her, no one else concurred. Viserys, now free from his earlier seasickness, promptly stated, "Captain Harold, block the corridor and prevent anyone from approaching." Harold nodded immediately, though he hesitated to divert his gaze from Rhaegar. Only the family remained within the cabin. Viserys, breathing rapidly, inquired once more, "Rhaegar, do you not feel pain?" "No, just a bit warm," Rhaegar replied truthfully. Ever since he had been scorched by dragon fire, the effect of blood and fire being one seemed to have been amplified. Ordinary flames struggled to inflict harm upon him. Now, as he gripped the heated steel bracelet, he felt merely a slight warmth in his palm, devoid of any blisters. Viserys was profoundly astonished, gazing at Rhaegar as if he were a rare treasure, barely concealing his excitement. "It seems that dragon fire has awakened your ancient bloodline, bestowing upon you the ability to defy flames." The Targaryens, as an ancient lineage, had recorded many exceptionally gifted individuals throughout their long history. During the era of Old Valyria, the Dragon Lords had revered fire sorcerers. A select few of draconic blood were capable of mastering magic. Though the Targaryen family had never seen an ancestor unscathed by fire, Viserys believed this was also a facet of the gifts endowed by their bloodline, as reflected in their ancestral saying, "Blood and fire are one." Rhaegar offered no further explanation, tacitly accepting his father's musings. His abilities could not remain concealed indefinitely. It was prudent to reveal them judiciously to foster acceptance in the future. Observing the father-son discourse, Alicent's expression turned urgent as she interjected, "Viserys, Rhaegar has harmed Aegon. You must take a stand for him." She had witnessed Rhaegar's persecution of her child. Her children were her emotional foundation, and she would not permit anyone to humiliate them. Viserys' excited expression softened as he scrutinized the disheveled Aegon. Noticing the swollen handprint on his face and his rather unappealing complexion, he then turned to Rhaegar, his voice laced with disappointment. "He is your brother. Why did you strike him?" "He bullied Helena and attempted to seize the bracelet I gifted you, which I happened upon," Rhaegar replied candidly, humorously gesturing to Aegon's face. "The most severe injury he bears is not of my doing." Aegon trembled at the indication, clutching tightly to his mother, too frightened to show his face. Viserys contemplated this and realized that the mark on Aegon's cheek could not have been inflicted by a peer like Rhaegar. He approached Alicent, took Aegon's hand, and sternly instructed, "Aegon, look your father in the eyes." Aegon, terrified, began to weep, prompting Alicent to shake him gently, her voice firm. "Your father is advocating for you. Display your spirit. If you truly possess courage, confront Rhaegar, just as you did when tormenting the young girl." Rhaenyra's cold remarks dripped with unmasked sarcasm. Helena's frequent companionship with Rhaegar was well understood by her. Given their respective standings, Rhaenyra harbored a particular disdain for Aegon's cowardice. Naturally, she felt compelled to defend her younger brother. "Rhaenyra, cease your words," Viserys admonished loudly, redirecting his attention back to Aegon. "Tell me, did you bully Helena?" "Yes," Aegon, frightened, forgot his tears and timidly responded. "Did Rhaegar strike you because of this?" "Yes," he affirmed. "He frightened me with a heated steel bracelet, but did not harm me." Under his father's authoritative gaze, Aegon dared not lie, responding truthfully to each inquiry. Viserys gently touched Aegon's swollen cheek, casting a glance at Alicent's palm, comprehending everything in silence. "Alicent, Rhaegar's method of reprimanding Aegon was indeed improper, yet in my view, it does not reach the extent you suggest," Viserys spoke solemnly. Alicent was dissatisfied with this interrogative approach, defiantly asserting, "If no one intervenes tonight, who knows what Rhaegar might do to him? But Aegon bears no burns." "Rhaegar did not act in that manner," Viserys retorted quietly, glaring at her in displeasure. Alicent sought to voice further concerns, but Viserys interrupted. "It is common for brothers to engage in roughhousing. I too had my share of such with Daemon. Have you ever driven Daemon to a corner, causing him to weep in fear?" Alicent embraced Aegon, her gaze fixed on her husband. Her father had once warned her that Rhaenyra would not spare her children once she ascended. At that time, she had been skeptical. Now, it seemed increasingly probable. Before Rhaenyra could take action, Rhaegar was already poised for conflict. Viserys, agitated, ran a hand through his hair, assisting Alicent to her feet while striving to temper his temper. "Let this matter rest for the night, my dear. Rhaegar must apologize to Aegon and assure him that he shall not threaten him henceforth. Alicent, fully aware of her husband's indecisive nature, seized the opportunity to advocate for justice on behalf of her children. Viserys, after a moment of hesitation, glanced back at Rhaegar and Rhaenyra, then lowered his head in contemplation, stating, "Both children are at fault. Let them apologize to one another." The conflict had been sparked by Aegon bullying his sister, thus he should go first. Alicent remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Aegon, who appeared disheveled and timidly stole glances at Rhaegar. After a prolonged moment of courage, he squeezed his eyes shut and uttered, "I'm sorry, brother." "Very well. It is now Rhaegar's turn," Viserys indicated with a gesture for Rhaegar to comply. Rhaegar's eyes, deep as still waters, suddenly brightened with a smile. "I accept your apology and, in turn, I must apologize for my harshness. I should not have frightened you so." Not wishing to burden his father, Rhaegar acquiesced to Alicent's maternal instincts without objection. Viserys forced a smile towards Alicent and proposed, "It is quite late. Let the children retire for the night." Alicent nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. She had achieved the justice she sought. Aegon had merely been frightened, and there was no further cause for pursuit. As Viserys turned to exit, Alicent grasped Aegon's hand, believing the matter had reached a conclusion. Unexpectedly, Rhaegar spoke. "Aegon, do you not fancy the bracelet? Take it with you." Viserys turned back to see Rhaegar, his expression devoid of emotion, tossing the heated steel bracelet onto the floor before Aegon. Startled, Aegon recoiled, fearful of being struck. Viserys, incensed, bellowed, "Rhaegar, this matter is resolved." Rhaegar replied coolly, "I am aware, yet Aegon desires the bracelet. I promised to give it to him." He fixed his gaze on Aegon, pointing at the bracelet on the floor, and commanded sternly, "Pick it up, take it with you." "I cannot." Aegon shook his head repeatedly, retreating into Alicent's embrace, casting fearful glances at Rhaegar. "It belongs to you. You must take it." "I don't want it. I truly do not want it, and I never will." Rhaegar, unfazed by Aegon's pleas, grew colder in tone. "Pick it up. I command you to pick it up." "No, I refuse." As Aegon stood paralyzed with fear, Alicent's expression began to crumble, her silent gaze directed at Viserys. Her tear-filled eyes seemed to plead, "Do you see? Your beloved son dares to torment Aegon before your very eyes." The situation was spiraling out of control. Rhaenyra, quick to act, retrieved a damp handkerchief, folded it around the bracelet, and pressed it into Aegon's hand. She then turned, concern etched on her face, and urged Rhaegar, "Stand down, Rhaegar." Casting a glance at his self-serving sister, Rhaegar's icy demeanor thawed as he teased, "It's a simple matter. How could Aegon possibly fail?" With this exchange, the tension in the cabin eased slightly, yet all were acutely aware that the equilibrium of this family had been irrevocably disrupted. Viserys regarded Rhaegar with a complex expression before stepping out of the cabin alone. Alicent snatched the damp cloth from Aegon's hand, tears streaming down her face as she choked out, "Remember your promise. I will keep Aegon away from you." Rhaegar watched her depart, his gaze devoid of warmth. It was evident that Alicent harbored a deep-seated grievance against him. No matter how he attempted to clarify, she perceived his words as mere rationalizations. He felt no inclination to elaborate further. Once they had left, only Rhaegar and Rhaenyra remained in the cabin. Rhaenyra closed the door and leaned against it, arms crossed, sighing. "Who has provoked you to unleash such fury?" "I merely intended to frighten Aegon," Rhaegar replied with resignation. To Alicent, "It's far from a mere scare. What can I do? I happened to be caught in the act, and she accused me of plotting against Aegon." Observing her brother's weary demeanor, Rhaenyra's heart softened as she stepped forward to embrace him, stroking his silvery hair. "In the future, refrain from meddling. Alicent is a protective mother lion. So, without a mother, we are deemed inferior? You know that's not what I mean. There is no distinction. Cubs deprived of the lioness's protection must grow sharper fangs and claws more swiftly." Rhaegar brushed aside his sister's hand that had been soothing his hair. Disheartened, he lay back down on the bed. His original intent had been to vent frustration on Helena. Instead, he was viewed by Alicent as a villain, mercilessly biting back with the guise of maternal love. Was it not an affront to target him for lacking a mother? Were it not for his distaste for Alicent's fiercely protective stance, he would not have troubled Aegon again. Enough of this anger. Tonight, I shall hold you as you sleep. Rhaenyra, well aware of her brother's thoughts, tenderly squeezed his right hand and lay beside him. She felt that Rhaegar's hand had indeed remained unchanged. Nothing like one that had touched red-hot steel. "You are truly different, Rhaegar." "Oh." Rhaegar showed no interest in conversation, stripping off his clothes and pulling up the covers. Rhaenyra ceased to speak further, gently patting his back while humming a lullaby, reminiscent of the times she sang to the comatose Rhaegar in their youth. A night passed. The sailboat navigated the waves, arriving at the strait. On the deck, Rhaenyra held Rhaegar's hand as they gazed at the sea. Sharing her observations, the waters governed by the crown are known as Blackwater Bay. We have sailed for a day and a night and are about to enter the strait. Do you understand the significance of the strait? Rhaegar commented, the strait serves as the entrance and exit to Blackwater Bay, crucial as a throat. Indeed, the strait is encircled by the fortresses of Dragonstone, Tide's Head, and Sharp Point, forming a maritime defense against countless foes. Rhaenyra pointed towards a distant towering island, introducing, that is Tide's Head, the ancestral lands of Lord Corlys Balerion. The Balerion family? Rhaegar expressed a flicker of interest. Yes, Rhaenyra smiled, a family adept in long voyages, historically allied with ours. I have heard that Lord Corlys is no trifling adversary, causing much distress to father, Rhaegar implied. The issues stemming from inheritance rights have been a source of contention for the previous generation, and our journey also aims to foster reconciliation with the Balerion family. Rhaenyra, wishing to shield her brother from prejudice, refrained from disclosing certain secrets. Rhaegar questioned, why would the Valerions, who lack the might of House Targaryen, seek peace so earnestly? This is a matter for the king to ponder. Rhaenyra tugged at his nose, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. As a powerless heir, she was oblivious to her father's concerns. Rhaegar reflected, it is perilous that the Valerions ride our dragons. At this, Rhaenyra was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, that is solely due to Aunt Rhaenys. Thus, it was limited to Aunt Rhaenys alone. The sun hung high in the sky as the ships docked in the waters governed by Dragonstone. The guards rowed 2 small boats, ferrying a group to the sandy shore. Upon disembarking, Viserys exhaled in relief, relishing the sensation of the soft sand beneath his feet. Your Majesty, the castle has prepared a sumptuous feast and fine wines, announced the acting Lord of Dragonstone, who had been awaiting their arrival with his attendants, bowing respectfully in greeting. Upon hearing of the banquet, Viserys beamed, excellent. That is precisely my intention. He beckoned his wife and children forward, attempting to mend the rift from the previous night with words and smiles. Alicent stood on his right with the children, while Rhaegar and his sister walked hand in hand on the left, the 2 factions distinctly separated. The acting Lord of Dragonstone, observing the scene, skillfully initiated a conversation. It is the first visit to the island for the young prince and princess. Would you like me to introduce them? Rhaegar, without even glancing his way, replied. My sister is the Princess of Dragonstone. Rhaenyra squeezed his hand, signaling him to refrain from speaking out of turn. The acting lord appeared somewhat embarrassed, prompting Rhaenyra to come to his aid. Lord Robert, please enlighten my younger siblings. As you wish, Princess, Robert replied, nodding slightly and maintaining a smile. Dragonstone is a vast island, characterized by rugged cliffs and scarce crops. However, due to the presence of an active volcano, it is exceptionally suitable for dragons. Though he seemed stern, this lord was quite loquacious. Despite receiving little attention, he continued to ramble on. Viserys shook his head in amusement, while only Rhaenyra occasionally engaged him in conversation. As they passed towering cliffs, a dark city gate adorned with dragon carvings came into view. Lord Wood halted his discourse and called out to the guards stationed at the towers flanking the gate. The ominous gates slowly swung open, revealing a winding staircase that stretched for miles, leading up the mountainside to a colossal castle. This grand structure, crafted entirely from black stone, was designed to resemble a great dragon. Behind the gate stood a pair of stately guards on either side. As the gates opened, they saluted Viserys in unison, their resounding voices filling the air with grandeur, leaving Rhaegar profoundly awed. Leading the way, Viserys stepped onto the stone steps that resembled a bridge. It is evident that he is quite pleased with the reception. Lord Robert has begun his incessant chatter once again. The castle on Dragonstone, erected during the era of Valyria, stands as a bastion on the continent of Westeros. Thanks to the stone civilization of ancient Valyria, this fortress is entirely constructed from black stone and boasts an architectural design that remains unattainable by current techniques. From a distance, it appears as if an ancient dragon is poised atop the mountains, gazing out over the land of Westeros. This time, Rhaegar listens intently. The dragon-shaped castle on Dragonstone, alongside the grand staircase beneath, truly resembles a masterwork of nature, leaving one in awe. After some time, they finally enter the castle. The hall is predominantly adorned in hues of black and red, perfectly aligning with the aesthetic sensibilities of House Targaryen. After a brief hand-washing, they take their seats. Once the meal is nearly finished, Viserys contentedly rubs his belly, savoring a fine wine, and inquires, I sent you a raven. How fares Dragonstone? Lord Robert replies, Your Majesty. 2 days ago, the volcano on the island erupted, startling Rhaegar and Silverwing. Fortunately, They did not harm anyone and soon returned to their nests. As long as there were no casualties, we can prepare for my 2 sons to train their dragons tomorrow, Viserys remarks with a smile. Lord Robert shakes his head, expressing his concern. Due to this turmoil, both young dragons, which were previously kept secure, have hidden away, and we are still searching for them. Upon hearing this, Viserys' expression darkens, and he sets down his goblet, scrutinizing Robert with skepticism. What are the dragon keepers and dragon guards doing while both young dragons are missing? Lord Robert bows his head like a chastised child, apologizing. I am truly sorry. The young dragons had been quite calm, and raising them on Dragonstone made us overly complacent. Acknowledging the mistake without deflecting responsibility is commendable on Lord Robert's part. Viserys glares, his recently filled belly appearing even larger with indignation. You must find the young dragons promptly. It takes time for the princes to bond with them. Yes, Your Grace, Lord Robert bows repeatedly, hastening to urge the search for the young dragons. With only family remaining at the table, Rhaenyra raises a question. Rhaegar and Silverwing have been dormant for years. How could they possibly reappear? It is not unusual. A volcanic eruption is a natural disaster, and even dragons instinctively seek to avoid danger. Viserys reflects on his once-beloved dragon, Balerion, the Black Dread. That dragon, larger than Rhaegar, had wings that could obscure the sky, and its flames were hot enough to melt stone. Alas, he had taken to riding Balerion too late. He had only flown around King's Landing in his youth, never managing to make the journey to Dragonstone. Reminiscing about those bygone days, Viserys chuckles softly, pushing back his chair and rising. Your king and father has had his fill. Now I shall retire for a delightful afternoon nap. Once he departs, the table falls silent. Everyone hastily finishes their meals and leaves their seats. The day was still young when Rhaegar entangled himself with Rhaenyra, beseeching her to accompany him on a stroll around Dragonstone. With little else to occupy her time, Rhaenyra acquiesced to his request. The two began their exploration within the castle, marveling at the grandeur of the ancient Valyrian architecture, which left Rhaegar in awe. Not only was the castle constructed in the shape of a dragon, but 2 towering spires also rose majestically, their dragon heads surveying the expanse. As afternoon approached, Rhaenyra, unable to withstand Rhaegar's persistence, led him to the beach for a leisurely walk. Gazing at the towering cliffs, Rhaegar's spirit soared, filled with exuberance. He found himself enamored with the natural beauty of Dragonstone, in stark contrast to the confining Red Keep. Observing her brother frolicking on the shore, Rhaenyra chuckled. Poor child. Never having ventured far from home, Rhaegar remained oblivious, unaware that Dragonstone was merely the doorstep of House Targaryen. Only beyond the realm of the crown did one truly enter the 7 kingdoms. Sister, come quickly. There's a deep, dark cave here. Chapter 54. Dragonstone. As Rhaenyra trod upon the soft sands, she shook off the water from her boots, hearing Rhaegar's distant call. She lifted her gaze, only to find that her brother had vanished from sight. In a moment of panic, she shouted, Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Stay where you are. Rhaegar's voice echoed back, though it was considerably fainter. Rhaenyra hastened towards the source of the sound, the cliffs, cloaked in moss, stretching endlessly before her, riddled with numerous caves. Where could he have gone? She murmured, surveying the cliffside teeming with openings, utterly confused as to which one Rhaegar might have entered. Rhaegar, don't play hide and seek with your sister. Come out. Rhaenyra called out loudly, a mix of exasperation and anger flooding her as she searched for her brother. She suspected Rhaegar was deliberately toying with her. However, after a prolonged wait, silence reigned, and Rhaenyra's anxiety deepened. She examined each cave entrance, finding only bat droppings and shells left behind by the rising tide, with no sign of Rhaegar. Taking a deep breath, her pupils dilated as it dawned upon her that Rhaegar was not merely hiding. He had truly ventured into one of the caves. Oh heavens! Who knows how deep these caves are, or what lurks within? Rhaenyra felt a surge of urgency, sprinting back to summon the guards for a search. Inside the castle, Viserys lay in a deep slumber in his chamber. In the throes of middle age, his physique had begun to round, and his vitality had waned. Had it been before Rhaegar's birth, he would have embraced his wife passionately before drifting into dreams. Alicent peeked into his room, noticing him fast asleep, and with a frown, she retreated to another chamber. After years of marriage, the refined lady found herself repulsed by her husband's scent of wine. She entered an adjacent room, equally splendidly adorned, yet filled with fresher air. With the children entrusted to the care of a maid, she sought a moment of relaxation for herself. As she sat in the rocking chair, caught between slumber and wakefulness, a sudden knocking sound roused her from her reverie. Alicent turned her gaze towards the door, initially believing it to be the cries of children or a maid calling for her. However, the door revealed no unusual sights, nor did the voice of a maid reach her ears. The knocking persisted, prompting a slight frown from Alicent as she sought the source, only to be startled into an upright position in her chair. The sound emanated from the wall of her bedroom, or more precisely, from within the wall itself. A surge of panic coursed through Alicent as she contemplated summoning someone to investigate. Just then, the wall began to shift, slowly rotating open. Stunned, Alicent hastily grabbed a small knife from the table and retreated to the doorway. The wall halted midway, unveiling a shadowy space beyond. Never in her wildest dreams did Alicent imagine that a mere choice of room would lead to the discovery of a secret passage. Cautiously, she scrutinized the entrance to the passage, her grip on the knife tightening, beads of sweat forming on her palm. Who's there? The knocking resounded again, accompanied by a gentle breeze wafting from the passageway. In the next instant, a figure cloaked in darkness burst forth. In the dimly lit cavern, furtive sounds echoed. The clatter of flint striking against flint broke the silence as a torch ignited, casting a warm glow that illuminated Rhaegar's flushed cheeks. Rhaenyra had not followed. Should he turn back? Rhaegar murmured to himself, tucking the flint back into his spatial bracelet. Since acquiring this treasure, he had discreetly stockpiled supplies for unforeseen circumstances. Surveying his surroundings, Rhaegar realized he was within a tunnel. Evidence of past mining activity surrounded him, suggesting that this place had been visited before. Since he was already here, he decided to venture further inside. Calming his excited heartbeat, Rhaegar raised the torch and moved deeper into the tunnel. The cavern was spacious and well-ventilated, allowing for a daring exploration. More importantly, Rhaegar sought to find the fledgling dragon that had escaped. It was possible that the young dragon was hidden within the cave, just waiting to be discovered. After a short while, the tunnel began to narrow, and the signs of excavation became more pronounced. Dark, lustrous crystals emerged upon the stone walls, seemingly capable of devouring the torchlight. Could this be dragon crystal? Rhaegar reached out to touch the black crystal on the wall, recalling the intensive education he had received from 2 scholars over the past 6 months. He had learned that this crystal was known as dragon crystal, a unique mineral found on Dragonstone Island, also referred to as obsidian. Dragon crystals were also present in the Red Keep, adorning certain special garments and weapons, though their practical utility was nearly non-existent. Rhaegar pried a piece of dragon crystal from a loose excavation hole, carefully adding the rare find to his spatial bracelet. He could not leave empty-handed after this excursion. Illuminating the path ahead, Rhaegar noted that the tunnel extended even deeper, compelling him to press onward. After all, it was a singular path, and he had no fear of losing his way. As he continued, the tunnel gradually constricted, and the presence of dragon crystals grew denser, filling the walls with their abundance. At last, the entire tunnel was completely excavated within the dragon crystal. Soon, the passage reached its terminus, illuminated by the fire jar. Rhaegar faintly discerned certain engravings upon the dragon crystal wall. Shepherds, colossal dragons, giants, and even a grotesque monster of some sort. Rhaegar approached closely, absorbing the intricate carvings, striving to comprehend their significance. The Song of Ice and Fire. This legendary tale immediately sprang to mind. The engravings upon the dragon crystal wall depicted the prophecy representing the Song of Ice and Fire, from the 14 flames of old Valyria to the distant shores of Heir, and a depiction chronicling a long night brought forth by monsters, countless years ago. The prophecy of the Conqueror Aegon was indeed true. Did the others truly exist in this world? Rhaegar stared agape at the dragon crystal wall, murmuring to himself. This revelation was far more staggering than that of a giant dragon. The mythic monsters were real, and someone had foretold this calamity. Inscribed within the dragon crystal mine of Dragonstone, Rhaegar extended his hand to brush away the dust from the engravings. The moment he made contact, a system notification echoed in his ears. The exploration task had commenced, with the objective being the dragon crystal wall. He summoned the system panel, which loaded the exploration data. Dragon crystal wall, exploration progress, 02. The exploration task had begun. It seemed these engravings were not mere fabrications. Based on the initial progress of the exploration, Rhaegar surmised that the quality of the dragon crystal wall was quite high. This indicated that it was either exceedingly precious or ancient. The value of the prophetic engravings was indisputable, and the temporal scale recorded surpassed anything he had previously known. It appeared he was about to acquire a high-quality relic once more. Rhaegar retrieved a small stool from his spatial bracelet, leaning against the dragon crystal wall, awaiting the conclusion of the exploration progress. He hoped Rhaenyra would not grow anxious, thinking he had lost his way. In the bedroom belonging to Alicent, she sat in a chair, drenched in cold sweat, her gaze fiercely directed ahead. The figure in the black robe stood before her, arms crossed over his abdomen. Breathless with anger, Alicent demanded, "What are you doing on Dragonstone? What is your purpose? The black-robed figure paid little heed to her hostility, his voice low and measured. My purpose is of no consequence. What matters is your mission. What do you mean? Alicent queried, perplexed. The black-robed figure continued. The two princes seek to tame the young dragons, but alas, they have been frightened away. The guards are tirelessly searching, and soon they will discover where the young dragons are hiding. Is that so? I happen to know the whereabouts of the two young dragons. What do you desire? I will reveal the location of the young dragons to you. Prince Aegon may choose first, but you must share the other location. The black-robed figure spoke with profound significance. Alicent gazed at him, bewildered, unable to fathom his intentions. However, considering the importance of a dragon to the Targaryen lineage, she inquired, where are the young dragons? Chapter 55, the second legend. In the blink of an eye, the sky grew dim. In the dragon crystal cave, before a mural on the stone wall, the young prince lay immersed in slumber, oblivious to the passage of time in the outside world. Suddenly, Rhaegar shivered, awakening from his dream, groggily surveying his surroundings. He heard the system's prompt. The exploration was complete. He was to collect the lost treasure. Rhaegar's spirits lifted instantly, his eyes scanning every nook and cranny. Dragon crystal wall exploration progress, 100. Where could it be? After searching thoroughly, he discovered a plump orb of crimson light above him on the dragon crystal wall. Red. A sign of a legendary relic. Rhaegar's eyes widened as he cautiously pierced the crimson glow. A burst of red brilliance erupted like fireworks, cascading above him. Treasure successfully collected. Detection in progress. Detection successful. Classified as a legendary relic, the last ember. Indeed, it was of legendary quality, akin to the mysterious relics born of blood and fire. Rhaegar eagerly rubbed his hands together, inspecting the faint flicker of flame that appeared on his system panel. The core of the flame glowed orange, its edges wavering in a deep red, reminiscent of a spark that could extinguish at any moment. The last ember seemed on the verge of flickering out. Filled with curiosity, Rhaegar attempted to activate the feeble flame. Activation failed. Legendary relics possess uniqueness and must meet special conditions for activation. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Rhaegar recalled his first exploration of the skull of Balerion, where he obtained the legacy of the dragon. The scarred dragon scale required true dragon blood to activate. Precious items are inherently singular. Rhaegar frowned slightly and accessed the system panel's annotations to see what was noted about the last ember. Fire is the dawn of civilization. Ancient cultures evolve from infancy to grandeur, from prosperity to ruin. Each civilization bears a unique heritage. Immortal crystals preserve the last ember, awaiting a valiant warrior to revive its glory. 2 lines of small print described the origins of the last ember, but revealed no means of activation. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, regretting that he possessed a treasure yet lacked the knowledge to utilize it. Since it was the last ember, it must pertain to fire and magic. When considering fire and magic, Rhaegar immediately thought of dragons. Perhaps the last ember required dragon flame, just as the dragon's legacy necessitated true dragon blood. His thoughts spiraled into fanciful notions. As darkness fell, the temperature in the cave began to drop. The breath he exhaled formed white mist, contrasting ice and fire near the torch. Alas, time must be quite late. Having secured the relic, Rhaegar had completed his adventure. Yet he now faced the consequences of his reckless escapade. Retracing his steps, Rhaegar's mind raced with schemes for his defense. Outside, a luminous crescent moon hung high, the night sky adorned with twinkling stars. The waves crashed against the shore, unable to drown out the footsteps of the searching guards. As Rhaegar emerged from the narrow opening, he lifted his gaze to behold flickering torches and the cacophony of voices calling his name. I am here, he exclaimed, raising his torch to signal the nearby guards. Your Highness, come quickly. We have found Prince Rhaegar. One guard shouted urgently. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed across the sandy beach as Rhaegar was enveloped by the crowd. Soon, the figures of Viserys and Rhaenyra materialized before him. Before the father, Viserys, could utter a word, Rhaenyra rushed forward, tackling him to the ground. Her fair face was contorted with anger, her voice thick with a hoarse sob. You fool, where have you been? I was in the cave. I discovered something. Rhaegar replied meekly, lowering his head. What could possibly be more important than your safety? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Rhaenyra, resembling a furious mother dragon, tears streaming down her cheeks, choked out, you vanished right under my nose. What would I do if something happened to you? Mother left me with you as my only support. Without you, what am I to do? As she spoke, tears cascaded down Rhaenyra's face, and in her rage, she forced Rhaegar onto her lap, delivering sharp smacks to his backside. Witnessing his sister's distress, Rhaegar dared not resist, covering his face with his hands and allowing her to admonish him. Enough. Rhaenyra, Viserys, who had initially been furious, approached his daughter to offer comfort. Your brother has just been found. We cannot afford to further upset you. Rhaenyra ceased her assault, wiping her tears with her sleeve, and threatened. If there is a next time, I will break your legs and drag you back to the Red Keep, locking you in the attic for eternity. Rhaegar nodded fervently, assuring her there would be no next time. He then retrieved a shard of dragonstone from his pocket, half-truthfully stating, I did not intend to wander off. I felt a mysterious calling guiding me. Nonsense. Just more of your excuses, Rhaenyra retorted, her language unrefined. Viserys furrowed his brow, intrigued, and asked, You entered the Dragonstone mine? Indeed, an unknown presence led me there, unveiling an ancient legend, Rhaegar affirmed with conviction. What legend? Viserys questioned, skeptical yet curious about his eldest son's cryptic words. The weight of a dreamwalker held significant esteem in his mind. He was willing to listen to his son's tale of adventure. Rhaegar carefully illustrated several images in the sand, stating solemnly, Long ago, someone carved the legend of a song of ice and fire within the Dragonstone mine. Viserys studied the sand drawings, hastily inquiring, Is it truly a song of ice and fire? Which mine is it in? He remembered the prophecies inscribed within the dragon's horn dagger, with similar legends emerging. How could he resist the temptation to investigate? Rhaegar indicated the entrance of the cave, and Viserys instructed, You and Rhaenyra should return to rest. She has been searching for you all day. He then led the captain of the King's Guard, Harold, along with 2 guards, into the cave. Rhaenyra, still bewildered, murmured, What is this song of ice and fire? Isn't that merely a legend? The explanation is somewhat unclear. Let us return for now. Rhaegar, eager to please, held her hand tightly. When we get back, you must explain everything to me. Rhaenyra turned her head away, gripping his hand firmly. It was already past midnight. She had been searching since after lunch, utterly exhausted, both fatigued and hungry. In Rhaegar's bedroom after dinner, the siblings had finished washing up and lay on the bed in their pajamas. Rhaegar meticulously elaborated on the history of a song of ice and fire and his experiences within the cave. Rhaenyra's eyes widened in astonishment as she whispered, Do wights and the army of the dead truly exist in this world? Who can say? The last era of legends was thousands of years ago. Rhaegar leaned against her, relishing the softness of her warmth, and with his eyes half closed, he mused, Our ancestors were the dragon kings of the ancient Balerion era, tracing back further. They were merely a herd of shepherds. I believe a song of ice and fire represents a unique calamity of the continent of Westeros. Rhaenyra raised an eyebrow playfully. Just like the apocalyptic disaster of ancient Valyria? It shouldn't be so. The long night was a frigid catastrophe brought forth by the whites. And historical records indicate that human armies triumphed over the Night King, saving the continent. In contrast, the civilization of ancient Valyria, with its multitude of dragons, had an overall strength surpassing any era of Westeros, yet it still succumbed to the apocalyptic disaster. This illustrates that the apocalyptic calamity is indeed more fearsome, leaving no room for resistance. Chapter 56, A firm resolve. You seem to know quite a lot. Observing Rhaegar's passionate discourse, Rhaenyra pinched his cheek. Of course. I've been compelled to read thousands of books. My mind is filled with knowledge. The mere mention of this subject filled Rhaegar with trepidation, recalling the torment of a rote education. Rhaenyra gave a light hum and inquired, With your intelligence, help me analyze a dilemma. Bring it on, Rhaegar responded confidently. Father has considered a marriage alliance for me with Laenor, the son of the sea snake. Rhaenyra spoke in a flat tone, concealing that Rhaegar himself was another intended match. Rhaegar was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her question to pertain to such matters. Being just a child, what did he know of politics? After a brief hesitation, he asked, Do you like him? Not at all, Rhaenyra promptly denied. Rhaegar strained to comprehend, pondering, Does father wish to ally with the sea snake? Rhaenyra tightened her embrace around him and replied nonchalantly, The sea snake is a renowned naval commander. The Balerion family is immensely wealthy and possesses 3 dragons for protection, making them worth any price to ally with. It's a sound strategy, consistent with father's approach. Rhaegar sensed the shift in his sister's tone, the lightness of her voice dissipating. Tell me, should I agree and shoulder the responsibilities of an heir? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Rhaenyra's eyes. If it were me, I would likely consent. Rhaegar whispered his response, burying his head in shyness, I suppose. Rhaenyra lightly scoffed, pushing him away, saying, I knew you were in cahoots with father. No, I am not. He protested. Rhaegar immediately countered, his anxiety palpable. But you are the heir. Before we find a better solution, we must confront the troubles at hand. Who is the trouble? Me? Rhaenyra retorted with displeasure. It is the sea snake. Rhaegar exclaimed with sudden clarity. Rhaenyra was momentarily taken aback by his assertion, rubbing her temples. When Aunt Rhaenys lost her claim to the throne, the sea snake has harbored grievances, and everyone knows he is a source of trouble. We cannot eliminate the trouble itself, but we can deal with the one who instigates it. Rhaegar asserted gravely. Rhaegar, I forbid you from harboring such dangerous thoughts. Rhaenyra warned him sternly, visibly startled. Rhaegar shook his head. I do not intend to eliminate the sea snake. The Balerion family has many members, with one less Corlys. There are still countless lions and seals. His every action is driven by a thirst for power. We can exploit this to undermine his stronghold. Rhaenyra, perplexed, asked, if I were you, what would you do? The Valerion's greatest strength lies in their naval fleet and 3 dragons. The Battle of Stepstones has significantly weakened the sea snake's fleet, and it will take time for them to recover. Our focus should be on their dragons. Rhaegar paused, furrowing his brow. Rhaenys is a princess of House Targaryen. She will not oppose her family. However, her 2 children, the eldest daughter Lena has tamed Rhaegar and is rumored to be betrothed, destined to marry outside the family. Laena's mount is the newly hatched Sea Smoke, who participated in the Battle of Stepstones and possesses formidable military capabilities. What are your thoughts? Rhaenyra inquired, her eyes sparkling. Rhaegar contemplated. To dismantle the 3 dragons, we must first establish appropriate rules. We could attempt to form a royal dragon riding order, recalling dragon riders outside the Targaryen name for proper management. Currently, the only dragon riders apart from the Targaryens are the sea snake's 2 children, which is overly targeted. Rhaenyra deemed this impractical. Simply asking him to join will not suffice. A series of threats and inducements will be necessary. Rhaegar pondered for a while, realizing he lacked sufficient means of intimidation, and sighed in resignation. If only my father had a fully grown dragon, we would not be so powerless. Do not dwell on that. Ever since Vaelorion's passing, my father has had little desire for dragons. Rhaenyra soothed his furrowed brow, smiling. You are already quite clever. When you grow up, you will undoubtedly become a formidable politician. I wish to assist you. Rhaegar expressed disappointment. You can only help me once you have grown. Rhaenyra's voice was soft as she kissed his forehead. I fear I might be too late. Rhaegar suddenly raised his head. Seriousness etched on his face. I no longer wish to tame a hatchling. Since I did not hatch it myself, I would rather tame a fully grown dragon. What has prompted this sudden thought? Rhaenyra asked, perplexed. I may not be able to assist you, but as a rider of a fully grown dragon, I certainly can. Rhaegar climbed out of bed, putting on his shoes as he spoke. I shall seek out Lord Robert. He knows the lairs of Rhaegar and Silverwing. Do not be foolish. Have you not learned enough from the lesson of Dreamfire? Rhaenyra pulled him back with a single hand, her gaze both reassuring and exasperated. Adult dragons are perilous. Vormicell, known as the Wrath of Bronze, possesses a temperament more volatile than Dreamfire. You must obediently comply and train a young dragon gradually. It will surely aid me. I nearly tamed Dreamfire once. I possess the capability to subdue an adult dragon. Rhaegar, confident in his pure lineage and innate talent, was undeterred by challenge. I will not permit you to risk yourself for my sake. Do you understand, Rhaegar? Rhaenyra pressed her hand firmly on his shoulder, her admonition leaving no room for dissent. Rhaegar's lips moved slightly, and under the weight of his sister's intense gaze, he ultimately exhaled a sigh and nodded. Very well, do not give me cause for worry, and you shall be the good brother. Rhaenyra lifted him into bed. Rhaegar remained silent, his eyes reflecting a tempest of emotions. Yet deep within, he schemed to tame either Vormicell or Silverwing. Alicent had tormented him and Rhaenyra, exploiting their lack of a mother. The sea serpent, emboldened by having tamed 3 dragons from House Targaryen, was audacious. Ultimately, he believed it was time to tame an adult dragon, to shift the balance from weakness to strength. His father needed him, and so did Rhaenyra. In the fleeting moment before the lights dimmed, Rhaegar lay on his side, solidifying his resolve. The following day, upon awakening, Rhaegar heard a series of knocks at the door, followed by Cole's reminder. Princess, the king has sent for you to discuss matters. Very well, Sir Cole. Rhaenyra hastily donned her gown and admonished Rhaegar. Do not wander off, understood? Fear not. Rhaegar reassured her with a pat on his chest. Rhaenyra exited, instructing Cole. Keep an eye on him, do not let him stray. Rhaegar, a notorious troublemaker, left her uneasy about leaving him alone. Cole nodded in agreement. Yes, princess. Only after confirming there would be no mischief did Rhaenyra depart at ease. Inside the chamber, Rhaegar had already dressed. A servant brought breakfast, and as Rhaegar bit into a piece of bread, he turned to Cole, stationed at the door, and inquired, Have you eaten? Care to join me? Cole declined courteously. Thank you for the kind offer, but it is unnecessary. Not pressing the matter further, Rhaegar dined alone. Regrettably, Illic had not accompanied him. Only Captain Harold and Cole from the Kingsguard had come along. Sir Cole, have there been any updates on the search for the young dragon? Rhaegar suddenly asked. Not yet. I have heard that Queen Alicent has dispatched additional personnel. Cole replied honestly. Is Lord Robert also searching? Rhaegar inquired casually. Indeed, Lord Robert is leading the search himself. He even went to the seaside last night to seek you. Prince, Cole responded. Rhaegar's eyes flickered with thought as he rose, declaring, I am satiated. I shall take a stroll about the castle. Regardless of whether Cole was willing or not, he briskly made his way outside. Cole hesitated momentarily, recalling that the princess's command was merely to keep an eye on the prince, and remaining within the castle should not be considered wandering. He followed closely behind Rhaegar. What do you suppose my sister and father are discussing? Rhaegar inquired after walking a short distance. The king and the princess are undoubtedly engaged in significant matters. I could hardly speculate, Cole replied, maintaining his humility. Take a guess. My sister places great trust in you, Rhaegar urged. As Cole was pressed further, he began to falter, slowly stating, in recent discussions, most have revolved around the princess's marriage, of which I am but minimally informed. Are you acquainted with Laenor? The eldest son of Lord Corlys Balerion. It appeared Rhaegar recognized the name. During Lord Corlys' tenure as the master of ships, the princess often interacted with his children. I had the fortune to meet them, Cole elaborated. Rhaegar turned abruptly, his expression grave. What manner of man is Laenor? Answer me earnestly, sire. Cole maintained his composure, offering a fair assessment. Sir Laenor is quite handsome, amiable by nature, and an exemplary knight. Does he possess any unsavory habits? Rhaegar pressed on, given Rhaegar's understanding of Rhaenys. If Laenor were truly as perfect as Cole suggested, it would be a match made in heaven. Rhaenys was drawn to handsome, gentle men. There was no reason for her to resist. Cole fell silent, choosing not to respond. Rhaegar discerned the implication. There was something amiss with Laenor. But the chivalric code compelled Cole to refrain from speaking ill of others. Rhaegar probed, is he fond of drink or gambling? Sir Laenor enjoys drinking, but never gambles. Cole answered with precision. Rhaegar continued, does he consort with prostitutes or lead a dissolute life? Cole hesitated, opening his mouth, then replied, Sir Laenor does not engage with prostitutes. And his private life? Rhaegar sensed the crux of the matter. I have heard rumors. Sir Laenor does not pursue women and lacks any such scandal. Cole carefully selected his words. Rhaegar furrowed his brow. You do not deny he leads a chaotic private life, yet assert he does not pursue women. That seems contradictory. Cole averted his gaze, embodying integrity. Receiving no further response, Rhaegar pressed onward, contemplating the implications of Cole's words. Suddenly, he halted. A thought flickered in his mind. Does he prefer men? Rhaegar glanced at Cole in astonishment. Cole lowered his eyes, neither affirming nor denying the implication. This reaction left Rhaegar in no doubt. Their father intended to marry Rhaenys to a man whose sexual orientation was questionable. Did he not fear discord arising from such a union? Rhaegar mused privately. The members of House Targaryen were formidable, each a predator in their own right. Absurd. Their father's decision was profoundly misguided. Rhaegar muttered to himself. His resolve for the forthcoming course of action solidified. Take me to Lord Robert's chambers. He should possess a map of Dragonstone. Rhaegar commanded Cole. May I ask, what purpose do you have for the map of Dragonstone? Cole inquired cautiously. To find the dragon. A map will facilitate our endeavors, Rhaegar asserted. The search for the young dragon has its own guardians. You need only wait, Cole replied. Her Majesty the Queen has already dispatched someone to seek the dragon. And of course, it is Aegon who must first tame it. I cannot remain idly waiting. Rhaegar's reasoning is sound. Cole concurs and suggests. There is no need to go to Lord Wood's chamber for the map of Dragonstone. A copy is concealed within the princess's bedroom. Why did you not mention this sooner? Rhaegar exclaimed in exasperation. You only just inquired, Cole replied with honesty. Rhaegar smacked his forehead and turned back. Upon returning to the bedroom, he unearthed a map of Dragonstone, nearly 2 meters wide, which lay beneath the bed. Leaning over the map, he scrutinized it closely, seeking the location of the volcano. Vhagar and Silverwing reside in their lair beneath the volcano, so one must approach from that vicinity. Here, in the eastern range of Dragonstone, the peculiar rocky mountains stand out. Apart from dragons, the island is characterized by its stone formations. This rocky range stretches from east to west, with a live volcano nestled within. Having noted the approximate location, Rhaegar resolved to venture forth in search of dragons. He had concocted a plausible excuse. I seek the young dragons. Though Cole was inclined to decline, Rhaegar's demeanor hardened, and he retorted, taming dragons is the duty of every Targaryen. I must join the expedition to contribute. I cannot justify your excursion to the princess. Cole shook his head. Then accompany me, and we shall return before dinner, Rhaegar declared as he strode out, not allowing Cole the opportunity to refuse. With a deep sigh, Cole reluctantly followed. The prince's status is exceedingly unique, and both the king and the princess are deeply concerned for his safety. Thus, he could only do his utmost to ensure the prince's security. The castle lies to the north of Dragonstone. Rhaegar exited the Red Keep, avoiding the stone stairway and heading toward the agricultural area behind the castle. There are numerous commoners on Dragonstone, some of whom are the illegitimate offspring of the Targaryen family and their descendants. They have lived on Dragonstone for generations, enjoying relatively favorable conditions. After their conversation concluded, Rhaenyra emerged from her father's chamber, a faint trace of worry etched across her features. Viserys had spent the night poring over the prophetic stone wall, returning only at dawn. With no time to rest, he eagerly sought out Rhaenyra to share the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire, revealing the account of the dragon-shaped dagger. This filled her with anxiety about the potential eternal night and the White Walkers that may arise. She questioned herself, if that day were to come, would she possess the confidence to lead the Seven Kingdoms in overcoming the eternal night and surmounting the trials? The answer she found was a resounding no. Fortunately, the eternal night had not appeared for thousands of years, and the prophesied prince is named Aegon. Surely, he could not be the timid child who only weeps. Reflecting on Alicent's son, Aegon reignited Rhaenyra's confidence. As she walked back, she heard Alicent's voice calling from behind her. "Rhaenyra, may we have a word?" Rhaenyra turned, deflecting. "What is there to discuss? It is not yet time for afternoon tea. Come now, I deeply regret my previous suspicions and wish to have an earnest conversation with you." Alicent wore a sincere expression, eagerly saying, "Just like before, when we shared everything." Faced with Alicent's demeanor, Rhaenyra felt a deep-seated aversion. The tension between them was palpable, teetering on the brink of open hostility, despite the pretense of sisterly affection. "Very well, let us converse," Rhaenyra agreed, curious to uncover Alicent's ulterior motives. Alicent stepped forward, taking her hand with a cheerful smile, leading her toward the castle gardens. As they walked, Alicent inquired, "Why is Rhaegar not here?" "He is resting. He sneaked out yesterday, and I forbade him from leaving," Rhaenyra replied candidly. "I've heard he discovered an ancient prophecy mural. Indeed, the Song of Ice and Fire." Rhaenyra responded with a hint of irony. "I thought that was merely a frightful tale to lull children to sleep. It was indeed laden with myth." Rhaenyra provided no further explanation. The Song of Ice and Fire was a prophecy that heirs must know, not something for Alicent to grasp. Chapter 58. The White Cloak at Dusk. Rhaegar's footsteps halted in a stretch of farmland. In the distance lay an unbroken expanse of stony ridges, barren of life. "Prince, we should return to the castle," urged Ser Cole, acting as his guard. Rhaegar gazed longingly at the mountains, murmuring, "The island's active volcano is located over there." "Prince, if we linger, the princess will be displeased," Cole sighed with resignation. "I am aware. We shall return before nightfall," Rhaegar replied nonchalantly. Having meandered through the island's village, Rhaegar had gleaned a wealth of information, including the approximate location of the lair where Vhagar and Silverwing resided. "Let us depart," Ser Cole. Casting one last glance at the group of silver-haired children frolicking at the village entrance, Rhaegar turned to retrace his steps. Cole followed closely, curious. "Prince, do you lack playmates?" "No, I merely find their hair color peculiar." Observing the children's locks, Rhaegar pondered whether one might be his illegitimate brother. Father was quite the vigorous young lad in his time. That evening, after the family had dined, they returned to their rooms. As usual, Rhaegar was drawn into Rhaenyra's chamber, where the siblings exchanged whispers. Rhaenyra began. "Ser Cole mentioned you visited the village? I hope to find a young dragon soon. To tame one," Rhaegar answered with composure. "That would be ideal. A young dragon suits a young Targaryen. I was raised alongside Syrax." Rhaenyra understood a child's yearning for a dragon. After a moment's reflection, she said, "Alicent sought me out for a lengthy conversation. What could you possibly discuss?" Rhaegar questioned, puzzled. "I posed the same question to Alicent," Rhaenyra mused. "She mentioned my betrothal and offered some suggestions, which I declined. And then, my tone was rather harsh. Yet Alicent remained unfazed and even brought up the whereabouts of 2 young dragons. Thus, you suspect something is amiss." The siblings spoke in unison, then exchanged a knowing smile. Rhaegar chuckled, remarking, "Alicent is a petty woman. Her willingness to swallow her pride and seek you out surely harbors ill intentions." "I share your sentiment," Rhaenyra replied. "Alicent has always excelled in every aspect since childhood and has looked down upon me from the depths of her heart. She would not extend goodwill without reason." Rhaenyra smirked. Fully aware of her situation, Rhaegar inquired, "Did she reveal the whereabouts of the 2 young dragons?" "2 young dragons have been spotted on the eastern coast. Were they engaged in a skirmish?" Rhaenyra informed him. "That area is near an active volcano, which seems plausible," Rhaegar deduced, analyzing the geographical context. "Dragons are creatures that thrive in warm environments. The caverns beneath volcanoes provide an ideal habitat." With a firm gaze, Rhaenyra twirled a lock of hair between her fingers. We must locate the two young dragons before she does. They are likely together, so there is no need to rush, Rhaegar replied nonchalantly. What do you know? Dragons come in various tiers. A young dragon with exceptional talent will grow rapidly in the future. Rhaenyra playfully smacked him. I cannot even imagine what two young dragons look like, let alone discern their ranks, Rhaegar protested in exasperation. Rhaenyra sat up, adopting a serious demeanor. Choose Sunfyre. That golden-scaled dragon with pale pink wings. Is that the hatchling from the same clutch as your Syrax? Rhaegar asked curiously. Indeed. Sunfyre hatched a few years after Syrax, and is an exceptionally striking dragon. You must strive to secure it, Rhaenyra emphasized earnestly. The notion of Targaryen siblings riding golden dragons sounded splendid to Rhaegar, bringing a smile to his face. Rhaenyra, I am not jesting. Sunfyre truly suits you. You wouldn't want it to be claimed by Aegon, would you? Rhaenyra was particularly concerned about her brother's choice of dragon. She had paid special attention to that golden hatchling. Originally planning to bring Rhaegar to tame Sunfyre when he turned 10, assuming the dragon egg wouldn't hatch by then. With both Rhaegar and Aegon set to tame dragons on this expedition, she had arranged for Rhaegar to have the first opportunity to bond with Sunfyre. However, the volcanic eruption frightened the two young dragons, causing them to retreat from their lair. If Alicent were to find Sunfyre first and successfully tame it for Aegon, Rhaenyra would undoubtedly be distraught. Seeing her sister on the brink of frustration, Rhaegar suppressed his laughter and earnestly promised, I will strive to tame Sunfyre, ensuring Aegon has no chance. Humph, that's more like it, Rhaenyra huffed, settling back down. In her eyes, it was only fitting for the siblings to each tame a golden dragon. It was their destiny. The following morning, Rhaegar rose from his bed and, attended by a maidservant, donned a black dragon-riding outfit. Touching the shoulder pads adorned with dragon scale motifs, he sighed, Must I truly dress in this manner? Rhaenyra, lounging languidly in bed, replied with feigned lethargy, The material of the dragon-riding outfit is superb, durable, and breathable, ideal for prolonged activity. As long as you agree to let me accompany you in the dragon search, you may wear whatever you wish. Rhaegar had spent the entire previous night persuading her to allow him to join the dragon hunting expedition, and he had finally succeeded in obtaining her consent. Before leaving, Rhaegar was halted by Rhaenys, who reminded him of her ill health, stating that Cole would accompany him, along with a detachment of dragon guards. Rest assured, even if Alicent harbors her suspicions, she would not dare to act against me. Rhaegar patted his chest, filled with excitement, as he set off. Upon exiting the castle, he made a beeline for the active volcano. From the outset, Rhaegar's objective had never been the young dragons. There was no need to venture to the eastern coast. Your Highness, should we not first head to the eastern coast? Cole inquired, noticing their course gradually deviating. The eastern coast is based on the intelligence provided by Alicent. How much of it do you believe? Rhaegar retorted. Cole found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had heard of the conflict between the Queen and the Prince during their voyage, and was aware of the deteriorating relations between the two factions. Rhaegar stated so. You will accompany me without issue, correct? You make a valid point, Your Highness, Cole replied, pursing his lips and choosing to remain silent. Rhaegar cast a glance at the diligent Cole and noticed the white cloak draped over his shoulders. A moment of surprise washed over him as he remarked, Does the white cloak not symbolize the honor of the King's Guard? Indeed, Your Highness, Cole replied, gently stroking the white fabric, a glimmer of pride passing through his eyes. I hail from humble beginnings. In my youth, I served as a squire to a nobleman, and later, I earned this honor through valor in a fierce battle against the Dornish. You must cherish your current life, Rhaegar asked with a light laugh. Cole nodded earnestly. It is this white cloak that has bestowed upon me unparalleled honor and dignity. His dedication to his mission was clearly evident. For some inexplicable reason, Rhaegar felt a peculiar sensation regarding Cole's white cloak, its pristine whiteness, its purity. Suddenly, he recalled a dream from long ago and wondered aloud, if it were to become soiled, would it not turn into a dirty handkerchief? Glancing back at the earnest Cole, Rhaegar's expression fluctuated. Cole, cherish it well. Do not allow it to gather dust. Rhaegar's tone remained neutral. I shall, Your Highness, Cole replied, though somewhat puzzled by Rhaegar's insistence on protecting the cloak. Nevertheless, he smiled with assurance, his eyes brimming with hope for the future. Chapter 59, Shadows of Grey. Following this brief interlude, the group continued their journey in silence. Just before the sun blazed with its full intensity, they arrived at a canyon within the Stone Mountains. One of the accompanying dragon guards explained, The active volcano poses a risk of lava eruptions. The adult dragons on the island make their nests deep underground to avoid disaster. This canyon once housed Rhaegar and Silverwing, but was later abandoned for reasons unknown. Rhaegar inquired, Shall we venture inside? It would be prudent to send the dragon guards to investigate. There is no need for you to take such risks, Cole suggested, signaling several dragon guards to step forward and race toward the canyon. Rhaegar did not object. After all, it was merely an abandoned lair, and the likelihood of finding a dragon was exceedingly low. There was no merit in personally exploring it. After a while, the dispatched dragon guards had yet to return, but two soldiers approached from the rear. The guards approached the group with utmost respect, bowing deeply. Rhaegar inquired, "What brings you here?" One guard hastened to respond. "My lord Robb has discovered 2 young dragons. One is currently imprisoned while the other was found on Dragon Mountain." The mountain, located on the western side of an active volcano, is a rugged expanse of towering peaks, where recently, silver wings had laid eggs. A dragon guard accompanying them elaborated further. "What are we waiting for? Let us depart." Upon hearing of the silver wings' presence on Dragon Mountain, Rhaegar's spirits soared. Cole leaned in and whispered, "Prince, there are adult dragons roaming Dragon Mountain. We should not take such risks. We shall search only in the vicinity of Dragon Mountain. And my lord Robb will send others as well. It will be fine." Yet, Rhaegar was eager to encounter the adult dragons, lamenting the lack of opportunity. He instructed one guard to wait for the returning dragon guard, while directing another to lead the way. The distance was short, and the party swiftly arrived at Dragon Mountain. Due to its proximity to the active volcano, the area appeared even more desolate, strewn with dark, peculiar stones and devoid of life. The temperature was notably higher than usual, evoking an oppressive summer heat. Upon entering the cavern of Dragon Mountain, Cole inquired, "When will my lord Robb arrive? Can our men not capture a fiercely resisting young dragon?" "He may not have arrived yet, sir," the guard replied, somewhat perplexed, continuing to guide them. As they ventured deeper, the heat intensified, accompanied by a foul stench. Rhaegar surveyed the surroundings and pointed at the guard, demanding, "Who informed you of this news? Have you seen Lord Robb with your own eyes?" The guard's face turned pale, and he nervously stammered, "My lord is on his way. Please do not be impatient, Prince." Rhaegar immediately sensed his unease and barked, "Cole, seize him." Cole promptly drew his sword, pressing it against the guard's neck, while the other 2 dragon guards pinned him to the ground. The guard pleaded desperately, "Prince, I am not lying. The young dragon is truly on Dragon Mountain. My lord Robb will surely come." "Silence him," Rhaegar commanded, uninterested in the guard's feeble excuses, recognizing them as mere fabrications unworthy of trust. Furrowing his brow, Rhaegar knelt and fiddled with 2 small stones. Here lay the east coast. This stone represented the active volcano, while Dragon Mountain was situated within its vicinity. Cautiously, he pondered the scant information he possessed. The east coast, as revealed by Allison, and the guard's claims of young dragons on Dragon Mountain were exceedingly deceptive. Rhaegar muttered to himself, "The east coast is a mix of truth and lies. The guard has lured me to Dragon Mountain for some ulterior motive. He cannot possibly have good intentions in guiding me to seek the young dragons." Recalling the information that silver wings had laid eggs on Dragon Mountain, enlightenment struck him. It was highly probable that a silver wing, having recently laid eggs, would be present, and I might encounter a feral silver wing in a state of frenzy. This realization dawned on Rhaegar. With clarity emerging from his thoughts, he took a deep breath, feeling no fear of the impending conspiracy, but rather an overwhelming desire to tame an adult dragon. With silver wings on Dragon Mountain, I shall attempt to master it. He was aware that a mother dragon, recently having laid her eggs, possessed a notoriously volatile temperament, harboring hostility towards all living entities within her sight. Yet, he could not suppress the urge to venture forth. Just a glance would suffice. If it proved unwise, he would retreat, clinging to a thread of hope. Rhaegar approached the bound sentry, towering above him as he inquired. The messenger claimed that the hatchling resides in Dragon Mountain. Indeed, Lord Robert's intelligence stated as much. "I swear I speak no falsehood," the sentry stammered in panic. "Who conveyed this information?" Rhaegar pressed further. "It was one of Lord Robert's dragon keepers, held in high regard," came the response, and Cole interjected, "It appears someone has bribed that dragon keeper." Rhaegar nodded. "I understand. A conspiracy is afoot. We must return and confront Lord Robert to unmask the traitor." Cole's expression turned grave. "No, we have already entered Dragon Mountain. We cannot return empty-handed." Rhaegar steadied his nerves, yearning to continue the exploration. Cole stepped in front of him, his demeanor serious. "Your Highness, Dragon Mountain is fraught with peril. I cannot allow you to tread into danger." Suddenly, a painful roar echoed from the depths of the cave. "Everyone, protect the prince and retreat." Cole immediately reacted, positioning himself with sword drawn in front of Rhaegar. The dragon guards formed a protective circle around Rhaegar as another roar reverberated through the air. Gripping Cole's white robe, Rhaegar exclaimed, "Listen, that is not the voice of an adult dragon. Cole, alert and listening intently, confirmed the sound was indeed a series of youthful, high-pitched cries. Lacking the deep resonance of a mature dragon, a smile crept across Rhaegar's face. That is precisely our target. Let us proceed. After several moments of hesitation, Cole stepped forward. But Rhaegar pressed on ahead. With a resigned fist, Cole commanded the dragon guards, "Take this traitor along. Should danger arise, cast him to the dragons as bait." The sentry shook his head in alarm, his mouth muffled, rendered speechless as he was dragged away in despair. The cave twisted and turned, Rhaegar groping his way through the dimness as the hatchling's roars grew increasingly distinct. He was indifferent to the presence of the hatchling, but its existence would facilitate his deeper journey into Dragon Mountain, which sufficed for him. Soon, the cavern began to widen, revealing a vast grotto. Rhaegar pressed against the warm stone wall, and before him appeared a restless beast, a dragon. He scrutinized the creature, its scales a pale gray, its wing membranes a translucent off-white, and its gray-blue slit pupils filled with trepidation. "That is Grey Shadow, Your Highness," a dragon guard who had followed identified the Grey Dragon. Grey Shadow and Sunflower had hatched from their eggs in the same period. Their size is comparable, both belonging to the category of young dragons. Rhaegar remained silent, continuing his observation. Grey Shadow, larger than a horse and sprawled on the ground, exuded an imposing presence yet emitted terrified cries. "It is injured," Rhaegar whispered softly. He witnessed the anguished writhing of the Grey Shadow, its pale gray scales, mottled with scars, concealed within the dim environment, drenched in blood. The most grievous wound was inflicted upon one of its wings, nearly uprooted from its ribcage, dragging helplessly on the ground, rendering it incapable of flight. It was severely injured. Rhaegar recalled the information revealed by Alicent, that 2 young dragons were battling on the east coast. It seemed she was not lying about this. The Grey Shadow's injuries were likely caused by the sunfire. Chapter 60. The Glutton, a dragon guard murmured, "Prince, shall we capture the Grey Shadow?" "Shut your foul mouth," Cole retorted angrily, warning, an injured young dragon could strike at any moment. "Do you wish to be turned to ash?" The dragon guard fell silent, retreating to the rear to oversee the messenger soldier. "Prince, we must return immediately and request Lord Labor to dispatch more personnel for the rescue of this dragon." The dark surroundings, coupled with the young dragon's roar, instilled a sense of danger in Cole, urging Rhaegar for safety's sake. Rhaegar shook his head, speaking to himself. "This is a trap. There should not be just one severely injured Grey Shadow. Precisely because it is a trap, we must withdraw swiftly." Cole, unable to contain his impatience, struggled to keep his voice down. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed above the cavern, reminiscent of the howling winds before a storm. The group looked up to see a colossal creature, its massive wings blotting out the sky, circling above Dragon Mountain. "Seven hells!" Cole's eyes widened in shock, unable to tear his gaze away, exclaiming in fear. With a resounding thud, the immense creature descended after a circle, its powerful feet landing on the cliff above the cavern. Sharp claws piercing the rock, stabilizing itself atop the mountain. Hisses! The creature extended its neck, its wings unfurling with all their might, and the fearsome dragon head raised high, emitting a deafening roar. Through the layers of obstruction, Rhaegar glimpsed the entirety of the beast. Its scales as black as coal, its body comparable to a small mountain, and a pair of green slit-like eyes. Each characteristic defied description. In Rhaegar's youthful experience, he had never encountered such a breathtaking sight. This dragon was extraordinarily massive. Neither the first dragon he had seen, Caraxio, nor the nearly century-old Minghua could compare. It was akin to a crow versus a sparrow. "Quick! We must retreat with the prince." Cole was the first to regain his composure, shoving several dragon guards, shielding Rhaegar behind him. The Glutton, one of the forward dragon guards, seemingly petrified, muttered the name of the enormous black dragon. "Snap out of it, hurry up and leave." Cole sharply slapped him. Another dragon guard trembled all over, fearfully stating, "That is the Glutton, the largest wild dragon on the island." Cole was unaware of what glutton meant, but he understood that if they did not flee now, they would soon become dragon dung. Roar! At that moment, the glutton let out a low growl, its neck bending down like a giant serpent, sniffing the air as if searching for something. "Prince, I shall lead you," Cole exclaimed, gripping his sword tightly as he grasped Rhaegar's hand to depart. Rhaegar, however, forcefully shook him off, standing transfixed, gazing into the distance. Cole cast a puzzled glance at him, only to witness Rhaegar trembling all over, his pupils dilating, breaths growing heavier. "Prince, what ails you?" Cole wondered if Rhaegar had been startled, waving his hand before him. Yet, Rhaegar appeared oblivious, his eyes fixated on the colossal black dragon above. Trembling with uncontainable excitement, he stammered, "The Devourer, Such a magnificent dragon. I have seen it. At the moment he laid eyes on the devourer, Rhaegar slipped into a state of intense focus, oblivious to the world around him. He recognized that enormous black dragon from his dreams, where it had appeared thrice. The last occurrence had been the eve before their arrival on the island, revealing glimpses of its physical traits. He had assumed it merely a prophetic dream of taming dragons, never imagining the creature actually existed in reality. With eyes alight, Rhaegar felt as though his heart might burst from his chest, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. Cole shook him, striving to rouse him from his stupor. Meanwhile, the devourer ceased its search for scents, its massive head descending towards the cavern below. It had found its quarry, a delectable little morsel. The devourer's wings unfurled, substantial enough to envelop several warhorses, as its maw gaped wide, a searing airflow brewing in its throat. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, emerald flames, matching the hue of its pupils, erupted forth, cascading like a deluge into the cavern. The air crackled with heat, the surrounding stone walls melting like wax under the dragon's fiery breath, viscous droplets tumbling down. "Run, run!" shouted a dragon knight, his voice filled with dread as the scalding magma splashed upon the ground, bursting forth like fiery blossoms, compelling him to flee. Swift as lightning, Cole's blade severed the knight's head cleanly, rebuking, "Cowardice in battle leads to death." The remaining dragon knights, caught between fear and shock, urged, "My lord, the devourer is the most perilous wild dragon. To it, even kin are mere prey. We must escape. I am aware of the need to flee, but first, I must ensure the prince's safety," Cole retorted, turning to Rhaegar and murmuring, "I apologize, prince, but I must carry you away." With that, he attempted to hoist Rhaegar onto his shoulder. Yet, Rhaegar suddenly evaded his grasp, his expression resolute. "You all may leave. The seven gods have guided me here for a purpose, to encounter it. Now is not the time for unwavering faith. The devourer clearly seeks to prey upon fledgling dragons, and we cannot save it." Cole believed Rhaegar harbored misguided compassion for the injured Grey Shadow. "No, what I desire is not the Grey Shadow." Rhaegar shook his head with a smile, racing past Cole's blocking figure. In disbelief, Cole watched as Rhaegar charged into the expansive cavern, braving the rain-like cascade of magma. Rhaegar lifted his head, cupping his hands in a trumpet shape at his mouth, and shouted with all his might in High Valyrian, "Devourer, look at me." His youthful voice echoed through the cavern, reaching the ears of the black dragon. The devourer ceased its torrent of flames, its massive head swaying from side to side as it assessed whether the cavern could accommodate its colossal form. Once assured, the devourer folded its wings and released its claws from the crushed rocks, slowly delving into the cave. The Grey Shadow, trembling on the ground, gazed in terror at the approaching devourer, emitting a threatening roar. It failed to notice Rhaegar's presence as he approached, pressing his hands against the Grey Shadow's tail. Rhaegar shouted in High Valyrian, "Stand up, change position." With repeated calls, the Grey Shadow finally emerged from its fright, struggling to crawl while regarding him with uncertain slit pupils. "Hide. Venture deeper into the cave." Rhaegar continued to convey his message in High Valyrian. A cautious growl emanated from the Grey Shadow, its head scanning the surroundings for a place to conceal itself. Rhaegar was also searching and discovered a sloped surface suitable for climbing. He waved to the Grey Shadow and dashed toward the slope, maneuvering around the molten rock. At that moment, the devourer had already entered the cavern, its claws gripping the cliff as it descended step by step, resembling a beast taunting its prey. Cole remained in the cave, staring blankly as Rhaegar rushed in, communicating with the young dragon. He took a step forward. Suddenly, a large mass of lava plummeted from above, crashing down before him. Witnessing the crimson lava surge past, Cole's hair singed instantly, the searing heat overwhelming him. In a moment of peril, his survival instinct kicked in. Cole exerted force through his legs, leaping backward just in time to evade the splatter of lava upon impact. He fell to the ground, and the dragon guards swiftly moved to assist him. "My lord, we must leave at once." "Indeed, the prince is in danger. We should return and seek help." Several dragon guards clamored, eager to flee. Cole swung his sword fiercely, his eyes ablaze with fury as he growled, "If you fear death, then go. If anything happens to the prince, none of you will escape." Chapter 61. A leap of faith. Watching the prince plunge into the fiery rain of lava, Cole's resolve nearly shattered. He was the king's eldest son. Any mishap would betray the honor of the white robes behind him. Summoning his courage, Cole endeavored to rush out of the cave once more. However, the temperature within the cavern escalated rapidly. Lava dripped to the ground, a peril far beyond the reach of an ordinary person. Cole could only watch helplessly as the prince led the young dragon, the Grey Shadow, up the slope, unable to approach. Finally, the devourer landed steadily, its head raised as it roared within the molten cavern, seemingly pronouncing the death sentence of the prey by the hunter. At that moment, Rhaegar and the gray shadow ascended the slope, their backs against the scorching stone wall as they moved cautiously. After the roar, the glutton turned its gaze towards Rhaegar and gray shadow, its enormous green vertical pupils gleaming with mockery. The two diminutive snacks struggled to ascend, barely reaching its chest height. To consume them, it would need to lower its head. The glutton twisted its neck, surveying the surroundings, its keen sense of smell detecting the scent of the living. It was a voracious wild dragon, primarily hunting large fish in the sea. Occasionally, it would pilfer the dragon eggs laid by the island's mother dragon or prey on feeble hatchlings. Humans were not part of its usual diet. However, once they entered its sight, they were fair game. The glutton bent its foreclaws, arching its back as its massive head approached the ground. Discovering the human delicacies hidden within the cave, its green vertical pupils were filled with indifference as it opened its maw, preparing to unleash Dragonfyre. At the cave's edge stood Cole, his line of sight directly aligned with the glutton's ravenous jaws. Faced with the boiling, eerie green flames, he froze, as if he could see his deceased grandmother beckoning to him. He understood that the stranger was extending an invitation. Just as the Dragonfyre was about to be unleashed, a shout reverberated throughout the subterranean cavern. "Glutton, look at me." The dragon could comprehend a fragment of the High Valyrian language. As a mature dragon nearing a century old, it grasped some of the meaning. Casting a disdainful glance at the ordinary humans cowering in the cave, the glutton retracted its flames and turned its head away. Its gaze fell upon a human child standing precariously on a steep cliff, beneath which lay a hatchling it had marked for a meal. The glutton regarded the child with indifference, a flicker of irritation crossing its depths at being interrupted during its feast. It resolved to consume this audacious human child first. Locking eyes with the brutal adult dragon, Rhaegar felt a surge of exhilaration, no longer plagued by the trepidation he had faced with Dreamfire. He was Rhaegar Targaryen, a scion of pure dragon blood, who had only experienced fear of dragons once in his lifetime. Turning to Grey Shadow, who had shrunk back in fright, Rhaegar issued a command: "Stay put, cowardly dragon." The young Grey Shadow, still unfamiliar with the High Valyrian tongue, sensed the human's intent. Trembling, it curled its body, burying its head beneath its wings, too fearful to look. Rhaegar was both amused and exasperated. "How can you be such a timid dragon? It's a disgrace to our kind." In a fleeting moment, the glutton, unable to contain its brutality, roared, showcasing its lethal intent as Dragonfyre gathered in its throat. In this moment of crisis, Rhaegar patted Grey Shadow's pale wing membrane and said, "Take care of yourself. My adventure begins now." With that, Rhaegar stepped forward, fearlessly confronting the crouching glutton below. "Fate has decreed that you shall be conquered by me," he bellowed in High Valyrian, summoning every ounce of courage within him as he leapt heedlessly from the steep cliff. Roar! In the moment when Rhaegar leaped down, Dragonfyre erupted with a low growl, the green flames unfurling a chapter of destruction. From a distance, Cole sat on the ground, his eyes vacant, utterly defeated. The rumors proved true. The Targaryens were indeed mad. He could hardly fathom that a mere 6-year-old child would dare to charge at a full-grown dragon. Yet, such thoughts became inconsequential. He sensed what the monstrous dragon was about to do. His life was nearing its end, and his honor held no significance. However, the Dragonfyre was always a step behind Rhaegar. In the fleeting moment before the emerald flames surged forth, Rhaegar spread his arms wide, narrowly evading the torrent of Dragonfyre like a bird. His small frame struck precisely upon the broad back of the Greed Eater, which lay prostrate on the ground. With a heavy thud, Rhaegar fell, the hard dragon scales akin to steel, the recoil nearly rendering him unconscious. An overwhelming desire for conquest flooded his mind, tightening his only nerve, urging him to rise. Rhaegar stumbled to his feet, his head spinning, and let out a primal scream, a testament to his determination to survive against the odds. Greed Eater soar. Remembering the wisdom inscribed in the Dragon Training Manual, Rhaegar issued his first command to the beast in High Valyrian. The reality was harsh. Greed Eater completely disregarded his command, roaring in fury, thrashing violently. It sought to rid itself of this human child attempting to tame it, wishing to incinerate him into ashes. It was the oldest and largest wild dragon king ever known on Dragonstone and throughout Westeros. Many had tried to tame it in years past, and none had escaped as anything but charred remains. The small creature on its back would be no exception. The ground trembled violently beneath him, and Rhaegar struggled to maintain his balance, tumbling down with a thud. In that critical moment, he grasped the dragon's back scales. exerting every ounce of strength to stabilize himself and avoid being thrown off. Ha! As danger loomed above, not a trace of fear resided within Rhaegar. Instead, he erupted in laughter. At that moment, he walked on the edge of a precipice. The impending disaster could not crush his spirit. It only ignited the madness and fearlessness buried deep within his veins. Greed Eater, I command you to soar, to carry me high into the skies. Amidst his maniacal laughter, interspersed with high Balerion, Rhaegar steadied himself and issued the flying command once more. This time, Greed Eater did not refuse him. Its furious slit pupils glinted with rage as its hind legs anchored it, claws on its wings gripping the stone walls as it swiftly ascended from the narrow cavern. Want to soar? Then let us fly. On the steep slope, the shadowy figure, battered by dragon fire, lay gasping on the ground, its head weakly resting on the earth. Blood trickling from its dragon maw. In its gray-blue slit eyes, the diminutive figure of Rhaegar was reflected. As the devourer ascended from the cavern, that once clear reflection gradually became obscured until it vanished entirely. This elicited a mournful shriek from it, as it gazed with reluctance upon the immense devourer. The creature's form was colossal, akin to a mountain, yet its movements remained remarkably agile. In no time, it emerged from the subterranean cavern, once again revealing itself beneath the vast, boundless sky. The devourer soared. The blinding radiance compelled Rhaegar to squint, his hands gripping the scales of its back tightly. As he repeatedly issued commands, he sought to demonstrate his resolve to the devourer. A dragon would not acknowledge a coward with a wavering spirit, having already faced failure once. He would not tread that path again. Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, the devourer's obsidian form resembled a mountain of coal, its magnificent body stretching its wings in grandeur. An irritating chatter reached his ears, prompting the devourer to turn its neck, its fearsome head drawing near to the small being on its back. A maw, as deep as an abyss, opened wide, and the dragon's kiss revealed a bloodthirsty arc. Chapter 62. The sky and the sea. It did not expel dragon flames, nor did it intend to rend anything asunder. With a powerful flap of its wings, the devourer departed from the mountaintop, racing into the infinite expanse of the sky. Feeling the sensation of weightlessness wash over him, Rhaegar managed to pry his eyes open just a slit, discovering that there were no obstructions around him, with only drifting clouds above. He was airborne. His eyes widened in astonishment as he whispered, helplessly gazing upon the novel landscape. Soon, a wave of elation swept over him, and he laughed joyously, exclaiming, I am flying. I have succeeded in mounting a dragon. Rhaegar adjusted his position, securing himself better on the dragon's back, leaning forward to gaze down at the earth below. The devourer flew swiftly, soaring high above the clouds with ease. The Dragonstone Island, which he would normally take an entire day to traverse on foot, now appeared to him as an utterly ordinary little isle. Rhaegar understood that it was not the island that had shrunk, rather, from the dragon's back. All towering entities no longer seemed so grand. Just as he momentarily relaxed, the devourer unleashed a torrent of dragon fire towards the sky, its speed abruptly surging as it plunged into the searing flames. Rhaegar's pupils constricted, and he quickly ducked down, evading the surging wave of dragon fire. Each dragon possesses distinct characteristics, and so too do their flames. The devourer's flames manifested in a deathly shade of green, taking on a form akin to smoke, shifting between gaseous and liquid states, exhibiting a formidable adhesive quality. Once tainted by its dragon fire, one would find it as difficult to extinguish as a maggot clinging to a bone. Rhaegar could temporarily withstand the searing heat of the dragon fire, but he could not endure the persistent damage caused by the flame's residue. With a thunderous roar, the devourer pierced through the overwhelming green dragon fire, soaring forward. Rhaegar clung tightly to its back, as the flames scorched the rear of his garments, leaving behind tender burns. Although he was once again singed by the dragon fire, the severity of his injuries was considerably lessened. Perhaps due to a purer lineage, his resistance to the dragon fire had grown ever stronger. Rhaegar extinguished a burning strand of hair, his face reflecting an indomitable spirit, and he shouted aloud, Dragon Flame. He sensed the resistance of the devourer. This black dragon did not acknowledge him. So let it be. He would unleash the all-consuming dragon flame, resolutely issuing his command. The question remained, would this furious dragon yield first, or would Rhaegar meet his demise in the inferno? Upon hearing the command in High Valyrian, the devourer grew increasingly agitated, twisting and turning in the air, breathing fire while attempting to shake him off. Rhaegar clenched his teeth, refusing to let go. He had an inkling that victory would belong to the one who endured until the end. Within the cave, the silhouette of the devourer had long vanished, along with the king's eldest son. After a moment of respite, Cole regained his composure and led a hasty retreat. The prince was missing, and he needed to report to the princess and the king. Regardless of the outcome, he had to bear the responsibility. Emerging from Dragonstone in a state of disarray, Cole encountered the Dragon Watch returning from their reconnaissance of the gorge. The Dragon Watch sought to join him, but was pushed aside as he rushed toward the castle without a second thought. At some point, the clear sky darkened, clouds thickening ominously. A torrential downpour began to pelt the earth, the cool breeze as frigid as his heart. Upon finally reaching the castle, he arrived just in time to witness the royal family gathered in the hall. Observing Cole, drenched and disheveled, Viserys was the first to speak, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Sire, why the frantic demeanor?" Cole lowered his head, feeling lost and despondent. "The prince has been taken by a giant dragon." "A dragon?" Viserys was still processing the information. Rhaenyra suddenly sprang from her seat, fixing her gaze on Cole, demanding, "Weren't you supposed to find the hatchling? We were deceived by false information and led into Dragonstone, where we encountered a hatchling, only to be attacked by an enormous adult dragon." Cole shook his head, his voice feeble. The prince sensed something was amiss. Yet he refused to leave, leaping onto the back of the giant dragon, intending to tame it. "Curse it, you just stood there while Rhaegar charged at a dragon?" Viserys erupted in fury. Rhaenyra rushed to Cole, urgency etched on her face. "Where's Rhaegar? Where's that dragon?" "I don't know," Cole replied. The prince issued a command for the dragon to fly. We had no time to intervene. Having followed Rhaenyra closely for years, he retained some familiarity with the crucial High Valyrian phrases. A sharp slap echoed through the empty hall as Rhaenyra struck Cole, fury surging within her. Her voice trembling with anger. "I have but one brother. I trusted you to protect him." Apologies graced Cole's face, a mark of shame evident as he hung his head. "Enough of your excuses. Send someone to track the dragon's whereabouts, immediately." Rhaenyra's tone was icy as she stormed out of the hall. Taming an adult dragon was no trivial matter. Each year on Dragonstone, audacious souls attempted to secretly tame wild dragons. No one has ever succeeded. In the end, they either turned to ashes or were rendered unrecognizable by the flames. She had believed that having learned from the lessons of Dreamfire, Rhaegar would calmly tame a young dragon. To her astonishment, Rhaegar's ambition to subdue an adult dragon remained unquenched. The unclaimed dragons of Dragonstone had long been without a rider, brimming with untamed ferocity. The challenge and peril of taming them far exceeded that of binding Dreamfire with chains. Rhaegar's desire for a mature dragon surged solely to assist her. If any misfortune were to befall him, she could hardly bear to think of it. Her later years would be consumed by endless guilt. The soaring dragons surpassed all earthly steeds. A frenzied dragon unleashed a force capable of obliterating any town. It could not shed the human rider clinging to its back. The Greedbringer's emerald eyes glinting with madness, each roar resonating through the heavens. Greedbringer, breathe fire. Rhaegar commanded from the dragon's back, issuing relentless orders. Yet, the Greedbringer, in defiance, refused to comply. Its massive body unfurled, neck inclined slightly downward, its slitted pupils fixated on the cerulean sea below. It sought to plunge into the waters and wash away the pest on its back. In a swift dive, Rhaegar felt the sensation of weightlessness, his hands, blistered and sore, clinging desperately to the dragon's scales. The pressure of the air made breathing arduous, and Rhaegar shut his eyes tightly, instinctively opening his mouth to shout encouragement, only to have the rushing winds fill it with salt water. With a mighty splash, the Greedbringer crashed into the surging sea, its entire form submerged. In the wake of the tempest, Rhaegar was soon inundated with seawater. The brine choked him, swiftly flowing into his lungs through his mouth and nose. For a fleeting moment, a wave of helplessness washed over him, urging him to release his grip. The Greedbringer roared fiercely beneath the waves, devouring passing fish, its tail thrashing powerfully as it surged upward. The dark dragon broke through the surface, wings unfurling to soar into the azure sky. Dragons could briefly submerge in the ocean, but could not linger long. The Greedbringer loathed the seawater and soon burst forth from the depths. This provided Rhaegar a moment to catch his breath. Seizing the opportunity as the Greedbringer emerged, he pounded his chest, violently coughing up a bellyful of seawater. As he opened his eyes in confusion, he beheld the dark dragon gliding just above the sea's surface, its powerful legs sending sprays of water into the air. Chapter 63. Successfully tamed Greedbringer. Do you not yet acknowledge me? Rhaegar lay weakly upon the dragon's back, attempting to communicate with the colossal beast beneath him. He anticipated no response. Yet, contrary to expectations, the Greedbringer turned its head, its emerald-slit eyes no longer wild but instead reflecting a human-like scrutiny. It was undeniable that the will of the small rider upon its back had touched it. The Greedbringer snorted at Rhaegar in a display of arrogance before lifting its head and continuing its forward flight. In that moment, Rhaegar gazed intently at the Greedbringer. In the slitted pupils of the glutton, the silhouette of Rhaegar was reflected. A fleeting yet fragile connection was forged. Within this indistinct bond, Rhaegar sensed the essence of the glutton's heart, ferocious, aloof, and indifferent. This was the soul of the untamed ebony dragon, who regarded all with disdain and desired no rider to intrude upon its solitary existence. Now, the glutton perceived Rhaegar's resolve, willing to grant him an opportunity to conquer its spirit. Understanding its will, Rhaegar grinned. Come forth. The more challenging the trial, the more worthy the risk. With a resounding roar, the glutton soared into the heavens, its wings beating fiercely against the air. Speeding through the currents, it ascended beyond layers of moisture-laden clouds. Reaching the pinnacle of its altitude, the glutton steadied itself, casting a glance back at the diminutive creature lying below, a cruel grin forming on its maw. With a swift motion, the robust neck of the glutton arched back, executing a backflip midair. Once, twice, 3 times in succession. It harnessed the momentum of its flips to right itself, wings unfurling as it dove downwards. Rhaegar clung desperately to anything within grasp, enduring the disorienting spins. Dizziness surged through him, rendering his body weak and numb in the weightlessness. The glutton roared as it broke through the clouds, and Rhaegar could no longer hold onto the scales, plummeting from the dragon's back. The glutton had been vigilant of the tiny creature behind it. Upon finally dislodging Rhaegar, it let out a triumphant shriek. Its heavy form descended rapidly, stabilizing itself before Rhaegar's fall. Below, it opened its cavernous maw, its throat brimming with surging dragon fire, intent on incinerating him to cinders, to later use as dental floss. With a thunderous blast, the emerald flames erupted, painting a brilliant tapestry against the dim, overcast sky. Rhaegar retained clarity of thought as he fell, the dragon fire hurtling towards him, the heat palpable. The oppressive weight of death loomed, and Rhaegar widened his eyes, his mind racing for a means of escape. The gluttonous form lay directly beneath him. Thus, his chances of survival were not absolute. Spreading his arms and legs wide, Rhaegar exerted every effort to alter his trajectory. The dragon fire surged towards him, unavoidable. I am Rhaegar Targaryen. My will is sufficient to tame any dragon in existence, he repeated fervently in his heart, closing his eyes as he embraced the flames. Sharing the same blood and fire, he believed that if he could withstand this inferno, he could indeed conquer the dark dragon. Enveloped by the dragon fire, his garments were consumed entirely. Just as his flesh faced the searing blaze, the system notification chimed. Congratulations. The last spark has been activated. You have acquired true dragon blood. Level, Legendary, Red. Effect, 50 Fire Element Affinity. Evaluation, an ancient lineage imbued with mysterious power. You are the embodiment of blood and fire. A flicker of flame concealed within the system panel suddenly erupted, piercing into Rhaegar's chest and merging with his heart. In an instant, Rhaegar opened his eyes, a pallid hue on his cheeks igniting with an unnatural flush, and the veins on his neck throbbed violently. A personal panel materialized before him, commencing its transformation. Rhaegar Targaryen talent, Dreamer, Gold. Longevity, Green, Bloodline. Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 20, Skill. Proficiency in Valyrian Artifact, Bloodfyre Kinship, Fire Resistance 50. True Dragon's Blood, Fire Element Affinity 50. Evaluation, the ancient bloodline is further awakened, pure as ever. Rhaegar's gaze fixated on the bloodline section, the percentage steadily ascending. 20, 23, 27. In the blink of an eye, the bloodline surged to 33, the rise dissipating thereafter. Unbeknownst to him, a layer of flame erupted from his skin, swiftly vanishing within the dragon's fire. He sensed no anomaly. Rather, a surge of power erupted from his heart, coursing through his veins and enveloping his entire being. His body continued its descent. The eerie green dragon fire cloaked every inch of his skin, the searing heat intensely stimulating his nerves. Rhaegar emitted no cries of anguish, allowing the dragon fire to erode his flesh. His skin remained tender, the surface temperature gradually rising. He was adapting to the flames, maintaining his gliding motion. Rhaegar soon broke free from the encircling dragon fire. He evaded the gaping maw of the devourer, altering his trajectory to narrowly brush past its dragon kiss. Rolling along its spine, the distance between the head and tail of the devourer was substantial. After a vigorous struggle, just as he was about to plummet once more, he finally seized the tip of its tail. Silence. In that moment, the sky and ocean seemed to still. The howling winds ceased, and the raindrops halted. The devourer hovered above the sea, its mighty wings stirring a strong gust, yet remaining motionless. Perhaps it questioned its own dragon fire. Perhaps it was astonished by this little creature. Seizing the opportunity, Rhaegar clambered upward with hands and feet, returning to the spine of the devourer. Grasping the dorsal scales, he braced himself for any resistance from the beast. Yet, the devourer remained still. Rhaegar, filled with suspicion, lifted his gaze, only to lock eyes with a fearsome dragon head. At some point, the devourer had turned its head, calmly observing Rhaegar. The two, a man and a dragon, shared a gaze, their reflections mirrored in each other's eyes. The dragon kiss was mere meters away, its exhaled breath scorching. Sensing a connection, Rhaegar tentatively extended his palm. The devourer's green slit pupil flickered with skepticism. Releasing a powerful snort that nearly toppled Rhaegar, he turned his face to shield himself from the sulphurous breath of the colossal dragon. His outstretched hand remained suspended. After a brief moment, he felt a rough texture against his palm. Slowly, Rhaegar turned his head back, his brow immediately unfurling in relief. The glutton extended its neck, the dragon's kiss hidden beneath scales pressing against the palm. Rhaegar gazed at this scene in a daze, his lips twitching slightly, words choking in his throat. The glutton regarded him with pride evident in its vertical pupils, as if to say, "You have triumphed, young one." Suddenly, Rhaegar broke into a smile. His hand caressing the glutton's scales, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. The glutton soared. Rhaegar withdrew his hand, grasping the ridge of the glutton's back, issuing commands in High Valyrian. The same command, the same roar, yet this time, the glutton no longer resisted Rhaegar's weight. It beat its wings, ascending into the skies with unparalleled stability, devoid of any turbulence. Rhaegar was astonished, never having anticipated the glutton's exceptional flying skills. He attempted to release his grip, closing his eyes to relish the cool breeze that embraced him. In that moment, the bond he had initially forged with the glutton deepened. Rhaegar sensed the creature's reluctance, still unaccustomed to accepting him as its master. The glutton, in turn, perceived Rhaegar's thoughts, deliberately slowing its pace, gliding above the ocean while occasionally emitting triumphant cries. The glutton recognized that Rhaegar had never ridden another dragon, proudly lifting its head to showcase its most magnificent self. Rhaegar chuckled at this sentiment, feeling an indescribable wave of emotion. Cheek pressed against the glutton's icy scales, they held each other tightly. This was his dragon, a creature uniquely belonging to Rhaegar Targaryen. He harbored boundless hopes and love for it. With closed eyes, he inhaled the glutton's scent, whispering, "From this moment forth, our tale shall endure for millennia." Chapter 64. The Return of the Dragon Rider. Dragonstone, the castle. Rain drizzled steadily as armored soldiers emerged from the castle in all directions. Viserys sat alone in the dimly lit hall, deeply attuned to the sound of the rain. The castle doors swung open, and a drenched Rhaenyra strode in. "Is there news of Rhaegar?" Viserys inquired in a solemn tone. Rhaenyra, with a heavy heart, replied, "A fisherman reported sighting a massive black dragon soaring over the narrow sea. Dispatch more men, gather every available soul in the castle, and mobilize all ships capable of sailing from the island," Viserys commanded, his expression shifting as he sighed deeply. He had already uncovered the origins of the black dragon. It was the largest and oldest wild dragon on the island, often preying on younglings and dragon eggs. Known to fishermen as the glutton, it was a notoriously fierce black dragon. Rhaegar, merely a 6-year-old child, had a slim chance of taming the glutton. Now, all he could do was pray that the creature's taste for human flesh would spare Rhaegar's life. Rhaenyra wiped the moisture from her face, her expression distant. "Every capable hand has already been dispatched, and I have also prepared a grand ship for our return to King's Landing." "Return to King's Landing?" Viserys looked at her in confusion. Rhaenyra's face was clouded with worry. "If I do not receive news of Rhaegar tonight, I must return to King's Landing to ride Syrax and venture forth in search of that black dragon. This is not a prudent idea. That black dragon is far larger than Syrax, and you and your dragon would merely become its prey." Viserys, with a clear mind, outright rejected the notion. "If it comes to that, I shall slay that wild dragon," Rhaenyra insisted resolutely. On the third floor, Alicent sat at the edge of the bed. A figure in black stood before the balcony's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the commotion within the castle. "You orchestrated the abduction of that child, allowing the wild dragon to carry him away," Alicent said, her face betraying tension and anger. The figure in black turned, replying nonchalantly, "That was his misfortune. I had intended to lure in the Silverwing with the lost dragon egg, yet a wild dragon unexpectedly intervened. It was you who urged me to disclose the information to Rhaenyra, misleading him to Dragonstone." Alicent's eyes were red, filled with an inexplicable fear. She was acutely aware that the figure in black had sought her out to entrap Rhaegar. Yet, now that the deed was done, her heart was gripped by unease. The figure in black recognized her turmoil and mocked. With the king's eldest son dead, your son Aegon becomes the primary male heir. Shouldn't you be pleased? Yet I am terrified. What if Rhaegar is not dead? What if he still lives? Alicent stammered. The figure in black interrupted. The cannibal is the most ferocious of wild dragons. That boy, in his ignorance, seeks to tame it and has likely already fed it. He did not believe that a wild dragon, having survived for decades alone, could be subdued by a mere child. He had already relocated the informant who spread false news. And with only those two imprisoned guards under interrogation, nothing would come to light. Alicent fell silent, her hands covering her face in anguish. She remained fearful and deeply apprehensive. The figure in black dismissed her worries, saying, "Rest assured, even if that boy miraculously survives, I have other means." The castle was rife with turmoil, with Rhaegar at the center of the discourse. Unbeknownst to him, he reveled in the exhilarating experience of dragon riding. After soaring over the vast narrow sea for some time, Rhaegar finally indulged his desires. "Cannibal, let us return to Dragonstone," Rhaegar commanded in High Valyrian. Their connection was still insufficient, and most commands had to be communicated through language. The cannibal was a proud and formidable adult dragon. Once it acknowledged Rhaegar, it ceased to resist. The dragon turned its head, flapping its wings to accelerate away. With the full force of its might, the cannibal sped through the sky, piercing through the rolling clouds like a black comet. Before long, it descended, lowering its altitude as Dragonstone came into view below. The greedy one descended from the clouds, and I yearn to showcase your might to Rhaenyra and the others. Rhaegar's face was alight with anticipation. To be adorned in finery, yet not return home, is akin to donning a splendid attire in the dead of night. He had single-handedly tamed the most formidable wild dragon, a feat that must astound all. At this moment, chaos reigned within the castle. Rhaenyra quarreled with Viserys before storming out of the Great Hall. She sought out Lord Boros, commanding him to prepare the returning ship without delay. "I must return to King's Landing before dawn. We cannot afford a moment's hesitation," Rhaenyra urged. Lord Boros, visibly distressed, hesitated to arrange the princess's return without the king's consent. Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the castle. Rhaenyra lifted her gaze as a fierce wind swept through, scattering her damp hair. In her line of sight, a colossal beast, as black as coal, soared above the castle. Its vast wings cast a shadow over half the fortress, shielding it from the rain. A dragon. A mighty dragon. One of the guards was the first to exclaim, panic-stricken. The others snapped back to reality, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at the great dragon above. A disheveled Cole rushed towards Rhaenyra from a corner, his voice urgent. "Princess, it was this dragon that took the prince." "I know. I saw Rhaegar," she replied. Rhaenyra gazed upward at the circling black dragon, her eyes fixated on the figure upon its back. Though the distance made it hard to discern, she instinctively knew it was Rhaegar. Before the astonished crowd, the greedy one circled the castle 3 times before gliding down gracefully. With a resounding crash, accompanied by a clap of thunder, the greedy one avoided the castle's towers and landed smoothly atop the soaring walls. It alighted with a thud, spreading its wings wide, and arched its neck skyward, releasing a plume of emerald dragon fire that sliced through the torrential rain. Witnessing the ferocious blaze, the guards stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Rhaegar, seated upon the dragon's back, spoke softly, "Greedy one, let me down." The dragon let out a low growl, folding its wings against its body, lowering its long neck to the ground near the training yard. As the greedy one bowed its head, it revealed Rhaegar to the multitude of gazes below. Rhaenyra stood beneath, her heart racing as she beheld him. "Rhaegar," she cried out in astonishment, racing toward the edge of the wall. Rhaegar looked down at his sister, but did not immediately leap from the dragon's back. Instead, he climbed along the dragon's neck to its head, gripping one of its curved, grayish-white horns, gazing down upon her from above. Rhaenyra sprinted to the front of the greedy one's head, and as she caught sight of its striking green eyes, she instinctively halted, swallowing hard. The greedy one was indeed the mightiest of wild dragons. Not only did its massive size and fierce nature command respect, but even its appearance could haunt one's nightmares. The creature was entirely shrouded in an inky blackness, devoid of any blemish. Its emerald eyes resembled 2 flickering wraiths, indifferent to all that surrounded it. The menacing dragon's head was adorned with sharp, jutting horns, 3 pairs in total, 1 large and 2 smaller, gracefully curving backward to form a crown of grayish-white. To stand before the glutton, meeting its gaze, one might easily believe they were in the presence of an infernal deity, embodying pure malevolence and dread. Feeling the searing breath of the glutton, Rhaenyra took a step back, signaling her lack of hostility. Her eyes fell upon Rhaegar, and with overwhelming joy, she exclaimed, "How wonderful, Rhaegar! I feared something dreadful had befallen you." Who could fathom the depths of her concern? He was her sole brother. Without him, she would be utterly bereft. Rhaegar lifted his chin high, speaking with nonchalance. "I told you I could tame an adult dragon. And now I have accomplished just that." Chapter 65, Nightmare. "Yes, you have indeed succeeded. You are a brave young man." Tears streamed down Rhaenyra's cheeks as she experienced the tumultuous emotions of loss and recovery, her voice trembling with praise. Upon hearing her words, Rhaegar's lips curled into a proud smile, brimming with satisfaction. "Of course, I promised I would protect you all." Yet, their joy was short-lived. Rhaenyra's cheeks flushed, and through her tears, she laughed. A gentleman ought to don some attire before presenting himself to a lady in such a state of undress. A brisk breeze swept through, and Rhaegar lowered his head. His bare form was left entirely exposed, and he shivered from the cold. The hue of his face reddened visibly as he hastily covered himself. Attempting to deflect her teasing, "Do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Come down, I have much to share with you." Rhaenyra wiped her tears and stifled a giggle. Rhaegar, no longer brimming with bravado, obediently slid down from the dragon's back. Rhaenyra stepped forward, wrapping him in her cloak, shielding his exposed form. Rhaegar struggled to mask his embarrassment, pointing towards the glutton, inquiring, "My dragon, it is called the glutton, is it not? Did not the fisherman bestow that name upon it?" Rhaenyra was unconcerned with the dragon's name, holding her brother tightly. Rhaegar, filled with pride, declared, "The glutton relishes this title, and so do I. It perfectly encapsulates its dark exterior that consumes all light." "Well done, Rhaegar, you have grown." Rhaenyra's gaze held a mixture of emotions as she kissed his cheek. "Let us go. Father nearly fainted upon hearing the news that you had been taken by the glutton." She held him close, reluctant to let go. Lacking any garments to cover himself, Rhaegar offered no resistance. Turning back to the glutton, he shouted, "Do not wander off. I shall return for you tomorrow." With a roar, the glutton responded, leaping from the castle walls to rest upon the cliffs beyond. It was not until the glutton closed its eyes that the guards within the castle dared to emerge, encircling the siblings in the rain. Rhaegar pointed to one of the guards, instructing, "Prepare ample cattle and sheep for my dragon." "Yes, your highness." The guards, fearing any delay, scurried off to fulfill the order. As they entered the castle hall, Viserys awaited them at the entrance. As Rhaenyra gazed at Rhaegar in her arms, her eyes glistened with excitement as she nodded repeatedly. "It's good to have you back, and to know you're safe." Rhaegar suppressed his smile and lowered his head, saying, "I apologize, father, for taming the dragon without your consent. That is of no consequence. I was once worried for your safety, but it has become evident that you have accomplished what we believed impossible." Viserys replied, unusually open-minded. He stepped forward to caress Rhaegar's cheek, speaking gently, "Good child. Your sister has informed me of your intentions in taming the dragon. It was not for your own sake." "Not entirely," Rhaegar admitted, feeling suddenly vulnerable as emotions surged within him. "I did wish for a fully grown dragon." He had little regard for a mere hatchling. Only a formidable adult dragon would be worthy of him. Upon hearing of Rhaegar, the largest dragon in the world, he had once fantasized about that ancient beast. Alas, Rhaegar had been tamed by Lena Balerion. Yet, fate had smiled upon him, providing the tyrannical beast known as Rhaegar, whose fierce appearance and formidable strength captivated him utterly. Viserys smiled softly, neither confirming nor denying. "As long as you wish to protect your family, that is sufficient." As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and he grew solemn, saying, "Both of you are drenched. Go take a hot bath. I shall instruct Lord Boros to prepare a lavish dinner to celebrate your taming of the greatest wild dragon." His emotions had fluctuated dramatically that day. Initially, he had feared that his eldest son would encounter peril in his reckless endeavor to tame the wild dragon, only to realize he had underestimated this child. Rhaegar possessed an enviable pure bloodline, blessed by divine light, and had miraculously tamed the black wild dragon that no one had ever conquered. This dragon was a second-generation giant, hatched in the same era as Dreamfire, Rhaegar, and Silverwing. Because it had never been tamed, Rhaegar remained wild, growing larger and stronger. Rhaenyra heeded her father's advice and led Rhaegar back upstairs. She was soaked to the bone. While her father had not noticed before, she now felt cold and uncomfortable. Viserys watched the backs of his children with a mix of pride and melancholy. He mused to himself, "The family has regained an adult dragon, becoming even more formidable." He had never seen the full size of Rhaegar. He imagined it to be comparable to Rhaegar, a creature of immense destructive power. At dinner, Alicent did not make an appearance. The maid informed them she was unwell and had been frightened. Viserys felt a twinge of displeasure but masked it with a facade of cheerfulness in front of his children. Rhaegar appeared slightly disappointed, as he had hoped to boast about his dragon. After dinner, Rhaenyra forcibly dragged Rhaegar to her chamber. Without a word, she pushed him onto the soft bed. Rhaegar, his face taut with tension, asked nervously, "Sister, what are you doing? What do you think?" As soon as she entered the room, Rhaenyra's expression darkened, her brows furrowing as she glared at him. "I did not intend to keep this from you," Rhaegar murmured, "but I truly desire to tame an adult dragon." Rhaenyra recalled his previous words, fearing he might ride the dragon to wreak havoc on Dragonstone. A capricious child, he dared to leap onto the back of a wild dragon by day and would not hesitate to set the world ablaze by night. "Rest assured, I vow to behave. A dragon is not a mere weapon, I understand," Rhaegar earnestly promised. Rhaenyra pinched his cheek hard, scowling as she retorted, "When has your promise ever held weight? You lack credibility with me. What do you propose then? I have already tamed the Devourer. You cannot deny me the right to ride." Rhaegar resignedly flopped onto the bed, arguing verbally while internally dreaming of soaring away on a dragon the following day. He longed to explore the world beyond, and now, with a dragon at his command, he must embark on a journey. "Humph, you are not to be unruly. At the very least, during the journey to and from Dragonstone, you must not act impulsively," Rhaenyra stipulated. "Very well, I shall be obedient." Rhaegar feigned compliance, acting like a docile child. Rhaenyra grasped his chin and bit down on his cheek, warning, "You had better remember that." This brother of hers was far too wild, with a boldness never witnessed before. If left unchecked, it would not be long before he stirred up trouble. Their conversation concluded. The room was plunged into darkness as Rhaenyra and Rhaegar turned away from each other in their respective beds, silent. As he drifted into slumber, Rhaegar dreamed of journeying across the continent on the back of the Devourer, crafting legends along the way. Upon returning victoriously, he and the Devourer reached Dragonstone. Yet before they could land, the island echoed with two distinct dragon roars that left Rhaegar dizzy. Moments later, two dragons emerged from Dragonmount, flanking the Devourer. He directed the Devourer in battle, forcing back the two dragons, narrowly escaping. Just as he believed he was safe at the cliff's edge of Dragonstone, another indistinct dragon charged from the shadows, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames that sent him tumbling from the dragon's back. The other two dragons pursued relentlessly. They surrounded the Devourer, and he fell severely injured, helplessly watching as the three dragons tore into the Devourer, leaving it battered and bloodied. In the end, only the Devourer's head remained, its green eyes staring at him in defiance. Chapter 66. The Dance of Dragons. As anticipated, Rhaegar was jolted awake from this nightmare. Unlike before, he did not scream. Instead, he opened his eyes in confusion, remaining silent. Dragons were attacking me and the Devourer. As a dreamwalker, such a nightmare was difficult not to ponder. After a brief moment of stillness, a series of moans reached his ears. Rhaegar turned his head to glance at Rhaenyra's position. The room was occupied solely by the two of them. It could only be Rhaenyra. Unaware of his gaze, Rhaenyra continued to moan, her voice imbued with an unbearable agony. "What troubles you, sister?" Rhaegar rose with concern to assess Rhaenyra's condition. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, he observed her contorted visage. Her fair face was unnaturally pale, tinged with a faint flush, her brows knitted tightly, and beads of cold sweat adorned her forehead. Rhaegar noticed numerous herbal texts scattered about, instantly recognizing that Rhaenyra was unwell. "Rhaenyra, do you have a fever?" He pressed his hand against her forehead, which indeed felt alarmingly hot. "Honora, come quickly. My sister is ill." Rhaegar shouted towards the door, calling for Rhaenyra's usual maid. The night watch maid hurried in upon hearing his call, igniting a candle to assess Rhaenyra's state. "The princess has a high fever. I shall fetch the scholar." The maid, having tested Rhaenyra's temperature, rushed out in haste. After a tumultuous interval, Rhaenyra stirred from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open in distress. Rhaegar, attempting to cool her forehead with a damp cloth, was met with resistance as she turned her head away. Her lips moved, seemingly trying to articulate something, but her throat was inflamed and painful. Leaning closer, Rhaegar inquired urgently, "What do you wish to say?" "My stomach. It hurts so badly," Rhaenyra murmured, tears welling in her eyes as she cradled her abdomen, groaning in discomfort. Though Rhaegar could not comprehend the cause of her pain, his worry for his sister intensified. "Hold on, the scholar will arrive shortly." He warmed his hands and placed them beneath her blanket on her belly. Upon contact, he was taken aback by the chill emanating from her. "Prince, the scholar has arrived." The maid soon returned, accompanied by the disheveled old scholar, who carried a satchel of medicines. After examining Rhaenyra, the scholar declared, "She has caught a chill during her menstrual cycle. She should drink some ginger tea and keep warm. The maid hurriedly set about preparing the tea, while Rhaegar offered Rhaenyra a sip of warm water. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from outside the castle, causing Rhaegar to tremble as he held the water. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Handing the basin of water to the maid, he approached the window to survey the commotion outside. The torrential rain had ceased, yet a fire caught his attention. At the castle's perimeter, where the wall once stood, a section now lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the air. Above the debris, a massive dragon circled, roaring ferociously. It was not the glutton. This dragon was considerably smaller than the glutton, and Rhaegar furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why a dragon would assault the castle. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the night sky, followed by a cascade of golden flames descending from above, igniting the cliffs outside the castle. Rhaegar instantly felt a surge of tension. That very cliff was the resting place of the Devourer. Simultaneously, a tremendous commotion startled everyone awake. Lord Robert, disheveled and in a state of alarm, rushed from his chamber to rally the guards at the main fortress, ensuring the safety of the king. Although flames flickered throughout the castle, Rhaegar's attention remained undistracted by the clamor of the guards. His gaze was fixed upon the perimeter of the castle. Sure enough, a familiar roar erupted, the furious bellow of the Devourer. The massive black dragon took flight from the plains below the cliffs, its emerald eyes locking onto the intruders of its domain. As the Devourer emerged, two colossal dragons soared forth from the night sky. Bathed in the glow of the castle's light, Rhaegar discerned their forms. One was a grand dragon with bronze scales and brown membranes, while the other, slightly smaller, bore deep green scales and silver wings. Though Rhaegar had never encountered these two dragons, he had perused the Targaryen family's dragon compendium. If his assumptions held true, these dragons must be Rhaegar, the Bronze Fury, and its companion, Silverwing. Both dragons were currently unclaimed, once belonging to Rhaegar's great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys Targaryen, and his beloved wife. Since the passing of these venerable figures, the dragons had resided on Dragonstone for nearly 2 decades. Witnessing the two dragons sent a chill down Rhaegar's spine. Cursed be it. A nightmare had come to fruition. Ignoring the tumult within the castle, the sight of the 3 dragons in the night sky was sufficiently terrifying. Rhaegar and Silverwing launched simultaneous assaults on the Devourer from either side, unleashing torrents of dragon fire. The Devourer, undaunted, matched its adversaries, evading their fiery breath while illuminating half the night with its own verdant flames. The confrontation escalated from mutual fire-breathing to a fierce chase and grapple. Even from a distance, Rhaegar could feel the Devourer's fury radiating through the air. "Hold on, I shall come to your aid," Rhaegar whispered to himself as he stepped away from the window. Passing by the bed, Rhaenyra, her voice hoarse and strained, called out to him. "Rhaegar, what has transpired? The Devourer has been provoked by something. I must calm it." Rhaegar replied with a slight falsehood. Rhaenyra, lying on the bed with heavy eyelids, gasped for breath. "Do not deceive me. I heard the roars of battling dragons. There is truly nothing to worry about. I will soothe the Devourer and return shortly," Rhaegar reassured her softly, wiping the perspiration from her brow. Unexpectedly, Rhaenyra grasped his wrist with a dazed plea. "Do not go. Dragon fights are perilous, and you are still too young. I am no longer a child." "I am a dragon knight now," Rhaegar asserted, freeing himself from her feeble grip, his voice resolute. "My dragon requires me. I must join the fight. To me, you are more significant than the dragon." Rhaenyra reluctantly opened her eyes, unwilling to see her brother venture into danger. Rhaegar stated earnestly, "To me, the dragon is of equal importance." With that, he leaned down to kiss her forehead and rose to depart. As the Knight of the Hunger, he could not shrink from peril. Otherwise, the dragon would not acknowledge him, nor would he acknowledge himself. The thunderous clash of dragons reverberated throughout the castle. Viserys had also awakened early, donning his attire while remaining in his chamber under the watchful eye of the guards. The corridors were filled with soldiers, the atmosphere fraught with tension. 3 dragons battled at the castle's edge, a sight that would instill fear in anyone. Rhaegar evaded the guard's gaze and sprinted from the castle down the staircase. In the distance, the 3 dragons continued their fierce combat. The Hunger, initially holding its ground, gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Rhaegar and Silverwing, longtime companions, executed their assault in perfect harmony. One on the left and one on the right, they ensnared the Hunger, preventing its escape. Golden and orange flames erupted simultaneously, leaving the Hunger with no avenue of retreat, each blast finding its mark. In an instant, air superiority was firmly held by Rhaegar and Silverwing. They unleashed their fire from a higher vantage point, creating curtains of flame that forced the Hunger to retreat step by step. The hunger, attempting to evade their onslaught, found its massive form a hindrance. Often unable to escape the fiery onslaught, it could only retaliate from below, relying on the broader range and greater potency of its green dragonfire. Chapter 67. The limit of 1 against 2. With a screech, Rhaegar bolted from the castle, and soon after, the two dragons engaged the hunger in close combat. Their roars echoing. As a cunning wild dragon, the hunger possessed vast combat experience, never allowing the two great dragons the opportunity to tear it apart. With its size, it feared neither of them individually, confident in its ability to slay one. Yet, with both attacking simultaneously, its already precarious situation would be swiftly shattered. The hunger exhaled dragonfire while moving at high speed. One dragon soared above, suppressing it with flames, while the other charged recklessly to strike. Soon, the hunger found itself with nowhere to retreat. One of its wings was scorched by golden dragonfire, causing it to shriek in agony as it plummeted uncontrollably. With a resounding crash, it smashed into half a castle wall, stones and dust billowing into the air. "Hang on, hunger," Rhaegar shouted, fighting through the choking dust as he reached the fallen dragon's side. The hunger writhed in agony, its head turning to see Rhaegar approaching. The green slit of its eye flickered with caution. Rhaegar extended his palm, raised high as in daylight, and spoke in High Balerion. "Hunger, I stand with you." As it gazed upon its steadfast rider, the wariness in the hunger's eye slowly dissipated. It snorted heavily, raising its neck high, extending one wing towards Rhaegar. "Very well, let us fight together." Rhaegar ascended upon the wings of the Greed Eater, his excitement palpable as he navigated along its membranous back towards a suitable riding position. The dragon rider was in place, and the Greed Eater, its wings splayed against the ground, rose, shaking off the debris that clung to its form. At Rhaegar's command, the dragon took to the night sky once more. As the black dragon soared, two wild dragons circled above, their eyes gleaming with menace, screeching as they prepared to launch another assault. Seated upon the Greed Eater, Rhaegar observed the movements of the colossal dragons intently, instructing, "Listen to my commands, Greed Eater." Having just begun to master the Greed Eater, their bond was not yet deeply established. Any discord in their thoughts during battle could lead to catastrophic errors. The Greed Eater let out a low growl, its dragon maw brewing a plume of green flame, signifying its acknowledgement. Boom! Hardly had the Greed Eater ascended when a torrent of orange flame descended upon its neck. Thankfully, the thickness of its scales provided formidable resistance, allowing it to regain its balance swiftly. "Greed Eater, unleash your full assault upon that deep green dragon. We must take down one," Rhaegar commanded, pointing towards the silver-winged dragon that had just changed position following a successful strike. He had previously noted the stark contrast in the offensive fervor between Wormasol and the silver-winged dragon. Wormasol, larger and more ferocious in nature, curiously refrained from engaging the Greed Eater in close combat, opting instead to unleash fiery assaults from above. Conversely, the smallest and most placid of the three dragons, the silver-winged one, remained in a state of fury, engaging in a near-manic tussle with the far larger Greed Eater. This behavior was alarmingly uncharacteristic of dragons. With little time to contemplate, Rhaegar's immediate priority was to repel the two colossal dragons or divert their attention. The devastation wrought by the chaotic clash of the three dragons would be catastrophic. Should they continue their battle, the castle on Dragonstone Island would inevitably be reduced to ruins. The Greed Eater accepted the command, soaring higher as it unleashed its long-prepared flame towards the silver-winged dragon. The silver-winged dragon, however, demonstrated remarkable agility, evading the fiery torrent. Above, Wormasol's golden flame surged forth once again, targeting the Greed Eater. Rhaegar kept his gaze fixed on Wormasol's movements, and as it exhaled its flame, he hastily issued a command to evade. The Greed Eater, momentarily hesitating in its assault on the silver-winged dragon, swiftly altered its trajectory. In the next heartbeat, the golden flame grazed its back, the intense heat distorting the air around them. As Rhaegar clung to the Greed Eater's back, he narrowly avoided the searing flame. A strand of silver hair at the back of his head ignited, rapidly spreading flames across his body. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, he extinguished the feeble fire before it could lead to further embarrassment. "Greed Eater, trust me, I am your second pair of eyes." Having barely survived the initial clash, Rhaegar was drenched in cold sweat, now acutely aware of the significance of the bond between dragon and rider. Moments ago, had the glutton hesitated for even a second longer, it would have faced the full brunt of Vormissar's dragon fire. Even though it possessed the blood of fire and the essence of a true dragon, it would not succumb to the flames. Prolonged exposure to dragon fire would still inflict grievous burns. Through its recent evasion, The glutton recognized the significance of the dragon rider upon its back and acquiesced to his commands. With a fierce cry, it resumed its pursuit of Silverwing, recalling the rider's directive to eliminate the inconspicuous green dragon first. Unfazed by the approaching glutton, Silverwing spread its mighty wings and prepared for close combat, confident that assistance would soon arrive to distract the black dragon that had been pilfering its eggs. Fueled by its ferocious nature, the glutton roared in anger at Silverwing's audacity to advance, baring its fangs and claws, intent on tearing it apart and devouring it whole. The battle between the two dragons was imminent. The colossal dragons collided with tremendous force, their wings flapping to maintain flight, claws rending against one another, and jaws snapping relentlessly. Rhaegar, unsteadily perched upon the glutton's back, lowered his body to avoid any accidental harm. He turned his gaze upward, fixated on Vornisar. The moment that tempestuous dragon made a move, he would command the glutton to retreat and evade the encirclement of the two dragons. Unexpectedly, Vornisar did not descend but continued to circle above, calmly observing the fierce struggle below. Rhaegar furrowed his brow in confusion. Logically, Vornisar and Silverwing, being companions, should not simply spectate while engaging in an assault together. Moreover, dragons were solitary creatures, rarely forming fixed partnerships. Their hunting and fighting were typically solitary endeavors. Vornisar's demeanor suggested that Silverwing had summoned assistance but was unwilling to commit fully to the fray. This presented an opportunity. Facing a single dragon was preferable to two. Rhaegar, with clarity of purpose, resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Glutton, unleash your dragon fire. Rhaegar commanded with authority. As the glutton and Silverwing were locked in a heated struggle, their claws raked at each other's bodies, necks twisting to evade and bite. Upon hearing Rhaegar's command, the glutton arched its neck to evade Silverwing's bite and unleashed a torrent of green dragon fire. With a resounding crash, the flames struck Silverwing's head, causing it to emit a pained cry and flap its wings in panic. Seizing the moment, the glutton lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Silverwing's thrashing neck, its fangs glinting ominously. With a powerful bite, it pierced Silverwing's flesh, blood gushing forth. At this sight, Vornisar finally sprang into action, roaring as it lunged towards the glutton. Glutton, retreat. Upon witnessing Vornisar's movement, Rhaegar immediately ordered a withdrawal. The scent of blood ignited the glutton's ferocity. Seemingly oblivious to the command, it snapped its jaws with ferocity, intent on delivering a fatal bite to Silverwing. Chapter 68. Greatness or madness in a moment of life and death. Silverwing's sharp claws plunged into the abdomen of the devourer, roaring as it unleashed its dragon fire. Yet, with its neck ensnared, the flames could not find their mark, merely streaking uselessly across the night sky. Severely wounded, the devourer could not suppress its furious howls, causing Dragonkiss to instinctively loosen its grip. At this critical juncture, Vormisal glided forth. Its golden flames surged like a celestial column, crashing into the devourer's head as it clamped down on Silverwing. The impact sent the devourer into a brief stupor. Dragonkiss unwittingly released its hold, its wings ceasing to flap, allowing the struggling Silverwing to kick free with its claws. As the two dragons separated, Silverwing, blood gushing from its neck like a pillar, immediately retreated, swaying unsteadily in an effort to regain balance. Vormisal let out a low growl at it before turning to pursue the plummeting devourer. Rhaegar felt the burden of the devourer's recklessness, despite prior instructions to follow commands. Its ferocity had led it astray. With the devourer's defeat, Rhaegar too began to descend. Experiencing weightlessness once more, he expertly clutched the scales on its back, preventing himself from falling. "Devourer, awaken," he called out loudly, striving to rouse it before they hit the ground. Should it fail to awaken, the moment of impact would signal Rhaegar's demise. At last, the devourer opened its eyes from the haze of dizziness, flapping its wings to halt its descent. It was a formidable wild dragon that had traversed the world, its thick skin and robust physique its greatest advantages. Mere dragon fire to the head could not fell it. Just before landing, the devourer regained its balance, spreading its wings to glide and gradually ascending alongside the steep cliff. At this moment, Rhaegar noticed the devourer's injuries. Its neck and wings bore bite marks, and its abdomen had two large gaping wounds from which dragon blood flowed freely, with its innards faintly visible. Rhaegar immediately realized that this dragon battle could not continue. The devourer had inflicted significant damage to Silverwing, yet it too was grievously injured. Moreover, there remained an intact Vormisal. Should that bronze behemoth choose to strike, even a victory for the devourer would lead to mutual destruction. Rhaegar could not accept such an outcome. "Devourer, fly towards the sea," he commanded, glancing back at the pursuing Vormisal, issuing a retreat order. Both colossal dragons were advancing toward the Devourer, as long as it departed. This dragon conflict would come to an end. Vormisal clung closely behind, its golden fire resembling a lightning bolt slicing through the darkness. Sensing the imminent danger, the Devourer's instinct for survival triumphed over its ferocity. Obeying Rhaegar's command, it spread its wings and soared over the cliff, heading toward the beach. Rhaegar kept a vigilant watch behind. Silverwing, perhaps too gravely injured, lay on the ground with its head raised in a defiant roar, only to rise again and fall back down. With Silverwing losing its combat capability, there was finally a chance for reprieve. Rhaegar breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As the ominous Wormizar drew near, Rhaegar skillfully maneuvered the Devourer to evade capture, occasionally glancing back to unleash a torrent of verdant dragonfire in resistance. The Devourer's flames were remarkably potent, often overpowering Wormizar's fiery assaults, thereby hindering its relentless pursuit. In a fleeting moment, the Devourer soared above the beach, poised to plunge into the ocean. Suddenly, Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the towering cliffs along the shore. A surge of anxiety gripped his heart, recalling the harrowing visions from his nightmares, where, amidst such cliffs, another dragon had launched a surprise attack. Panic surged through him, prompting an instinctive cry, "Dragonfire!" At that very moment, a bond began to form between Rhaegar and the Devourer. As he uttered the command, the Devourer, as if struck by divine inspiration, pivoted sharply, unleashing a great jet of flames towards the cliffs below. In an instant, another scarlet dragonfire erupted from the base of the cliffs, colliding directly with the Devourer's ethereal green flames. The crimson blaze was swiftly dissipated, and the two torrents of fire clashed violently, creating a formidable shockwave that momentarily disoriented the Devourer. Regaining its composure, the creature adjusted its wings and surged forth from Dragonstone Island without a backward glance. Rhaegar barely managed to stabilize himself atop its back, the fierce winds leaving him dizzy. He crouched low, casting a wary glance back at the cliffs. Who had launched the ambush? His eyes fixated on the rocky face, desperate to catch a glimpse of the dragon concealed below. He was convinced the night's fray was no mere coincidence. It had been orchestrated by unseen hands. Alas, all he beheld was the moss-covered cliff, devoid of any lurking beasts. "Do not let me find you." He thought of the Silverwing on Dragonstone Island and the pursuing Wormizar, gritting his teeth as he commanded a hasty retreat. This conspiracy was directed at him. Remaining on the island posed not only a threat to himself, but also to his family within the castle. Swift departure was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. The Devourer, swift as the night, easily eluded the slumbering Wormizar, which struggled to keep pace. After a brief chase, the Devourer outdistanced its foe, leaving it to return in furious frustration. Under the cover of darkness, the Devourer vanished from sight. On Dragonstone Island, a cloaked figure concealed in the shadows of the beach gazed intently at the now invisible black dragon. Blocked. Was it mere coincidence, or had it been anticipated? The figure murmured, producing a coin from a pocket. For every Targaryen born, the gods cast a coin to determine whether they would be great or mad. Are you truly great? Or are you mad? The voice of the cloaked figure bore an unutterable depth, tinged with profound doubt. He tossed the coin high into the air, catching it deftly in his palm, revealing the side that faced upward. He fixated on the upward-facing side of the coin, enveloped in an inexplicable silence. After a long pause, the cloaked figure, filled with indignation, hurled the coin far into the sea and departed silently into the night. On the other side, within the castle, Viserys stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his fury directed at the crumbled walls. He had just received the news. During the chaotic clash of dragons, Rhaegar had stealthily ventured forth, riding his dragon into battle. The mere thought of the recent tumultuous aerial ballet of dragons filled him with trepidation, as he feared for the safety of his firstborn. Fortunately, the massive black dragon had vanquished the silver-winged beast and fled under the pursuit of Rhaegar. As long as it was not slain on the spot, a mature dragon intent on escape is exceedingly difficult to kill. This also indicated that his son had likewise managed to flee, momentarily out of danger. What did the two false messengers reveal under interrogation? Viserys inquired of his chancellor, Leonor. Leonor promptly replied. The two guards were unable to extract any information. The false messenger, a dragonkeeper, has vanished, severing the lead. Proceed with the investigation. There is no such thing as a wall that does not allow whispers to pass. Viserys restrained his fury and continued. Moreover, regarding tonight's dragon attack, Rhaegar and the silver-winged dragon typically remain dormant within their lairs. It is inconceivable that they would emerge without provocation to launch an assault. Your Majesty, Leonor interjected. The guard stationed at the tower reported that Rhaegar and the silver-winged dragon targeted the greedy one. Upon encountering each other, they immediately engaged in fierce combat. Leonor speculated. The Greedy One is the largest wild dragon on the island, known for consuming dragon eggs and preying on young dragons. It is likely this infuriated the silver-winged one after it had laid its eggs. The spectacle of the dragon battle was witnessed by all. The only circumstance that could drive the typically docile silver-winged dragon to madness would be the theft of its eggs. Investigate. Conduct a thorough search. Spare no one within the castle. Viserys' knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists, his gaze fierce. This is a conspiracy aimed at the heir to the throne. Whoever is responsible must pay the price. Chapter 69. The Crab's Claw Peninsula. In the darkness, above the narrow sea, Rhaegar soared upon the Greedy One. Gliding over the undulating waves, the Greedy One bore grievous wounds, its belly bleeding profusely, staining the waters crimson. After a harrowing ordeal, Rhaegar's heart raced as he became aware of the gravity of their situation. He patted the scales of the Greedy One and inquired, "Why did those two dragons attack you?" He understood that this was a scheme, yet he remained curious about how Rhaegar and the silver-winged dragon had been provoked. The Greedy One let out a low growl, expressing its discontent. Rhaegar deciphered its meaning. During the night, it had been fed a considerable amount of cattle and sheep, and amidst this feast, a dragon egg had been tossed to it. Naturally, as a wild dragon with a penchant for dragon eggs, the Greedy One had accepted the offering without hesitation, compensating for its earlier failure to catch young dragons. Rhaegar sighed in resignation, knowing that the Greedy One must have committed some heinous act to provoke the wrath of Rhaegar and the silver-winged dragon. Both dragon eggs and young dragons are treasures of Dragonstone. You must never steal them again. Rhaegar issued a stern command. Roar. Despite its grave injuries, the Greedy One remained proud, growling defiantly in response. Rhaegar endeavored to communicate with the creature, attempting to negotiate the relinquishment of its obsession with the dragon eggs and hatchlings. The glutton, a straightforward dragon, did not conceal its motives for consuming the eggs and young dragons. The territory of Dragonstone Island was too limited. Without the theft of eggs and hatchlings, the burgeoning dragons would encroach upon its living space. Rhaegar grasped its meaning. Rest assured, Dragonstone Island cannot support a multitude of dragons. I shall seek out suitable habitats for the new generation. As for you, my friend, you must cease the theft of eggs and hatchlings. I will ensure that adequate livestock is provided for you in a timely manner. Understanding the glutton's concerns, Rhaegar proposed a solution. The glutton flew on silently, neither acquiescing nor rejecting the offer. Rhaegar chose not to press further. When it comes to territory and survival, neither dragons nor humans easily concede. By discovering more land conducive to dragon habitation, the glutton's behavior would naturally evolve. The glutton soared farther away, and Rhaegar was uncertain of its destination, likely within the confines of the narrow sea. A troubling realization struck Rhaegar as he noticed the glutton's flight speed gradually diminishing, its breaths becoming labored. Your injuries are severe. We must locate a resting place. Observing the glutton's bloodied abdomen and other wounds, Rhaegar expressed his concern. The glutton responded with a low growl, its once resounding roar now lacking vigor. At dawn, the sun's rays pierced through the mist as Rhaegar, weary, lay on the glutton's back, gazing down at the expanse of ocean below. Suddenly, he caught sight of the edge of land. Gradually, more land became visible, dense forests and undulating mountains stretching before them. Quickly, we have found land, glutton, Rhaegar exclaimed, pointing below. The glutton cast a sidelong glance at him, silently descending in altitude. It was well aware of where the land lay. As a dragon fond of wandering, it knew precisely where suitable resting spots could be found. Transitioning from ocean to land, Rhaegar experienced a novel sense of wonder. He had initially intended to ride the glutton beyond the continent to explore, yet unexpectedly found himself embarking on this journey unprepared. The glutton traversed the barren coastal expanse, soaring among the intersecting peaks of the mountains. It descended into a valley interwoven with dense forests, swamps, and rivers. Upon landing, the glutton's legs faltered, staggering a few steps before collapsing heavily onto the muddy grass, carving a deep trench in the earth. Rhaegar, exhausted from a sleepless night, failed to hold on before the glutton fell, tumbling off its back. With a thud, he hit the ground, rolling twice before losing consciousness. In an instant, both the man and dragon lay sprawled on the ground, a rather tragic sight. Nonetheless, the dragon's resilience was remarkable. Despite suffering a second injury to its abdomen and bleeding profusely, the glutton managed to muster its strength, unsteadily rising to its feet. The vertical pupils gazed at Rhaegar, who lay unconscious on the ground, a flicker of hesitation appearing in its depths. Lowering its head, it nudged Rhaegar's body, changing his prone position to a supine one. The steady rise and fall of his chest attested to the fact that his dragon rider was still alive. Fortunately, the soft grass where Rhaegar had landed provided ample cushioning, mitigating the impact. He was merely fatigued and drowsy from the fall, with no apparent injuries. The glutton extended its neck, surveying the valley's surroundings. It had deliberately chosen a suitable spot to land, one near resources that could aid in its recovery. The valley was devoid of large predators, and the cliffs were dotted with numerous suitable hideouts. The glutton gently grasped Rhaegar in its mouth and proceeded towards a spacious cave. It placed Rhaegar at the entrance and cautiously nudged him inside with its snout. It needed to find healing substances. The dragon rider was too fragile to venture into the wild. Hiding was a prudent choice. In any case, with its speed, it could return swiftly. The glutton crawled out of the valley, pausing at the mouth to glance back at the cave where Rhaegar was concealed. After a moment's consideration, it lifted its tail slightly, leaving a pile of dragon droppings as a precautionary mark, ensuring no beast would dare to disturb them. Having completed its preparations, the glutton let out a long howl and soared into the sky once more. Noon. The sun hung high in the sky, and the valley within the forest radiated warmth. Inside the cave, Rhaegar's eyelids fluttered, as if he were on the brink of awakening. At that moment, a commotion arose in the valley. Come look, a huge and long trail of blood. I wonder what monstrous creature left it. Traumond, be cautious, this valley is strange. The chaotic chatter reached Rhaegar's ears as he gradually opened his eyes, bewildered and scanning his surroundings. Where was he? And where was the glutton? Surveying the web-laden cave, Rhaegar felt disoriented. He remembered the glutton had found a patch of land, leading them to a secluded valley, and then everything became a blur. Someone has plotted against me. When I return, I shall not let you go unpunished. Rhaegar suddenly recalled the ambush, brooding silently. Sister, hurry. There are fresh tracks in front of the cave. Just then, a youthful voice called from outside, beckoning its companions. A rustling of footsteps soon followed. Rhaegar's heart raced with anxiety. He rose cautiously, retrieving a dagger from his spatial bracelet and concealing it behind his waist. In a brief moment, the sounds outside grew nearer. Rhaegar furrowed his brow, tightening his grip on the dagger. Being in an unfamiliar place, without his dragon by his side, left him, a mere child, in a perilous situation. Who's in there? Come out. A girl's voice shouted from outside the cave. Rhaegar tilted his head, his mind racing. Judging by the earlier voices, there were likely 3 individuals outside. 2 small boys and a girl referred to as sister appeared before him. Rhaegar blinked, feeling an immense sense of danger dissipate. As long as he was not abandoned amidst savages, his harmless youth and noble lineage assured him that no one would be foolish enough to harm him. If he were to encounter hunting nobles, it would be even better. Not only might they host a grand celebration in his honor, but at the very least, he would be treated to fine food and drink and safely escorted back to King's Landing. Chapter 70. Free folk relax, I am coming out. After careful contemplation, Rhaegar decided to proceed cautiously and modestly. He sheathed his dagger back into his spatial bracelet and raised his hands as he slowly emerged from the cave. As he stepped out, he was met with the sight of a drawn bow aimed directly at him. Startled, he took a half-step back. Was it a child? The archer was a half-grown girl clad in leather garments, gazing at Rhaegar with curiosity. Seeing her attire, Rhaegar felt a chill run down his spine. The girl did not lower her weapon. Instead, she cautiously stepped forward and demanded, "Is anyone else in the cave? Come out." Rhaegar stood still, refraining from any sudden movements, and honestly replied, "No need to shout. It's just me." Nonsense. How could a mere child traverse the marshes and jungles? The girl retorted sharply, her keen gaze scanning Rhaegar from head to toe. In that instant, Rhaegar understood. She must have mistaken him for a child of some noble family based on his clothing. After a moment of reflection, he asked, "Are you from a certain tribe?" His words were carefully chosen, avoiding the term savage. The so-called savages were those free folk who defied the governance of local lords, a group deemed unruly and uncouth. His tutor had described them in such a manner. The girl paid him no mind, her attention fixed on the cave entrance. Behind her, 2 small boys emerged, clad in animal skins and wielding bone axes and shovels. Each seized one of Rhaegar's arms, dragging him aside. "Be gentle. No need to be so rough," Rhaegar protested, feeling their grip tighten painfully. One boy appeared to be around 10 years old and rather frail, while the other seemed slightly older, with dark skin and a sturdy build. They paid little heed to Rhaegar's words, their focus solemnly on the girl's movements. As it turned out, Rhaegar had not lied. The girl swiftly moved to the cave's mouth and released an arrow that struck the hard rock wall with a thud. Scanning the surroundings, the cave was utterly empty. Not a single person was hidden within, not even a mouse. The tension in the air eased slightly, and the girl discreetly sighed in relief. retrieving her bow and signaling for her two companions to bring Rhaegar into the cave. The frail boy bound Rhaegar with coarse rope and unceremoniously tossed him into a corner of the cave. Rhaegar shifted uncomfortably, trying to avoid the dusty cobwebs that clung to the walls. The young girl approached him, gripping his chin with her hand, and demanded fiercely, "Who are you? Which family do you belong to? Where is your master?" Rhaegar winced in pain from her grasp, glaring at the girl in displeasure. "Dare to glare at me again. If you do not cooperate, you shall suffer," she threatened, tightening her grip. After a moment of interaction, Rhaegar felt a surge of courage. He stole a few glances at the girl. Her chestnut curls, prominent nose, and well-defined features revealed a competent young lady. Yet, these attributes mattered little to Rhaegar. He focused on two key observations: her sun-kissed, smooth skin and the blisters on her knuckles. Rhaegar's eyes flickered, and he spoke. "You are not a wildling, are you?" The girl's expression shifted slightly as she coldly retorted, "I am the one asking questions here. Do not digress. That is your brother, and neither of you are wildlings." Her change in demeanor only confirmed Rhaegar's suspicions. Under her scrutinizing gaze, he elaborated, "Wildlings grow up in the wild. They do not develop smooth faces, nor do they raise frail children." He cast a pointed glance at the weak boy beside him. As a seasoned sufferer of poor health, Rhaegar was acutely aware of issues regarding physical well-being. He could easily discern that the frail boy did not possess the vigor expected of a wildling child. It could be said that wildlings would struggle to nurture a child with such a naturally weak constitution. The girl's countenance darkened as she released her hold on Rhaegar's chin, stating bluntly, "So what? You may be clever, but your cleverness will not save your life. Reveal your origins, or I shall show you no mercy." No. I am just 6 years old. Child abuse is unacceptable anywhere," Rhaegar protested, shaking his head earnestly. He suggested, "If you untie me, we can have an open and sincere discussion. I might be able to assist you." He added emphatically, "I know many scholars well-versed in herbalism who could help your brother." "My brother is not ill," the girl retorted dismissively. Rhaegar responded skeptically, "Your brother looks pale. He does not appear to be without ailment. Keep talking, and I shall strike you," the girl threatened, raising her fist. Rhaegar immediately complied, offering a sheepish smile. Under the circumstances, he had no desire to endure any physical punishment. Considering Rhaegar's slight frame, the girl pondered for a moment before deciding to loosen the ropes binding him. "Brother, he seems to be a child from a noble family," the frail boy whispered. "Of course. Look at his attire. It is evident he hails from nobility," the sturdy boy interjected. The frail boy fell silent, sulking in a corner. The girl shot a stern look at the sturdy boy and said seriously, "Tessin, go fetch Uncle Falcon and the others. I will interrogate him with Tommen." But Tessin hesitated, but the girl's dangerous glare compelled him to retreat. Hesitantly, he exited the cave. With one less person present, the girl's demeanor softened considerably. She introduced herself, "I am Balerion, and this is my brother, Tommen. We belong to the Peregrine tribe." "What is your surname?" Rhaegar inquired cautiously. "Without a surname, we are the offspring of shame, existing in a world that scorns us." From the tone and demeanor with which she uttered these words, it was evident that she felt a profound indignation regarding her origins. Indeed, who among the illegitimate children has not faced disdain? It is only natural for anyone to struggle with such a reality. Balerion inquired, "Who are you? And what are you doing alone in this cave? What are the bloodstains and that pile of excrement outside?" Rhaegar pressed his lips together, wavering on whether to reveal his true identity. If the individual before him were rational, detaining him could yield a handsome ransom from the royal family. Yet, who could predict what a discontented bastard might do out of jealousy? Balerion's gaze never wavered from him, and with a hint of insight, she guessed his hesitation. "Speak freely. I shall not harm you. The Falcon tribe is a community that protects children and women." "Very well. I hope you are not too surprised." Rhaegar shrugged and declared, "I am Rhaegar Targaryen. The king is my father, and I have come riding a dragon to explore the wonders of the continent." This statement was both true and false. He revealed his lineage while simultaneously aiming to intimidate his interlocutor. "Targaryen, you are a prince?" Balerion was momentarily taken aback before processing the revelation. Her younger brother, Tommen, approached with eager excitement, asking, "You came here on a dragon. Where is it?" "One question at a time, please," Rhaegar replied earnestly. "Let me reiterate, I am indeed a prince. Behold my silver hair and violet eyes, symbols of the Targaryen lineage." He needed to ensure his safety. As long as they remained sane, they should not harm him. The siblings were still enraptured by the prospect of capturing a prince. A true scion of Targaryen blood, a rather extraordinary feat, indeed. Chapter 71. Negotiation. After a lengthy conversation with Balerion and her brother, dusk began to settle. Rhaegar had gleaned a wealth of useful information. For instance, The land beneath his feet was not part of the mainland, but rather the Crabclaw Peninsula. This peninsula lies adjacent to Dragonstone and Tidehead Island, a sparsely populated wilderness. According to Rhaegar's knowledge, the Crabclaw Peninsula was rife with swamps and pine forests, with resources exceedingly scarce and the local nobility few and far between. This implied that establishing contact with the nobility would be nearly impossible. A small campfire flickered to life in the cave, with 3 children, 2 young ones and 1 elder, gathered around it. Tormund, brimming with excitement, repeatedly asked, "Is your dragon out hunting? Is it truly enormous?" "Indeed, the devourer is terrifyingly large. On its back, I feel like but a flea," Rhaegar replied, munching on a wild fruit as they conversed. In the outside world, one's identity is merely a matter of words. Whatever Rhaegar claimed, that is what they would believe, though he was unaware of the devourer's whereabouts. It mattered little. As long as there was indeed a dragon nearby, none would dare lay a finger on a hair of Rhaegar's head. "Your dragon has been wounded, and there lies a vast pool of blood in the valley." Initially, one might have assumed it to be the mark of some colossal beast. However, it is unmistakably your dragon. Balon tends to the campfire, occasionally dousing it with cold water. Rhaegar, maintaining his composure, states, "We encountered other dragons over the narrow sea. Otherwise, I would not be here alone." "Are there other dragons?" Tormund exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Dragonstone is rife with dragons. My ancestors conquered the continent of Westeros with their might." Rhaegar interjected with certainty. "Nonsense," Balon countered. "During the conquest, only 3 dragons appeared." "Are you well versed in history?" Rhaegar inquired, curiosity piqued. I have read my share of books. I am not a fool easily swayed by your tales," Balon retorted with a scoff. Rhaegar chuckled lightly, refraining from elaboration. "It is commendable to be well-read. A prince must recognize his significance. It renders him safer." At that moment, a resounding eagle's cry echoed from outside the valley. Balon and Tormund simultaneously lifted their heads, rising to venture outside. "Has your tribe arrived?" Rhaegar followed closely, feeling a twinge of unease. He attempted to summon the glutton through their bond, but received no response. The glutton was gravely injured, and he surmised it had flown away to recuperate. During its absence, Rhaegar's fate rested solely upon his own efforts. Emerging from the cave, Rhaegar trailed behind Balon and her brother, witnessing a throng of individuals surging into the valley. Each was robust, clad in leather garments, exuding a primal ferocity. At the forefront stood a tall, burly man in his prime, his thick brown beard braided and his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Noticing Rhaegar's gaze, the man turned. Locking eyes with him, Rhaegar felt a slight tremor within him but endeavored to remain calm. This group appeared formidable. He had truly stumbled into a den of wild men. Balon reassured him, "Do not fear. Uncle Falcon is a principled leader and will not harm a child." The entire Falcon tribe entered the valley, and the atmosphere became lively. The leader, known as Falcon, displayed a degree of competence, orchestrating the fire and camp setup with remarkable efficiency. Balon led Rhaegar to Falcon's campfire. At that moment, Falcon was deftly skinning a wild hare, his movements fluid and practiced. Once he had gutted the hare and skewered it on a stick for roasting, he slowly remarked, "Is this the noble child you found?" Balon glanced at Rhaegar and replied earnestly, "He is the king's child, a true dragon." "A prince?" Falcon immediately lifted his head, astonished. Though he was indeed a wild man, the notion of a prince was astonishingly lofty. Meeting the scrutinizing gaze of the wild chieftain, Rhaegar took a deep breath. Aware that he must speak, fixing his eyes upon Falcon, he declared solemnly, "I am Rhaegar Targaryen, born within the Red Keep of King's Landing. Might I inquire if this esteemed leader has any recollections of my homeland? How could I know of a place 1,000 leagues away?" Falcon replied nonchalantly, "As I journeyed across the continent, riding my dragon, I encountered difficulties along the way. Should you be willing to assist me, I shall offer a generous reward." Rhaegar presented tangible benefits to negotiate. The Falcon chuckled, "I can believe that. With a father who is a king, you could easily procure mountains of gold and silver. So, does this mean you are willing to help me?" Rhaegar's eyes brightened. "Absolutely not." The Falcon's smile faded as he outright declined. "Why not? I could provide you with gold, even offer you iron tools, as long as you protect me for a while." Rhaegar did not expect this wild chieftain to refuse and sought to enhance his offer. The Falcon, turning the roasted rabbit over the fire, disdainfully replied, "The Falcon tribe does not trust outsiders and will not extend aid to them. That has always been our way." Rhaegar furrowed his brow and glanced at the Azure beside him. Azure nodded in agreement. "That has always been the case." "Then how do you intend to deal with me? Or under what conditions would you be willing to assist?" Rhaegar asked candidly. "Join the Falcon tribe and become one of us. I will offer you protection unconditionally," the Falcon stated with utmost seriousness. Rhaegar laughed heartily, seating himself on the ground. Arms crossed, and countered, "Do you truly believe that a Targaryen prince would join a tribe of savages? There is no greater jest." At this point, Rhaegar's lingering fear had dissipated. He discerned that the other party had no intention of aiding him. As a dragon rider, the bloodstains in the valley attested to the real existence of the devourer. He did not believe that the wild man before him would dare to harm him. The falcon was unfazed by his words, instead chuckling. "Are you not also seeking to gain my assistance?" Rhaegar was momentarily at a loss for words. This was indeed true. He possessed a dragon, and as long as he remained patient until the devourer found him, he could simply take flight with his dragon. What he truly required was to stall these wild men and prevent them from causing him harm. The falcon deftly sliced a piece of sizzling rabbit meat and offered it to Rhaegar, stating in a low tone, "I have seen a great beast, though it is injured. Heading towards the Despair Marsh. I shall tentatively trust your identity and provide you with protection until your dragon returns to you. Before that, you must ensure that your dragon does not harm my tribe and depart swiftly." He was not a primitive savage consumed by thoughts of plunder and destruction. Having fought against the nobles on the peninsula, he was more discerning than the average wild man. This young boy was the son of a king. The bloodstains and ravines in the valley indicated that aside from the great beast, no creature could cause such devastation. The pile of dung at the valley's entrance was likely a mark left by the dragon to ward off beasts before its departure. From the outset, this young boy had been an exceptionally dangerous presence. That wild dragon could return to the valley at any moment. Engaging in further negotiations with this young boy would be futile once the dragon stood before him, rendering all discussions worthless. He certainly could slay this boy and flee far away under the cover of night. However, the tribe faced peril, and tradition forbade him from harming a child. In contrast, it may be wiser to keep this little imp well fed. When the dragon appears, let this little creature ride it away. If the imp possesses any conscience, it will surely find a way to repay the kindness. Understanding the falcon's intent, Rhaegar's perception of the wild men shifted dramatically. Indeed, scholars are oftentimes a blind lot, their words lacking in precision. This wild man is quite astute, exhibiting no recklessness whatsoever. You are truly a leader of great wisdom. I assure you I will restrain my dragon and coexist peacefully with you. Rhaegar accepted the roasted meat, offering his compliments. To be a leader is no easy task. I must consider the well-being of all, both their minds and their bellies. The falcon shook his head, tore off 2 pieces of meat, and handed them to the siblings. Balerion. Chapter 72. Shadows of monsters. With the negotiations concluded, the vigilance within both parties significantly diminished. Rhaegar savored the food provided by the wild men, sipping the clear water they offered while observing them dance around the campfire. The falcon and the Balerion siblings remained by his side, sharing the warmth of the fire, casually exchanging tales of their lives. The falcon, gnawing on a rabbit's skeletal remains, inquired, "You appear quite young. Are you the king's youngest son?" "I am the king's eldest son," Rhaegar replied with a chuckle. "If memory serves me correctly regarding the traditions of the nobility, the eldest son is the heir. Will you someday be the new king?" The falcon expressed his surprise. "Not at all. In fact, the heir is my sister," Rhaegar answered nonchalantly. "Why is that? Does she hide a second heir like you do?" A coarse, onlooker wild man chimed in, provoking laughter from those nearby. Rhaegar cast a sidelong glance at him, his gaze settling on the falcon, remaining silent. The falcon's expression darkened with anger as he grasped the coarse wild man's calf and spoke in a low voice. "Sandor, step aside." Yes, Sandor will step aside," the wild man named Sandor repeated carelessly until a black-spotted falcon alighted on a branch above, causing him to shudder and reluctantly depart. Watching him disappear into the crowd, the falcon turned back, his voice betraying no emotion. "The tribe has been restless of late. Many warriors are on edge. Such foul mouths. I wonder how they compare to dragon dung at the valley's entrance?" Rhaegar smiled faintly. "I shall teach him a lesson while cautioning the others." The falcon paused in his actions, his tone tinged with irritation. He was not angered by Rhaegar's threat, but rather by the disgrace his subordinates had brought him before a distinguished guest. As night deepened, Rhaegar, having satiated his hunger, returned to the cave to rest. The falcon provided him with soft animal skins and arranged for the Balerion siblings to follow closely. Personally laying out the animal skin blankets, Rhaegar beckoned the siblings, offering them the remaining skin. "Thank you," Tommen whispered in gratitude. "May I ask you some questions? For instance, what upheaval has befallen your tribe?" Rhaegar seized the opportunity to gather intelligence. Tommen, cradling the animal skin, looked at Balerion with confusion. Balerion nodded and turned to spread out the grass mat. Tommen said, "The tribe's ancestral home was besieged by monsters, resulting in several fatalities. Uncle Huan had no choice but to lead us to migrate." "Monsters?" Crocodiles or pythons from the swamp? Rhaegar inquired, intrigued. Neither, Tommen replied, his face etched with fear. It's a creature that lurks in the shadows, moving like a python, piercing our bodies. The depth of psychological trauma this monster inflicted upon him was evident. I have never heard of such a creature. Is it true? Rhaegar cast a skeptical glance at Balon. Balon, who was of similar age to Rhaenyra, spoke with a credibility that commanded attention. It is true. Even the elders of the tribe have never encountered or heard of such a creature. They seem to appear out of thin air. Wow. It appears we have stirred up trouble, Rhaegar mused, his brow furrowed with uncertainty about the existence of shadow monsters in the Crabclaw Peninsula. However, it seemed that the tribe was not as safe as he had imagined. After a brief exchange, silence enveloped the cave. The three lay upon their respective bedding, the distant shouts of reveling wildlings audible from outside. After a while, Balon could no longer contain herself and asked, "Why is your sister the heir?" "There is no particular reason. We are both children of our father. It matters not who becomes the heir," Rhaegar replied, a hint of boredom in his tone. "You deceive yourself. Those noble lords prefer a man to lead them," Balon countered. "That may be so, but my father chose her as the heir. We are kin, and I merely wish to assist her." "Humph, she will marry, have her own husband, and bear her own children. They will be her lifelong kin." Balon scoffed. "And you? A brother positioned ahead of her in the line of succession will only serve as an obstacle. Which lord's illegitimate daughter are you? You seem quite familiar with House Targaryen." Rhaegar retorted with a smile. "Your concern is unwarranted. You are merely a fool who cannot control your own trousers," Balon replied, clearly displeased with the mention of her origins. "And I have no need for your oversight in my affairs, my lady," Rhaegar countered, wielding magic against magic. "Huh, he called you my lady," Tommen chuckled from his corner. "And you, young master?" Balon shot back, delivering a swift kick that silenced his laughter immediately. Words failed to bridge the gap, and once more, the cave fell into silence. Midnight. The damp air exhaled moisture, and dense clouds ascended to obscure the crescent moon. The absence of moonlight deepened the night's shadows. In the valley, the wildlings grew weary of their revelry, drifting into slumber in small clusters. The bonfires dwindled, leaving only scattered embers crackling softly. In that dimly lit atmosphere, a peculiar dark creature contorted its form, slithering out from the shadows beneath a tree. The creature melded seamlessly with the darkness, moving like a serpent. It approached a wildling who lay sound asleep. Slowly, the dark entity infiltrated the wild man's nostrils, ears, and mouth, seeming to possess the ability to split and invade his very being. A soft, stick-like appendage probed into his throat, causing him to stir uncomfortably awake from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the grotesque sight of a pitch-black, contorted creature resting upon his chest, extending tendril-like appendages. The wild man's eyes widened in terror as a scream threatened to escape his lips. Yet, before he could utter a sound, two tendrils pierced through his nostrils, churning his brain matter, effortlessly claiming his life. The dark creature writhed, retracting its appendages in search of its next victim. Within the cave, Rhaegar slept soundly. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the valley, jolting everyone awake. Rhaegar, groggy and disoriented, glanced around in confusion. The blue siblings were also roused, seizing their weapons and hastily exiting the cave with warnings of imminent danger. Rhaegar, momentarily stunned, quickly scrambled to follow, recalling the many terrifying tales he had heard. It was well understood that the lone individual was the most vulnerable when danger arose. Upon exiting the cave, chaos ensued outside as the wild men panicked. Some added wood to the bonfire while others ignited torches, illuminating the night ever so slightly. Rhaegar pressed closely behind the blue sibling, peering out to discern the cause of the uproar. The scene outside was tumultuous, with wild men howling in confusion, yielding no useful information. After a considerable wait, the clamor finally subsided as a hawk led a band of wild warriors back from their patrol, bearing several corpses. These were robust male wild men, 3 of whom were bleeding from all orifices yet bore no visible wounds. One had been struck by an arrow that pierced his heart, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Before the entire tribe, the hawk cast the 3 similarly slain corpses into the bonfire, incinerating their remains. He then removed the arrow from another body, his expression darkening as he surveyed the scene. "We have drawn the attention of other tribes," he growled, clutching the arrow tightly in his fist, his voice laced with fury. Chapter 73. The promise. As soon as the hawk spoke, the wild men erupted into a cacophony of shouts, clamoring for vengeance. Rhaegar tugged at Tommen's arm, whispering, "What is the story behind those burnt corpses?" Only one had an arrow wound, while the other 3 had died under mysterious circumstances, capturing Rhaegar's attention. Tommen turned to him, fear evident in his lowered voice. Those are the victims of the shadow creature. It still stalks our tribe. As he spoke, his body trembled, his complexion paling further. Addressing the tribe members, the hawk raised his hands high and proclaimed, "Silence. The enemy lurks nearby. Prepare your weapons immediately." The slain wild men were the sentinels of the night. In the dead of night, a wild man stumbled upon a corpse while relieving himself in the underbrush, unleashing a blood-curdling scream to alert his tribe. The discovery of 3 additional bodies came only after most of the clan had awakened, marking a tragic night in which 4 of their kin perished. The Falcon tribe seemed to be shrouded in a pall of despair, with an atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Falcon, leading a group of robust wild men, armed with weapons and torches, divided his forces to venture beyond the valley's confines. The death of a sentinel wild man signaled that their enemies lurked nearby, poised to strike at any moment. Rhaegar observed this scene with a furrowed brow, sensing that their tribe had drawn the ire of an unknown beast. With their migration route now exposed to other tribes, reckless attacks would only lead to ambushes, potentially resulting in their annihilation overnight. Stepping forward to voice a warning, Rhaegar was abruptly seized by Balerion, who scolded him, "Do not act foolishly. Impulsive wild men lack wisdom. This night is fraught with danger." Rhaegar articulated his concerns, stating, "I am aware, and Uncle Falcon knows as well, yet the wild men's way of life revolves around relentless slaughter and conquest." Balerion, with a bow slung over her shoulder, grasped Rhaegar with one hand while holding on to Tommen with the other. "We shall follow the female wild men with children. Typically, tribes will not harm women and infants." The capable wild men had already accompanied Falcon out of the valley, leaving Rhaegar amongst the frail and infirm, surrounded by expectant women and wild children resembling monkeys. Rhaegar inquired, "Your tribe's men seem few, yet the number of children is excessive?" Balerion explained, "Those children include many whom Uncle Falcon has rescued from abandonment. He believes they will soon mature into fierce warriors." Rhaegar chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. As nomadic wild men, how can they provide sustenance for these growing children? Relying on the little wild ones to grow strong is a daunting prospect. In the early hours of dawn, flames erupted outside the valley, accompanied by piercing screams and the frenzied howls of another group. Falcon staggered back into the valley, drenched in blood, with only a handful of injured companions trailing behind him, their faces etched with fear and fury. The cacophony of howls pursued them relentlessly. "Run! The people of the White Pine tribe are upon us. We must flee," Falcon shouted, brandishing his axe to fend off the pursuing bone arrows while urging his tribe to escape. Without hesitation, Rhaegar sprinted towards the narrow exit on the opposite side of the valley. Glancing back, he saw others racing ahead of him, their panic driving them faster. Struggling to keep pace, Rhaegar found himself lagging behind, his small limbs unable to match the speed of the adults. Desperation surged within him as he attempted to reach out to the devourers, but to no avail. Silence met his call. "Do not stand idly. Move swiftly," Falcon shouted as he rushed from behind, hoisting Rhaegar onto his shoulder and fleeing with all his might. Rhaegar turned back briefly to observe. The invading wild tribes surged into the valley, half of their numbers scavenging the remnants of the Falcon tribe's supplies, while the rest continued their relentless pursuit. The few dozen individuals brought back by the Falcon were utterly incapable of mounting an effective resistance against them. They either fell to the sword or were struck down by bone arrows. The towering figures of the Falcon warriors sprinted with such agility that they left the pursuing wild men far behind, providing Rhaegar with a measure of comfort. He truly wished to remain uninvolved in the conflict between the 2 wild tribes, lest he be slain in a most ignoble manner. As dawn broke, the remnants of the Falcon tribe fled westward through vast expanses of pine forest. Many had become separated. Men were slaughtered on the spot, women were assaulted, and children scattered in every direction. Some were killed in their flight, while others sought refuge in the dense woods. Falcon carried Rhaegar as they fled, accompanied by only a handful of wild guards. Exhausted, they sought shelter on a hillside for a brief respite. "The tribe is no more," lamented the wild man named Sander, questioning the leader with a pained expression. "We can rebuild, as long as we yet draw breath. There will come a day when we can strike back." Falcon spoke sharply, setting Rhaegar down after their tumultuous journey. "With the tribe nearly extinguished, why do you still carry this child?" Another wild man gestured towards the pale-faced Rhaegar. Rhaegar cast a fleeting glance at him, his body aching severely, as he concealed himself behind Falcon. "I possess a dragon and am the son of a king, more noble than any you have encountered in your castles. I can bring wealth to the tribe." Falcon spread his arms, speaking earnestly. "You lie. If he truly had a dragon, it would have incinerated us by now," Sander retorted. "Indeed, Perhaps it was he who led the White Pine tribe to us. He is a harbinger of misfortune. Regardless of his noble lineage, we cannot rely on them. He is merely a child full of deceit, seemingly finding a scapegoat. The wild men turned their ire towards Rhaegar. Some brandished their weapons, eyeing him with ill intent. A sense of alarm rang in Rhaegar's mind as he spoke. My dragon is on its way back. I will command it to avenge the Falcon tribe and bring you unimaginable riches. He understood that this tribe was unreliable, having disbanded in less than a night. Upon hearing his words, the uproar of accusations among the wild men subsided, and they collectively turned their gaze towards Falcon. Awaiting his response, Falcon inhaled deeply, adopting the demeanor of a leader, and solemnly declared, "He claims to possess a dragon. Let us wait a day to discern the truth." "Huh. If he has a dragon, then my head shall serve as your wine vessel," Sandor scoffed, turning to depart. The other wild men exchanged glances, contemplating following him. But their respect for Falcon's status compelled them to sit despondently. Falcon did not hinder Sandor, instructing, "Rest here. We shall depart at dawn." With that, he grasped Rhaegar's garment and led him to a higher vantage point on the hillside. He gazed at the pine forest from whence he came, vigilant for any pursuing savages. Rhaegar squatted beside him, his voice weak as he asserted, "I truly possess a dragon. I am aware. Your tribe has disbanded. What do you intend to do?" "Wait," Rhaegar queried, bewildered. The Falcon turned to face him directly, his demeanor indifferent as he replied, "Wait for your dragon to find you and incinerate the White Pine tribe. Do you truly believe in me?" Rhaegar was taken aback by the savage leader's unwavering trust. "I do not," the Falcon retorted coldly, "but my tribe has been attacked, our men slaughtered, and our women and children captured. I require your dragon to reclaim all that we have lost." Rhaegar, with a promise, declared, "Rest assured, once my dragon finds me, I shall avenge your tribe. I shall uphold my end of the bargain. You must remember the words of the Falcon," he began, but before he could finish, a dark arrow shot forth from the shadows, piercing his right eye with a swift hiss. In Rhaegar's presence, the bone arrow emerged from the back of the Falcon's head, traversing through his skull. Chapter 74. Grudges should not linger overnight. What does it feel like to witness death firsthand? If Rhaegar were to answer, he would say, "I do not know." Blood sprayed from the Falcon's head, staining half of his silver hair crimson. Rhaegar experienced no discomfort, fear, or tremor. Wiping the splattered blood from his face, he quietly observed the lifeless body of the Falcon, whose mouth remained agape. Blinking, he turned his gaze toward the direction from which the arrow had come. There stood a towering pine tree, its needles dense, where the fleeing Sandor lingered in the shadows, still poised to draw his bow. "Is he dead?" After a prolonged silence, Rhaegar murmured, nudging the Falcon's corpse. This savage leader was rather impressive, more rational and intelligent than the average savage. He had remembered to protect him on their escape. "Is this how it ends?" "Everyone, stand up. That fellow, the Falcon, is dead. We must find another way." Having slain the leader, Sandor hastened up the slope, directing the few unaware savages. It was only upon his prompting that they noticed the Falcon sprawled in a pool of blood. Beyond a tall savage who lamented the Falcon's fate and sought vengeance upon Sandor, the others stood in silence, scrutinizing Sandor with wary eyes. Sandor drew his bow and aimed at the tall savage, swiftly releasing a bone arrow that struck down his foe. He then boldly positioned himself before the others, proclaiming, "The Falcon tribe is no more. Do you wish to wander aimlessly through the pine forest? Follow me. Let us seek refuge in the White Pine tribe, a stronger tribe free from curses." Sandor enticed the others to defect. The savages were not foolish. Immediately, one stepped forward to question, "We are the remnants of the Falcon tribe. What reason do they have to harbor enemies?" Sandor pointed at the stunned Rhaegar, speaking grandiosely, "His father is a king, possessing vast treasures. If we present him to the White Pine tribe, we shall surely be accepted." The words spoken were undeniably profound. A few wild men wavered in their resolve. Ultimately, Sandor personally bound Rhaegar tightly and hoisted him onto his shoulder. "Let us proceed to seek out the White Pine tribe, and perhaps look for any lost souls along the way." Sandor had assumed the mantle of leadership among the wild men. Rhaegar offered no resistance, allowing himself to be bound in silence. His large violet eyes remained fixed on Sandor. Unblinking, "Little brat, if we send you out, we may find our path to survival," Sandor remarked with a sinister grin, having noticed Rhaegar's gaze. "Quite reasonable. I indeed possess considerable value." Rhaegar conceded in agreement. "Huh, then you had better behave, lest I break your limbs," Sandor threatened. "Fear not, I shall remain compliant," Rhaegar assured him. As dusk fell, the wild men located several of their scattered companions. Regardless of age or gender, they all merged into the group, trembling as they made their way to the temporary encampment of the White Pine tribe. It was once again that very valley. Upon reaching the outskirts, they were spotted by patrolling wild men, who summoned reinforcements to capture the group. They re-entered the valley, which was steeped in the stench of blood, littered with piles of corpses, most of which belonged to the slain members of the Falcon tribe. Rhaegar and the other wild men were brought before the leader of the White Pine tribe. At that moment, Rhaegar noticed that the assault on the Falcon tribe was not solely perpetrated by the White Pine tribe. Gathered around the fire with their leader were 4 burly chiefs from various other tribes. Looking at Sandor, who knelt in supplication, the leader of the White Pine tribe regarded him with disdain, too disinterested even to inquire, and instead ordered his limbs to be broken. Pointing at Rhaegar, who had been unceremoniously tossed to the front, he impatiently commanded, "This brat should be confined with the women and children. The rest shall be kept for the ritual to honor the spirits." Yes, without even a chance to explain, Sandor's group was brutally silenced and dragged away, their cries of desperation echoing as they hoped that offering Rhaegar might secure their salvation. Yet, the chiefs held no belief in their pleas, disinterested in their plight. They were merely wild men from the ravines, who had ever seen what a king looked like. Just claiming it was not enough. It was then that a burly chief, with a face full of flesh, took an interest in Rhaegar's bracelet, seizing it without hesitation. Rhaegar opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, he was forcefully pushed to the ground. "Hold him down. He is of no use. Let him stay for now." Rhaegar fell heavily onto the ground, struggling to rise. He remained silent, enduring his fate without a sound. Thus, Rhaegar was untied and cast into a pen filled with captives, surrounded by a group of women and children. Among them, he quickly spotted the siblings, Balerion and her brother. At that moment, Balerion was covered in mud and filth, huddled in a corner with Tormund. Upon seeing a familiar face, Rhaegar clutched his aching stomach and made his way over. "It's you. Weren't you with Uncle Falcon? How did you end up here?" The wary Balerion quickly recognized him. Rhaegar displayed a troubled expression and murmured, "Hawke was a commendable individual, albeit his life was tragically brief." The news of Uncle Hawke's demise left Balerion in disbelief. He had been ambushed by traitors during his escape. Rhaegar felt a twinge of regret. It was over. If someone as formidable as Uncle Hawke had perished, calamity was surely upon them. Balerion's head drooped in despair, yet Rhaegar reassured him, suggesting that there might still be a glimmer of hope. He then inquired, "These wild men intend to offer the traitors who have defected as sacrifices to the spirits. Is that a tradition among your kind?" Previously, he had heard from those who captured him that surrounding tribes had been besieged by monsters, leading them to believe that it was the spirit's wrath prompting them to capture individuals from other tribes for sacrifice. Trembling on the ground, Tormund spoke in fear. Rhaegar nodded. Deciding not to press further, he quietly retreated to a corner, crouching down to contemplate his own escape. The Yushun tribe had proven to be ineffectual, and the clustered tribes within the valley appeared equally lacking in wisdom. Alas, perhaps it is best to remain still for now. He sighed deeply, closing his eyes. Night descended. The victorious wild tribes celebrated with fervor, igniting bonfires to express their post-battle emotions. It was not until midnight that tranquility returned. Men slept cradling their women, while women held their children, all appearing as if in a deep slumber. A gust of wind swept through the valley, dispersing the foul odor that lingered in the gathering of wild men. Rhaegar opened his eyes and gazed silently at the dim night sky. The time had come. He whispered softly, rising from the ground and casting a glance at the anxious women and children unable to sleep. He ventured alone to the edge of the enclosure, where a few wild men stood guard. The late hour had rendered the sentinels drowsy and negligent. Rhaegar, slight of build and clad in a black dragon rider's attire, blended seamlessly into the shadows of the night. He stealthily maneuvered through the dilapidated fence and crept away. Within the valley, patrols of wild men roamed in pairs. Rhaegar carefully evaded their gaze and approached a precipice, where Sand and his companions were imprisoned. He surveyed them. Each was battered and bruised, limbs severed, tongues extracted, bound one after another to the ground. Rhaegar seized a moderately sized iron axe from a nearby bonfire and approached the unconscious Sand, who was losing consciousness from blood loss. He raised the axe, aiming for Sand's head, but hesitated and lowered it. Then he targeted Sand's neck, only to lower it once more. Rhaegar nudged Sand's head with his foot, softly urging, "Hey, wake up." Gradually, he increased the force of his kicks until Sand was forcibly roused. Startled, he opened his eyes, trembling and muttering incoherently. "Look at me, Sand." Rhaegar called him forth from his terror. Sand, in a state of confusion, lifted his head and beheld Rhaegar standing alone before him. "It was you." Before he could finish his sentence, Rhaegar raised his axe and struck down violently upon his neck. The artery was severed, and blood gushed forth like a fountain, drenching half of Rhaegar's body. He glanced down silently, murmuring, "You and the hawk share this attire. It seems wasted." With that, he continued to swing the axe. Chapter 75. The Return of the Dragon. One blow followed another, as Rhaegar appeared tireless until the ground was saturated with blood and a grand head rolled away. Having taken a life with his own hands, Rhaegar was enveloped in an indescribable feeling, certainly not a pleasant one. The axe felt heavy yet surprisingly manageable. Quietly, he muttered to himself before discarding the axe and retrieving the filthy head. This was merely an appetizer for the evening. He had much more to attend to. This time, he did not shy away from the patrolling wildlings' gaze, boldly striding towards the center of the camp. A group of patrolling wildlings quickly noticed him, weapons drawn as they surrounded him. "Halt, you little brat!" With a scornful shout, several wildlings swaggered forward, their eyes gleaming with malice. A little wretch who sneaks out would go unnoticed even if slain. Rhaegar regarded them calmly, stating, "Fools, you ought to show some respect to a Targaryen." "Huh. Damn little bastard, watch me end you," cackled a gaunt, ugly wildling, brandishing a stone spear as he approached. Rhaegar neither dodged nor flinched, raising a finger to the sky. "Look up here." The wildlings, puzzled, instinctively lifted their eyes. Buzzing. In the pitch-black night, a pair of enormous green lights flared, resembling two clusters of eerie, ghostly flames. The wildlings halted, frozen in place. Then, the green lights began to sway slightly. The night sky, like a curtain, seemed to tremble in response. Only then did they realize that the darkness above was not merely the night. It was a colossal creature, as black as coal. At that moment, the great beast lowered its head, scrutinizing every living being in the valley. Thump, thump. Upon recognizing the creature, the wildlings' pupils dilated, their bodies trembling, one after another collapsing to their knees, discarding their weapons in a cacophony of cries. "Feed on him," Rhaegar whispered as he passed by the gaunt wildling, pronouncing his fate. Creaking, the devourer lowered its head and roared, a fetid gust sweeping the wildling away. Before it could touch the ground, the dragon extended its agile tongue, curling it around the wildling and drawing him into its maw. Accompanied by the crunching of shattered bones, it chewed and swallowed. It has returned. Rhaegar's dragon, the greatest wild dragon king of Dragonstone, has come back to its master. When Rhaegar was captured in the daytime, the devourer sensed the peril of its dragon rider and instinctively returned. Rhaegar also established a connection with the devourer, patiently awaiting the dragon's return. All the restraint of the day was for the sake of this moment of vengeance. He is a true dragon. He has conquered the great dragon. Now, Rhaegar intends to take his dragon and incinerate the disrespectful with Dragonfire. Under the cloak of night, the devourer, with its obsidian body, lies low, allowing the young prince to ascend to its back. After 2 days and nights apart, man and dragon reunite once more. Rhaegar gazes down at the wildlings below, his expression impassive, his eyes cold as ice. The massive feet of the devourer stride past them, and Rhaegar's indifferent voice resonates. "Summon your leader. I await them here." Perched upon the dragon's back, he issues the command to the remaining patrolling wildlings without so much as a glance back. The pitiful creatures, long since paralyzed by the horror of witnessing their companions devoured, are startled by Rhaegar's voice, which seems to whisper like a demon. They scramble to their feet and flee in all directions. Rhaegar makes no effort to impede their escape. Their cries awaken the entire camp, drawing attention towards the center. Before long, a ragtag assembly of disheveled wildlings, armed with weapons, rushes forth. Upon sighting Rhaegar and his devourer, they halt abruptly, daunted by the formidable beast. What a colossal creature this is! The timid among them find their knees trembling, devoid of any thought of resistance. As the leader of the wildling tribe, several burly figures he had encountered in daylight stand at the forefront, appearing like ants beneath the dragon's feet, gazing up at Rhaegar in terror. Rhaegar surveys them in silence, his gaze ultimately resting on the wildling leader who had pushed him. "It is you, isn't it?" Rhaegar tilts his head, disregarding the wildling who nearly fled at his words, and points to one among them, a brutish wildling. Rhaegar remembers him as the one who had stolen his bracelet. What? The pointed wildling stutters, shrinking back in humility. "You took my belongings. Return them to me." Rhaegar beckons, his tone flat. Upon hearing this, the wildling leader, realizing the gravity of the situation, seizes a woman from behind and hastily retrieves a silver-gray bracelet from her pouch. With a thud, he kneels before Rhaegar, presenting it reverently with both hands. "Why your belongings?" Rhaegar remains unmoved, instead tossing the head of Sandor at the wildling's feet, murmuring, "Here has something for you. Clean it well and use it as a drinking vessel." "Yes," the wildling leader responds hastily, staring vacantly at the severed head, too frightened to move. Rhaegar pats the Devourer's back and commands, "Assist me, my friend." With a furious roar, the Devourer instills fear in the wildlings, compelling them to kneel. Yet it refrains from unleashing its dragon fire. Its long tail snakes out, wrapping around the wildling leader and drawing him before Rhaegar. Rhaegar takes the bracelet, waving his hand dismissively. The Devourer flicks its tail, sending the wildling leader crashing to the ground, rolling away and losing consciousness. A tooth for a tooth, a life for a life. Your fate is yours to determine. Rhaegar cast a fleeting glance at the bracelet handed back by the glutton's tail. As he peered down at the wild men below, the glutton sensed his intention. With a guttural roar, it raised its head high and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, illuminating half the valley and causing the temperature to soar. In an instant, the wild men's psychological defenses crumbled, and they fell to their knees, discarding their weapons, their voices rising in a mixture of terror and reverence. Calling upon the deity, the god of fire, Rhaegar, unfazed, coldly demanded, "Who is the leader of the White Pine tribe? Step forward." His voice, though not loud, resonated above the cacophony. The wild men, driven by fear, whispered among themselves and pushed their leader into the open. He was a robust young man, his features fierce and resolute. Rhaegar, maintaining an impassive expression, inquired, "Many tribes attacked the Falcon tribe. Who orchestrated this?" "It was I. We gathered here due to the curse of the malevolent spirit." The leader of the White Pine tribe gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear to respond. "Excellent. I admire your honesty," Rhaegar commended him, gently stroking the glutton's back, and then uttered softly, "Dragon fire." The wild men, unable to comprehend the high Balerion tongue, gazed at Rhaegar in bewilderment. In the next moment, the green dragon fire erupted forth. With a roar, the glutton engulfed the leader of the White Pine tribe in an instant. In a fleeting moment, flesh and blood were reduced to ash, incinerated completely. Rhaegar averted his gaze, not wishing to witness this spectacle. Taking a life was a simple task, yet he detested the sensation it evoked. Nevertheless, he had promised the Falcon to avenge his tribe. A Targaryen's word is his bond. Run. Run quickly. This wretch is the embodiment of a demon, riding a monster to annihilate us. The dragon fire ignited a primal ferocity in some. They lacked the courage to attack Rhaegar and the glutton, hastily retrieving their weapons and fleeing. As Rhaegar observed this scene, his eyes remained placid and his lips parted slightly. Dragonfire. With a powerful beat of its wings, the glutton soared into the sky, its massive form casting a shadow over the fleeing wild men. Its throat simmered with dragonfire, mockingly released upon the heads of the fleeing wild men. Amid their terrified screams, it took mere moments for none of the escapees to survive. Bored, the glutton circled above the valley, looking down disdainfully at the fleeing wretches. In that moment, the frailty of the wild men was magnified infinitely. Witnessing the overwhelming might of the dragon, the survivors could only kneel and plead for mercy. Rhaegar, astride the dragon's back, soared through the night sky, surveying the tumult below. Truth be told, he could not comprehend the wild men's utterances. They were a disorganized lot. Though they spoke a common tongue, their accents varied greatly. To his ears, it sounded merely like a cacophony of nonsensical cries. Rhaegar relished the gentle caress of the night breeze upon his face, finding unparalleled solace in the tranquility that enveloped him. The glutton circled above the valley, exhaling fiery breath, an embodiment of its rider's unrestrained emotions. After a moment, Rhaegar regained his focus. Casting a sidelong glance at the numerous wild men kneeling submissively below, and commanded, "Bring the members of the Falcon tribe here safely and detain all from the White Pine tribe. Yes, O Divine One, we shall serve you faithfully." In this moment, whether they were chieftains or mere brutes, all bowed in reverence. Under the immense wings of the dragon, all beings were rendered equal. Rhaegar pointed towards the charred remains scattered across the ground, his displeasure evident as he instructed, "Gather the bodies. We shall incinerate them collectively later." Chapter 76. The indomitable shadow. Rhaegar's youthful voice resonated with the weight of an imperial decree, and none dared to disregard it. Some intrepid wild men rose cautiously from the ground, trembling as they gazed up at the colossal dragon. They crouched low to collect the remnants of those not entirely consumed by the flames. In that moment, Rhaegar's spirits soared, and he remained active, gesturing to several other tribal leaders, languidly requesting, "Introduce yourselves and explain your assembly here." He was indifferent to their names, yet he placed great importance on the curses they spoke of. The Falcon tribe had lost many to a shadowy creature, of which he had witnessed the aftermath. It was highly probable that these tribes had similarly fallen victim to the same monstrosity, compelled to unite for survival. He sought clarity regarding the curse. "O Divine One, Your loyal servant is Glang, from the Forest Mountain tribe. One of the designated chieftains trembled, confessing like a lamb. 5 tribes of wild men had gathered in the valley. Aside from the leader of the White Pine tribe, who perished in the dragon's flames, and another chieftain who had been flung away, the remaining 3 were present. Rhaegar signaled for the glutton to descend, its massive form stirring a cloud of dust. The wild men shielded their eyes from the gusts. Rhaegar summoned a chieftain for inquiry, seeking to understand the nature of the so-called curse. The bearded wild man, named Trangel, spoke with trepidation. The curse originates from the shadows. It silently claims the lives of free men, neither killable nor capturable. We can only appease it with living sacrifices. Indeed, it was a shadowy creature. Rhaegar nodded thoughtfully and inquired, how many curses are there? Does each tribe bear one? There is but one curse. It haunts the nights of the marshes and pine forests. Seeking suitable prey, Trangel replied. Have you witnessed the sacrifices claimed by the shadows? Rhaegar furrowed his brow. Yes. Many have seen the curse emerge from the shadows to slay the living. It appeared to be a bizarre entity. Rhaegar contemplated silently, recognizing the gravity of the situation. A creature that traversed through shadows was a terrifying prospect anywhere, and it now resided solely on the Crabclaw Peninsula. Who could say whether it would spread to the mainland? Accompanied by a dragon, Rhaegar could not afford to remain idle. After a moment of reflection, he deliberated further. Fusky returned with captives from the Falcon tribe, while the savages belonging to the White Pine tribe were forced out of the crowd, kneeling on the ground. Rhaegar pondered briefly and coldly commanded, bring forth those traitors. Draw out the shadow beast. I wish to gauge the creature's weight. Are you afraid of dragonfire? The savages, devoid of any semblance of humanity, immediately complied with the order to fetch the traitors, including the decapitated Sander. Rhaegar observed from atop his dragon. Below, the savages bound the traitors to a tree, extinguishing the surrounding bonfires, leaving only a patch of shadow. What remained was a silent wait. According to the leaders of these savages, the shadow beast visited nearly every night, claiming lives from the tribe, instilling fear and unrest among them. Ultimately, they chose to forge an alliance, 5 small tribes merging into one larger entity. They launched assaults on neighboring tribes, pillaging resources and abducting people. Though unspoken, Rhaegar understood their intent. They were using captives for what they termed sacrifices, hoping to avert the curse that would befall the savages within the alliance. As time passed, around 2 o'clock in the morning, a throng of kneeling savages drooped their heads, anxious about their impending fate. Rhaegar lay on the back of the devourer, his taut nerves easing, feeling somewhat lethargic. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. Rhaegar swiftly raised his head, directing his gaze toward the source of the sound, not from the shaded tree where the captives were bound, but from among the members of the White Pine tribe. A female savage cried out in terror, causing the crowd to part and revealing the site of the curse. Rhaegar stood up, craning his neck to observe. He saw a male savage sprawled on the ground, writhing black tendrils emerging from the shadows beneath him, ensnaring him tightly. Beside him lay a corpse, blood oozing from its orifices. Clear away, Rhaegar commanded, dispersing the surrounding savages and urging the devourer forward. Dragonfire. The devourer gazed disdainfully at the shadow, hesitating momentarily. Upon hearing its rider-esque command, it reluctantly shook its body and unleashed dragon fire at a distance toward the shadow. Boom. The dragon fire descended, a ghostly green blaze roaring to life, dispersing the vast shadows. As the flames subsided, only charred earth remained, pockmarked with deep craters. The shadow beast had vanished. Not incinerated? Rhaegar mused, glancing around in confusion. Suddenly, another agonizing scream erupted from the direction of the Falcon tribe. Rhaegar turned back, witnessing tendrils extending from the shadow, rising from the ground to ensnare several female savages and their children. Before Rhaegar could issue the command for dragonfire, the tendrils invaded their ears, noses, and mouths, stealing their lives away. Rhaegar stared in astonishment at the shadow beast. In a moment of astonishment, it became evident that with every life extinguished, the shadows upon the ground swelled, their tendrils elongating ominously. Dragonfire. Without a moment to ponder, Rhaegar urgently commanded the devourer to unleash its fiery breath. This time, the shadowy monstrosity failed to slay the wild man clinging to the tendril. In the fleeting instant of retreating into the shadows, it was struck by the dragonfire. The vast expanse of darkness upon the ground writhed violently, as if reeling from a fierce blow. It sought to approach Rhaegar, yet was dispersed by the devourer's scorching breath. Ultimately, it emitted a piercing shriek, vanishing into the nearby shadows. What manner of creature is this? Even dragonfire was unable to vanquish it. Rhaegar's eyes widened in disbelief. The Devourer's flames were formidable, surpassing that of most adult dragons, capable of melting stone. This beast withstood the dragon fire and managed to retreat into the shadows. How perplexing! Rhaegar was taken aback by the creature's peculiarities, for it was the most extraordinary unknown being he had ever encountered. However, the sight of the dragon fire repelling the shadowy monster greatly astonished the wild men. The ignorant tribesmen fell to their knees, fervently calling for divine salvation. Agitated by the clamor, Rhaegar gestured for the Devourer to roar and silence their cries, commanding sternly, "I am not a deity. I am a Targaryen." Silence. Among the crowd, Balerion grasped Tommen's hand, her eyes gleaming with admiration and awe as she gazed at Rhaegar. Upon hearing him deny his divine identity, she immediately echoed, "You command dragons. You are the Dragon King." With her proclamation, the wild men followed suit, chanting Dragon King. Dragon King. Rhaegar cast a sidelong glance at Balerion, the instigator of the chant, raising an eyebrow. He was a descendant of the Dragon King, not the Dragon King himself. Yet, the title of Dragon King was far preferable to that of a mere deity. Rhaegar surveyed the throng of subservient and fearful wild men, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. He had vowed to avenge the Falcon tribe. One wild leader was evidently insufficient. Previously, he had contemplated incinerating them all in one fell swoop. Now, a new thought emerged. The shadowy monster was an anomaly. Its earlier attempt to attack Rhaegar suggested it had set its sights upon him. Rhaegar would not allow such a threat to persist. He could not permit a creature that consumed lives and grew to remain in the world. To vanquish the shadowy monstrosity, the assistance of these wild men was indispensable. After a brief moment of reflection, Rhaegar proclaimed loudly, "The curse has taken root in Crabclaw Peninsula, plundering your lives, forcing you into constant migration, unable to live in peace. I am the firstborn of the king, the prince of House Targaryen, and I command the most ferocious wild dragon king, wielding flames that can incinerate all. Submit to me, and I shall protect you from the curse's affliction. Serve me, and I will command the dragon to expel the curse and eradicate fear at its roots." Chapter 77. The Conquest of the Peninsula. Rhaegar's voice, though still youthful, resonated with a fervor that belied his small stature, yet beneath him lay a colossal dragon, as imposing as a mountain. All the wild men could only gaze up at him. Upon hearing his voice, they all submitted, kneeling before the towering figure of the Devourer. The situation appeared favorable as Rhaegar continued, "Since you have surrendered to me, you shall strictly obey my commands. Otherwise, the dragon's flames shall be your fate. I implore you to issue the decree." The leading wild men bore expressions of fervor, devoid of any signs of resistance or hatred from their conquest. Wild men are still human, and as humans, they understand the concept of self-preservation. To curse and kill them would be one thing, but the dragon's flames could spare their lives. In the presence of the fearsome dragon, the disorganized and undisciplined wild men hastened to pledge their loyalty, willing to follow a more powerful leader. Gaining the admiration of the wild men, Rhaegar raised an eyebrow, feeling a peculiar sensation rise within him. After a moment's contemplation, he issued his first command. The shadow beasts would attack every wild tribe, and before they grew in strength, "You shall unite all the wild tribes under my leadership and conquer the peninsula." This was a spur-of-the-moment strategy. By gathering all the wild men, when the shadow beasts struck, they would only be exposed within Rhaegar's sight. There would surely come a time when they would meet their demise at the hands of the dragon's flames. Upon hearing the command to conquer the peninsula and defeat all the wild tribes, the wild men went into a frenzy, cheering with such fervor that they nearly set off immediately. For these wild men, who had been warring for years, there was nothing more delightful than conquest and revelry. The following day, Rhaegar summoned several wild leaders to instruct them to manage their tribes effectively. The White Pine tribe, having lost their leader, elected a new chief. They collectively referred to themselves as the Crabclaw, signifying their role as Rhaegar's subordinates, leading their respective factions. The valley was deemed a suitable encampment. Rhaegar commanded the women and children to remain in the valley, assigning 100 wild warriors to guard them. The 5 wild tribes, including the elderly and children, numbered over 3,000. After excluding half who were unable to fight, only a little over 1,000 remained capable of bearing arms. For Rhaegar, this was sufficient. The role of these 1,000 men was to scatter through the marshes and pine forests, seeking out the wild tribes on the peninsula. Each time a wild tribe was found, Rhaegar would circle overhead on the Devourer. Without needing to utter a word, the wild men would kneel in submission. In just 5 days, Rhaegar had flown over the eastern part of Crabclaw Peninsula, subduing over a dozen small tribes and amassing tens of thousands of wild men. At the edge of a foul-smelling marshland, Rhaegar sat within a makeshift tent of animal skins and inquired, How many have we integrated today? Speaking of the protagonist, who had transmigrated and lost his memories, was depicted with the mindset of an adult, correct? Your Highness, we have a total of over 2,000, but only about 800 are capable of combat. Clad in a new burlap garment, the azure-clad figure stood before him, reporting the latest population count. It must be said, the strategy of the wild men across the peninsula was remarkably simple. Rhaegar hardly exerted any effort at all. Occasionally, one might ride a dragon to intimidate the disobedient tribes of savages, while the rest of the time, one would simply await arrangements from the crabs. Balerion continued his report. You have traversed all the tribes in the eastern peninsula, yet the western peninsula houses the castles of nobles, thus we dare not act recklessly. No matter, the nobles of the peninsula must also pledge allegiance to the Iron Throne. Rhaegar found this somewhat lackadaisical. The conquest of the peninsula was far from the thrilling spectacle one might imagine. It felt more akin to a child's game. A group of ignorant savages, mere gluttons, would kneel and surrender without the need for dragonfire. At that moment, the great tent was flung open from the outside, and a tall figure strode in. My prince, the leader of the White Crow tribe refuses to submit. I have taken his head and present it to you. One of the first to submit, Trangle, knelt before him, respectfully cradling a bloodied head in his hands. They often met with Rhaegar, who forbade them from calling him Dragon King, insisting they refer to him as Prince instead. The crabs were pleased, believing themselves to be closer to Rhaegar than ordinary savages, hence the different form of address. Rhaegar frowned, disapprovingly stating, "Take it away and burn it. Do not present such gruesome things before me. Were it not for the necessity of eradicating the shadow creatures, he would not wish to remain in the company of these fools for even a moment. They were all so dull-witted. At such a young age, why should he be subjected to such sights?" Trangle scratched his head and muttered, "Prince, the integration of the White Crow tribe is complete. There are no other tribes left in the eastern peninsula. Let us rest for a night, and then march westward to the peninsula." Rhaegar had already devised the route. "Yes, my prince," Trangle replied, thumping his chest before rising to leave. Balerion hesitated, reminding him, "Our food supplies are dwindling, prey is insufficient, and the valley is overcrowded with burdens. If this continues, we shall starve. How much longer can we endure?" Rhaegar sat up straight. "At most 3 days," he responded. Balerion answered candidly, "Indeed. With thousands of mouths to feed daily, how did you survive before?" Rhaegar sighed. He was solely responsible for conquest. He had yet to learn the logistics. Balerion replied helplessly, "Tormund and I were taken in by Uncle Falcon 6 months ago. For most of that time, we have scarcely had enough to eat. We must migrate to the western peninsula as swiftly as possible to resolve the issue of the shadow creatures." Rhaegar, with a troubled expression, inquired, "Have the shadow creatures made an appearance?" "No. It seems the creatures are aware of our pursuit and have concealed themselves," Balerion responded earnestly. 2 days later, along a desolate mountain path, a long procession of savages journeyed westward. A massive black dragon soared high above the clouds, its broad wings casting a shadow over vast stretches of land. After consolidating the eastern peninsula, Rhaegar led the tribe on a grand migration. He was not foolish enough to bring everyone along. The elderly, weak, women, and children, along with half of the savage warriors, remained in the eastern peninsula, relying on hunting for sustenance. The remaining half of the savage warriors took enough provisions to last 3 days and followed him westward, a total of over 2,300 crabs. The account of a war renowned across the continent is but a mere fragment. Yet, upon this desolate peninsula, an extraordinary conventional military force has emerged. Along the way, we encountered several minor noble factions, entrenched in certain valleys for generations, bearing noble titles, while remaining equally impoverished. When the wings of the gluttons swept past their stronghold, these minor nobles hastily emerged from their abodes to pledge their allegiance to the prince. Alas, loyalty is a currency of little worth. Rhaegar made a request for grain, but upon learning it was intended for the savages, their demeanor shifted with alarming swiftness. Even with Rhaegar's promise of double repayment, they remained parsimonious. Ultimately, it was thanks to the glutton's show of force that a meager supply of grain was procured. Kill, slay the minions of the Blend family, the wretched Kleb, annihilate them all. Soaring through the skies, Rhaegar traversed an expansive clearing, hearing the cacophony of battle below. "Glutton, let us descend and investigate," he urged, patting the dragon's back as they lowered their altitude. Below, a throng of soldiers armed with iron implements was embroiled in chaotic combat. These soldiers bore no proper armor, most donning rough linen garments. The weaponry they wielded was antiquated, lacking the discipline of a regular army. Rhaegar surveyed the fray, noting the fervor with which both sides clashed, charging heedlessly into battle. Among them, Farmers clad in simple attire wielded hoes and hammers, shattering the skulls of their foes. Rhaegar scanned the surroundings and noticed banners raised on either side of the clearing, one depicting the swamp marigold, the other a skeletal figure hanging from a gnarled tree.